But now I could only pray that the Luan man's skin would let me leave. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, all right. Here you are, all battered and ready to go swimming, Tiana said with a grin as she set down the basket of battered lobster coated in seasoned flour next to the stove. Thank you very much, I replied, grinning as the battered lobster hissed and popped as I dropped the pieces into a Dutch oven filled with scalding hot oil. Remember, we want to avoid overcooking the lobster at all costs. A couple of seconds too long, and we'll be chewing on pieces of rubber, Tiana instructed as she walked over to the oven and pulled out a baking tray laden with golden French loaves. Also, not too many pieces at once, otherwise the oil will cool down a much, and we won't get the nice crispy coating. For the same reason, you want to let the oil reheat in between batches. While I already knew everything Tiana was telling me, I didn't interrupt, letting her get into a groove. It was good to see that, beyond learning the basics, Tiana understood the intricacies that set good food apart from great food. Speaking of great food, the smell of freshly baked bread filled the kitchen, and I was quickly reminded that I had skipped breakfast that morning. I may not need to eat anymore, but damn does it suck working on an empty stomach. I glanced over as Tiana set the tray down, grabbed a loaf at random, held it up to her ear, and gently squeezed the bread, listening to the glass-like crust crackle. Are we happy with the outcome? I asked as I started to fish the golden fried shellfish out with a metal strainer and set them down to dry on a wire rack. With how many shortcuts I took, this is a damn fine loaf, Tiana announced with a smile as she glanced over at me. I think we're ready to start assembling. Setting the loaf down, Tiana grabbed a serrated knife and cut the bread lengthwise, then in half. Opening the two loaves revealed the dense, pillow-like crumb that Tiana slathered with remoulade, followed by a bed of shredded lettuce. All right, bring that lobster over while it's still hot. In less than 3 strides, I was by Tiana's side, and for a moment, her body tensed before she seemingly pushed through her discomfort and put the final touches on the sandwiches. Fried lobster was piled up high, to the point where I wondered if the sandwich would even close. But Tiana somehow made it work, and in the blink of an eye, 2 perfect sandwiches sat on the counter in front of us. Though I was a bit confused when the recipe screen didn't pop up, I guess it's not really my recipe. All I did was lower a few pieces of lobster into oil. Bon appétit, Tiana muteur de nervously. An expectant look on her face as I picked up one of the sandwiches and took a bite. My teeth sank into the still-warm French bread that had just the right amount of chew, and after a second, I managed to tear off a decent bite that I worked over, letting me taste the individual flavors and textures of the sandwich's ingredients slowly come together. So what do you think? Tiana asked expectantly as I slowly chewed before swallowing. I can see why this is a staple where you come from. The lobster adds some needed sweetness to all the savory notes, making everything play together nicely. Tiana let out a sigh of relief as she picked up her own sandwich and started eating. For the next few minutes, very few words were exchanged between them, only the occasional satisfied sigh at a particularly tasty bite. Finishing my sandwich first, I brushed my hands off before turning to address Tiana. Well, I'm happy to say you passed this part of the application process. And there's only one more thing after this. Huh? Tiana muttered, holding a hand over her mouth as it was still half full of po'-boy. You can cook, there's no doubt about that. But working in a kitchen requires far more than just knowing how to cook. I lectured while crossing my arms. Lucky for you, I'm a firm believer that tossing people into the deep end and forcing them to swim is one of the best ways to learn. Does that mean I get the job? Tiana asked hesitantly. No, but it does mean I want you to work here in the kitchen tonight as a sort of trial run. He'll even pay you for your time, no matter how you do. I corrected before glancing at the clock. He'll give you 5 minutes to decide if he'll do it, Tiana replied, jumping on the offer without a second of hesitation. All right then, that gives me an hour to walk you through the entire menu before we need to start prep. It's going to be a lot of information coming at you all at once, and I don't have time to repeat myself. Think you can handle it? I asked while staring Tiana down, seeing if she would crack under the pressure. I don't know, but there's only one way to find out, Tiana replied confidently with a determination that made me grin. Tiana, I had always imagined what it would be like to work in a professional kitchen. TV shows made it seem chaotic and akin to a battlefield. Fortunately, I knew well enough that wasn't nearly the case. However, I had worked at enough restaurants to get a grasp of all the little pieces that needed to come together to make a kitchen function like a well-oiled machine. And managing all of that was no small feat. So when Ramon started to go over the menu, he had my full attention. Beyond wanting to get the job, a small part of me hadn't let go of my dream. Despite all the setbacks life had thrown at me, I still wasn't down for the count. With each word, Ramon was proving himself to be more and more competent, and if I could extract just a small nugget of the wisdom, it just might give me the edge I needed. Of course, I couldn't help but rule out the possibility that Ramon's accomplishment wasn't due to merit, but related to his spiritual nature. After cooking with him for several hours, my initial trepidation had lessened considerably. He acted and behaved just like a human, and I would have liked to believe I was just imagining it, and nearly did until it came time to start cooking. So that's the entire menu. Any questions? Ramon asked as he walked over to a hook on the wall and pulled off 2 aprons, tossing me one of them. Not about the menu, I replied as I tied the apron behind me with deft fingers. I was just wondering when the rest of the kitchen staff comes in. There's no rest of, Ramon answered with a grunt as he rolled up his sleeves. It's just you and me versus roughly 300 hungry mouths. My brain stuttered hard as I tried to comprehend what Ramon had just claimed as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. What do you mean it's just you and I? Exactly what it sounds like, Ramon answered as he walked over to the pantry and pulled out sacks of potatoes. Now come help me peel these. You mean to tell me that since you opened, you've been the only chef? I asked in disbelief, even as I jumped to help Ramon, not wanting to get on his bad side, less than 10 minutes into prep. Ramon smirked as he tore open the bag and started pulling out spuds. Why do you think I'm so eager to have you work here tonight? Patty, I walked into the grill house with a slight grimace on my face. Even after doing everything in my power to sober up throughout the morning, I was still feeling the affects of last night. It didn't help when Meg came out of the kitchen practically dancing as if I hadn't seen her down shots like they were water last night. Was wondering if I was going to see you today. I don't know why I ever let you talk me into drinking on a work night. I grumbled before glancing at the kitchen, where I could hear faint muttering, "Don't tell me that Ramon's date is still here." Meg grinned. "No, that's the new chef he's interviewing. Her name's Tiana." I frowned at the news. Let me guess, she looks like a model. You know, instead of brooding and being upset that Ramon won't spend any time with you, you could just nip the problem in the bud and demand his attention, Meg suggested as if it were the most obvious solution, most likely because it was. I can't just walk up to him and complain like a little kid, expecting to get what I want, I argued with a frown. Oh, Patty, you don't need to use words to get what you want, Meg replied with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. In fact, the fewer you use, the better. Pin up another order, Megan called out as she stormed into the kitchen and clipped the ticket to the spinning wool hanging from the ceiling. In a split second, Tiana was on the other side of the counter, grabbing the meal ticket and reading it aloud. Table 5, 1 steak dinner, 1 salmon dinner, 2 orders of cider and monkey bread, and a Caesar salad. 1 steak, salmon, 2 orders of cider, and bread with a Caesar salad. I repeated as I walked over with a lobster millefeuille that I placed on a serving platter already laden with several other dishes and sides. Walking 13. Walking 13, Megan echoed as she picked up the tray and walked right back out the kitchen door, letting the soft muttering of the dining room sweep into the kitchen for a brief moment. But when the door closed, the roar of the fire and the sizzling of meat on the grill took over, shattering the brief lull in the constant, ever-growing list of tasks that needed to be done with an almost unrealistic level of accuracy. But I was happy to say that having Tiana working alongside me in the kitchen, it had taken a few orders for her to really get into the swing of things, but now she was in the zone, using every spare second to anticipate something before it could become an issue, cleaning off her workstation so she didn't have to sort through clutter, tossing another log into the hearth so the flame stayed hot, and countless other tasks. That was the true challenge of working in the kitchen, keeping track of countless little things that needed to be kept in proper order to maintain efficiency. If one piece of the puzzle falls out of place, it sets off a chain of events that can butterfly into a catastrophe. So having a second set of eyes to keep track of things was invaluable and took some of the constant pressure off me. "How are we feeling, Tiana?" I asked as I manned the hearth and grill, flipping steaks while I harshly charred some greens. "Is it everything you imagined it to be?" "It's a bit different from cooking in my mama's kitchen, that's for sure," Tiana answered, slightly stressed, as she quickly checked the oven that was at maximum capacity with bundt cake pans slowly inflating as the pieces of dough coated in sugar rose and clumped together, creating a caramelized toffee coating. "You aren't regretting it, are you?" I asked somewhat teasingly. "Not in the slightest," Tiana replied without hesitation. "This is where I was born to be, and am not about to give it up after spending my whole life working for it, just because things are getting a little hectic." I couldn't help but be a little bit inspired by Tiana's words and her determination. "Keep up that attitude, and you just might make it through the night. Oh, make sure that lobster is done poaching." With another task jumping onto the docket, the brief moment of conversation passed. And soon there wasn't any more room for words as the demands of the kitchen took back over. "And the house is closed," Meg announced, and she was met with a collective sigh of relief from Tiana and I as, for the first time that night, we were able to relax. I never thought anything could drain me more than waiting tables and dealing with hungry customers, Tiana muttered as she leaned against the counter, "but right now I feel like I'm about ready to pass out and sleep through the rest of the week." "Well, you can do that, but I'm afraid that would mean I can't offer you the job," I replied, watching as Tiana's exhaustion vanished, replaced by shock and awe. "I got the job." "Yes, you did. Though I suggested you sleep on it for a day and really think it over," I advised, only for Tiana to shake her head. "I don't need to think it over. This is what I want. It's basically my dream job. Owning your own restaurant is your dream job. So you need to think about what you can get out of this job to help you work towards that goal. We haven't even discussed pay or hours," I said, crossing my arms. "So take the night and really think this opportunity over." After a second, Tiana seemed to find the wisdom of my advice and nodded. "All right then, they'll think it through and come back tomorrow with my answer." "Good. I look forward to seeing you then." I bid Tiana farewell and watched her leave the kitchen, though she paused by the door to look back at me. "Thank you for taking a chance on me. I won't ever forget this." Then, without another word, Tiana was gone, and suddenly the kitchen felt a little lifeless. While there hadn't been many words spoken or jokes exchanged between the two of us, just having someone else to labor and cooperate with lessened the mental toll significantly. I probably could have saved myself a lot of short-term headaches if I had looked for help earlier on. I could only shake my head, dismissing the regretful thoughts that served me no good to dwell on. Later is better than never, and I don't think I could have asked for a better sous chef than Tiana. With a bit of technical training, she can easily become a professional chef. I should also give her a bit of room to make some new menu items. While it might have seemed a bit odd for me to be so invested in Tiana after having just met her, I honestly wanted her to succeed and give her the chance to do so. It doesn't just have to be my paradise. I should spread the love a little. I gave myself a mental pat on the back as I got ready to start closing the kitchen. Though before I could, I heard the door slam open behind me. I spun around, not knowing what to expect, only to find Patty standing in the doorway. I opened my mouth, ready to ask her what the problem was, when I took note of what she was wearing. Dear God, in an instant, all my weariness and fatigue vanished as my eyes roamed up and down Patty's figure. Her long legs were clad in black fishnet stockings that bit into her pale flesh, which matched the black pencil skirt wrapped around her broad hips and heart-shaped ass. Patty's shirt was a plain white button-down with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, but she had styled it in an eye-catching way, leaving the top half unbuttoned to reveal her full chest clad in a lacy black bra. But that wasn't where Patty's eye for detail ended. She had put on a decent amount of makeup, with blush on her cheeks, dusky shadow under her green eyes, and glossy apple-red lipstick that glistened in the light. "Well, this is unexpected," I muttered, still very much dazed as I drank in Patty's appearance. "But very much welcomed." Instead of answering, Patty stormed over to me with her black dress heels clicking against the tile floor. For a second, I wondered if I should brace for impact, but instead of a punch, Patty threw her arms around my neck and pulled her body against mine. My hands moved on instinct, coming down to grab Patty's ass as the smell of her infiltrated and took over my senses, a sweet, simple citrus made up of countless complex notes that I couldn't name, but would die to discover just one of them. It was the perfect scent to represent Patty's personality, so simple on the surface, yet with hidden depths she hardly revealed. Patty gazed up at me expectantly, searching my eyes for my reaction. I didn't bother to hide that her blatant seduction was working like a charm. "Do you find me attractive?" I blinked and wondered how Patty could ask such a question when her body was pressed so close against mine. "I think the answer is blatantly clear." "Then why don't you pay attention to me?" Patty asked as her hands tightened around my neck. "Why don't you ever spend time alone with me? You treat Meg like she's irresistible, but I've never gotten a moment alone with you." Patty's voice was heavy with pent-up emotions and need as she pressed herself close to mine. "I want you to treat me like you do her. I want you to love me. I want you to hold me." Now that the cork had been unplugged, there was no stopping the flood of passionate feeling from pouring out of Patty. Each word caused her scent to grow in intensity until it was practically filling the entire kitchen, quickly chipping away at my self-control until there was nothing left. "You want what I have with Megan," I stated, and Patty nodded without hesitation. "More than anything. They'll do anything to have it." "That's all I need to hear." I leaned down and whispered in Patty's ear as my body started to morph and transform. Inner freak Patty took a fearful step back as I transformed. My skin turned an ashen gray, covered with faint satanic markings, and a pair of goat horns grew out from the corners of my forehead. But they were almost completely covered as my hair turned into a wild mane of obsidian locks, and my ears lengthened and tapered off into a sharp point. At the same time, I felt my bones and muscles stretch as I grew several inches and gained several pounds of lean muscle, adding to my broad physique. There was also the fact that I went from standing on feet to standing on cloven hoofs attached to a pair of goat legs. Then, with a final surge of demonic energy, a leathery snakeskin tail grew out from my tailbone, finishing my transformation. My clothes had been shredded in the process of my transformation, leaving me in nothing but a pair of boxers, but I couldn't care less. A soft sigh of relief escaped my nostrils as a comforting ease reminded me that being in my human form could never compare to my true skin. The relief was so strong that I had nearly forgotten what prompted me to transform in the first place. Well, she's not screaming in terror, so that's a good sign. I looked over to find Patty standing a few feet away, staring at me with wide, unblinking eyes, and her chest slowly heaving up and down, which was a rather enticing sight given how exposed they were. "Is this some sort of trick?" Patty asked, her eyes roaming up and down my body as she tried to make sense of it all. "Am I dreaming right now?" "Well, usually when a demon appears in front of someone, they assume they're having a nightmare." I answered lightly as I slowly took a step towards Patty, surprised when she didn't flinch or step back. "And no, you aren't. Everything you're seeing right now is real." This shouldn't be possible," Patty mainly muttered to herself as doubt flickered across her eyes. "You've been a demon this whole time?" I nodded. "For as long as you've known me, but I used to be human once. But then, for some reason, I came back like this. I know it could be a lot to adjust to, but..." I paused my explanation as I noticed a rapid change in Patty's behavior. A heavy flush had spread across her cheeks, and her eyes were practically glowing as she stared at me. Her breathing had also picked up, but instead of being afraid, Patty looked excited. "You're really a demon," Patty gasped as she walked towards me, almost in a daze, with her hands outstretched. "A true hellspawn, a child of Satan. Well, I'm not sure hell is a real place, or if Satan really exists." I tried explaining the finer details of my existence. Still, Patty didn't seem to hear any of it, as she practically threw herself at me, her hands shooting up to tangle in my hair and run along the ridges of my horns. The sensation was surprisingly pleasant, but it wasn't enough to distract me from the sudden mood shift Patty was displaying. I'd always dream about being in a situation like this, but I never really thought it would happen. It's like I'm a main character in a dark fantasy romance novel. Patty muttered excitedly as she bit her lip and looked up at me. If you're revealing your true form, does that mean you're going to claim me as your property? Bind my soul to yours and take me to your infernal realm where you'll use my body to sate your hellish desires. I stared at Patty, wondering where all of this was coming from, as her arousal seemed to be growing by the second, judging by her heavy, excited breaths. Then I remembered a very sage piece of advice I had heard many years ago. It's the quiet ones you need to watch out for. Patty's mention of dark romance only confirmed this for me, as her eyes took on an almost fanatical light, as the desires she usually kept repressed and hidden surged to the surface. Well, I don't have an infernal realm, I muttered as I wrapped my hand around Patty's neck while my tail coiled around her thigh, making her gasp and tremble. But if you're offering, I wouldn't mind claiming your soul. Why, yes, please, Patty whispered, her hands latching onto my wrist, though she didn't try to pull away. Instead, she pressed my knuckles to her lips while holding my gaze. Take me. I just want to be yours. I want you to love me. I could help but shake my head as Patty's personality completed its 180 shift. You're really pin-up, aren't you? Tell me, when was the last time you took some time for yourself? This morning, Patty answered with hesitation, though her cheeks turned bright red at the admission. I thought about it that night, and the night before. I think about it every night, ever since what happened at the mall. Patty's breath was raspy as the confession came pouring out of her. And when I think about it, you're always on my mind. I imagine you coming in through my window and scolding me for being so reckless. Well then, shouldn't punish you now for admitting everything you've done? I asked innocently as I squeezed Patty's neck, making her gasp and her eyes roll up with pleasure. Igriagis. Patty moaned as a shiver passed through her entire body. Are you sure? I might lose control a little bit. Are you confident that you can handle me? For emphasis, my other hand reached down and grabbed Patty's waist, pulling her against me. But Patty didn't even flinch, continuing to stare me in the eyes with an unwavering devotion. No, but I want all of you. The scent of Patty's desire had filled the entire kitchen, inflaming my senses with her potent allure, turning my body rigid with tension. A low guttural growl reverberated out from my chest as the last semblance of my control vanished in the face of Patty's overwhelming enthusiasm. And I pounced on her like a wild animal. Patty yelped in surprise as she was suddenly driven to the floor with me on top of her. But I silenced her with my lips, wrapping them around hers, opening a path for my tongue to invade her mouth. Patty moaned as I pumped my saliva down her throat. A heavy warmth spread through her stomach as the syrup settled. I could feel Patty's body heat rise as her breathing grew unsteady. Her arms and legs pulled closer around me as she pressed her hips against mine. The thin fabric of our underwear wasn't nearly enough of a barrier as the burning heat of our bodies pressed together. The tension between us was undeniable, and a few seconds later, I felt the dampness soak through my boxers. Reaching down, my hands moved between us as I leaned in closer to Patty, smiling against her lips. She let out a soft gasp, arching her back off the floor as the moment between us grew more intense. Breaking away from the kiss, I stared down at Patty and watched her writhe around with desire. Tell me how much you want me. Beg for it. I want you so badly. Patty moaned as she clung to me like a lifeline. Don't stop. I need more until I can't take it anymore. Then I want to wake up with you, still holding me close, your presence enveloping me in an unbreakable bond. As Patty's cries turned urgent, she pressed against my hand, trying to pull me closer. Please don't be gentle with me. Don't hold back. Just keep going until you can't anymore. I looked at Patty, completely devoted to my every word. You really would do anything for me, wouldn't you? I asked, and Patty nodded without hesitation. Good. That means I have your full consent for the night ahead of us. Grinning like a cat who caught a canary, I suddenly stood up with Patty cradled in my arms, where she let out a small yelp. Just make sure you come complain to me when you're not able to walk tomorrow. Inner freak, too. Patty. I was breathless and lightheaded as I stared up at Ramon's demonic visage, and just that simple glance was enough to set my body on fire. Part of me still expected to wake up any moment from the fantasy, but everything felt too real for it to be a dream. I could feel the waves of searing heat pouring off Ramon's skin and the strength in his hands as he carried me up to his apartment, one supporting my lower back and the other gripping the back of my thighs. His touch felt possessive and hungry, making my heart pound with excitement. For so long, I had kept my frustrations pent up and suppressed, worrying that begging for Ramon's attention would only drive him away. Now I could only lament how foolish I had been. How many days had I spent agonizing over my seemingly unrequited love and desire for him? But none of that mattered now. Ramon loved me, and even more than that, he longed for me. Why else would he reveal his demonic nature and proudly announce his intent to claim me for his own? It was a scene ripped straight out of all of my favorite romance books. And I couldn't help but recall what always followed after the two leads confessed their love for each other. A surge of warmth from my navel spread throughout my body, responding to my lustful thoughts and desires that only grew more corrupt by the second as Ramon neared the top of the stairs. I had already given my universal consent to any of Ramon's desires, which I didn't intend to rescind, that is, if I even could. The possibilities of what he could do to me made me equal parts frightened and excited. Is that why he's so controlling and demanding with Meg? She always seems to go along with him and seems fine with it. But I don't know if he'll manage his expectations on my own. What if I'm not capable enough and I let him down? A pang of true fear hit me as that thought crossed my mind, but I squashed it the next second with a surge of determination. There was no way I was going to waste such a golden opportunity. I was willing and prepared to do whatever it took. He'll make tonight a night he'll never forget, with passion and desire flaming within me. I wrapped my hands around Ramon's neck and started kissing along his jaw, leaving behind red lipstick marks on his skin. So needy and impatient, Ramon muttered with a dark chuckle that made my entire body cry out and tremble. Just how badly do you want me? More than you'll ever know. I replied huskily as I trailed my hand across his chest, feeling his hard, sculpted muscles. Is that a challenge? Ramon asked, raising an eyebrow at me as he opened the door and stepped into the apartment. Maybe, I answered with a smirk and another kiss on his jaw. Well then, I can't wait to prove you wrong. Ramon growled, and before I knew it, he dashed into the bedroom. Ramon, Patty landed on the bed with a soft bounce. A low rumbling growl reverberated from my chest. Climbing into bed, my eyes were locked onto Patty as she watched me approach her own gaze, wide and full of anticipation. As I drew close, Patty fell on her back and stretched out her arms above her head while pushing out her chest and offering, covering her body with my own. I stared down at Patty and drank in her blushing face and burning eyes. While her shirt was unbuttoned, I silently cast hands at the puppeteer and quietly commanded them to straighten her collar and adjust her sleeves. Less than a second later, the piece of lacy fabric fell away, finally revealing the twin mounts. While Patty's breasts were smaller than Megan's, she was still well above average, and their shape was even more enticing, sitting high, perky, and perfectly round even without a bra to shape them. Please, Patty murmured in her light and airy voice, sticking out her chest even more, nearly burying my face in her breasts. I want to feel your touch. I'm burning up for you, Ramon. Hearing Patty call out my name made every hair on my body stand on end and sent a rush of heat through me. I could hear it in her tone. Patty was desperate and needy, starved of my attention and love, the one thing she truly wanted. That feeling of being so deeply desired was stronger than any aphrodisiac, making it impossible to hold back. With a grunt, one of my arms slid under Patty's shoulders, pulling her with me as I sat up. The sudden shift made Patty gasp in surprise, but she followed my lead just as quickly, wrapping her legs around my waist and leaning back over my supporting arm, offering up her chest once more. An offer I wordlessly accepted, burying my face between her breasts and inhaling her scent, the smell of sweet citrus lodging itself into my braid and overwhelming the rest of my senses. But it wasn't enough just to smell her. I needed to be closer. Moving toward her, I leaned in, letting the moment wash over me as I rested my head near her shoulder. "Oh!" The sound burst from Patty's lips like a sigh of relief as her whole body shuddered and writhed with relief. Please don't stop." Even if she had told me to do the opposite, I would have had a hard time letting go of Patty as I held her close, savoring the closeness between us. Feeling drawn to her, I gently pressed my lips near her skin, lingering in the quiet intimacy of the moment. Patty's reaction was surprising. A sharp inhale followed by a long, drawn-out hum from her throat. But Patty didn't limit herself to just sounds, as her hips began to sway with a rhythm that caught my attention. Patty's skirt shifted as she moved closer to me, making my body strain with tension. "Ramon, I want it," Patty pleaded as her heavy breaths made her chest heave against my face. "I need it. I need you." With a sudden surge of strength and urgency, Patty sat up, put both hands on my shoulders, and pushed. While she was nowhere near strong enough to muscle me over, I followed her lead and ended up sitting across from Patty as she sat facing me. Leaning in close, Patty tossed her hair back as she reached out and placed two steadying hands on my shoulders before staring into my eyes. "I'm going to show you why I deserve your love." With one hand, Patty reached down and trailed her fingers gently along the curve of my waist. "So tense, so warm. I wonder what it's going to feel like." Patty gasped softly as her fingers slipped a little closer, holding me tight. At least they tried to. Her fingertips didn't actually touch, and she wasn't even at the thickest part. I watched as Patty bit her bottom lip as she tugged on it, causing it to spring free and shoot up like a rocket, slapping against Patty's stomach, where it reached up and up nearly to the bottom of her breasts. "Oh God," Patty muttered, seemingly to herself, as she realized the task that awaited her. While she had taken me in my human form, my height wasn't the only thing about me that shot up in inches after turning into my true form. But to her credit, Patty didn't hesitate as she lifted her hips off my waist, rising until we were pressed close together. Then, with a slow press of her hips, she moved against me in a way that made us both lose our breath. In an NG, Patty breathed as she shifted her hips back and forth, adjusting to the pressure. "Oh gee God, it's so intense." Part of me wanted to reach out and help ease her discomfort, but I knew that would only hurt Patty's pride, so instead I sat back and let her take the lead. Feeling the intensity of the moment as she held me close, her warmth slowly enveloped us. Inner Freak 3, Patty. When I pushed Ramon onto his back and straddled him, a surge of confidence and bravado emboldened me as I temporarily took charge. The confidence faltered the moment my hands failed to hold onto the heavy object, and then completely vanished when it suddenly slipped free from his grasp. It all happened so fast, I didn't have time to react as it struck against my skin with a loud smack. I stared down at the strange change in his anatomy, and my stomach did a nervous flip. I wasn't like that before. Not only had Ramon's appearance shifted significantly, becoming several inches longer and at least an inch thicker, but there were several noticeable bumps and ridges along the surface and surrounding the top of it. Running my hand along a few of them confirmed they were firm and raised to the touch, not enough to cut or harm, but they would undoubtedly cause some friction. How is any girl supposed to handle something like this? I stressed, though he certainly didn't need my help. While my confidence had vanished, I was still determined to earn Ramon's affection and love. I was just less sure that I would ever be able to walk without crutches afterwards. Already my legs were trembling, and that brief moment of contact almost made me cry out as I felt the scorching heat and realized just how overwhelming everything was. Before I could begin to doubt myself and chicken out, I placed two hands on Ramon's chest, supporting myself as I sat down. A sharp breath escaped my lips as I felt the pressure build between us. Gritting my teeth, I pressed down with my hips. I gasped as the sensation overwhelmed me, my eyes shooting open from the intensity and a rush of pleasure running up my spine. My legs nearly gave out from underneath me, and I shifted my weight, trying to steady myself and adjust to the moment. But there was nothing I could do to adjust to the overwhelming sensation building inside me. Already, it felt like I was being pushed to my limits, but I knew that there was much more to come. MHHNNGHHH, a wordless moan, made my body vibrate as the feeling intensified. Ramon was now fully inside me, applying pressure that made stars flicker across my vision. Oh, gee God, it's so big. While I was in no small amount of discomfort, my body was seemingly on board with my plan as a warm, fuzzy feeling started to spread out from my navel, numbing the pain and replacing it with a building pleasure. Before I realized it, my reluctance turned into a longing. What I was feeling wasn't enough. There was an itch deep inside of me that needed to be scratched. Shifting my weight forward, I rested my knees on the bed on either side of Ramon, reliving the strain on my legs from squatting over him. The position was an immediate improvement, as without a second thought, I started rocking back and forth. F-fuck. My breathy sigh was long and loud as I got into the motion, relying more on my hips rather than moving my whole body, and, as I arched my back, I pressed against Ramon's chiseled stomach. I froze, a sudden wave of intense sensation rushing through me as I ground against his firm abs. But as the intensity passed, I started moving my hips again, loving the added pleasure that made my entire lower half go numb. How can this feel so good? I was losing it as my hips moved faster and faster, taking more and more of him inside me, my body slickened with the proof of my excitement. The pain was gone, completely replaced by the mind-numbing pleasure, and as I looked down through lidded fluttering eyelids, I saw Ramon was possessed as well, his jaw clenched and his chest expanding with each deep, passionate breath. The pleasure was starting to consume him as well, and I was the one responsible. Ramon, the sounds from our time together bounced off the walls and echoed back to me, every breath added to the rhythm, punctuated by movement around us. Patty had fully taken the lead, moving with a natural-born talent, going from sitting to riding, twerking as she moved her hips up and down with him, now almost entirely inside of her. With each twerk of Patty's hips, he was being squeezed in a way that was somehow both tight and slippery. And with each passing second, she was getting better at it, moving rhythmically against me, her body close and warm, making every sensation feel intense. I took a couple of deep breaths, but then I felt Patty's weight shift as she leaned forward to look down at me. Her eyes were practically glowing with excitement and passion. Has anyone ever done this for you? Patty's voice was breathless and husky as she asked me her question as we moved closer together. No, you're certainly the first. Patty's self-satisfied smile was enough to light up the room. Do you like it? Does it feel good? Am I doing a good job? It was hard to keep up with Patty's rapid-fire questions, all while she continued to move closer and closer to the finish line. You feel fantastic, Patty. Patty shivered and smiled as I whispered to her. Tell me more. Kay, keep talking about how you love me. I noted to myself as I squeezed Patty's hip, making her gasp. Well, I love hearing you talk like that. It makes me want to celebrate with you all night. Patty laughed again and almost started to giggle. Thank you. And you can do whatever you want. I'd let you do anything to me. Oh, why is that? I asked as I rested my hand on Patty's hip. Because I love it when you pay attention to me. Patty gasped as her dancing started ramping up. I want you to notice me, to praise me. I want to be special to you. My jaw clenched as Patty's enthusiasm took over, and I began moving to match hers, drawing out more sound from her. How much does this mean to you? Though, what are you willing to give me? Anything. Patty cried out as she leaned over even more, putting her face mere inches away from mine, forcing me to stare into her eyes. I'd give you anything. I just want to know that there's a little bit of your heart that's just for me. Instead of responding, I lifted my head, pressed my lips against Patty's in a deep kiss as our bodies pressed together. Patty cried out into our kiss as her entire body trembled with overwhelming sensation. I was quick to join her as I let out a barrel-chested grunt, and my body throbbed. With a near-explosive force, my release erupted, drawing out a second cry from her sweet lips as I held her close. For some time, Patty and I did nothing but kiss and hold each other, bathing in the afterglow of such a passionate moment. All the while Patty stayed close, her body warm against mine, and every now and then she shivered and sighed softly. When it felt like nearly an hour had passed, Patty pulled away and sat back up with a soft, wistful sigh that was amazing. My hands came up to rest gently on her hips as I looked up at her. Was it everything you wanted? And more, Patty answered without a moment's hesitation, her gaze drifting downward to where we were still connected and to the new tattoo embossed in pitch black ink on her skin. Meg is going to be so happy we're matching now. Of course she will be, I muttered as I pulled Patty back down to rest against me. But the important thing is if you are. Patty smirked and put a kiss on my jaw. Already told you what I wanted, and now I have it. A place in your heart. I don't deserve to be anything but happy. Netflix and not so chill well. Don't the two of you look cozy? Megan commented as she walked into the bedroom to find me and Patty cuddling up underneath the freshly changed sheets, and having showered off, I was wondering if I would have to sleep in the kitchen with how long the two of you were going. Patty blushed at Megan's teasing. Sorry, I just never wanted it to end. Trust me, Patty, I know exactly how you feel. Megan forgave her friend with a smile before reaching down and pulling off her shirt. My eyes immediately shot down to stare at Megan's bouncing chest that nearly spilled out of her lacy red bra. Down boy, Megan chastised as she shot me a knowing look. I'm going to take a shower, and then we're going to watch a movie or something and not break out into a threesome. All right. I held up my hands in surrender, but Megan continued to stare at me for a moment longer before finishing to get undressed and then heading into the bathroom. I know I shouldn't be shocked that you're still thinking of sex after everything we just did, but how are you not exhausted? Patty muttered in disbelief as she curled up against me, her head resting on my chest and her left leg thrown over my body. I leaned over and kissed the top of her head. Perk of being a demon. If I weren't so exhausted, I'd be freaking out and asking 100 questions, but I don't want to ruin the moment. Patty sighed briefly, closing her eyes and letting out a content hum. Though don't be surprised if I interrogate you over breakfast. Ask away. But I'm afraid I won't have nearly as many answers as you'd hope. I warned, though Patty didn't seem to hear me. Letting her rest, I instead turned my attention to the notifications that had queued up throughout the night. You have claimed Patty Patterson as your thrall and have earned the following rewards. 1 perk point, 1 hex point, 1 development point notice. The following changes have gone into effect. 1 to daily tantric regeneration, 3 daily, 2. 5 to daily lust, 15, lust daily, 3. Going forward, only thralls can mitigate your lust, providing a -5 effect to daily lust gain. Day 18 report. Sim life revenue. 53,206 cost. 38,235 profit. 14,971 modifiers. Fortune 210 income. 16,468 total. 97,323 date life energy spent. 1 energy gained. 3 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 10 total. 100 more balancing, huh? I thought to myself, staring at the final note under the changes notice. So now that I'm gaining 15 lust daily, and I can only lose up to 10 with Patty and Megan, that means I only have 17 more days until I max out. Which, if I remember correctly, will turn me into a literal, uncontrollable sex fiend. Yep, decided you needed some more incentives to really start growing your coven, all right. But at this rate, it'll always be gaining more lust than I can satisfy with my thralls, I pointed out as I heard the voice of my system come alive in my mind. For now, yes, which is why you should focus on getting to the next tier, so you can increase your limit. Which shouldn't be too hard, seeing as you already have 3 candidates lined up. For now, does that mean things will change in the future? What kind of question is that? Of course they will. You haven't even scratched the surface of what all this demon business. You have no idea what's in store. Should I be worried or something? The system was quiet for a moment before answering. No, you're a terrible liar. You know that. Maybe. Or maybe I'm consciously manipulating your thought patterns and behavior to slightly shift the probabilities of your actions so things play out according to my infinitely complex prediction models. Now it was my turn to stall as the system not so subtly hinted at being a master manipulator. You're fucking with me, right? Kinda, sorta. But not really. I am running a prediction model and factoring in how our conversations impact your decision-making and unconscious actions. But the effect is so negligible without active conditioning that our conversations would need far more prolonged and targeted for my ramblings to have any real impact, okay? So to be clear, you're not trying to turn me into a puppet? No, I'm not trying to turn you into a puppet. Again, my sole and only purpose is to make your afterlife as enjoyable as possible. Actually, that's the only reason why I'm talking to you, because those calculations and predictions I mentioned look a lot better when we have these conversations. Seriously, do you know how taxing it is to create a personality out of a probability curve? It's likely more processing power than every single deck vice your race ever manufactured combined. All right, I get it. No need to beat me over the head with it. I surrendered the point. Eager to move on in the conversation. Anything else I should know about? Should know about, yes. But am I going to tell you? No, I sighed through my nose. I should have seen that answer coming from a mile away. Yes, you should have. Now stop talking to me and enjoy having two naked women in bed with you. Before I could reply, I felt the system withdraw from my mind, making it clear that the conversation was over. At that same moment, Megan stepped out of the bathroom naked as the day she was born. Megan smiled at me before frowning as she glanced at Patty. Don't tell me she's asleep already. I'm not sleeping. I'm just resting my eyes, Patty muttered with her eyes still closed shut. Well then, if your eyes are resting, then you don't care what movie we put on, Megan replied with a grin as she climbed into bed, cuddling up to my other side. Maybe we could do a Twilight marathon. Twilight. Patty shot upright and stared at Megan with a burning look in her eyes. Megan smirked as she grabbed the remote. Works every time. It's not fair. You know how much I love those movies, Patty muttered with a fake pout across her lips. I'm beginning to feel a bit fetishized over here. I interjected with an uneasy grimace, only for Patty to smack me playfully on my arm. Don't joke about that. Besides, you're a demon, not a vampire. It's totally different. Just so, you know, she's only getting defensive because you're right on the money, Megan whispered. Though her voice was more than loud enough for Patty to hear her, I remember this one time at summer camp she brought all her magazines with her, and when Patty thought she was alone in the bunk. So what movie are we going to watch? Patty quickly interrupted Megan and shot her a dirty glare that promised retribution. Megan cackled but refrained from continuing the embarrassing story. I don't know, I was joking when I brought it up, but I wouldn't mind watching some cheesy vampire romance. It's not cheesy, Patty muttered defensively. But you do agree it's vampire smut. Megan pressed, only for Patty to roll her eyes. Yeah, no shit, I'm not watching those movies for the acting. I couldn't help but smile fondly as the two girls bickered in a way that only true best friends could. While they clung to my body, I know this sounds insane, but maybe the system was right. I should just enjoy this and be in the moment. You're damn right. I couldn't help but smirk at the final snide remark, but didn't bother to reply as Megan turned on the TV and started flipping through the seemingly endless streaming services, trying to find which one had the movie about sparkly vampires. What good any? I stared down at the stupid piece of plastic in my hand and wanted to throw up. I don't get it. I took the pill. How could this happen? It felt like the walls were closing in around me, and my entire body was flushed with heat even as I broke out in a nervous sweat. Damn it. Why did I ever go over to that damn restaurant? What the hell am I supposed to do now? First day, Tiana, with a steady breath, I pushed open the door and stepped inside the restaurant. After a long night, and taking Ramon's advice to heart, I had made up my mind. Oh, hey, T. I blinked as an excited voice greeted me, and I looked over at Meg, who was in the middle of opening for that night's dinner service. You're back. Does that mean you're taking the job offer? And is it all right that I call you T? After a second, I smiled warmly at Megan and let out a small chuckle. Yes, you can call me T, and yes, I'm taking the job offer. Oh my God, that's great. Megan cheered and clapped her hands excitedly. You don't know how much Ramon will appreciate having you to help out in the kitchen. I'm surprised he hasn't collapsed yet from how hard he's working. I couldn't help but nod in agreement, recalling the workload that had fallen on our shoulders yesterday. I really don't know how he managed to feed 300 people every night by himself. Megan smiled broadly, and I couldn't help but feel a bit guilty for lying. While Ramon was a great chef without a doubt, I knew that his nature as a spirit was involved. He might be conjuring the food or using some kind of hex to make it for him. I shook my head, avoiding the rabbit hole I had fallen into last night, trying to figure out what interest a spirit could have in opening and running a restaurant. After an hour, though, I realized that the situation was so illogical that short of confronting Ramon directly, I would likely never get an answer. That being said, I was operating with a certain degree of blind faith, trusting that Ramon's intentions weren't hostile, which was difficult given the fickle nature of spirits. They didn't align themselves with human sensibilities or morality, meaning they wouldn't seek to actively harm or help, and would only do so if it served their purpose or nature. So far, the only attributes Ramon had displayed were a drive to feed and nurture, which gave me some small hope that the chances of him harming me without provoking would be negligible. T, you there? I blinked as Megan gently nudged me out of my train of thought, and I quickly shot her a reassuring smile. Sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. Is Ramon in the kitchen? Yep. Pretty sure he's been waiting on you to show up. Megan answered with a sly wink before returning to her duties and leaving me to follow up with the man in charge. Making my way to the back of the restaurant, I made it to the kitchen doors, which swung open, making me take a step back to avoid getting hit. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. I should have been more careful. The curly-headed ginger waitress quickly apologized with a timid smile and a heavy blush across her cheeks. You're fine. It wouldn't be the first time I would have caught a door to the face. I waved aside her apology while searching my memory for a name. Though, if you wouldn't mind telling me your name, we could call it even. The redhead perked up, visibly glad that I wouldn't hold the close call against her. Oh, I'm Patty. It's nice to meet you. You're Tiana, the new chef, right? I nodded and stuck out my hand. I'll be once I talk to Ramon. Well, either way, welcome to the team. Patty quickly reached out to shake my hand, but when our palms touched, I froze for a second as I felt a subtle current infusing Patty's skin. It was weak, barely noticeable, but the fact that it was there at all was enough to shock me. Somehow, I managed to keep the surprise off my face and smile through the shock. Thanks, I look forward to working with everyone here. Patty shot me one final grin before letting me go and leaving to join Megan in setting up. But as she left, I couldn't help but stare at her back, while assuring myself that I hadn't imagined it. The current infusing her body felt like a much weaker version of Ramon's aura. Did he put a curse or hex on her? It was the only possible explanation, but from our brief interaction, I couldn't find anything wrong with her behavior. It was then, after a brief second had passed, that I thought of the second possibility, maybe not a hex, but a ward or his blessing. Is Ramon protecting her for something? Before I could turn the thought over more in my mind, the kitchen doors opened and I felt his aura even before Ramon stepped in my line of sight. It was somehow stronger than I remembered it. Our gazes met, and for a moment, I froze, wondering if he could read my mind or emotions and would act on my suspicion. Instead, he grinned charmingly at me. I'm glad to see you're back. I was dreading having to do all the prep myself. Just having you around for a day already spoiled me. I couldn't help but relax as Ramon's easygoing voice and welcoming attitude made it nearly impossible to think of him as some evil entity. Yes, I took your advice and thought about what my position here would entail, and I've come up with some terms of employment. I announced as I reached into my bag and held out a small stack of papers that Ramon took and started to riffle through. I'm willing to negotiate for my pay and benefits, but there's no need to negotiate. Ramon interrupted as he continued browsing. Your pay is more than reasonable. And most of these things I was going to offer you regardless of whether or not you asked for them. Ramon set the papers down before holding out his hand. Congratulations, Tiana. You're now officially hired. I stared at his hand for a second before reaching out and shaking it. Thank you for the opportunity. I promise you won't regret it. Ramon, I don't doubt that for a second. Now let's get to work. I smiled and clapped my hands like a call to action. All the vegetables need to be cleaned and prepped. That means potatoes, lettuce, and fennel. Even before I could finish shouting out the task list, Tiana was already at work, rolling up her sleeves and throwing an apron over her head. I moved to join her as well, though my attention was a bit split as I looked over the slew of notifications that had popped up the moment I shook Tiana's hand. You have hired kitchen staff. Tiana Rogers kitchen staff. Tiana Rogers wage. 6,000 skill set 0-1 SP. 5 cooking speed with 1 handshake. I nearly doubled my monthly maintenance, but it had been shockingly low to begin with. In all honesty, I expect that to get patched any day now. Still, I wasn't upset about it in the least. Tiana could have asked for 10,000 a month, and I would have gladly paid it. A flat 5% increase alone was a worthwhile investment, but it also looked like I could spend my own skill points on Tiana to level up her cooking skill. It's a shame I don't have any to spend at the moment. It would be good to find out how her bonuses scale with each level. Even a 1 increase will compound over time. If it's 5%, then I really was a fool for not hiring someone sooner. She might even get a quality bonus at some point down the line. For a moment, I was dismayed over a missed investment opportunity and how I could have optimized my profits had I known. Though my regret lasted only a few seconds before I thought about all the money I would be making that night with Tiana's 5 boost to efficiency. That's roughly 114 tables every night, which should at least be a couple more $1,000s in my pocket. Like an old-timey cartoon, I heard a cash register go off in the back of my head as I joined Tanana in prepping. Lois, I'm headed to the bus, Mom. Yeah, all right, Chris, have a nice day at school. I forced myself to respond, even though all I wanted to do was crawl into a hole and die. Ever since I had gotten that positive test, I had relived every single moment that had led me into his arms and eventually his bed. And the worst part was that a part of me wouldn't have changed anything even knowing the consequences. I could still get rid of it. I haven't told anyone. Everything could go back to normal. I let out a distressed sigh and squeezed my eyes shut. No one has to know. Loi. I spun around and found Brian staring at me with an accusatory look in his eyes. We need to talk. Personality, I couldn't help but freeze. As Brian's eyes bore into me, there was no doubt in my mind that he knew. But I acted on reflex and spoke before my thoughts could catch up. If this is about the new bag of dry food in the pantry, I'm sorry, but you're just going to have to... You know this isn't about the dry food, Brian muttered with a narrowed gaze. Though do remind me about that later, because I can't stand kibble. I scoffed, trying to play off the fact that I was teetering on the edge of a complete emotional breakdown. All right then, if it isn't about the food, what is it? Because if it can wait, I need to get started on my errands. Oh, it can't wait. Brian responded without pause as he crossed his arms. There's no point in hiding it, Lois. I've warned you since the very beginning, when all of this bullshit started, and now you've stepped right into it and gotten yourself knocked up. Brian's words were like a knife to my heart, and I felt the ground start to fall out beneath me, but I couldn't give up when I still had something to stand on. I don't know what the hell you're on about, and lower your voice. I don't appreciate you yelling those wild accusations at me when Stewie's upstairs trying to sleep. Oh my God, Lois, just for a moment. Could you stop with all the lying? Brian growled as he threw up his hands. I know you're pregnant. I can smell it. And it'll save you the excuse of saying it's Peter's, because I know you guys haven't done it in over a month. My jaw clenched with a mix of rage and despair as I scrambled to think of some excuse or lie that could get me out. Are you spying on our bedroom or something, listening in like some pervert? That's besides the point. Brian shouted, his voice nearly going hoarse. The real problem is going to be how you're going to possibly explain to Peter and everyone else you know how Megan's pimp of a boyfriend knocked you up. I knew the moment Brian shouted out my crime that there was nowhere left for me to run, and I felt my face morph into a mask of regret and guilt. I don't. Words fail me as I stumbled back and caught myself on the kitchen counter. Please, Brian, you can't tell anyone. I knew it, Brian exclaimed, and a small grin of satisfaction split his face, and his tail wagged. You just couldn't resist, could you? And all for what? One night of guilty pleasure. Was it really worth it, Lois? As I stared into Brian's glowing eyes, alight with the sick satisfaction of holding the moral high ground and chastising me to make himself feel better about his own failings, I slowly felt my grief turn into rage. Rage I had been suppressing for decades. Why, you know what, Brian? My voice started off soft, but as my emotions soared, so did my volume. It was worth it. I didn't go there intending to end up in his bed, but I did, and I don't regret it. I smiled, watching the look of superiority and confidence melt off of Brian's face. Do you know why? Because, for the first time in years, I was wined and dined, I was taken care of, I was treated like a person with feelings, not like some robot who toils away at the same mindless tasks every single day. I let myself feel for the first time, be but cheating is wrong, Brian stuttered out like a broken record. And I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Yeah, no shit, but you know what's also wrong? Neglecting your wife and kids every night to get drunk, getting into some harebrained scheme that threatens all of our lives, fighting a goddamn chicken across the town every year. Oh, look, Peter has his flaws. But Brian tried to interject. But I was done letting myself be lectured and ridiculed as if I was the incarnation of pure evil. Oh, give a rest, Brian. You don't care about him. I shouted over him with a dark laugh. The only thing you care about is yourself, because you're a selfish, narcissistic asshole. And I should know because so am I. How am I being selfish? This is about you cheating and getting pregnant. Brian shouted back defensively, but that only made me laugh harder. Because you're not mad I cheated on Peter. You're mad that I didn't cheat on Peter with you. I pointed an accusatory finger at Brian and laughed when I watched his face go through 1,000 emotions at once. That's not. Oh, who's lying now? I cut him off again with another laugh. You don't think I've noticed the way you've looked at me after all these years? Every subtle glance at my ass. The way you try and make yourself seem more impressive and intellectual compared to Peter. Brian scoffed, but I could see the panic in his eyes. That's just ridiculous. Oh, really? I don't think so. Brian, I know what kind of guy you are. You think I'm some dumb bitch that's wasting her time going after and dating guys who treat me like shit, and that one day you'll wake up and realize I need someone thoughtful and caring who's going to take care of me. But the thing is, you're just as bad as the guys you hate. In fact, you would become them in an instant if you had the slightest confidence in yourself. You resent them because they're everything you aren't, confident, fun to be around, and actually have an ounce of sex appeal to them, and that drives you insane. You don't know what you're talking about. Brian growled threateningly, but I didn't feel the slightest bit of danger. And then there's the fragile ego, trying to put everyone down to make yourself look better. I don't have an ego. Brian shouted, I just call out the stupid bullshit. Everyone else is blind too. Oh, really? You think you're the only one with eyes? I scoffed. You're not the only one with a moral compass, Brian. Everyone knows right from wrong. You're just obsessed with being on the right side of everything. Because, if you don't have a moral high ground, you can't guilt-trip people into thinking that you're somehow better than them and worth being around and tolerating. Shut up, Brian roared, his mask of righteous anger cracking, revealing his deeper insecurities. It's the same reason why you claim to be a writer, but haven't put out a single book that isn't so fad or thoughtless slop. You're a hack, constantly projecting the idea of who you claim to be, with no actual substance or accomplishments to back it up. Yeah, and who are you to talk about accomplishments? You're a stay-at-home mom who never went to college, never had a career, and got stuck marrying a fat, nothing loser because he managed to get you pregnant. And now you're going to lose the little peace of mind you had because you didn't learn the first time around not to keep making the same pathetic choices. Brian shot back, but his words didn't hurt me in the slightest. No matter how harsh Brian was being, it didn't compare to the years of self-loathing I had suffered under. And I bet it just eats you up inside that you never thought to do it yourself. I snarked back with a grin, and the thing is, it probably would have worked. I could have been yours, Brian. But now I never want to see or talk to you again. Pushing off the counter, I grabbed my keys and stormed towards the door, nearly knocking Brian over in my haste. Where are you going? Brian demanded as he practically chased me down. Why you can't leave now? You need to talk with Peter. I whirled around, making Brian stumble as he came to a stop. Don't ever fucking tell me what I can and cannot do. You started this thinking you would somehow come out on top. Don't back up now that things aren't going your way. Without another word, I turned back around and nearly reached the door when Brian called out one last time, Lois, if you leave now, they'll tell Peter everything. I didn't even hesitate as I turned the doorknob and threw open the door, storming outside and getting in my car. At that moment, I almost wanted Brian to carry out his threat. I was done with living a lie. I wanted something new, something that felt good. And I couldn't help but think of the man who had swept me off my feet and promised to move the world for me. I just hope this isn't another goddamn mistake. A new lease on life. The ride over to Ramon's apartment was a complete blur to me. The emotional distress and possibility of my entire life collapsing made it hard to focus. I could only think about my one escape from reality, the pleasure he had made me feel with his body, and the promises he had whispered into my ears afterwards. I'm sorry, but I can't forget you, Lois, not after tasting you. I can now say confidently that your husband doesn't deserve a woman like you. Just the memory of his voice was enough to elicit a physical reaction, my core temperature skyrocketing as a heavy flush spread across my cheeks. But at the same time, I couldn't help but worry about how he would react to the news. My heart skipped a beat as a nervous pang made my stomach flip. The anticipation was killing me. I needed to find out. I needed to know whether I had made the biggest mistake of my life, or finally broken free from the broken cycle that had kept me trapped for as long as I could remember. By the time I had parked the car, walked behind the restaurant, and up the set of stairs to the apartment door, I was barely standing on my feet. The emotions flooding my body had made me lightheaded and unsteady on my feet, and I nearly tipped over when I raised my hand to knock on the door. I tapped on the door 3 times, each one sounding like a gunshot to my ears as I fought the urge to run away. But I was tired of the lies and suppressing my emotions. I needed to confront my problems for once in my life. There was a brief pause as I listened for any movement behind the door, and after a few seconds, I was almost ready to knock again when the door opened as Ramon answered. Lois? I held my breath as I watched his eyes widen with surprise before frowning as he looked me over. Lois, what's going on? Are you hurt? A sigh of relief nearly escaped me as I watched his cold blue eyes melt with concern as he took a step forward and reached out, gently grabbing my arm. In that instant, I knew why Ramon had entranced Meg. He felt solid as a rock. A guardian that would step forward and shield you from all of life's problems that threatened to crush you. I need to tell you something, I stammered out before taking a deep, steadying breath and looking straight into Ramon's eye. I am pregnant. I watched Ramon's mental gears come to a grinding halt as he processed the bombshell I had just dropped on him without warning. I flinched, ready for him to explode or push me away, but after a second, I saw a light flare to life in his eyes. Are you sure? Yes, and before you ask, it's yours. Bud, if you don't want me to keep it, I can. Don't even finish that thought, Ramon interrupted as he squeezed my arm and looked me dead in the eyes. Don't think about me or anyone else. Just say what you, and only you, want. Ramon's intensity made me pause for a second, but it didn't take me long to respond. I want to be content for once in my life, not to regret everything I've ever done and feel stuck where I'm out of guilt. And I think being with you is the best way to do that. Well then, that settles it, Ramon answered with a confident grin. You want to be with me, and so do I. My head spun as my hopes soared. It almost felt too easy. Where was the argument, the shouting, the screams, the storm of emotions that overtook logic? But what about the, as far as I'm concerned, it's your choice, Ramon answered without hesitation as he glanced down at my stomach. Though I'm more than willing to support you and our child. Are you sure? Raising a child is so expensive these days. And with how busy you must be with the restaurant, could you really juggle a newborn and me at once? I should have just shut up and accepted Ramon's words at face value. But I wouldn't repeat my past mistakes. Diving into something new and exciting while ignoring the consequences. And where would we even live? You, me, Meg, the baby. We can't all fit in this apartment. Still, despite my very real concerns, Ramon only smiled reassuringly. Lois, every day I open those doors downstairs, I make nearly $20,000. And I've barely been open for a month. By the time the baby's born, you'll never have to worry about money again. And if I really need to, I could hire a whole staff to take over running the restaurant so I could focus on you. And I was already planning to get a bigger place soon enough. I don't have a problem moving that up by a few months. I shook my head in disbelief. Why are you doing all of this? It doesn't make sense. I could feel myself beginning to cry, but before I could start, Ramon reached up and cupped my chin, forcing me to look into his eyes. I'm doing this, Lois, because I want you to be mine. And once something is mine, I take very good care of it because I only claim things and people that are worth taking care of. An affectionate warmth spread through my entire body as Ramon gently wiped the tears away from my eyes with his thumb. And with that single act, I knew everything was going to turn out right. But now that I was somewhat calm, I became aware of how close his body was to mine, his hands on my body, and the intoxicating smell that always clung to him like sinful cologne. In an instant, my relief turned into desire and an urge to celebrate my newfound freedom. While staring into Ramon's eyes, I brought his hand toward my face and gently held it close, letting my breath warm his skin. I watched Ramon's eyes soften as I pressed a light, affectionate kiss to his knuckles. So I guess there's another reason why you came here tonight, Ramon muttered with a dark chuckle, and I felt a shameful blush spread across my cheeks, even as I continued to suckle on his thumb. Let's move to somewhere more appropriate. I could only nod and reluctantly let go of Ramon's thumb as he moved aside, letting me step inside. From there, I followed him to the living area, where I stood uncertain as Ramon sat on the couch. He gestured for me to sit beside him, and I hesitated for a moment before joining him. I regretted the fact that I was only wearing a plain set of sleepwear, but with the way Ramon's eyes lingered so attentively over my appearance, he didn't mind in the least. I want to take a step forward, but the sound of a door opening behind me made my body freeze. Hey, where the hell did you go? Well, that explains it. I looked over my shoulder to see Meg staring at me with a knowing smirk on her face, wearing nothing but an oversized shirt. I knew you wouldn't be able to keep away for long. I can explain, I stammered, only for Meg to roll her eyes and laugh. What's there to explain? I know how good it feels. At this point, I couldn't even stay away if I tried. They'll let you have him all to yourself for tonight, but don't get used to it. Then, without another word, Meg turned and vanished back into the bedroom, leaving me at a bit of a loss. Don't worry about Megan. She has Patty to keep her company. Ramon reassured me as he spread his legs apart, drawing my eyes to the crotch of his pants. Now, where were we? You told me to take off my clothes, I replied somewhat dumbly. And Ramon grinned. That's right. How could I possibly forget? Now, why don't you come over here for a moment? His commanding tone nearly made me weak in the knees, but I managed to take a few unsteady steps toward him, my heart pounding as I stopped right in front of him. I looked back up at Ramon for direction, and he grinned. You know what to do. My breath hitched, but my hands eagerly reached out, holding onto Ramon's legs before slowly sliding up along his thighs until my hands rested near his waist, where I could feel the warmth radiating from him. Rekindled, my hands were trembling as I reached out toward Ramon after he opened the door, wearing a pair of loose gray sweatpants. I could tell that he hadn't been wearing any underwear when he put them on, and the moment felt charged with long-buried feelings between us. The tension between us was building with each passing second. Reaching up, I grabbed Ramon's waistband, and in a moment of impulsive curiosity, I pulled it down. It had been less than a week since I had seen Ramon like this, but I still found myself staring, stunned by his impressive size and the prominent veins along his shaft. And like the tip of a mighty spear, Ramon's anatomy was unmistakably commanding, with a broad head and contours that promised a deep, intense connection. And while the sight alone of such a virile specimen would have been enough to flip the carnal switch in my mind, the accompanying pungent aroma that freely drifted through the air flooded my thoughts with nothing but pure desire. A soft, steamy sigh escaped my lips, as almost without realizing it, I leaned a little closer to Ramon, wanting his presence to surround me completely, so I never had to look away. Are you enjoying yourself? I was a bit startled when Ramon suddenly asked me a question, and I couldn't help but blush, realizing how obvious I had been. Sorry. It's just that you smell so intoxicating. Instead of being mad or upset, Ramon only grinned as he reached down and put a hand on the top of my head. You know what that smell is, right? That's the smell of a real man. And after everything you've been through, I think you deserve to indulge a little. Ramon's hand then started to push my head down, and I didn't resist him in the slightest. Ramon pressed my face against his lap, pinning me in a controlling, uncomfortable hold, leaving them to rest against my lips and chin while he leaned in close against my eyes and forehead. I couldn't help but shiver, feeling the closeness of Ramon's presence against my face, but it was nothing compared to how my body reacted when I took a sniff of his warm scent with my nose pressed against his skin. A guttural and shameful moan escaped my lips as Ramon's scent wiped my thoughts clean and replaced them with pure, unrestrained desire and lust. All my inhibitions vanished, my body and primal mind discarded them, as I focused on the only thing that mattered. Another sound escaped me as I opened my lips and leaned closer, the closeness setting my body on fire. My heart fluttered as I held him carefully, my fingertips barely reaching across. The explicit sexual content has been removed. The passage described a hand moving along an erect barato and gripping it, which constitutes clear barato imagery unsuitable for general audiences. And it made me wonder how the steady pulsing would feel inside my neglected body. Just thinking about it made me ache, showing me how much I craved Ramon's possessive and intimate love, remembering how he had picked me up last time, using his hips to pull me close against him while holding me firmly. I was broken out of my sinful fantasy when Ramon's body suddenly stiffened and jerked in my grasp, followed by warm fluid spilling over my hand and fingers as he trembled. For a moment, I thought Ramon had finished, but when I reluctantly pulled my face away to look, I realized that the thick, almost glue-like fluid covering my hand was completely clear. "What's all this?" I thought in shock as I stared at the steady flow that oozed across my hand. It was at least double what I expected from most people, though I had experienced firsthand just how messy things could get with Ramon. While I'm usually not one to complain about a good time, I think it's time we move on to the main event, don't you think? Ramon looked down at me as he continued to hold onto my hand, and his hand on my head slowly guided me closer to him. My only response was to open my mouth and let him take control. Though when I felt my lips start to stretch around what he offered, I realized that I had severely underestimated what it would feel like. My hands grabbed onto Ramon's thighs as he slowly pressed forward, making me take in more than I expected. For a moment, I panicked as I felt my jaw forced wider than it's ever been. But when Ramon moved closer, I felt a sudden shock, and my mind went blank once more. The pain and discomfort faded into background noise, and all I could concern myself with was hoping it would reward me with more of the addictive substance. I hummed with anticipation and searched for what would please Ramon most, listening for his soft sounds of satisfaction, and the way he would react when I grazed a particularly sensitive area. Ramon, I felt the moment Lois gave in and stopped resisting as her jaw relaxed, letting me slide in between her lips. And when I looked down at her, I saw that Lois' eyes had glazed without a thought behind them. She was running on pure lust and desire as she leaned in closer, drawing me toward her with an inviting smile. I couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh as Lois turned on the charm. More than just her warm and confident presence, there was a technique behind Lois' efforts. The way she moved with such precision showed she was figuring out what I liked best. My body rewarded her efforts with an overwhelming response. I watched Lois' expression shift as she hesitated to take another sip. "You really know how to handle yourself, don't you?" I muttered through the ground as she paused, considering whether to finish what was in front of her, though she had barely made any real progress yet. She looked up at me with a displeased look in her eyes and a grunt of disagreement. "Oh, come on, don't be like that," I answered with a grin. "When it's just the two of us, you don't have to pretend, just let yourself go. Don't worry about being judged. Just enjoy yourself and focus on what feels good." Lois' eyes softened, and she let out a hum of agreement that made me tense up as the sudden sensation caught me off guard. "See, careful. You've got me on edge already." However, my warning only seemed to ignite something within Lois, as her eyes took on a feverish glow. Before I could prepare myself, Lois suddenly moved closer, wrapping herself around me and taking me in completely, filling her mouth as she drew me deeper. I sat straight up as Lois held on tightly, her warmth enveloping me. Both of my hands landed on the back of Lois's head, and as she started to demonstrate her resolve, "All right, you've proved your point. Now, let's just—" She continued, making a determined sound. Gritting my teeth, I tried to hold on with every fiber of my being, but Lois was a woman on a mission. When I realized that nothing short of divine intervention could keep Lois from getting what she wanted, I decided to stop holding back. With a grunt, I stood up while holding Lois's head in place as I drove forward and finished what I had started. Rekindled too, Lois. My eyes shot open as Ramon suddenly took control, standing up and pressing on the back of my head. The sudden domination startled me. Just a moment ago, Ramon had been nothing but content to sit back and let me do all the work as he grew increasingly tense and wound up as he got closer and closer to the edge. But the firm grip of his hands in my hair reminded me of how our first night together had ended, where I had turned into little more than an outlet for his desires. Ramon had taken complete control of my body, moving me where and how he wanted. Ramon naturally sought to be in control of whatever he was involved with. That made him a natural leader, and, combined with his good-hearted nature, an excellent provider and caretaker. But when he was in the bedroom, Ramon made his desires yours. Even in his most intense, intimate moments, I felt nothing but pure bliss. "Get ready for it," Ramon growled as he pulled me close with desperate urgency, making the passage narrow significantly and restricting the little airflow that managed to sneak through. Recognizing the signs, I tried to prepare myself for what was to come, only to realize it was pointless. The moment came suddenly as the first release occurred. The moment was so intense that I barely noticed the taste, but the warm rush that followed was overwhelming. The thick, heavy texture settled slowly, and the heat of it spread through my whole body like a wave. And that was only a prelude as the moment continued to intensify. Wave after wave hit me, making my stomach almost painfully full as it swelled visibly. Then, without warning, Ramon suddenly pulled back, pulling away suddenly and leaving me coughing and struggling to breathe. The action made me gag and nearly throw up everything I had just swallowed. My throat felt sore and burning, but the discomfort faded as I caught my breath. He had pulled almost all the way back, but kept his lips close to mine. I let out an involuntary sound as I savored the moment, letting the flavors linger. "I figured you would appreciate it," Ramon muttered, stroking my hair lovingly as I continued. Now I know where Megan gets her taste from. The mention of my daughter should have made me pause, but all I felt was a pang of jealousy thinking about how many times Meg had gotten Ramon all to herself. "Did I touch a nerve?" Ramon asked teasingly, making me wonder if he could read my thoughts. "Don't worry for the rest of the night. All my attention is for you." I let out a soft sound of agreement as Ramon pulled away from me. I tilted my head back, but before I could do anything, Ramon stopped me. "Not so fast, I want you to show me." I felt a blush spread across my cheeks, but complied anyway, showing Ramon the thick fluid that nearly spilled over my lips. "Good girl, now swallow." Ramon's commanding tone made me shiver, and I quickly obeyed, forcing the thick liquid down my throat to join the rest of Ramon's sitting in my stomach. Ramon, the sight of Lois made me catch my breath, and when she opened her mouth to say something, I felt a rush of excitement all over again. Was that a good enough demonstration? Lois asked with a smirk as she reached out and gave my shoulder an encouraging squeeze. "It was better than good," I said, "but now I'm wondering what else you can do." Lois' cheeks flushed as my eyes roamed over her plump and curvy body, glistening with a faint sheen of sweat. "After everything you've promised to give me, they'll do whatever you want." Lois' words had an immediate effect, my heart racing as desire surged through me. I saw Lois' eyes widen, but before she could say anything, I pulled on her hair, making Lois stand up. I then moved her over to the side of the couch before giving her a shove. Taking the hint, Lois fell over the side of the couch, leaving her ass up in the air in all of its glory. By far, Lois was the thickest of my women, her curves and fat distributed perfectly with her age. Unable to help myself, I gave Lois' ass a smack and a rough squeeze, making her moan as her flesh spilled in between my fingers. With my other hand, I pulled Lois closer, pressing her firmly against me. Take a deep breath, I muttered darkly as I leaned close to her. Lois gasped and shifted her hips, almost pulling away from me. I was quick to punish her with a smack across the ass as my hand came up to grab her waist. There's no running from this, so focus on getting yourself ready for me. I don't think I'm ready for, Lois started, but I interrupted her with a press of my hips, pressing forward with an audible sound. NGHNN F-fuck Lois buried her head in the couch. But this only made her back arch more, sticking her higher into the air. Why, you're so big, damn right I am, I answered pridefully as my other hand grabbed Lois' waist. Bigger than your deadbeat of a husband, bigger than any guy you've ever had. And do you know what that means? I shifted my stance, adjusting my footing so the leverage felt just right. She flinched again, but my hands on her hips kept her steady. What did I say about moving? I'm sorry. I'm just so sensitive, Lois bemoaned, her voice slightly muffled from the couch. I know, I barely pushed at all. And you're already on edge, I said with a disapproving tone. It's not the amount. Lois insisted with panting breaths and a groan. You're overwhelming me. Oh, do you not like it? I growled before pressing in another inch, filling her up with a thicker section. Do you not like having me filling you up? I didn't say that. She gasped in between her heavy breaths as she tried to push herself up onto two hands. Well, with how much you're complaining, I'm starting to think you don't appreciate what real intimacy feels like, I muttered as my hands rested on Lois' hips. Maybe it's just been so long since you've had some closeness that you need a reminder. MNNHH Lois let out a soft sound, but her body was more honest as her hips shifted, trying to press closer against her. Seeing her anticipation, I grinned. Maybe you aren't as forgetful as I thought, but I need to hear you say it. Tell me that you want this, and I'll give it to you. I want it, Lois moaned as she moved her hips again, but I pinned her down. You want what? Come on, use your words. I want you, Lois shouted, making me grin. See, now is that so hard? Before Lois could respond to the rhetorical question, I pulled her close, and we became intimate together. Agn, a low, guttural moan escaped Lois' lips as her back arched, and she trembled with a powerful release. On the first stroke, I asked with a dark chuckle as Lois gasped and moaned, riding the high of her climax. You really are sensitive. Lois' only response was a soft moan. So full, oh, baby, we're not even halfway there. I teased with a playful smile, but don't worry, we'll get there soon enough. Not a chapter sorry for those of you in the USA. No, there is a massive winter storm system moving across a majority of the country. I happen to be in that majority, and I'm sure that some of you are as well. Given the severity of the storm and the fact that I'm moving back to campus over the weekend, I'm likely not going to be able to post until Monday. This break has been awesome for me, and I want to thank the part you all played in that. So thank you, as always, for your support. Rekindled 3. Lois. And another breathless sound escaped my lips as I felt Ramon move closer to me. I shifted my position and adjusted myself around him as best I could. I grabbed onto the couch cushions for strength, overwhelmed by the intense sensations coursing through my body. The first time Ramon had ended up in such an intimate position with me, I had been several glasses deep. But now my completely sober mind was being driven insane as I thought about what I must have looked like. A mother of 3 in a compromising position on the couch, overwhelmed in a moment of pure feeling. But the shame of it only made it sweeter, making me crave it more to banish all of my reservations and fully give into the sensation. You've gone quiet. Don't tell me you're already passing out on me? Ramon leaned over, whispering in my ear as his hands snaked around my body, grasping at my flesh with his rough fingers. Cunt. It's too much. I managed to gasp out in between breaths. My plea fell on deaf ears as Ramon's hands lifted me from the couch like I weighed nothing. For a second, the world around me blurred, and when it came to a stop, I was leaning back against Ramon's body. His hands rested on my hips, holding me close. His broad chest and large hands caged me in, keeping me in place as the steady, rhythmic movement slowly drove me to distraction. My head fell back onto his chest with a quiet sigh. Feels good, doesn't it? One of Ramon's hands worked its way up my body to my neck, where his fingers gently wrapped around my throat. My legs trembled at the aggressive display of ownership as Ramon's fingers squeezed my neck, not enough to hurt me, but enough for me to feel his strength. Yes, it feels good, I muttered while my eyes rolled up into the back of my head. I wish I could have more of you. But nothing, Ramon interrupted me with a growl. You're going to take everything and love every second of it. Before I could respond, Ramon suddenly moved. Ramon held me firmly in place, his body pressed against mine as we moved together, the intensity of the moment threatening to overwhelm my senses. I was left a panting mess with both my hands reaching up to wrap around Ramon's neck for support. Fuck, that was a big one, wasn't it? Ramon muttered as he leaned down and kissed my neck, making me coo and gasp like a songbird. Doesn't it feel good to release all those pin-up feelings after so long? I cried out as I started to move more freely, wanting to feel that rush of excitement again. I've never felt anything like it. That's because you've never spent time with someone like me, Ramon stated with absolute confidence. A man that's actually worthy of handling a woman as complex as you are. I know your needs, and I know how to fulfill them. Isn't that right? I arched my back and moved closer to Ramon as he spoke softly to me. Why, you're right. I've never had a man like you. Damn right. Ramon growled as he pulled me close, his grip firm and claiming, the moment you showed up at my door, you became mine, Lois. So now I'm going to enjoy every inch of your body and explore every corner of your mind. And you're going to love every second of it. Summer, reaching over blindly, I picked up my vibrating phone before it could fall off my dresser and onto the floor. Taking a moment, I looked away from my still-drying nails and glanced at the caller ID. Seeing who it was, I grinned and answered the call. What's up, slut? Says the bitch who was messing around with some random guy in a storage closet at work. Trisha shot back without missing a beat. He wasn't just a rando. He was a handsome rando that was claiming to be extremely well endowed. I clarified there was no way I could just walk away without confirming it myself. Yeah, we've had this conversation before, Trisha muttered, and I could practically hear her eyes rolling. The biggest one you've ever seen, supposedly finished a lot. You had to clean it up with a mop. You keep talking about it, even though it happened like a month ago. I scoffed. Well, sorry, I didn't realize I was boring you with my stories. Maybe I shouldn't tell you about everything else that happened afterwards. What? Trisha screamed into her phone. Summer Smith. Have you been holding out on me? Maybe just a little, I admitted with a grin, enjoying my temporary power over my friend. Trisha's primary weaknesses were gossip and sex, which meant my stories about Ramon were prime bait. Don't make me beg, Summer. You know we'll do it, but it won't be pretty for either of us. Trisha pleaded. I sighed. Yeah, I know, besides, I can't act like I haven't been dying to tell you myself. Yay! Trisha cheered. Oh, wait. Let me go get some chips or something. Girl, it's not a movie. I roll my eyes, only for Trisha's distant voice to respond. It might as well be, if you've been holding out on this long. I didn't bother to respond, knowing that Trisha was already out of earshot. So I took the brief window to finish my other hand. All right, I'm back. Get to talking. Trisha commanded, seriously. The anticipation is literally killing me. What happened after the closet head? Well, at first I thought it was just a one-time thing because I gave him my phone number and he never called me back. But Trisha dragged, making me roll my eyes, but then he just showed up one day at my job, all calm and unbothered, like it was no big deal he had ever ghosted me. So what? Did you ignore him? I scoffed. Fuck no. I gave him a piece of my mind, chewed his ass out right there. Unfortunately, he's a really cocky asshole, so it didn't work out as well as I thought it would. And by that you mean? Well, he started spanking me. That's it, while bending me over the store counter. What? Well, he locked the door at first, so it was just the two of us. At first? Yeah. And then the jerk unlocked it and said he wouldn't put the lock back until I did something embarrassing. And is there a reason you just went along with all of this? Well, one he had me handcuffed. I knew you were into that kind of thing. All right, says the girl who literally gets off on weird stuff like that. You know I said that as a joke. Yeah, but don't act like you wouldn't at least try it. Fair. Now, back to the story. The second reason was that it was really fucking hot. Ah, so you're an exhibitionist as well. Maybe But honestly, after my mom, of all people, walked in, they'll probably never do something like that again. Your mom. Trisha then promptly broke out into laughter as she lost her shit, which was what I expected of her. Oh my fucking God, did she catch you guys? Obviously not. Otherwise, I would have moved out and gone no contact with her for the rest of my life. Good point. Now what happened next? Well, after that, he ghosted me a bit before showing up randomly again to invite me out to dinner. Except he invited me to the restaurant that he both owns and is the head chef of. Wait, don't tell me it was that new grill house that opened up. My silence was all the answer Trisha needed. Oh my God, is it as good as people say it is? My parents went there for a date night last week, and they wouldn't shut up about it. It's really fucking good, and not just saying that because I ate for free. I laughed, hearing Trisha's groan of jealousy. Fuck, do you think you could get me in as well? I can already imagine the Insta post I can shove in everyone's faces. Sure, when and if he decides to pop up at my job again randomly, I muttered sarcastically. Doesn't he have your number? Can't you just call him? Trisha stressed, and I was quick to open my mouth to shoot her down, but my phone started buzzing as another call came through, and when I looked over, my heart jumped a little. What are the fucking odds? Over the phone, what? What? Who's calling you? Is it him? Trisha's barrage of questions snapped me out of my stunned daze, and I quickly picked up my phone. Yes, it's him, though I don't know why he would call me randomly. I know, such a crazy coincidence. Anyway, make sure to mention that you have a friend who would also like to eat at his fancy steakhouse for free and is willing to do almost anything for a ribeye. I roll my eyes. All right, I'm going to hang up now. Don't forget what I said about the Steve. I cut Trisha off, ending the call as I accepted Ramon's. Picking up on the last ring, were you actually busy or just making me wait? I couldn't help but smile as Ramon's smug, teasing voice came through my phone. I was talking to a friend for your information. My life doesn't revolve around you. A friend, huh? Is she any good looking? Ramon asked casually, most likely hoping to get under my skin. Not gonna lie, she's hot as fuck, slim brunette with fat ass tits. I answer without missing a beat, and I could almost hear Ramon's shit-eating grin through the phone. Is her ass as big as yours, though? This time, I was the one left grinning, no? I got her beat in that apartment. Then the two of you together would make a full package. I scoffed. Are you like a sex addict or something? How many women do you possibly need? I know you're sleeping with those two waitresses as well. They're actually my girlfriends, and one of them even lives with me. Ramon corrected, and I was left stunned for a moment. There's no fucking way. You're polygamous? I sat upright in disbelief. How the hell does that work out? It's not that hard. Just keep everyone happy and satisfied, Ramon replied casually, and there's still some open spots if you're looking to join. Yeah. No, I'm fine with keeping things casual every now and then. I quickly shot Ramon down. I figured, but there's no harm in asking. I couldn't help but shake my head. I don't know how you convince those girls to let you see other people while they're stuck with your arrogant ass. I never said they couldn't sleep with anyone else, Ramon muttered, though I doubt they would. Other men have a hard time stacking up against me. I snorted, God, you're so full of yourself. Yes, but it's also the truth. I am just that amazing, Ramon replied with a helpless sigh. You know, I'm tempted to go find another guy just to bring your ego down a bit, I threatened, hoping to get one over on the cocky son of a bitch. Sure, go ahead. I'll just be waiting for when you wake up disappointed and eventually call me to come back to you. My jaw clenched as I tried to ignore how fast my heart sped up when Ramon's voice dropped an octave. Why, you're not the only guy who thinks he's all that, you know? Yeah, but I'm the only guy who can keep you on your toes all night and knows exactly what that reckless little mind of yours wants before you even know it yourself, Ramon said, with so much confidence that it was infuriating. Oh yeah, then what do I want right now? What's my deepest, darkest fantasy, Mr. Sex God? You were thinking about your friend, Ramon answered in his commanding voice that made my body lock up, recognizing the frequency and the pleasure that would soon follow whenever I heard it. You think if the two of you teamed up, I would give in no time. But that isn't what you really want. I felt my pulse quicken, and I couldn't help but shift in my seat as a nervous tension settled over me. You want to be proven wrong. You want to feel your control slipping as I use both of you for my own gratification. I would break your friend first, take advantage of her completely, and make you watch as she has the night of her life. Only when I'm done with her would I even glance your way, and by that point, you would be begging, begging me to come closer, to feel my presence near you before I finally give in and hand you the one thing you want. Can you tell me what that thing is, Summer? Fuck off, I stammered out, even as my whole body tensed and my free hand clenched at my side. I asked you a question, Summer. I expect an answer, Ramon growled, and his tone made the room feel tense. It's you. That's the only thing that matters. I let out a shaky breath, trying to steady myself. That's right, good girl. My entire body locked and went still as a wave of overwhelming sensation washed over me from two little words over the phone. When I finally regained control of myself, I was breathless and dazed, though my moment was interrupted by Ramon's smug chuckle. You really are relentless, aren't you? Fuck off, I muttered weakly, still trying to steady myself. How the hell did he do that? And why the hell did it feel so satisfying when he said that? Catch your breath before you pass out trying to curse me. Though I do think it's cute how you keep trying to put up a brave front. Ramon laughed, mocking me in a way that somehow still turned me on. When you're ready for round 2, give me a call. Then, without another word, Ramon hung up, leaving me a quivering mess, still aching for more. Putting down the phone, I couldn't help but grin. Hearing Summer's gasping reactions was sweet music to my ears and made me feel pleased. Luckily, I already had someone sitting close to me. Reaching down, I ran my fingers through Lois's hair as she rested next to me on the couch with her head in my lap. Megan definitely gets it from her. Even after several rounds, Lois showed no signs of ever wanting to slow down. With my other hand, I traced the curves of Lois's body and held her close, making her smile and look up at me. I just grinned and leaned in closer, making the evening stretch on longer than I expected. Thank God I don't need as much sleep as I used to. Well, rise and shine. I almost didn't expect you to show up. Ash grinned at me from the stoop of her porch, sipping from a cup that had an equal chance of being coffee, liquor, or a mix of both. And not gonna lie, I was really close to calling in sick, but I feel like that would have put a permanent end to what we're hoping to do here. I responded, physically wide awake but mentally exhausted from the last 3 days of running the restaurant. But as always, seeing my earnings always made the work grind a bit better, especially after using my perk points to boost fortune up to the next level. Day 19 to 21 report. Sim Life revenue, 171,300 cost, 123,338 profit, 47,160 modifiers, fortune 315 income, 54,234 total, 151,557 well. I promise you by the end of the day, you're going to regret that decision. Ash grunted as she slammed back the rest of the cup's contents in a way that definitely confirmed it was something more substantial than coffee. We don't have any mechanical equipment, and we have about 2,000 square feet of rock-hard land to bust up and weed along with nearly 2 tons of compost, topsoil, and fertilizer to unload and spread out. Oh, is that all? I muttered only for Ash to grin. Not even close, just wait until we start seeding and watering. Ash's expression was one between sadistic glee and grim determination as she set down her cup and stepped off the porch. Come on, we're only burning daylight at this rate. Come help me load up the truck. I glanced back at the horizon, where was only the vaguest hint of sunrise. The sun's not even out yet. You can still see, though, can't ya? Ash called out, and I snorted as I moved to join her. Tough time, I could practically hear the dying breath of the suspension on Ash's truck as we pulled up the patch of barren rocky soil that would need to be revitalized into a fertile field. Hopping out of the truck, my feet hit the earth and kicked up a heavy cloud of dust. Are you sure this is the best field? I know it may not look like it, but yes. It's right in a valley, so we won't have to worry about nutrient runoff in the short term, but it does mean we need to be careful about water pooling. Ash explained as she got out as well and moved toward the truck bed. That means we're going to have to till this soil to increase infiltration. As Ash spoke, I felt my farming skill kick, sending a stream of relevant information directly into my brain. Would that break up the soil even more and expose the field to wind erosion? Ash glanced at me as she lowered the tailgate. In a long run, yes, but right now, we just soil that isn't turning into sandstone. After tilling, We'll focus on restoring the soil profile with compost and other organic matter. Makes sense? I nodded in agreement before joining Ash at the back of the truck as she pulled out 2 draw hose and tossed one to me. You know how to use one of these? I caught the farm tool and nodded. Seems simple enough. Simple, yes, but unfortunately it ain't easy. Ash grunted as she grabbed her own hoe and pointed at the field. All of this needs to be broken up into something that at least resembles soil. So we're basically breaking up rocks all day? I clarified, only for Ash to shake her head. Not all day, this needs to be done by noon. If we're still tilling by the time the sun is above us, the heat is going to be the death of us. And we can't do anything else until this whole field is broken up. So let's stop talking and get a hoeing. Ash punctuated her sentence by walking over to the field, slamming the blade down, biting into the earth, then ripping it out and repeating the motion. Not wanting to be seen as slacking off, I quickly followed Ash's example. Or at least I tried, but when I drove my hoe into the ground, the blade disappeared, making it nearly impossible to pull out. Ash looked over at me and clicked her tongue in disappointment. We only got one spare, so try not to break them, all right? Got it, I grunted as I carefully extricated my hoe from the ground. Don't use all your strength on the first swing. You want to chip away at it, breaking it up into smaller pieces. Ash instructed while demonstrating with her swings. I watched her for a few seconds, noting how her arms would shift up and down along the shaft for leverage between swinging and pulling before attempting to replicate it myself. Fortunately, it didn't take long before I felt the motion become second nature, and I fell into a rhythm. Ash, I drained my second water bottle of the morning while staring at the living machine, still hard at work, not even a hint of sweat across his body. What the fuck is this guy made of? To be brutally honest, I expected Ramon to give up by the halfway mark, dead on his feet and bleary-eyed. But he hadn't stopped once or even slowed down, and it wasn't just his physical stamina that impressed me. When I looked, there was an almost vacant look in Ramon's eyes, like he was moving on autopilot without any conscious thought. It was a little unnerving, but by now I was used to a bit of mysticism from the man who, time and time again, seemed to make the impossible happen. Just shows up out of nowhere and promises to fix my life like soul-crushing debt was nothing to scoff at. And then gives me $20,000 on top of that, in blind trust. As much as I wanted to call him a naive fool, I knew Ramon was neither of those things. He may be a big dreamer, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. My thoughts stilled for a second as I stared at Ramon's broad back and imagined the rippling muscles that moved like thick vines under his olive skin. Shaking my head, I let out a disgruntled sigh. God damn it, Elizabeth, get a grip. Sleeping with him now is only going to make things complicated. Save it for when you're not up to your eyes in debt. After calming myself with a long sigh, I tossed the water bottle back in the truck before picking up my hoe, ready to get back to work. Lois, my heart was shockingly calm as I opened the front door and stepped into my living room. I expected to find someone waiting for me, but the room was empty. I had been gone for 2 days, only leaving Peter a voicemail to tell him I had gotten a hotel room and needed some time to myself. He hadn't responded, making me think that Brian had told him everything about my affair and the pregnancy. Surprisingly, that thought only brought me relief, knowing that things were finally coming to an end. Making my way upstairs, I walked to my bedroom only to find the door ajar. Stepping inside, I paused for a moment before chuckling darkly at what I saw, of course. What else should I have expected? Peter was sprawled on the bed, fully clothed and stinking of beer, a sight that I had seen plenty of times. But this time, I was determined it would be the last. Walking over to Peter's unconscious body, I was ready to nudge him awake, only to pause when I spotted his phone on the floor. Picking it up, I turned it on and found my message unread and ignored. Unbelievable. I'm gone for 2 days, and he doesn't bat an eye. Doesn't call, just gets blacked out drunk. For a moment, my rage almost boiled over before I paused and realized that it wasn't worth it. He wasn't worth it. And just like that, all my turbulent emotions melted away. Tossing Peter's phone on the bed next to him, I walked into the bathroom only to return a second later with a cup of ice-cold water. I stared at him for a second, taking in his slothful, drunken form one last time before throwing the cup of water on his face. Wake up. Arg. Peter spluttered as he snapped awake and sat up with a groan. What the hell? Rise and shine, I answered in a sickeningly sweet voice as I fixed Peter with a vicious glare. Did you enjoy your little nap? Peter groaned and grabbed his head. Ugh. My head is pounding. What day is it? Saturday. Peter, it's Saturday. I sent you a message telling you that I would be out for 2 days, that you would need to be the adult in charge, and I found you passed out on our bed. Why you were gone? Peter asked groggily. Who was taking care of the kids then? I hope you would. But I guess that was too much to ask. I shouted not with anger, but with years of exhaustion. Thank God Chris is old enough to take care of himself. And Brian probably took over and looked out for Stewie. Oh, good. Everything is all right then. Phew. That was a close one. Peter let out a sigh, and I could see his eyes start to drift closed. No, Peter, everything is not all right. In fact, things have never been worse. I stressed before exhaling and saying the words I had thought so many times but never dared to utter. I want a divorce. Peter froze for a second before his eyes went wide. What? You heard me. I repeated and crossed my arms. I want a divorce. What? Why now? Where is this coming from, Lois? Peter pleaded as he stood up in a panic. I scoffed. The fact that you even have to ask me that proves exactly my point. You never pay attention to what's going on. Or maybe it's just that you're too stupid to realize what's happening. Either is enough of a reason for anyone to rid themselves of you. Lois, don't do this. Peter barked as he reached out to grab my arm, but I just batted his hand away. You can't tell me what to do any longer. I'm done wasting all my time and life managing your antics and foolishness. I thought I could change you, or that you would take so much responsibility and mature as we got older. But now I know for certain that you'll never change if you always have someone there waiting with a net to catch you. You can't leave, Peter shouted, and for a moment I thought he was going to grab me. Yes, I can, Peter, and I'm going to we're done. The rest all right, I have to ask. Were you an Olympic athlete before or after you were an accountant? I finished leveling out the fresh pile of compost I had dumped out of the wheelbarrow before turning to face Ash. Neither, but he'll take the compliment. It wasn't a compliment, Ash muttered under her breath as she crossed her arms. I'm genuinely trying to figure out how the hell you're still moving. As far as I know, you've never worked on a farm, and yet today you did the work of 3 farmhands. Looking out across the transformed field, I took in the unbroken stretch of nearly pitch-black soil. Breaking up the hard pan went faster than Ash had expected, so we had started wheeling out compost before the sun could bake us alive. Which turned out to be a good thing, because there were literal truckloads unload. An industrial composting company had dumped off the shipment a few days earlier, and I meant that in the most literal sense. The shipment was just a giant pile of dark soil dumped behind Ash's house, which meant that the only way to get it to the field was to load up Ash's truck every time we needed more compost, which turned out to be more times than I could count. At some point, I asked Ash why she hadn't moved the drop-off point a little closer, only for her to tell me that all the access roads, big enough for the dump truck, were in such a poor state that if something happened, it would be considered extreme negligence legally. It was then that I swore never to question Ash's judgment when it came to her common sense. If she had something done, I was now 99 sure there was a damn good reason for it. Of course, it wasn't just that lone moment that made me feel that way. No, it was spending the entire day working by her side. Sure, I had done a majority of the physical labor, but I also had literal plot armor working in my favor. Ash had only grit and determination to fuel her, and those 2 things alone were enough to get her through the day. I don't just want to be a walking bank account. I've seen countless businesses fail with billions of dollars worth of investment, all because no one was willing to lay the first brick. If getting this farm back on its feet means putting in some work, that's just what needs to be done. Ash stared at me for a long second before pursing her lips. Steroids? I gave Ash the side eye. I'm almost offended you asked that. Ash didn't react for a second before a small smile made the corners of her rose-colored lips twitch. All right, enough fucking around. We're done here for the day. I'm about 5 minutes and a shot of whiskey away from passing out on my couch. I nodded and moved to join Ash by the truck when my phone started ringing in my pocket. I paused, glanced at the number, then looked back up at Ash. Sorry, I need to take this. Ash scoffed. then turned around and got into the truck. You got 5 minutes. After that, you'll be walking back to the house yourself. Taking Ash's threats seriously, I quickly answered the call. Hey, what's going on? I just told Peter I wanted a divorce. Lois blurted out, leaving me stunned. I didn't plan on doing it right when I got back, but after finding him passed out drunk on our bed, I knew I needed to end things. Well then, I was going to ask if you're okay, but I'm getting the feeling this wasn't a tearful breakup, at least on your part. I hedged while pacing back and forth. I'm not happy about it, but I'm relieved it's finally over. I'm staying in my parents' place with Chris and Stewie while I get the legal side of divorce sorted out. Lois said with a sigh, luckily, Peter doesn't have shit worth taking, and I'm not that much of a cold-hearted bitch to try and keep his children away from him. What about a lawyer? Do you need me to hire one? No, my parents already got me one. They're ecstatic that I'm leaving Peter, though I know it's only because they get to tell me I told you so for the rest of my life. But if that's the price I have to pay for all of this, so be it. Seems like you have everything handled and taken care of. I praised with a grin. Looks like I'll be needing to find a bigger place sooner than I thought. There's really no need. I wasn't asking for your permission. I interrupted Lois, my voice dropping. Don't be afraid to ask me for anything. It's my job to provide the things you deserve. Oh, okay, Lois replied in a stunned, but slightly giddy tone. I look forward to staying over then. Hopefully sometime soon. Lois, baby, I couldn't stay away from that ass of yours if I tried. I laid it on thick, and I could practically hear Lois blushing. They'll be seeing you soon by now. Bye. Lois stammered out before I ended the call, just as Ash honked on the horn while letting the truck roll forward to really get her point across. All right, I'm coming. I shook my head in disbelief, though I couldn't keep the amused smirk off my lips as I jogged over to the passenger side. Took you damn long enough, Ash muttered as she put the truck in drive. It was less than 5 minutes. I didn't even, before I could finish my sentence, my phone started ringing again, and Ash gave me a pointed look. I'm not stopping the truck. Either take the call here or hop out while I'm still below 20. I glanced at the caller ID and sighed, but still answered, hey baby, what's up? Someone threw a brick through our window. I instantly sat up in my seat as my blood started to boil. Are you and Patty all right? Yeah, we were upstairs when we heard it break. We're cleaning it up now, but the whole front window is going to need replacing. Megan said before hesitating. There was also a note attached to the brick, and truthfully, it has shaken me up a bit. My heart pounded in my chest as my hands balled into fists. What does it say? I heard Megan flip a sheet of paper before she started reading. I told you next time it would be the stick. Now, get out before it's too late. A cold chill drenched me from head to toe. Fuck cleaning up. You and Patty need to get back upstairs and stay there until I can get back. Ramon, what's going on? You're starting to scare me. Megan muttered as she shifted uneasily. Some rich fuck just threw the first stone and thinks he could get away with it. I muttered darkly as I fought to keep my rage from boiling over. There's probably no immediate danger, but I'm not risking anything with you and Patty in the crossfire. All right, we'll go upstairs, but hurry back. I hung up before glancing at Ash, who beat me to the punch. I could give you a ride, got a hint of what went down. I knew Northwest was a bastard, but this is something else. Even worse. It means he's been tracking our efforts. It's not a coincidence that he decided to do this the day you were away from the restaurant helping me out on the farm. My anger skyrocketed to a whole other level when Ash pointed out that little detail. Just who the fuck does this guy think he is? And why the hell is he so dead set on getting this farm? It's probably because no one has ever had the balls to tell him no before. Ash grumbled as she shifted gears. His family also thinks they own the entire town because they helped found it 200 years ago. Great. So we're dealing with a grade A nepotistic sociopath. I grunted as Ash pulled out onto the highway and started heading back into town. I hit the ground running as I hopped out of the truck before Ash could come to a complete stop, my heart racing with adrenaline. The entire ride back, I've been thinking about everything that could have happened. What if, instead of a brick, it had been a bullet or a Molotov cocktail? What if Megan or Patty had been down in the restaurant when all of it happened? Running down the street, I glanced at the ruined restaurant front before turning down the back alley and eventually up the stairs until I was standing in front of the apartment door. Knocking, Megan, Patty. It's me, open up. Not even a second passed before Megan threw the door open, and then she threw herself at me, quickly followed by Patty right behind her. I wrapped my arms around both of them and held them close. And while I felt some momentary relief, there was still a storm brewing in my mind. After a life of mediocrity, I would protect my paradise no matter the cost. This means war. Wait. Someone threw a brick through the window? Uh-huh. I don't know how long it's going to take to get replaced, but at the very least I'm closing shop Monday. So feel free to take the day off. I told Tiana over the phone as I inspected the shattered remnants of glass scattered on the floor and the jagged shards left in the windowsill. I don't know what the hell has gotten into people nowadays. Please tell me no one was hurt. Tiana asked, her voice thick with concern. No one was hurt, thank God. I muttered before pausing as I spotted the brick in the far corner of the room. It had cracked the hard stone tile beneath it, and as I mentally measured the distance between the window and the impact site, I imagined the force and speed needed to throw a solid brick that far. If one of the girls had been standing in the way. Ramon, Tiana's voice snapped me out of my dark thoughts, and I shook my head. Sorry about that. My mind started wandering, still a bit shaken up that this kind of thing happened. I almost feel responsible. Now, that's just foolish. None of the blame is on your shoulders, so don't get stuck up in that nonsense, you hear me? I couldn't help but smile hearing Tiana's supportive tongue lashing. Thanks, T. I needed to hear that. Now I'm going to let you go now. I need to see if I can find someone who can replace 10 feet of glass overnight. All right, be safe now. Tiana bade goodbye before hanging up. Putting my phone away, I took one last look at the wreckage before slowly nodding my head as I started to brainstorm. I know that look. I was pulled out of my musings as Ash made her presence known, stepping through the broken window, her boots crunching on the glass. What look? The look of a man getting ready to wage holy war to protect the only thing that gives him the strength to wake up in the morning. Ash drawled as her eyes bore into me. My daddy had the same look every day when he worked the farm. Northwest took that from him. It would be poetic if he got taken down after inspiring the same look in you. Not if, when I growled, stoking the burning coals of my rage, that asshole's got it coming to him, his whole rotten family does. I look forward to tearing them apart. Ash raised an expectant eyebrow. You got a plan? A few ideas, I grunted before I pulled out my phone and started to type away. What are you doing now? I answered a second later after I found the number I was looking for. I'm setting up a meeting. With who? Ash asked. Confused. Northwest, himself. I muttered as I put my phone to my ear as it started to ring. After all this is said and done, I want that asshole to know that he had the option to avoid the hell I'm going unleash on him. Are you crazy? Ash hissed, but before she started really chewing me out, the call connected. Northwest Enterprises. How can I help you today? Yeah, I'd like to set up a meeting with your CEO. Tell him Ramon Young wants to discuss business. I honestly hadn't expected my first attempt to work, but Mr. Northwest, or Preston, as I had found out, must have been waiting for my response because less than 2 hours later, a sleek black SUV pulled up to the restaurant. I hope you know what you're doing, Ash muttered as she glared daggers at the car. I do. I just need you to hold down the fort while I'm away, I replied, looking Ash in the eye until she nodded. Just remember we got a whole field to see tomorrow. I'm going to need that stamina of yours, so try not to get yourself killed, all right? I shot Ash a sly grin before walking up to the car, opening the door, and climbing in. The ride was longer than I expected, as the car took me to a part of town I had never been to before, and I could almost feel myself enter a different tax bracket as the houses grew grander and grander, with lawns that started to resemble golf courses. Before long, the houses were full-blown mansions with gated fences and driveways, so long that I couldn't even see the houses they should have led to. It was one of these manors that the car pulled up to, pausing briefly at the front golden front gate as it swung open. It was another 5 minutes before we arrived at the house, which was just as gaudy and tasteless as I expected, with white marble and golden accents that exchanged wealth for substance. I felt the car park, and a second later, my door was opened by a faceless security guard wearing the standard earpiece, suit, and tie. Mr. Northwest is waiting for you in the garden pavilion. I could feel the guard staring down at me, try to intimidate, but I put a quick end to that by stepping out of the car and rising to my full height, putting me firmly above him. Well then, let's not keep him waiting. I could practically hear the man's molars grind together as he clenched his jaw, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and started walking toward the side of the house. Following in his footsteps, we went through another gate, surrounded by hedges, and entered a classical Greek garden that I could imagine hosting all sorts of socialite parties. Eventually, we reached our destination, and I had to take a quick moment to calm myself as my eyes landed on Preston, seated on a patio in tennis attire, nursing an iced tea. I hope you enjoy it. This is the last moment of peace you are going to have for quite a while. Mr. Northwest, your guest is here. So he is, Preston said with a grin, staring at me with a sick glee in his eyes. You know, I was surprised you asked to meet with me in person. I kept my face impassive, hiding how badly I wanted to crush the smug bastard's skull with my bare hands. I'm just here to return something you seem to have misplaced. My hand reached around my back, though. Before I could pull out my gift, I heard a click and looked over to see the security guard glaring at me with his hand in his jacket, no doubt wrapped around a pistol ready to put a bullet in between my eyes. Staring the guard down, I slowly pulled the brick out of my pocket and tossed it at Preston's feet, who let out an arrogant chuckle. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. I smirked. Good, keep up the bravado, but let me make this clear: you have one chance to make amends. Leave the old farm and me alone, and you'll forget this little incident happened. Preston looked genuinely surprised that I dared to threaten him, but he just shook his head and smiled. Oh really, or what? You'll kill me? My smirk turned into a full-on grin. No, it'll make your life into a living hell. It'll dig up every little dirty secret your family has built up over the generations and expose it all. For the first time, I watched Preston's casual and arrogant visage shift into something darker as he fixed me with a glare. Listen here, you lowly pissant. You don't threaten a man's family to his face in his own home. Only if you have the balls to do so. Otherwise, you probably do something like hire one of my smooth-brain grunts to leave a vaguely threatening message, like the coward I am. I shot back as my grin turned downright demonic as I taunted Preston to his face and watched his jaw clench. Samson, I think Mr. Young has overstayed for today. Make sure he gets home safely. Preston growled out the last few words as Samson nodded and grabbed my shoulder, trying to muscle me out of the garden, but when he applied pressure, I simply didn't move. Remember this day, Northwest. Remember you just turned down an olive branch. I stared into Preston's eyes as I delivered my final warning before shrugging off Samson's hand and turning around. We'll see myself out. True to my word, I walked all the way down the driveway until I reached the front gate, which thankfully opened as I approached because otherwise I was going to have to climb over. Stepping onto the street, I inhaled once, hoping it would help calm me down, but when it didn't, I opted for plan B as I pulled out my phone and dialed Lois. Hey, your parents' house wouldn't happen to be anywhere near the Northwest Manor, wouldn't it? In the heat of the moment, I know you said we would be seeing each other sooner rather than later, but I wasn't expecting it to be this soon, Lois teased as she opened the door to her parents' mansion. Careful now, you almost sound like you didn't miss me, I replied coyly, making Lois blush. Though she didn't look away, of course I missed you. It's honestly embarrassing for me to be this lovesick at my age. I grinned as I stepped in and let Lois close the door behind me. You'll take that as a compliment, though you certainly don't look old enough to be emotionally drained and demoralized. To make my point clear, I let my eyes roam over Lois' body, though I would have done so anyway, considering the enticing outfit she was wearing. The sky blue spandex was practically painted on a Lois body, in the form of athletic wear, a sports bra, and a pair of yoga pants, to be specific. Both pieces of clothing were being stretched to their limits, trying to contain Lois' heavy breasts and ass, respectively. I could also tell that the unusual outfit wasn't just for show, judging by the flush on Lois' cheeks and the few strands of hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. Getting a workout in? I asked, commenting on Lois' appearance. Just some yoga. I've just felt so full of energy lately. I could also stand to lose a few pounds, don't you think? I could tell Lois was trying to make a joke at her own expense, but I quickly made my opinion known. Honestly, if I had to say, I would prefer if you gained weight. Lois froze before she glanced down at her exposed midriff. Why you want me to gain weight? But my stomach is already so. I reached out and grabbed Lois before she could finish her sentence, and she ended up with her ass pressed against my lap and my arms encircling her body. Sorry to cut you off, but I didn't like the way you were talking. What did I say? Lois asked hesitantly as she glanced back at me, all while her chest started to heave with anticipation. You were almost about to insult yourself again after I told you how I felt. I muttered as my hands snaked their way up Lois' body that was already warm to the touch. Thanks to her working out, I think your body is perfect. Why try and change it? Do you really think that? Lois murmured as her breath grew audible and soft, trembling gasps of excitement from the proximity of our bodies. And so was I, as Lois leaned close to me and her familiar scent filled the air around us. Of course, what's there not to love? I answered in Lois' ear as I spoke softly near her shoulder. Every time I see you, all I think about is running my hands up and down your curves and feeling my fingers sink into your body. Lois responded with a steamy sigh as she melted into my grasp, letting her head fall back onto my shoulder. I'm already yours. There's no need for flattery. I'm just telling the truth. I insisted as my fingers slowly slipped underneath the hem of Lois' sports bra and brushed against her cleavage, warm and glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Just look, I can barely hold you with both of my hands. I placed my hands gently on Lois' shoulders and smiled at her. You have everything a person could want. But what about my hips and waist? They're so curved. Full. Lively? I teased as I leaned close to Lois' neck, whispering a compliment. And Lois punctuated each with a muffled sigh. They're called classic curves, darling, and they're absolutely striking. Which you should know, seeing that you've had me completely smitten. I had only intended to tease Lois when I planned to stop by before getting to the real reason for my visit, but I had severely underestimated how much the sight of her would drive me wild. And what about my ass? Do you like how fat it is as well? Lois asked. Though I can tell from her tone, she knew what my answer was going to be as she started to press against me, as my right hand shot down, slipped underneath Lois' yoga pants, to roughly grab the curve of her hip, my fingers pressing firmly into Lois' flesh. Inji Chimmen. Lois let out a soft sound, and I held on tighter. At that point, I couldn't let go. Every fiber of my body was urging me to pull her close and claim her as mine, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, even though I'd already felt we belonged together the first time we had spent the night. Where's your room? I practically hissed as my hands continued to hold on to Lois, refusing to let go. You upstairs, T3rd door. On the left. Lois answered, her voice catching as her body shifted, rolling on her side and arching her back. But before we both lost our balance and tumbled onto the floor of her parents' house in a tangled mess of limbs, I scooped Lois up and threw her over my shoulder before sprinting towards the grand staircase leading to the second floor. Oh my God, Ramon. Lois let out a startled shout of surprise, but I didn't listen to her as I mentally shouted the directions Lois had given me. My feet pounded across the strip of decorated carpet in the middle of the hallway before I came to a sudden stop in front of a grand set of wooden double doors with embellished brass handles, letting me enter the room without busting down the wooden doors. Though maybe they didn't help nearly as much, as I immediately slammed the doors closed before turning to identify what I hoped was a bed and tossing Lois on top of it. Ashi, Lois protested as she sat up, only to freeze as she stared at my naked body. W8. I'm still dirty from working out. I ignored her and climbed onto the bed, prowling towards Lois even as she backed up. And, I mean it, let me take a shower first, then you can. I threw myself forward, catching Lois off guard, who tried to retreat, only to find a headboard at her back. And before Lois could correct her mistake, I was already leaning over her. My hands pressed against the headboard above Lois as I knelt on the bed, close to her. Lois' eyes were wide, and her chest was rising and falling with heavy breaths, each sending a warm breeze toward me. I shifted with excitement, the movement drawing Lois' gaze. She stared, and I grinned, seeing that she was still in awe of me, even after everything we'd already shared. But with my urges growing stronger by the second, I couldn't stay still, and I leaned in closer to her, brushing against Lois' lips as a soft breath escaped her, leaving behind a glistening trace of warmth. Lois let out another heavy sigh before she looked up at me and slowly licked the smear from her lips and trembled. Then, while still looking deep into my eyes, Lois opened her mouth and wrapped her lips around the very tip of me. I let out a relieved sigh as I felt the warmth and wetness of Lois' mouth surround the most sensitive part of me. But that sigh of relief quickly turned into a grunt of pleasure as Lois started to move her head. She took more of him into her mouth and eventually down her throat as he disappeared from view. Fuck Lois, just like that, he hissed as he started to move his hips, thrusting in and out of her mouth, desperate to feel her lips press against his skin while her throat worked around him. Lost in a moment of clarity suddenly struck me as I realized that I was on the very edge, but instead of pulling back, I pressed forward, yearning for release. With a grunt, I surged ahead, pulling Lois close against me as the intensity of the moment overwhelmed us both. Lois gagged and moaned in protest, but I was too far gone to hear her as the intensity overwhelmed me in that heated moment. Heat of the moment, too, Lois. My hips nearly lifted off the bed as I felt Ramon's body tense and pulse against me. A warm sensation filled me as he finished. I felt a comforting heat spread through my whole body, melting away my stress and worry like a therapeutic balm. I was so relaxed, I didn't even notice how much time had passed. Unable to breathe as Ramon took control in an intense, overwhelming moment. With some effort, I reached up and tapped Ramon's thigh, catching his attention as I looked up with a pleading gaze, blurry from the tears rolling down my face. Ramon let out a grunt, but thankfully pulled back his hips, making me gag one final time. But before I could even take a full breath, Ramon growled out again as he shuddered once more, splashing my chin. Don't think you can relax yet, am not finished. Hearing the guttural gravel in his voice made my entire body shiver, begging me to submit. And submit I did as I leaned in close to Ramon once more and gave him everything I had. Like the cork off a champagne bottle, Ramon came undone before me. He let out a deep growl, and I felt my cheeks grow warm. I tried to look away, but Ramon stopped me with another growl. Don't look away, I want to see you take it all in. A small jolt of fear shot through me. My cheeks were already full, and there was no sign of him slowing down. Still, not a single part of me considered that disobedience was an option. I wanted and needed to obey. It was such a change from Peter, because behind Ramon's domination, there was care. He understood what I needed and what I wanted, so I would do whatever he wanted, even if that meant going along with his every desire. Ramon, I watched as Lois' eyes glistened and twinkled with determination as she tried to hold on to everything she could. Even as her composure broke and tears streamed down her cheeks, Lois didn't give up. Her breath quickened, her heart beat faster and faster, and beads of sweat purled across her skin as the struggle continued. Reaching down, my fingers brushed against the soft curve of Lois' hip over her spandex. You really are just like your daughter. Just the presence of me is enough to make you nervous. Lois let out a soft sigh as one of her hands came down to gently touch my wrist, though she didn't stop moving her mouth against me in a gentle, insistent rhythm. Ignoring Lois' hand, my fingers continued to explore her intimately, tracing soft patterns across her skin as I felt her body respond to my touch. Lois back arched, and a guttural moan ripped free from her throat. There, now you're nice and ready for me. At the same time, I felt my own tension finally stem off, and I pulled away from Lois. Show me. Knowing what I wanted, Lois tilted her head back and opened her mouth, revealing the mess that had nearly overwhelmed her. Good. Now finish. Lois obeyed without hesitation, taking slow, deliberate gulps until it was all gone, opening her mouth at the very end to show me nothing was left. The sight was enough to stir me even more than before as a surge of infernal blood rushed through me. I think you deserve a reward for all of your hard work, Lois. Do you want a reward? Why, yes, I want it. Give it to me. Lois gasped as she stared transfixed at me, still hovering in front of her face. That's all I need to hear. Now, just lie back and relax, I muttered, watching as Lois did as I asked, sliding down until she was gazing up at me. Good. Now just stay there, and let me take it from here. Moving closer, I reached down, taking hold of her ankles as I leaned in toward her. Letting myself rub teasingly against her. But I didn't stop there as I leveraged my weight, slowly pressing Lois' legs back. W, what are you doing? I just want to see how flexible you really are, I muttered as I bent Lois' legs up toward her chest. And this way I can go as deep as possible. Lois' eyes widened as she realized her clothing was shifted out of the way, with her legs up and her body pressed close to mine. Reaching down, I didn't bother to pull her pants off completely, instead opting to tear them apart with my bare hands. You're beautiful, Lois. I don't know how Peter could ever think about mistreating you. I emphasized my point by shifting my weight, so I was practically on top of her. I pulled her close and pressed against her, and she let out a quiet gasp. So right now I'm going to make sure you forget all about him and just focus on me, I said, leaning in closer. Ramon, wait, she tried to say, but I cut her off with a kiss, pulling her in without hesitation, caught up in the moment. With us being face to face, I could watch every twitch of Lois' expression as her eyes widened and her head fell back. Oh, God. Lois gasped and panted as her head hit the mattress. Why, yes. Don't stuck. That's right. Stay with me. I grunted as I moved in and out with a steady rhythm. My voice, almost as loud as hers, was, I'm going to stretch you out and make you the perfect fit. I mounted Lois like a mindless beast, putting my full weight behind each thrust that clapped against her and the back of her thighs. You feel so good with me. Tell me how much you love being with me. Let me hear you say it. I love it. I love being with you. I can't live without you. It feels so good when you hold me close. I'm so glad we have a baby together. And now you can fill me up every single time we're together. Lois' hand shot up to wrap around my neck while her legs wrapped around my waist, keeping me close as we moved together in an intimate embrace. Tell me how much you want me. I grunted as I leaned down and started kissing Lois' neck, making her back arch and her entire body lock up. And in GH, I need it. Even though you're already so close, I need more. I would take a bath in your warmth if you let me. Lois gasped and caught her breath as her eyes widened in surprise. Fuck, I'm finishing. Lois screamed as her entire body shook and her muscles tightened around me. The unexpected squeeze, combined with the trembling vibration, was too much, and my whole body tensed as a wave of overwhelming sensation crashed over me, my vision flashing like a strobe light. Fucking taking it. I roared out as I drove forward again, filling the moment completely, while Lois, who moaned and locked up again as another wave of pleasure tore through her. For a long moment, neither of us spoke as we lay together in the afterglow of our intimate moment with Lois, one she would never forget. It wasn't until I had fully calmed down that I pulled away, eliciting a final sound from Lois as she settled back against the sheets. Lois' legs fell back down to the mattress, and I watched as she languidly stretched. That was amazing. Good, I'm glad I could help. It seemed like you needed some help unwinding. So, are you going to tell me why you were in the area? Or were you just that eager to see me? Lois asked as she nursed a cup of coffee. We were seated in the kitchen, having showered, and in Lois' case, changed into a new set of clothes. I took a sip of my own coffee before answering. He threw a brick through my window. What? Lois practically shrieked as she stared at me with wide eyes. Why would he do that? Well, I imagine it was one of his goons, but that's besides the point. I muttered, long story short, and try to rebuild a farm that he wants to buy, and an asshole like him can't take no for an answer. Never thought he would start moving like a mobster, though, which is why I originally came here to ask what you knew about him and his family, but turns out I couldn't keep my hands to myself. Lois smiled at my flirty compliment before her expression shifted to a more serious one. You probably know that the Northwests are one of the families responsible for founding the town, but what you don't know is that when they came here, the Northwest didn't have a penny to their name. I leaned forward in my seat. Really? Lois nodded. They were indentured servants, the lowest of the low. I frowned. But then how did they end up becoming one of the richest families in town? Rumor has it that one of the daughters managed to convince some senile banker to sign over ownership of the town bank and his entire fortune. Lois muttered conspiratorially. They used that money and power as leverage to build their empire, with predatory loans to buy up businesses and repossess farmland. And it seems like they're still at it to this day. Keeping the family tradition alive, I grunted and resisted the urge to spit at their mention. If I thought there was any chance you might listen to me, I would tell you just to give up the farm, man. Save yourself the trouble. Lois tapped her cup before glancing at me with worry clear in her eyes. Just promise me you'll be careful. The Northwests have connections everywhere. Think there's a chance they may try to kill me? I asked somewhat jokingly. But, judging by the look in Lois' eyes, she was legitimately worried. Sorry, I shouldn't joke about that. But let me reassure you, if they come for me, they're in for a world of hurt. After a second, Lois' smile returned. All right then, we'll take your word for it. Besides, it's not like he has a personal vendetta against you. Wouldn't be too sure about that. I did show up to his house and tell him that messing with me would be the last peaceful moment of his life. Lois was silent for a long second before she glared at me and placed her hands on her hips. That better be a very poorly timed joke, young man. It's not, I answered with a frown as I stared back at Lois, refusing to back down. He attacked my restaurant, which is also where I live with your daughter. The bastard also did it when I was away, meaning he had eyes on me. He quite literally threw the first stone. Now it's up to me to finish it. I stood up from my chair and walked over to Lois, putting my hand on her hips. I understand that you're worried, and you're right to be. But trust me, I know how to deal with guys like him. They're like cockroaches once you lift the rock they're hiding under. All they do is scurry away. I ended my short speech by leaning down and kissing Lois on the lips and pulling her in by the hips. After a second, Lois was quick to reciprocate, opening her lips for my tongue as we passionately made out. After a minute, I pulled back and let my hands drop away from her body, even though it almost physically pained me, or I should get going. I need to find a window repair company that specializes in reinforced glass. God, I already know that's going to be expensive. You're back. Ash looked up from her seat facing the door, one leg resting on the other with a metal bat laid across her lap. That took longer than expected. Everything all right? Sorry about that. I had to visit a friend, I replied before staring pointedly at the bat on Ash's lap. Where did you get that? Keep it behind the seats in the truck. Ash grunted as she stood up. If you don't need me for anything else, I'm going to take off now and get on back to the farm. You're all good here, and thanks for the help, Ash. I walked over and stuck out my hand, which she shook with a firm grip. We're partners in this now. You're risking you and yours on my behalf. I can't take that for granted. Get home safe now. Ash gave me one last nod before she walked out of the restaurant, though she still chose to leave through the window instead of using the working door. I shook my head at her antics before sighing and beginning the long process of moving everything that wasn't nailed down into the kitchen so it wouldn't be stolen overnight. Luckily, it was already dark out and no one was about, so I was able to use my puppeteer's hands and the weightless curse to help move all the furniture in no time at all. But my night was far from over. You're still up? Megan groaned as I heard her shuffle out of the bedroom, no doubt rubbing her eyes. Did you even get any sleep last night? No. I shook my head as I continued typing on my computer, pulling up another file, and making a note of it in a notebook. I started doing some research and found more than I was expecting. What more is there to find out about a reinforced window? Megan asked blearily as she slid into my lap and leaned against my shoulder. Huh. Oh, I wasn't talking about that, though I did find a company there installing it Monday for about $7,500. Well then, what are you talking about? Megan asked as she glanced at my laptop. What am I looking at? Public tax records dating back for the last 50 years, which I'm cross-referencing with some financial audits of various companies and organizations that Northwest family is affiliated with. I explained, pulling up several pages and tabs that showed numbers, spreadsheets, and the correlated fiscal years. Is there something suspicious about them? Megan muttered as she narrowed her eyes at the spreadsheets, as if a closer view would dispel their secrets. I grinned. At first glance, no, but if you scratch the surface, there's a lot more underneath it all. I just need to find the right string to pull and unravel it all. How the hell do you know all to do this? Megan asked, impressed. I was an accountant. Remember, I manage the accounts for the biggest companies and conglomerates in my firm. All of them are involved in some form of fraud. Half my job was essentially making sure the numbers lined up just enough to make things work. Gave me almost a sixth sense for finding fudge numbers. I explained before pulling up an invoice sheet. For example, one of the most common methods is invoice fraud. When a vendor sells a product, they often try to change around the unit number or unit price to make it seem like they sold more than they actually did. Megan frowned. Well, how do you know that these are fake? They all look real to me. I know because the IRA actually found out that there's a probability curve for how many times a number will appear in a given statement. I created a spreadsheet of every statement and the number of times each number appeared, and ran the probability of it occurring naturally. And Megan urged me to continue. And there's only a 2.65 chance that these statements are not entirely forged. I finished, making Megan grin. So you got Tim. Not yet. It's not enough. A 2.65 chance is enough to put the nail in the coffin. We bring this to any court, and it's almost certain to get thrown out. Also, trying to blackmail them will only make them turtle up and scrub their records. Okay, but finding this was a good thing, right? Megan asked as she glanced at me, and I nodded, am willing to bet that if there's a 97.35 chance these statements are forged, then there's far more happening than what I've uncovered here. Fortunately, I already have a lead. I typed a quick command in my laptop and pulled up a logo titled Northwest Academy. The fancy private school? Megan muttered, that's the lead? Each student who attends is sponsored by a Northwest scholarship, which supposedly draws money from a trust fund managed by a nonprofit organization. Let me guess, Megan interrupted, that nonprofit also has Northwest in its name. The Northwest Scholar Investment Org, which has a long list of very generous donors going back over years, I pointed out with a grin. People are essentially giving them money, and when you deal with people this greedy, they can never resist skimming off the top. I just need to dig up the numbers, and it'll get exactly what I need. Salted Earth finding such a compelling lead left me feeling energized as I got ready to catch the bus and head to the farm to finish tending the fields. I could nearly taste Preston's tears as I held the metaphorical guillotine over his head by threatening to report his fraudulent activities to the IRA. Knowing men like him, he would do anything to keep the government from seizing everything he owned. At that point, he would essentially be my puppet, one I would use a bit to fill my kicks before going ahead and throwing him to the dogs. There would be no way out for Preston and his family. I had told him that his final moments of peace and joy were close, and it seemed like the universe was agreeing with me. At least that's what I thought until my phone started ringing, nearly vibrating itself off the counter. Picking up my phone, I glanced at the number and saw it wasn't saved, but I picked up anyway and was immediately glad I did so, as I heard Ash's voice come through the phone. Ramon? Hello, Ramon. Is that you? Why, yeah, it's me, Ash. What's going on? And how did you even get my number? I asked, searching my memory, try to recall whether I'd ever seen Ash even use a cell phone. Megan gave it to me when you were out confronting that asshole. I almost regret not going myself after what he just did. Ash swore, and I could practically hear her teeth grinding together. Whoa, hold a minute, what's going on? What did Preston do? Are you hurt? No, but he's going to be if that no-good son of a bitch shows his face around me ever again. Ash cursed before letting out an aggravated sigh, and with it, I could feel some of her hope leave. It's all ruined. All that work for nothing. Talk to me, Ash. You were making it sound like they burned down your house with you still inside of it. I stressed while quickly getting dressed and covering the fact I didn't have my own personal vehicle. Definitely the next thing I'm going to fix. No, the bastards did something much worse. They went medieval and salted the earth. Ash got out through what sounded like clenched teeth. Last night they dumped 10 industrial barrels worth of road salt on a field we spent all day clearing and then flooded it. Okay, that sounds bad. But how do we fix it? There's no fixing it. Ash growled, and I heard her fist slam down on what I hope was a table. It's concentrated sodium chloride. It's going to bind to the soil better than any fertilizer, meaning unless we want to dig out the top 5 feet of soil across the entire fiel, nothing is ever going to grow here for the next 5 years. Even as Ash explained, I could feel my skill kick in, filling in the finer background on cation exchange and soil pH, which only made me realize how grave the situation was. All right, then we'll just buy some more fertilizer, set up another field, and set up some security, I said quickly as I stomped down on my shoe, forcing my foot in. Ash let out a dark chuckle, A bit late to that idea. Already thought of that, and so did Northwest. I tried calling the compost company, but it turned out someone bought out their entire inventory last night. Now what are the odds of that? That news made me pause, and I felt my own teeth start to grind together. But I forced myself not to let anger overwhelm me. I'm on my way over, Ash. He'll be there within the hour. There's no need to hurry. It won't make any difference. We're fucked, plain and simple. Ash muttered darkly before hanging up the phone. Shit. I cursed and shoved my phone into my pocket before throwing open the door and racing down the stairs, all while trying to think about how I was going to find a way out of this mess. Ash, you in there? I called out as I walked up to her house, only to hear no answer. I'm coming inside. Please do not shoot me. That would be the worst way to end today. Again, no one responded as I stepped up onto the porch and tried the front door, which was thankfully unlocked. Still, I was a bit hesitant stepping inside, half expecting to end up staring down the barrel of a shotgun. It wasn't until I heard soft snoring from the living room that I lowered my guard. Making my way over, I peered around the corner and found Ash passed out in the leather recliner, with an empty bottle barely held in her hand dangling above the floor. Walking over, I put a hand on Ash's shoulder and tried to wake her up as gently as I could. Hey Ash, it's me waking you up. I shook the farm girl once, and she jerked to life as her head snapped up, and she stared at me for a moment before a look of recognition flashed across her face. Oh, it's you. Ash then lifted the bottle to her lips, though it took her a long second to realize nothing was coming out. She then looked to me again. Could you give me a bottle from the cellar? This one seems to be empty. You really went at it. Huh? I muttered with a sigh as I gingerly took the bottle from Ash's hand and set it on the floor, all while taking in her unfocused eyes and the heavy blush spread across her cheeks. Everything else is going to shit. Why can't I? Ash grunted as she tried to push herself upright in the seat, only to sag even further into the leather. If you want, feel free to partake. You've earned a break, it more than I have at this point. I think it's a bit early for that. I sighed as I grabbed a nearby blanket and draped it over Ash. Are you going to be okay if I leave you here to sober up for a bit? It'll be fine, though I wouldn't bother going to check on the field. It's a depressing sight. Everything's flooded, and the barrels are practically halfway into the marsh. Ash slurred as she turned over, resting her head against the chair like a pillow. The barrels. I paused and muttered under my breath as a sudden idea struck me. They left behind the barrels. I stood up with a sudden urgency and rushed out of the house, grabbing Ash's keys that were dangling on a hook by the door. Outside, I found her truck parked out behind the house, and, a second later, I was shooting down the road toward the sabotaged field, praying that Preston and his goons had gotten sloppy in their hubris. When I got close, I slammed on the brakes before throwing the car in park and jumping out. Ash had been right. The field was a depressing sight. With the once pristine field now a flooded marsh with large metal barrels bobbing in the dark brown slurry. Come on, you arrogant bastards. Give me something, I swore while casting hands at the puppeteer and directing them to grab a hold of one of the barrels. But when I tried to pull the barrel out, it stayed firmly in place, its weight and the viscosity of the mud putting up too much of a fight. I ended up casting the weightless hex 3 times in a row, reducing the overall weight by 30% before the hands managed to free the barrel from the mud and levitate over to where I was standing on solid ground. I dismissed my hexes, letting the barrel drop with a loud bang before I rushed over and started cleaning off the mud with my hands and inspecting it from top to bottom. Come on, where is it? Where is it? For a moment, a cold spike of fear and dread pierced my body before my fingers cleared away the very top of the barrel and uncovered a bright yellow barcode and serial number etched into the very metal of the container. Yes. I pumped my fist before pulling out my phone and snapping several pictures of the tag. I have him now, that son of a bitch. I should have made the connection sooner when Ash mentioned an exact number of barrels, but I was so caught up in the moment I wasn't thinking clearly. Only when she brought it up again did I remember that most shipments of potentially environmentally harmful chemicals and substances came with a tag identifying the consignment's owner, in case of regulatory violations, so that they could be charged appropriately. What are the chances that at some point, Northwest Corporation bought or invested in a road salt factory? A victorious grin spread across my face as I stood up and started to collect video and photo evidence of the illegal dumping. I had found my nail now, I just needed a hammer at home. Phone a friend, given the emotional roller coaster I had been on through the morning. Perhaps I should have been more cautious, believing that everything was going to pan out right, but I couldn't fight the grin that kept spreading across my face. After all, I'd already found out which the company owned or, at the very least, shipped the barrels. All it had taken was a few phone calls to find the local board of environmental regulations and use the scanner built into their website. Confirming if they had any link to the Northwest family would have to wait until I got back to the restaurant. But I could still break the news to the person who needed to hear it the most. Pulling up to Ash's house, I killed the engine before making my way inside, where I found her still slumped over in the recliner, staring out into space with a vacant look in her eyes. "So did you see the field?" Ash muttered, hearing my footsteps as I entered the room. "I did. Good. Now go grab a bottle and get pissed drunk with me. Drinking alone this early is just pitiful." Ash grumbled as she turned to glance at me and paused. "Why the fuck are you smiling?" "Because Preston fucked up," I answered as I moved around to stand in front of Ash and pulled out my phone to show her the photos I had taken. They used marked barrels, and each one went back to the same company. "So?" Ash grunted. "So, I would wager that there's some paper trail that can prove Preston bought these barrels. I just need to get access to the company's financial records." I explained if we can find that trail, we can pin this to him and threaten to sue or report him to the authorities. Ash stirred a bit, though she wasn't nearly as excited as I hoped. "If we do that, at most he'll pay a fine for illegal dumping, which will barely put a dent in his pocket. Short of bringing him to trial and risking jail time, there's nothing we can do. And even if we manage to pull that off, the field is still ruined. And where else are we supposed to find organic compost on such short notice?" I paused. "Why does it need to be organic?" "Because the farm is certified organic," Ash stated as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, meaning we need to use certified organic fertilizer, or else we would risk losing our certification and probably be sued for all we're worth if we tried selling anything. Then I assume also having high levels of road salt in the field we're using to grow produce and also disqualifies the farm for being organic? Ash answered my question with a glare. "What the hell are you getting at?" "Well, if Preston's actions could cause us to lose our organic certification, then that's tortious interference, interfering with a business relationship with a third party, which is normally only a civil crime. But since the USDA is the third party that issued our certification." I watched Ash's eyes grow wide as I finally got the reaction I was looking for. "Then it's a federal crime, with guaranteed jail time if he's convicted." Ash paused as if shocked by her own words before she stared at me. "Do you really think we could get him?" I grinned. I was always certain of that. I've already got a couple of 100 red flags planted on his public financial records. But now he's just dug himself into a deeper hole. Ash stared me down for a second longer. Her hand suddenly shot out, grabbing my shirt to pull me down as she sat up. The next thing I knew, Ash's shockingly soft and warm lips were pressed against mine in a kiss that was bleeding with emotion. Instead of asking questions, I just enjoyed being kissed by an attractive woman who, less than a month ago, threatened to put a round of buckshot through me. Unfortunately, the kiss only lasted for a second as Ash pulled away, though not before she bit my lip hard, making me hiss, "Ouch." "What was that for?" So I didn't have to see that dumb look all guys get after a girl makes the first move. "God knows your ego is already big enough," Ash grumbled as she sank back in her chair. Though I was almost certain her cheeks hadn't been as red before. "Now stop standing around and get to work saving this farm. I don't need you around as I sober up. Gonna need a clear head to figure out what I can do to fix our little problem here on the farm." "I thought you said there wasn't any way to solve it." "Well, I gotta try something. I don't need you or anyone else thinking that you solved all of my problems like some Prince Charming. You hear me?" "I hear ya," I responded in kind before coughing once and standing up. "Now, I just got to get to work finding a freelance hacker." Ash frowned. "What the hell do you need a hacker for?" "Private business records. I doubt that Preston or the road salt company is going to give me an invoice for the sale." I explained, which only made Ash's frown deepen. "Isn't that illegal?" "Not if the evidence I gather shows that Preston was involved in criminal activity. It's protected underneath the whistleblower clause. I corrected before smirking. Why? You wouldn't happen to know any trustworthy freelance hackers, would you? Ash paused for a moment before grinning. Let me make a call real quick. I nursed a cup of coffee as I waited for Ash's contact to arrive. I had been given sparingly few details other than show up at the address and wait. If it hadn't been for my absolute trust in Ash and my complete lack of confidence in finding an actual hacker, I might have been more wary. But instead, I trusted things were going to work themselves out. Though I certainly would have preferred a more active approach. Time passed at a crawl, especially compared to the rapid series of events that had occurred earlier in the day. But when the agreed-upon meeting time came and passed, I had nearly reached the end of my patience. Luckily, a second later, a stranger slid into the seat across from me. It happened so fast that I almost didn't notice. So you're Ash's new boy toy? For a moment, my brain misfired. Boy toy? My confusion was met with a bout of laughter as the stranger reached up and pulled down their hoodie, revealing their face. Sorry, I couldn't resist. And don't worry, I teased her plenty as well, though I should have pressed harder. She never mentioned that you were real easy on the eyes. I don't know what I was expecting Ash's hacker friend to look like. It was already a polarizing situation that a practical farm girl like her would know someone in the security cyberspace. But I was thoroughly surprised. The girl's skin was dark and smooth like mocha, and judging from her accent, she was of Hispanic descent. On the left, her hair was shaved, the rest draping over the right side of her head in long, dark locks, dyed in a gradient of purple at the very ends. A very similar shade of lipstick was applied to her lips as well. It was all part of her very alt-cyberpunk aesthetic, including several visible piercings and a slit in her eyebrow. Well, thank you for the compliment, I guess, I replied after a second, taking a sip of my coffee. Ash said that you could help me out with some matters. Yep, basic retrieval job. Nothing too complex, she replied, tapping her fingernail on the table. All we need to do is discuss payment. I won't lie. I don't know the standard rates for this kind of business, but am confident I can meet your price tag, I admitted while leaning forward, ready to negotiate. The woman grinned and sank back in her seat while crossing her arms. I don't need your money. I want something far more valuable. She then reached in her hoodie and pulled out a folded piece of paper, offering it up as if it contained the greatest secret in the world. Taking the paper in my hands, I gingerly unfolded it and looked at what was written inside. Is this a recipe for chicken tortilla soup? Yep. Ash told me you were a chef, and supposedly a pretty good one at that. Make me that recipe to my standards, and it'll get you what you want, and maybe even owe you a favor. Intent and purpose, all right, just to be clear, I stressed, tapping the recipe as I put it down on the table. In return for you hacking a private company and stealing their financial records, you want me to make you a bowl of soup? Hey, this isn't just any bowl of soup, the woman stressed as she swatted my finger off the paper. It's my grandmother's recipe, and I try to make it time and time again, but I can never get it just right. But maybe you can, senior chef. First of all, that's one of the worst nicknames I've ever had. And second of all, have you just considered it doesn't taste the same because you're remembering it through rose-tinted glasses? I stressed only for her to grin. Maybe, but that's not my problem anymore. It's yours. Or do you not want these? As she finished her sentence, the cyberpunk brat reached into the pocket of her hoodie and pulled out a small, inconspicuous flash drive. My eyes widened a bit, seeing the drive and guessing what was on it. You already got the files? Yep. I did it on the ride over here. It's not like I was breaking into a government database or anything. That would have taken me a few days. I stared across the table for a long second. Just who the hell are you? And how the hell do you know Ash? We were roommates in college. As for who I am, the hacker grinned before winking at me. You can call me Sombra. I paused for a long moment. That's not your real name, is it? Sombra's grin faded away, and she crossed her arms. I can see why Ash would like you. Neither of you has a sense of humor. Whoa, they really threw a brick through your shit. Sombra commented unhelpfully as we walked up to the restaurant. I thought that stuff only happened in movies. In my life, apparently, I muttered while stepping through the broken window, copying Ash's earlier mover. Luckily, the kitchen is fully operational if a bit cluttered, so we can get this deal over with. You know, for a chef, I thought you'd be glad to pay with food instead of money. Sombra wondered aloud as we walked to the back of the restaurant, towards the kitchen. I'm also practical, which is everything this deal is not. You can just say, I didn't make the soup according to your standards, and just walk away with the files. The only reason why I'm agreeing to this at all is because Ash trusts you, and I trust her judgment more than my own. I replied as I undid the locks on the kitchen door and stepped inside. I want to argue about trusting Ash's judgment, but trust me, I'm not that much of a fool. Sombra grinned as she followed me into the kitchen and looked around. Wow, this is a nice space you got going on. Did you get that fire pit custom ordered? Nope, it came with the place, left over from the original owners. I answered somewhat absently as I looked over Sombra's recipe. This is just a list of ingredients. Nothing about cooking times or detailed instructions. I imagine that her grandmother did things a particular way, which is why Sombra can't get that taste she's searching for. Folding the paper back up, I put it away in my pocket as I started to look through the pantry, checking what I had in stock and what I would have to discreetly order through the system, seeing as I had an audience. So when you're not committing cybercrimes, what do you like to do? I asked while pretending to pull out a bag of tortillas from the pantry. You mean like a day job? I work as a freelance graphic designer. Sombra replied as she grabbed a seat at one of the tables I had pulled in the night before. Keeps the lights on and my creative juices flowing. That's an interesting way to put it, I commented while taking out a small stack of the tortillas before grabbing a knife and cutting them into thin strips. Now follow-up question. Did you go to college for art or cybersecurity? Both, actually dual major. Nearly burnt myself out doing it. But I finished with honors, Sombra answered while kicking up her feet and leaning back in her chair. What about you? Did you go to some famous culinary school before apprenticing under an abusive master chef who molded you into a prodigy, but gave you a deep-seated trauma you now have to work through with your estranged family? In beginning to think you watch far too many movies, I pointed out while grabbing a heavy-bottomed skillet and a bottle of frying oil. Nah. Nowadays, it's all violence and sex on TV. Not my cup of tea, Sombra corrected. Besides, I already spend all of my day staring at a screen. If I have some free time, I'd prefer a good book any day. But enough about me. I asked you a question. I laughed a little while filling the pan with oil and left it on the stove to heat. No, I did not go to culinary school. I was actually a finance major and worked at a big accounting firm before deciding that my sanity was worth more than a fat paycheck. I quit and never looked back. And now you're a successful head chef at your own restaurant and dating 2 girls, Sombra finished off, making me pause and look over at her with a raised eyebrow. I didn't take Ash for much of a gossiper. Oh, that's because she isn't. I did my own investigation. Didn't take long for me to find Meg and Patty's socials. Very well done, by the way. Half of me is jealous. And half of me is tempted to find out how you can keep 2 girls like that happy and satisfied. Normally, I would indulge in this flirty banter, but I'm afraid I'm not in the mood right now. I warned as I started to dice up the ingredients for the soup base. Tomatoes, onions, garlic, cilantro, and jalapenos were all chopped up and diced before being thrown into a stock pot with a drizzle of olive oil, a pinch of salt, and some chicken broth. I guess having some rich multimillionaire threaten you and your friends will do that to you, Sombra said darkly before sighing. I don't know how many people would still be up and fighting as hard as you are, though. It's admirable. Not the worst thing I've been called, I replied before picking up the stock pot, moving it over to the stove, and setting it to boil. Meanwhile, the tortilla strips had finished crisping in the oil. So I grabbed a sieve, scooped out the strips, and salted them before letting them dry. Finishing off the chicken last, I heavily seasoned some thighs and breasts with adobe and cayenne powder before throwing them in a pan to fry. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the rich smells of stewed vegetables and well-seasoned chicken, both of which would taste even better once combined. Before assembling the final dish, I poured the stewed vegetables into a blender and held down the button until I was left with a rich broth. I got out 2 bowls, dividing the broth between them, then took the chicken out of the pan and finally shredded it with 2 forks until I was left with a small mountain of thin strands. I loaded each bowl with chicken and tortilla strips, then finished the dish with fresh sliced jalapenos and diced avocado. Walking over with both bowls and spoons in hand, I brushed Sombra's feet off the table before placing them down. Bon appetit. All right, let's see how you did. Sombra grinned as she rubbed her hands together and picked up a spoon. I didn't bother waiting for her reaction, instead deciding to enjoy my own bowl. The soup was nice, with the blend of spices and refreshing herbs cutting through the slight heat from the jalapenos and the chicken. I should add this to a lunch menu if I ever get around to making one. Neither Sombra nor I exchanged a word, which was hopefully a good sign that she was enjoying the meal. But I was still on edge as she finished off her bowl and pushed it away. That was very good. But compared to your grandmother's, it still fell short, didn't it? I said, finishing her sentence before Sombra could break the bad news. Yeah, but I still think you deserve this, Sombra said as she put the flash drive on the table and slid it towards me. Honestly, I was probably going to give it to you regardless, seeing that the only reason you're in this deep is that you wanted to help Ash get back her farm. You don't know how long it's been since I saw her in such high spirits. I looked from Sombra to the flash drive before taking it with a nod. Thank you. You'll remember this, and maybe in the future you'll try your grandmother's recipe again. Sombra smirked and stood up. I look forward to it. Then, without another word, she turned and left, leaving me certain that there was far more to her character than what met the eye. Mouse trap, third-person POV. Excuse me, sir, you have an incoming call. With some effort, Preston managed to pull his eyes off the rather shapely behind of the pool girl who had repeatedly sent him knowing glances. No doubt looking for another generous tip by the end of the day, judging from how much she was swaying her hips. If it's anyone from the country club board, Samson, tell them I'm not making another damn donation until they stop blocking my vote to increase the membership fees. It's been too damn crowded lately, and I fear some of the middle class may somehow slip through the vetting process. It's not the club, sir. I believe it's that cook who came over the other day, Samson responded in his usual monotone as he reached into his jacket and produced Preston's phone. Taking the device with glee, Preston smiled from ear to ear. I was wondering if he would have the balls to confront me again after what I did to him and his little peasant farm. That was an excellent idea, by the way. Samson, really just poetic. Thank you, sir, Samson replied with a slight hint of a smile, which for the stoic man might as well have been a whole song and dance. Picking up the call, Preston cleared his throat before speaking. Mr. Young, to what do I owe the pleasure? You must feel real good about yourself right about now, Ramon grunted, which only made Preston's grin grow. Well, I think you'll have to be a bit more specific when you're as rich as I am. Feeling good is almost a given at any moment. Rich indeed. Enough to spend roughly $15,000 on 10 barrels worth of industrial road salt from Zoutman Road Services Incorporated? Preston's smile slipped from his face, and he went deathly still. I have no idea what you're talking about. Huh? Are you sure? Because I have the sales record right here in my hand, Ramon replied with a savage grin. You're bluffing, Preston growled as he started to feel the walls closing around him. There's no way you can have 15,673.92. Does that number sound familiar? Ramon interrupted, making Preston realize that the worst-case scenario had come true, or better yet, how about 8:58 p.m. 2 days ago, when their call center picked up a call from the number 875-225-365. Do any of those things sound familiar to you? Preston sat up in his lounge chair as he gripped his phone hard enough to turn his knuckles white. Listen to me very carefully, you insignificant worm. You may think you're going to come out winning this game, but I can assure you that you have no idea who the hell you're messing with. Do you think a little something like this is enough to take me down or even stop me for a second? No, but while I was at it, I also took the liberty to look into that little scholarship fund you got going. Wouldn't you know it, just hours after the order was placed at Zoutman, your scholarship awarded $16,000 to a supposed Huck Finn, which is honestly just a terrible name. Which is strange because it's the middle of the spring term and admissions haven't even opened up yet. And even then, there's not even a record of a Huck Finn being admitted on the school's registry. So that got me thinking, are there any other ghost children your scholarship has sponsored? And wouldn't you know it, there were 347 to be exact, totally up to nearly $25 million over misallocated funds. Preston was dead silent as he felt his heart seize in his chest and the ground give out from underneath him. Now, this all could be some sort of clerical error, Ramon continued, gloating now. But then I've taken a look at your tax records over the last few odd years and found a slew of luxurious purchases with price tags and purchase dates that are oddly in sync with your scholarship fund finding new sponsees. Now, isn't that just a funny coincidence? But I have to tell you, Preston, I don't believe in coincidences. Ramon's dropped an octave, going from overly cheerful and friendly to deathly serious in an instant. Now what are we going to do about all of this? Are you threatening me? Preston growled out through clenched teeth. Yes, I am, with blackmail so damning that it's enough to put you under the damn jailhouse so that we understand both of our positions. We can negotiate, or you can tell me to go fuck off, and he'll take all of this straight to some fresh college graduate with a degree in journalism looking for their breakout story. Preston's jaw clenched as Ramon twisted the knife he had buried in his gut. I don't think that will be necessary. Good. I knew we would come to an agreement. What the hell do you want? Money. A new farm for your little grass-eating farm friend. Preston muttered darkly, wanting nothing more than to reach through the phone and strangle Ramon with his bare hands. I'm going to overlook that little insult, but try some smart shit again and see just how easy it is for me to find the rest of your damn skeletons. Preston ground his teeth together, but said nothing, and Ramon took his silence for understanding. Good. Now for my first demand, I want your wife. You son of a bitch. Absolutely not. No way. Preston shouted as he stood up with a snarl. No one lays a hand on my wife. You hear me? She's mine. Fine, Ramon said with a shrug. Instead of your wife, they'll just take $10 million instead. Preston stopped dead in tracks. Are you insane? That's too much. Those are your options. Tell your wife that you fucked up and now she's got to cover your ass with hers, or pay me the $15 million. What's it going to be? For a long moment, Preston didn't talk before he slowly ground out the words through his teeth. I'll talk to my wife and then get back to you. You have a day. Otherwise, everything gets released. Ramon threatened before he hung up the phone. Fuck. Preston screamed and threw his phone on the floor, shattering it into 1,000 pieces and sending the pool girl running off as quickly as she could. F-U-C-K. 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 Sir, are you F-U-C-K? Preston shouted with the very last breath in his lungs before he stopped and desperately sucked in a breath. Gee, get my wife here now. I don't care whatever the hell she's doing. I needed her here 10 minutes ago. Samson only spared Preston a single glance from behind his shades before turning around and leaving to fulfill the task given to him. Left alone by the pool, Preston paced back and forth, his robe nearly coming undone as he spiraled and tried to think of a way out of the nightmare. How the fuck did this happen? How did a fucking chef find out about everything? Preston shook his head as he reached up and massaged his chin and thought, no, he can't just be a chef. He had to be a decoy, a proxy, or something. As someone else is behind the scenes pulling the strings. But everyone is always so jealous of my success, so it could be any of those fucking leeches looking to take me out and humiliate me. Storming back into the house, Preston made his way to the study, where he slammed the door behind him after entering and locked it, making sure no one would interrupt him. Then he walked over to his desk, opened a drawer, revealing a small flip phone that he powered on. A second later, he was scrolling through the contacts until he found a one he was looking for. Holding it up to his ear, Preston waited for the call to go through. Hey, it's me. I need you to look into someone. Spending spree, I fought to keep the smile off my face as I hung up the call and pictured the world-class tantrum Preston was throwing right now. Men like him weren't used to dealing with the consequences of their actions, so having someone call them out on their dirty laundry was essentially a punch to the face. But I wasn't delusional or arrogant enough to think that Preston would let such a massive blow to his ego go unchecked. No, he would retaliate, looking to strike me down once and for all to restore his damaged sense of self-worth, which is what I was betting on and preparing for. As for my blackmail request, it was really to force Preston's hand. In the next 24 hours, he either needed to dispose of me or give in to my demands, or give me $15 million. Of all the options, I could only see Preston choosing between the first two. The primary reason was that the millionaire loved money more than air. It was what he used to set himself apart from the people he despised and looked down on. Giving that money to me would not only make him less valuable, but put me on an equal standing to Preston himself. So the only real question was whether or not Preston could hire a hitman to take me out within 24 hours. If he couldn't, Preston would default to offering up his wife because he didn't truly love her. Men like Preston like the idea of having a wife, another object to be bought with money and influence, but there was no genuine emotional attraction to her. She might as well have been a literal trophy, which presented an opportunity one was more than ready to exploit. "Excuse me, Mr. Young?" I looked over as my name was called and saw a middle-aged woman in a pantsuit holding an electronic tablet. "Yes, that's me, and you must be Susan." I stood up and walked over while holding out my hand for her to shake. "Indeed, I am. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Young. I'm so glad that we could find a date on such short notice. Now, according to the inquiry form you filled out, there's only one of our listings here on the property that matches your specifications, which happens to be the penthouse suite. Now, there are plenty of more affordable options if you're willing to compromise, and I have no issue touring them today if you want. Let's start with the penthouse unit, and I'll make up my mind after," I suggested with a friendly smile that Susan was quick to mirror. "No problem at all. Just follow me to the private elevator, and we can start the tour." We proceeded to do just that, and the moment the doors closed, Susan launched into what was clearly a well-practiced spiel. As you can see, the penthouse comes with its own private lift, which is unlocked via keycard. Susan then demonstrated by scanning a black matte metal card, which caused 3 buttons to light up. From here you can access the parking garage, the lobby, and of course the penthouse itself, which we'll of course be visiting right now. Susan pressed the top button, and a split second later, I felt the elevator begin to ascend. It was notably smooth and fast, taking only half a minute to reach the 12th floor. "And here we are, stepping out into the foyer," Susan announced as we walked out of the elevator. "To our right, we have some closet space for all your coats and shoes, while to the left is the laundry room with the latest washer and dryer models." Susan pointed to the nearest doors along the long horizontal corridor, with another door at each end. That one on down leads to the master bedroom, which comes with its own walk-in closet and bath, while the other door leads to the 2 guest rooms that also come with their own closet space and bathrooms, which are much smaller, and something you'll see later when we look at the rooms. But first I want to make note of what I like most about this unit, which is this open-air kitchen design. Another step forward, and Susan entered the living space, accessible through openings on either side, a wide pillar of black stone tile that turned out to be the back wall of the stove with a built-in hood vent. Scanning the living room and kitchen, I saw they were built like an upside-down T, with the stove and countertop at the front, then leading to a cluster of plush chairs centered on a square ottoman, facing a set of floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a clear view of the town skyline. As I said, so much space, a great place to both host social events or just lounging when the sun is up, and you can get some nice natural lighting. Susan continued, painting a picture, tried her hardest to sell me on the unit. On the wings, we have a more formal dining seating with a wet bar. I heard that home craft mocktails are a big thing right now. Then there's the more casual den on the other side with your TV and entertainment system. You'll also find a door leading to a balcony, which is mirrored on the other side as well by the 2 guest rooms. Any questions so far? No. Everything looks great, though I was hoping that we could see the master bedroom next, I asked with a hopeful tone. "Absolutely, we can go there right now," Susan replied before backtracking her way to the door at the end of the first hallway, which opened up to reveal a massive room dominated by a large bed with a dresser at the foot. Here is the master bedroom. On the right wall, you have your walk-in closet, and that door over there leads to the bathroom. Opening the latter of the 2, Susan showed me the bathroom, which was nearly as big as the bedroom itself, with a shower big enough to fit 4 people at once, and a bathtub that might as well have been a hot tub with its size and the amount of buttons and jets I could see at just a glance. "If you're all done here, we can move to the guest rooms, and not that's all right. I made up my mind. How much is the rent?" I asked, and Susan paused for a second as she turned on her tablet and glanced at the screen. "It's you, the rent is $10,600 a month, which includes the penthouse unit along with utilities, access to our in-house amenities such as the gym and pool, and 3 VIP parking spots in the garage at no extra cost." "Perfect, I'll take it," I answered without a second thought at the price, which was well within my budget for a space that would fit me and my coven as it continued to grow for quite some time. Gee, great. That's fantastic. Susan laughed before clearing her throat and adopting a more professional attitude. When would you like to sign the papers? Today, actually, if that's all right. That is no problem at all, Mr. Young. I have the lease drafted up in my office downstairs. Excellent. Let me just make a call real quick, and then we can go down, I replied while reaching into my pocket and pulling out my phone. Era Ramon. Why do you sound shocked that I called you? I asked with a grin. WL, you normally call Meg if you need something, Patty answered plainly, which only made me smile more. Yes, but Meg wasn't the one who told me about that apartment complex, which I just finished touring and am about to sign a lease on. Why you listened to my advice? Patty stammered, and I could hear the smile stretching across her lips. Of course I did. Best thing about you and your brain. Which is why I'm hoping you'll be around a lot more once we move into the penthouse. Why you got the penthouse? Wait. What am I saying? Of course you got the penthouse, but that's great. I can't wait to tell Meg she's going to freak out. I figured you would get a kick out of that. I smirked. I gotta run off now. Patty, they'll be making one more stop before I come back to the restaurant. So feel free to order some takeout since I won't be there to cook. Okay, see you soon. I heard Patty blow me a kiss before she hung up. With a final grin, I put away my phone and turned to Susan. All right, sorry for that. Now let's get to signing some papers. Spending spree too, okay. Mr. Young, you're looking to buy the used Cadillac CT5 Coupe, correct? The sales representative asked as he slid into his seat and glanced at his monitor. I gave a nod, and the man continued. All right, then the window price is $54,689. Now we have several financing options if you would just take a look here. The sales rep started to turn his screen around, but I held up my hand to stop him. That's all right, I'm looking to pay in cash if you can knock that price tag down to $52,000. I saw the man's eyes light up, and a grin stretched across his face from ear to ear. That is more than agreeable, Mr. Young. Let me just double-check with my supervisor, and if everything clears, they'll be right back with the paperwork. 20 minutes later, I was pulling out of the dealership with my brand-new midnight blue coupe with a broad smile on my face. Damn, I forgot how good it feels to drive. What do you mean you can't find anything on him? Preston stressed as he paced back and forth in his study. Are you telling me that this guy is some sort of ghost? He runs a damn kitchen for fuck's sake. Certainly, he had to do some sort of licensing with the town to get an inspection or something. I'm sorry, Preston, but I can't help you with this one. I don't know how you got involved with this man, but my suggestion is to walk away and never speak of it again. Preston froze at the very specific advice. What the hell is that supposed to mean, Avery? Why the fuck should I walk away from some damn chef? Avery was silent for a long second before he responded. If you really want to know, they'll consider it the favor I owe you. Preston paused for a second before biting the bullet. Fuck it, just tell me what you know. When I sent one of my agents to pull up the records of one Ramon Young, their clearance was denied. I then tried it myself after, and wouldn't you know it, I was denied access as well. I sent in a report, wondering if it was just a clerical error. I was then told to forget about ever hearing that name. Avery replied in a grave voice. How is that possible? I can count the people who outrank you on one hand, and one of those is for the fucking president. Now you understand why I said to walk away. Then, without another word, Avery hung up, leaving Preston more confused and scared than ever. Just what the hell is going on? Ramon, pulling up in front of the restaurant, I grinned when I saw the newly installed windows. Thick panes of glass that would take a couple of rounds from a very determined shooter with some very serious armaments to break through. But instead of getting out of the car, I lay on the horn, creating a ruckus until I saw the blinds in the upstairs apartment move as Patty peered through the window, no doubt wondering who was making so much noise until she saw me, sitting there staring back up at her. I watched as she turned and yelled, no doubt calling for Megan, and sure enough, a second later, Megan was pressed up to the window as well, and I watched her squeal before they both ran from the window. Less than a minute later, both of them came running out of the alley with wide eyes full of excitement. Getting out of the car, I laughed at their bewilderment. Not bad, right? Not bad. It's a fucking Cadillac. Megan swore as she looked back and forth between me and the car. Is this where you went after getting the penthouse? Well, now that we're all going to be commuting to work, we needed so type of transportation. Oh, And speaking of, I reached into my pocket and pulled 2 black metal cards. You're going to need these to get into our new place. Are you sure I need one of these? I'm not moving in just yet. I still need to break the news to my parents and pack up all my clothes and stuff. Patty stressed as she stared at the card in her hand like it was worth its weight in gold. I am absolutely sure, Patty. Even if you aren't living there, it's still your place. I reached out and rubbed the top of her head, which seemed to calm her down surprisingly, well as a faint blush and a pleasant smile spread across her face. Yeah, and besides, you'll have to come over at some point to visit. I know you like to act all innocent and chaste, but you're just as hungry as I am, Megan teased with a grin, making Patty look away guiltily. I was about to respond when my phone started ringing, and when I looked at the number, I grinned. Excuse me, girls, I need to take this. How about you go inside and start packing things up so we can move out? Say less. Megan cheered as she grabbed Patty's wrists and pulled her back towards the apartment, while I took out my phone and answered the call. Have you come to a decision? There was silence on the other side for a long second before I heard Preston respond with clenched teeth. My wife and I have come to an agreement. Excellent. Have her on the curb in 30 minutes. He'll be there to pick her up. I replied with a mocking smirk before hanging up the phone. Good. He gave up his wife just like I thought he would. Now, just a couple more steps, and then Preston Northwest will be nothing more than a cautionary tale. Seeing my victory on the horizon, I temporarily put aside my thoughts of revenge as I pulled up the system and moved over to the property management section. Now that I have the penthouse and Tiana on staff, I should be able to go ahead and do this. Upgrade requirements met confirm upgrade of Ramon's grill to Tier 2 for 35,000 Y in warning once. Upgrade is confirmed. Please vacate the property within 24 hours. Additionally, the property will be unavailable for 48 hours once the upgrade process begins. Well, no wonder it required me to have another place to live in before upgrading. I clicked yes and watched the money in my account dwindle further, but I was confident I would make it back in no time at all once the upgrade was finished. Priscilla Northwest. I could barely keep myself from vibrating with rage. Standing on the curb like some prostitute waiting to get picked up and get into a car with some random man. Fuck you, Preston, and your damn gambling debt. Was betting the yacht last time not enough of a thrill for you? I had half a mind to turn around, march back up the driveway, and lock myself away. Whatever consequences be damned. But before I could work up the courage, a car came around the corner, making me freeze and pray that it wasn't the man coming to pick me up like damaged goods. I was sorely disappointed. However, when the car came to a stop right next to me and shifted into park. However, after getting over my dread and giving the vehicle a once-over, I was a bit confused. This car can't cost more than $100,000. Just what low life did Preston end up selling me off to? Somehow, that fact stung worse than when Preston had originally told me of his mistake, but before I could become any more indignant. The car door opened, and the driver stepped out. Ah, you must be the lovely Mrs. Northwest. I froze and stared at the man walking towards me with a brilliant smile on his face, revealing a perfect set of teeth. It's me. I hated the way my voice sounded like some love-struck girl. But I couldn't help it as my eyes roamed over the man's muscular body, his curly black hair, and captivating dark blue eyes. My name is Ramon, and I have the pleasure of being in your company tonight, Ramon said charmingly as he moved around to open the passenger door. Shaking my head, I ripped off the rose-tinted glass and remembered why I had ended up in this situation to begin with. Don't bother with the charade, no matter how charming you act. You're no better than my husband. How many times have you pursued someone's wife behind some kind of bet? Ramon paused for a moment as he looked at me. A bet? Is that what your husband told you happened? Now it was my turn to hesitate, as a curious look appeared in Ramon's. I watched. Was that not the truth? Ramon grinned and gestured to the seat in his car. I think we should take this conversation somewhere a little more private. Don't you think? Trophy wife, Ramon. I know this must be difficult for you, I said, breaking the inevitable awkward silence in the car. No, I'm perfectly fine with my husband selling me off to some stranger to cover his own ass. Just how did I go for at the poker table? If it's anything under $1 million, I'm going to claw his damn eyes out. Priscilla swore as she stared angrily out the window. I'm afraid you're mistaken. I corrected with a small smile. Your husband did not lose you over a bet. You see, he's been a thorn in my side over the past couple of weeks, and I was happy to ignore him until he did something unforgivable. Priscilla looked over as my hands tightened around the steering wheel. He threatened the people I love. And unlike your husband, nothing is more important to me than the people I consider under my protection. So he needs to be dealt with and made into an example. But what about me? Why you don't need to make an example out of me, right? I didn't have anything to do with Preston's stupid ideas. Priscilla, suddenly aware that she was locked in a car with a strange man, no doubt. Relaxing my grip, I let out a calming sigh before flashing Priscilla a small smile. No, you have nothing to be worried about. My query is only with your husband, not you or your daughter. Priscilla frowned. But you did ask my husband to have sex with me. I gave him an option, either give me $15 million or give me you. I clarified with a smirk, though just to be clear, I don't intend on doing anything against your will. That is a line I will not cross. I watched some of the fear in Priscilla's eyes fade away, only to be replaced by confusion. Then why ask for me to begin with? Why not demand a more reasonable amount? Because I needed you to see how easily your husband is willing to give you up to save his own hide. I replied, for all he knows. I'm a deplorable man capable of committing countless heinous acts and atrocities, and he gave you up just to save a couple $1,000,000. Priscilla's eyes wept with anger and betrayal as my words struck home, and she realized just how little Preston was willing to do. Why would he even agree to your demands in the first place? What do you have over him? Foolproof evidence of nearly 2 decades worth of fraud and embezzlement totaling up to several $1,000,000 via his scholarship fund. I answered succinctly, along with a slew of other charges that he committed against a partner of mine. Priscilla paled, but how do you? It doesn't matter how, I interrupted. Just know that the evidence I have is enough to put your husband away for the rest of his life and have the IRA and the FBI breathing down your family's neck for the next 10 years after seizing half of your assets and burying you in overdue taxes. And that's exactly what I plan to do. Why are you telling me this? Priscilla pleaded, her eyes wide with terror as she realized her extravagant lifestyle was nearing its end. I grinned because, as I said, I'm only targeting your husband. There's a world where you avoid the fallout entirely. But if and only if you do everything I say without question. I can't. Priscilla started, but I interrupted again. Betray his trust? Sell him out? My mocking words made Priscilla frown, but I could already see the gears starting to turn in her head. Just to be clear, I won't have to go along with anything extra if I agree to this. I won't force you. I started before glancing at Priscilla with a grin, but I won't bother denying that you are a very attractive woman, Priscilla. And I have the feeling it's been quite a while since anyone has taken an interest in you. With a thought, I cast charm, making my words sweet as honey to Priscilla's ear, though I most likely didn't need it given how much she had been eyeing my up later, which I had done in return. Priscilla was rather tall with a body that had clearly been touched by the scalpel of a very skilled doctor. With her perky breasts, full lips, and bubble butt. Oh, really? Priscilla tried to scoff and dismiss my advances, but it wasn't that effective given the blush that had spread across her cheeks and the way that she kept glancing at my arms and chest. And you could meet all of my needs? Oh, yes. If I'm confident in one thing and one thing only, it would be my ability to please, I replied as I reached over and put one hand on Priscilla's thigh, feeling the warmth of her skin through the fabric of her dress. Priscilla gasped and stiffened, biting her lip as she stared at my hand for a long second before quietly inviting me to continue. And continue I did, moving my hand a little further along while drawing closer, MGNH with just a little pressure applied to a tender spot. Priscilla was already flustered as she leaned back at her seat and let out a shaky breath. Hold on a second. I ignored her and looked her over, taking note of how tense she seemed. Oh my, you've been holding a lot in, haven't you? MHNG, Priscilla murmured again, and her head fell back like it was too heavy for her body while her eyelids fluttered. Pressing gently with my hand, I gave her shoulder a soft, comforting squeeze, noticing how each touch made her take a deeper breath and her body relax a little more. Oh, you poor thing. I cooed as I placed a comforting hand on Priscilla. "Oh, am I?" Priscilla whimpered and hissed through clenched teeth as her hips shifted against the seat, visibly uncomfortable. "How are you NGHS so good at this?" "When you pay attention, it's really not that hard," I replied smoothly as my fingers pressed down, applying just the right amount of pressure to make Priscilla react. I'm so impressed. If you don't stop, whatever you do, don't stop." Priscilla cried out before a sharp breath escaped her, and her body jerked upward. Neglected was an understatement, I thought while watching Priscilla twitch and tremble, but the only thing coursing through her was intense feeling. As Priscilla enjoyed a powerful wave of relief, I gently massaged her leg, easing the tension from her body. Nearly a full minute later, Priscilla sank into the seat, out of breath with a faint sheen of sweat across her brow. That was amazing. I'm glad you enjoyed it." I smirked and went to pull my hand back, but Priscilla held onto my wrist, stopping me. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing wrong. I just like the way your hand feels there," Priscilla replied with eyes that were practically crying out for something more. "That's fine. But just so, the longer my hand stays there, the less confident I am that we'll be doing much talking when we get to our destination. You already have me very intrigued." Priscilla glanced down toward my lap at my prompting, and I watched her eyes widen at my noticeable enthusiasm. "Oh my, is that real? Do you want to find out?" I replied as my hand squeezed Priscilla's thigh, making her breath hitch. I don't think I could live with myself if I said no. I grinned. That's what I like to hear. "Once we get to our destination, why wait until then?" Priscilla interrupted as she reached over and placed her hand on my lap. "You had your fun. Why can't I?" Before I could object, Priscilla used her other hand and began to fumble with my belt desperately, trying to pull on my clothes. "Easy now. It's not going anywhere." Luckily, at that moment, I was forced to stop at a red light, giving me enough time to adjust things before Priscilla could tear them off me. The second I put my hands back on the wheel, Priscilla lunged at me once more, grabbing insistently at my waist. "Come on, just give it to me. I need this." Trophy wife 2, third person. Priscilla's hands practically clawed away at Ramon as she urgently reached under his boxers. "Now let's see what you're working, W." Priscilla's words died in her throat as she pulled out Ramon's surprise and watched as it flopped out like the trunk of a baby elephant. "He's not even ready yet." "Getting cold feet?" Ramon asked as he glanced at Priscilla, who stared transfixed at the sight before her. "I promised that you wouldn't be the first." Priscilla swallowed hard as she let out a shuddering breath. Just how large is it?" "I haven't measured it, but there's one way to find out for certain," Ramon replied as his hand came up and around, grabbing hold of Priscilla's long, dark blonde hair. Feeling his thick fingers and powerful grip, Priscilla couldn't help but shiver as her body recalled just how easily those same digits had made her see stars. So she put up no resistance as Ramon guided her closer into his embrace. Shifting her body as she was bent over the center console, Priscilla stuck her backside into the air, uncaring who saw her, as she became wholly consumed with what was right in front of her face. Pressing close, Priscilla couldn't help but take a long breath, inhaling Ramon's masculine scent, a musky, sweet aroma that set her body on fire. "Oh God, look at me, doing such a deplorable thing like a common hooker. What would Mother say if she saw me right now?" But even as Priscilla felt her heart race from the overwhelming feeling of shame, she couldn't stop her body from reacting as the moment grew more intense between them. Ramon's presence sent a thrill through Priscilla, awakening feelings she hadn't experienced in years of neglect from Preston. Just the thought of him made Priscilla remember why she was in such a position to begin with, and a vengeful fire ignited inside of her as she shot him a venomous glare. "They'll show him. They'll make him regret choosing some lifeless stacks of paper over me." Ramon felt Priscilla's grip tightening around him as she began to pleasure him eagerly. She wasn't the most refined in her approach, but her sheer enthusiasm and the fact that he now had Preston's wife devoted to him sent Ramon's blood pumping in no time. In a matter of seconds, Priscilla felt Ramon's whole demeanor shift as he pulled her close, his body tense and unwavering against her. Glancing up from below, Priscilla was left breathless as she stared at the massive tower rising above her head. Preston's isn't even half his size. A wave of excitement, curiosity, and a bit of fear washed over Priscilla, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the structure. Though before she could answer the question, the car suddenly came to a stop before Ramon put it in park. Sorry to interrupt the good times, but we've reached our destination for tonight. With a surprising amount of disappointment and reluctantness, Priscilla sat up, pulled her lips away from his, and looked around. In front of them stood a small cabin surrounded by trees and overlooking a lake. I know it's not the Four Seasons, but I figured I might as well try to give you a new experience, Ramon said as he zipped up his pants and adjusted his belt, which made Priscilla frown, but with a quick breath, she cleared some of the lustful fog clouding her mind. I suppose it isn't the worst of settings, and it certainly does give us some privacy. Ramon grinned. That is the primary reason ITLL give us the space to talk for as long as we want. Ramon's purposeful pause told Priscilla everything she needed to know about what talking could entail. Very well then. Let's go inside, shall we? Instead of waiting for an answer, Priscilla stepped out of the car and took a deep inhale of the fresh, chilled air. What just happened to me? It only felt like a few minutes, but we must be miles outside of the town. Just who is this man? Priscilla looked over at Ramon, who got out of the car and smiled charmingly at her, though there was nothing he could do to conceal the gleam in his eyes. Suddenly, Priscilla had the feeling that she had just entered a deadly dance with a predator. Ramon said nothing, walking over to the front door of the cabin and entering the passcode he had been provided after renting the property into the electronic keypad. A second later, the door swung open to a surprisingly lavish interior. After you. Priscilla stared at the open doorway for a second before wordlessly stepping inside, forcing herself not to flinch as she passed Ramon by. While he had been nothing but charming and suave, Priscilla couldn't help but feel some sense of unease around the man who had her begging for his touch within moments of meeting him. For most of her life, Priscilla had always been the one in control, with her own birth family being quite well off and then marrying into the richest family in town. Stepping into the cabin, Priscilla looked around before flinching as Ramon shut the door behind her, locking it with an audible click. There, now it's just the two of us. Priscilla froze as she felt Ramon move close behind her and half expected and hoped his rough hands would land on her body. But instead, Ramon simply stepped past her and moved into the kitchen, where he opened a fridge and took out a bottle of wine. Could I interest you in a glass while we talk? Tea talk? About what? Priscilla stammered as Ramon searched through a few drawers before finding a corkscrew and a pair of wine glasses. Ramon glanced at her briefly before returning his attention to opening the wine bottle. Your husband, of course, and the role you'll play in his downfall. Priscilla froze for a second as she suddenly remembered the conversation that had preceded their intimate exchange. I didn't say that I would help you. Ramon smirked. No, we didn't quite get to that point. I was rather distracted, though. Then again, so were you, which is why I'm a bit surprised that you rejected my proposition before you've even heard what it entails. Why are you telling me this? And don't tell me it's out of the kindness of your heart. I know you don't have one. Priscilla cursed Ramon out, making him wince. You wound me. Priscilla scoffed, and Ramon dropped the act with a dark chuckle as he popped the cork. Very well, they'll stop the theatrics, you're right. Of course, I don't particularly care about what happens to you, but why not soothe my conscience and torment your husband at the same time? And how would you accomplish that? Priscilla asked as she crossed her arms and glared at Ramon. Simple, you file for divorce and take him for half of his net worth. Ramon replied as he started to pour the wine. I told your husband to his face that after threatening me, his days of peace were over, and there's nothing less peaceful than a messy divorce. Priscilla shook her head. You're a madman. If I'm the one issuing papers, I can't touch a cent of what Preston has. He made me sign a prenup. And do you really think that prenup can still stand in court after he sold you out, forcing you to commit adultery? Ramon said, while giving Priscilla a knowing look. Priscilla opened her mouth, ready to shoot Ramon's idea down, when she paused and thought about what he was saying. That couldn't. Priscilla trailed off as she realized that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. I could have it all. Yes, You can, Ramon agreed as he walked over with both glasses in hand. Like I said, all you need to do is follow every step of my plan. Priscilla reached out and took one of the glasses that Ramon offered her before he raised his glass in a silent toast and took a sip. Priscilla copied him, tasting the sweet and dry wine, and it glided down her tongue, though her eyes never left Ramon's. She reached out to put a hand on her chest. But before Priscilla could feel the taut muscles, Ramon's other hand came up and snagged her wrist, but just so we're crystal clear. Priscilla froze as Ramon leaned in. If I even have the slightest suspicion that you are looking to stab me in the back, I won't hesitate for a moment to bury you along with your husband. Then, before Priscilla could respond, Ramon pressed his lips against her as he set his wine glass down on the counter and grabbed 2 handfuls of her taut ass. Upgrade, sir, what? Preston jumped awake in the leather seat in his study. An open bottle of scotch on the side table next to him with an already filled whiskey glass. Your wife is back, sir, Samson answered, his voice neutral as ever. Preston frowned and glanced at his watch. It's morning already? Yes, sir. You fell asleep sometime around 4 in the morning, Samson replied, making Preston grimace. You said my wife was back? Samson nodded. She's waiting for you in the lounge. Preston grunted, slowly standing upright while trying to ignore the pounding migraine and awful aftertaste in his mouth. Just tell me, how pissed off did she look? Samson paused for a long moment before speaking. It's odd, sir, but your wife didn't seem that emotional. In fact, she looked oddly at ease. Preston froze as his jaw clenched and his hands tightened into fists. That is about the single worst thing you could have said. Samson looked confused for a bit before realizing how it must have sounded in context. Sorry, sir. Preston just grunted again before shouldering past Samson and making his way out of the study. Less than a minute later, Preston entered the lounge and found his wife sitting in one of the cloth chairs, facing the bay windows that let the morning sun stream into the room. Hearing him approach, Priscilla looked over and smirked at her husband's disheveled appearance. I see you didn't get much sleep. I guess that makes 2 of us. Preston's simmering rage exploded, and with a roar of anger, he lashed out, grabbing a nearby chair and throwing it against the wall with a loud thud. God damn it! Watching the temper tantrum, Priscilla just rolled her eyes and picked up the cup of tea the maids had made for her. Are you done yet? Preston took a ragged breath before glaring at Priscilla. Fuck you. Interesting choice of words, Priscilla quipped as she took a sip from her cup and listened to the sound of Preston's teeth grinding together. I'm glad you're so amused by this situation. Priscilla's smile melted off her face as she glared at Preston with a disgusted look in her eyes. A situation that you got us into because you could cover your own fucking ass. Preston's face flushed, turning bright red with anger. And you were just so fucking eager to go along with it. Go along with it, Priscilla shouted in disbelief as she slammed her cup down on the side table. You fucking begged me to do it, you pathetic spineless bastard. All over $15 million. Is that how much I'm worth to you? Is that the price tag you slapped on my ass? Well, it's about damn time. Preston swore. After all the shopping trips, luxurious vacations, and the fucking surgery. It's about damn time I got some return on my investment. In a flash, Priscilla stood up, stormed over to Preston, and started slapping him with her hands. Why, you rotten son of a bitch. I hate you. I hate you. Preston reached up and grabbed Priscilla's wrists, holding her still. Don't you dare fucking touch me. You ungrateful bitch. Priscilla wailed before her knee shot up and caught Preston in the stomach. NHG. Preston wheezed, and his grip went weak, letting Priscilla pull away. That's it. We're done. I'm divorcing you. Preston, you hear me. I'm done with all your shit. Oh, really? Preston grimaced as he stood upright and glared at Priscilla. And then what? You're going to get a job? Marry some other poor bastard? Priscilla smirked. No, I think I'm going to ask for half of your net worth in the divorce. Forgot about the prenup you signed. You dumb bitch. Preston snarled with a victorious smile, waiting to see the confidence meld off of Priscilla's face. But that never happened. No, I didn't, which is why I called my lawyer and checked what would happen in the scenario that my husband sold me to cover his gambling debts. Betraying our vows and causing me so much emotional distress that I can't even think straight. Priscilla replied, snobbishly with a victorious grin across her face. Let's just say that he was confident that there isn't a court in the country that would award me anything I wanted, including half of everything you're worth and complete custody of our daughter. Our daughter, our daughter, Preston screamed, and he nearly charged Priscilla and would have if Samson hadn't suddenly intervened, holding him back. You heartless whore. You want to keep me away from my daughter? Why not, after all? It's probably only a matter of time before you try and sell her off as well. Priscilla snapped back, making Preston lunge for her, but he couldn't make Samson budge in the slightest. Get out. Get out of my house. Fine, I already packed my things, but before I leave, I wanted to give you this. Priscilla responded primly as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a flash drive that she placed on the table. What's that? Preston demanded as he looked from the drive to Priscilla's smug face as she grinned at him. Just a little memento from last night. Ramon figured you might appreciate it. Preston's face was confused for a second before it paled rapidly as he realized what was on the drive. Why you didn't? Priscilla only smiled before she left the room, leaving the drive as an ominous reminder. Fuck! Preston screamed as he broke free from Samson's grip and started trashing the room, throwing everything he could get his hands on, and kept going until he was out of breath with his vision swimming and his head pounding. It's all his fault, that fucking no-good-nothing chef. Preston's bloodshot eyes snapped up and glared into space, imagining the man responsible. Samson, I'm gonna need you to take care of some matters for me. Ramon, I see that you guys didn't waste any time making yourselves at home. Patty and Megan looked over as I stepped into the penthouse living room and looked around at all the newly added throw blankets and pillows that I couldn't remember having seen before. Did you guys go furniture shopping? Well, we weren't going to just sit around all day, Megan replied cheekily as she skipped over and planted a kiss on my cheek. So we decided to help you out as a thank you and get some essentials for the place. Patty finished off as she also moved over and kissed me as well, a rather forward move for her, though it wasn't much, seeing as you already helped us move everything from the old apartment. Oh yeah, when do you think the construction will be finished? Megan asked, suddenly recalling why they had moved out with so little warning. It should be finished today, actually. I came over here to pick the two of you up so we could check it out together. I replied while wrapping my arms around Patty and Megan's waists. Already? But how? Patty questioned, her face scrunching up in an endearing way as she tried to figure out. Just some good old demon magic, I replied while wiggling my fingers through the air. Aren't people going to get a bit suspicious? Megan asked, starting to think about the situation herself. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure there's some type of veil that makes regular people glance over things when magic's involved, unless I directly show it to them. Oh, you mean how mortals couldn't see the monsters in Percy Jackson? Patty referenced only to blush when she saw Megan, and I shared a glance. She's adorable. Isn't she? Absolutely. Megan agreed to Patty's dismay, and she buried her face in her hands. Please forget I ever said that. Nope, I denied with a laugh. Now, come on, let's go check out the restaurant. Whoa. Megan stepped out of the car and stared wide-eyed at the new restaurant front. Your demon magic really went to work. Are you sure people won't notice? It's such a big difference. Patty muttered worriedly as she stared at the restaurant as well, and I could understand the reason for her concern. In the span of a day, the restaurant had gone from looking like a grandfather establishment of the town to the newly constructed building. What the hell did the system do? Polish each individual brick? There's not even an alley anymore. I grinned at the new furbished look, but as pretty as the restaurant looked, nothing could tell me more than the updated property page. Property, Ramon's Grill type. Commercial restaurant tier 2. Upgrade cost $500,000 maintenance. 25,725 max capacity. 100 employees waitstaff. 2-4 Megan Griffin. Maintenance. 2050 efficiency. 15 chance to upsell Patty Patterson maintenance. 2050 efficiency. 15 chance to upsell kitchen staff. 1-3 Tiana Rogers wage. 7,500 skill set. 25 cooking speed. 5 to final quality furniture. 26 100 seats flax leather booths, 4 small wooden dining tables, X5 appliances, 3 10 Hearthstone grill, 10 to cooking speed, 15 quality of all grilled recipes, POS terminal. 15 to service speed food processor, 5 to cooking speed keg order, 30 quality to all poured drinks. Closing the window, I shrugged before addressing Patty's concern. It should be fine. I'm confident that no one should bring it up. What the hell happened to this place? I was only gone for 2 days. Confrontation. Patty, Megan, and I all looked over to the right, where Tiana was staring wide-eyed at the restaurant, clearly noticing the difference despite my just insisting that no one would notice. "Hey, T. Welcoming back." I waved at her and forced a grin across my face while trying to figure out how Tiana was seeing past the veil. The only reason why Megan and Patty can see is because of their bond with me. Does Tiana have a bond with another demon? Yeah, to a whole new restaurant, apparently. "I thought you were only replacing the windows," Tiana replied, ironically, as she walked over, looking between me and the restaurant. "Seriously? How did you rebuild the entire building in only 2 days?" I didn't bother coming up with an excuse. I was far more invested in trying to figure out how Tiana could notice the difference on her own. Though after a second, I watched as a bit of suspicion flicked across Tiana's face as she looked from me, to Patty, to Megan, as we all looked at her. There's no way she knows that we know, right? And if she does that, would mean that she knew from the start. As if despite my thoughts, I watched as Tiana's eyes lit up with realization, quickly followed by a look of dread as she put all of the pieces together. God damn it. I couldn't help but chuckle and hold up my hand to show my sous chef that I wasn't a threat. I think that it's time we have a long overdue conversation. But let's take this inside, shall we? Tiana looked from me to the restaurant with a look of trepidation, but she wasn't running for the hills, which was an overall good sign. "If I go in there, I want your word that I won't be harmed or enchanted." I blinked. "All right, you have my word I won't harm or enchant you." "What?" "No. Make the vow." Tiana insisted with a deep frown. "Vow." I repeated, even more confused. "How do I do that?" Tiana glared at me and put her hands on her hips. "You must think I was born yesterday. You're not the first spirit I've encountered. And you're dead wrong if you think I'm going to step foot into your place of power now that you know that I know about your true nature." My confusion was at an all-time high, and I couldn't help but shake my head. "Sorry, I think there's been some confusion here. I'm not a spirit." "Oh, really? Then what the hell are you?" "Because I know you're not human, no matter how much you try to act like one," Tiana insisted, growing increasingly irate and most likely assuming I was trying to trap her or something. "Actually, that's the funny thing about all of this. I used to be a human," I explained with a sheepish grin. "But then through some circumstances that I don't fully understand, I was reborn as a demon, and now I run a successful grill house." Tiana's eyes narrowed. "What the hell are you talking about?" I think I might know what's going on." Everyone turned to stare at Patty, who half raised her hand. "Tiana, you're from New Orleans, right?" "Damn right," Tiana replied and crossed her arms. "Then I'm sorry if this is offensive to ask, but you wouldn't happen to be a practitioner of voodoo, would you?" Patty asked timidly, clearly not wanting to evoke any stereotypes. "Not myself, but I have had more than a few brushes with various witches, warlocks, and spirits themselves. It's part of the reason why I left Louisiana and moved so far north to begin with," Tiana explained, making Patty grin as her guess paid off. "Looks like there's a lot more than any of us know about. We've just discovered that demons and spirits exist. It's only a matter of time before an angel appears or some other fantasy race." "You mean like elves and dwarves?" I asked, and Patty only shrugged. "Why not? I mean, you practically look like an elf when you're in your demon form, minus the cloven hooves, tail, horns, and demonic tattoos." "I don't think that was the greatest comparison, babe," Megan said gingerly as she put a supportive hand on Patty's arm. Wait a minute," Tiana suddenly spoke up with a hand pinching the bridge of her nose. "So Ramon is a demon, not a spirit, which are different somehow. And there's a non-zero chance that angels and elves are real as well." "I think we've moved far beyond the scope of our original conversation," I muttered, feeling a slight headache coming on. "Look, I don't know if I can give a vow, but I swear on whatever power I have that I won't harm you, Tiana." "That would be rude and downright idiotic of me, considering I've quadrupled my seating." Much to my surprise, my heart pounded in my chest loud enough that it echoed through the air, making Patty and Megan stare at me with worried looks in their eyes. Tiana seemed equally surprised, but after a second, she nodded. All right, I guess that worked. Now we can talk. I let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. Without her, I would have to wait the next 5 days to buy new seating. Otherwise, I would end up in the red at the end of the month when I have to pay the maintenance. Oh my God. The second floor is even bigger than our first ground floor, Megan shouted down as she explored what the new restaurant had to offer. Of course, we all joined her as well, temporarily putting off the conversation that would call into question our basic understanding of the world. The entire upgrade could be summarized as everything getting bigger, with the standout change being the addition of a second floor accessible via the wooden staircase against the left wall. So you lived your first life as an accountant. Then you were reborn as a demon and decided the best use of your power was to open a restaurant? Tiana summarized as we went through the kitchen together, which had kept its overall shape and layout, just scaled up a few notches. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds a bit pathetic. I muttered with a fake frown that managed to make Tiana crack a smile. I didn't mean for it to come off like that. I'm sorry. All right, Tiana apologized. Don't get your horns all in a twist. I feel like I should take offense to that. I snapped back, making Tiana laugh. Sorry. I'll try and be more aware of my microaggressions against demonkind. I shook my head at the absurdity of the conversation. So you agreed to work for me even when you thought I might be some evil spirit trying to charm you into eternal servitude. Hey, from my experience, that is a very real fear to have. Combined with the fact I could sense that there was some type of voodoo between you, Patty, and Megan, I was right to be a little bit suspicious. And yet you still work for me, I emphasized again while raising an eyebrow. Do you know how hard it is to get a job in the culinary industry that pays well? Tiana scoffed. Besides, my heart told me that you weren't out to harm me, and I could tell that you genuinely love cooking both as a skill and something you can do for others. Tiana's genuine compliment made a smile spread across my face. Well, I'm glad you listened to your heart. I don't think I could have gotten here without your help. Well, I know that isn't true, Tiana denied with a smirk. I shrugged, probably, but it would have been a hell of a lot harder and way less entertaining. I aimed to please, Tiana shot back, and she locked eyes with me, making me pause as for a moment I drank in her features and the way her skin drank in the light. For a long second, neither of us moved or said anything until Tiana blinked and cleared her throat with a cough. So what do we need to do for tonight's service? You can get started on the usual prep, I answered, trying not to linger for too long on the flush across Tiana's cheeks. In the meantime, I need to do a little shopping. It's Magic Sim Life. Level 1710 DP money. 44,807 maintenance. 48,960 properties. Ramon's Grill, penthouse apartment staring at the negative balance between my current funds and my maintenance fee, due in less than 5 days. I considered holding off on buying new furniture. But I quickly banished the thought after running a brief estimation about how much I could make in a single night of servicing up to 100 people at a time. I was already averaging 15,000 a night with just 26 seats. Giving in to my greed, I opened the furniture tab and started looking at the options available to me. It took more willpower than I was expecting to ignore the more expensive pieces that came with unique bonuses and modifiers that could really take my profit min-maxing to the next level. Instead, I focused solely on seating, which would give me the short-term benefit I needed to stay out of the red. Furniture, dark oak lawn table X1 cost, 10550 maximum number, 02 seating, 10 traits, none furniture. Dark oak round table X5 cost, 2,950 maximum number, 010 seating, 4 traits. None would you like to purchase. Dark oak round table X5. In dark oak lawn table X1 for a total cost of 35,750 in. I selected yes, and watched my remaining funds dwindle to $9,057, just enough to cover the ingredients for tonight's first round of customers. After that, I could reinvest the profits and continue business as usual. That should bring my total seating up to 56, which is only just over half of the 100 seats it'll eventually have. I thought with a grin, almost salivating as I imagined what the daily report would look like at the end of the day. You know, I've never heard of any spirit, or demon for that matter, that could summon furniture, Tiana commented as she walked back into the kitchen. Is it because this is your place of power? I have to admit that I don't really know what that is, I replied, hoping that Tiana would explain. Well, for spirits at least, they can't exist freely in the mortal world. So they have to bind themselves to a physical location where they can operate and utilize their powers. If they try to go outside of their territory, they're drastically weakened and have a very limited window before they must return or be banished back to the spirit realm. Tiana quickly summarized, likely leaving out several key details for time's sake. Comparing what she had said to my own situation, I pursed my lips and thought, there's some similarities, I guess, but am certainly not restricted to a single location. And I think as long as I legally own the location, I can turn it into my territory. Interesting, I wonder if all demons can do that, Tiana muttered. I shook my head. It's probably something unique to me, or at least my specific kind of demon. Oh, what are you, some fledgling demon lord? Tiana joked as she knelt by the hearth and started stacking the firewood inside. No, just a primordial incubus, I answered casually while staring at Tiana, hoping to catch a reaction. A what? Tiana snapped as she stood up and whirled around, staring at me with dubious eyes. Did you say incubus? Like the male version of a succubus? The sex demon who drains the life out of people by banging them to death? Yes and no, I quickly answered with a grin. My more powerful magic is fueled by sex, but I don't kill people to get it. Instead, both parties have to be consenting, and the magic only works if we're both happy with the relationship. I explained there's also a lot of benefit for the person as well. Oh, really? Tiana asked, clearly not convinced, though there wasn't any fear in her voice anymore, which was a positive note. I nodded and started listing them off while counting with my fingers. Well, for starters, you become the most beautiful version of yourself, and I mean that in the literal sense. Turns out demon magic is a really good cosmetic. You also don't age. Also, did I mention the sex is pretty? All right, I get it. You didn't force Patty and Megan into anything that they clearly didn't want. Tiana interrupted me before I could get too graphic with the details. Just don't go thinking they're going to be next. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on that. If I were you, I warned before moving over to the countertop and waving my hand, buying a slew of ingredients from the system. Unless you find me absolutely repulsive physically or personality-wise, you'll naturally start having intrusive thoughts. Tiana scoffed. If you think I'm that easy, you have another thing coming. It's not about you being easy or not, I corrected. I'm pretty sure my magic makes me irresistibly attractive, like a passive glamour or something. Tiana paused. So you can just seduce anyone you want, and they can't do anything about it? Isn't that borderline mind control? Not really. If you completely despise me or aren't attracted to me physically, then the magic won't work. As for it being mind control, that isn't accurate either. You can always resist. I just find that most people don't like fighting their urges. Why are you telling me this? Tiana asked, and I could feel her eyes bore into me. So you know the risk of working here with me. I answered honestly. I know how motivated you are. You should focus on your dream. And if that means avoiding a serious relationship, then you should probably avoid staying around me. Tiana was silent for a long moment before she responded, You're not getting rid of me that easily. I would never get rid of you, T. I'd lose way too much. My sentence was cut off as my phone started to ring, though instead of putting down my knife, I summoned my puppeteer's hands and had them pick up the call for me. Hello? I can't look at the phone. Who is this? Did I call you at a bad time? Ash asked instantly, making me smile. Just got my hands full for a moment. But what's up? Well, good news and bad news. Ash muttered, Good news. I found a way to desalinate the field. Turns out you just flush it with a shit ton of water. Bad news. I calculated the water bill if we flood the fields, and it's not a small number. There's also the small issue that when we wash away the salt, we're also washing away all the nutrients in the soil, putting us back at square one. So what are we going to do? I asked as I cleaned off my knife with the side of my finger. That's why I called you, Ash answered, her voice softening slightly in what was clearly a vulnerable moment for her. I'm fresh out of ideas, Ramon. You've gotten us this far. I'm just hoping you got a bit more of whatever magic you've been using. I opened my mouth to respond when an idea suddenly crossed my mind. Ash, you're a genius. What? Why? Ash asked, confused, but it didn't dampen my grin the slightest. Okay, I got an idea, but I'm going to need you to trust me, and there's a chance that it doesn't work out the way I think it will, but I just spit it out already. Ash shouted, stopping my rambling. I need you to put me on the deed to the farm. The deed to the farm? Yes, it doesn't have to be full ownership or an equal share. I just need some legal stake in the business. I insisted. I know it sounds dumb and risky, but all right, I'll do it, Ash answered before I could even finish trying to convince her. It's sink or swim at this point. On the list of things I would do, putting you down as a co-owner of the farm is pretty low. I grinned, feeling a growing confidence that everything would work out better than either of us thought possible. All right, I'll be over there this weekend. In the meantime, send me the water bill, and he'll cover it. Also, remind me to tell you about how I got our revenge on Northwest. Damn, I nearly forgot about that asshole. Now I'm pissed all over again. Ash swore. Believe me, he got off way worse than we did. Just wait until a few weeks from now. I bet it's going to be all over the news. A hard day's reward, 3 more orders. Patty shouted as she burst through the kitchen doors, walking as fast as she could without breaking into a full-on sprint. Booth 10, ready to go out. Tiana called out as she finished plating the last dish of the order. Booth 10 going out, Patty repeated before scooping up the serving tray laden with food and whisking it right back out the door. Order tickets, I called out over my shoulder, knowing that Tiana would understand what I wanted. Even without looking, I could hear Tiana reach up and pull down the 3 tickets that Patty had pinned up. First order table 5, 2 grilled salmon and broccoli. Second order table 6, 1 lobster, 2 steak frites, 1 steak and potatoes, and 3 salads. Third order, shit, table 15, 3 grilled salmon and broccoli, 3 steak frites, 2 lobster, and 1 steak and potatoes. Tiana's tone was clearly stressed and overwhelmed, and I couldn't help but share her sentiment. Even with all our prep work, I hadn't anticipated the system deciding to hit me with the realism hammer with no heads up. I guess it decided to take the training wheels off with a new mechanic. I thought darkly, reviewing the notification that had appeared the moment I realized things weren't going as smoothly as they should be. New mechanic unlocked. Satisfaction info. Satisfaction is an income modifier determined by comparing the cooking speed modifier and the current capacity of the restaurant. If the difference between the two calculated rates is negative, a penalty will be applied to the generated revenue. Currently, your capacity is 56, and your cooking speed modifier is 50, resulting in a -6 satisfaction rating and a corresponding reduction in profits. Increase your cooking speed to avoid penalties, and, in the future, find unique items and opportunities to apply a positive bonus to your satisfaction rating to apply a positive modifier to earnings. In the long term, the new mechanic was nothing but a boon and another way to min-max in the game that was my life. But I couldn't be concerned with the long term when I had a queue of orders half a mile long and tens of hungry mouths to feed. It also means that my plan to max out my capacity is only going to end up biting me in the ass. You'll need to buy some appliances for the kitchen to get rid of that negative value first, and then start trying to figure out how to get a positive rating. This is brutal, Tiana muttered under her breath, breaking me out of my musings as she started filling another pot OT boil another batch of lobster. We haven't had a single moment of downtime, and we're not even halfway through service. That's on me. I didn't think things through, and now, unfortunately, we're both paying for it. But I can assure you that come tomorrow, we'll be prepared for the big rush. I swore with a determined look in my eyes. We just got to get through today. Just then, the kitchen doors swung open once more, undercutting my rousing speech as Megan stormed in with 4 more tickets in hand for more orders. Yeah, just got to get through today, Tiana muttered in a slightly broken tone as she mechanically walked over to read off the tickets. I think I must have walked up those stairs at least 100 times tonight, Patty muttered, her eyes half closed, dragged down by the weight of exhaustion. I feel like I'm about to fall asleep any second. WL, I'd do it sooner rather than later, because I'm about to run out of hot water. Megan forced her words in between heavy breaths as we stood together underneath the steaming hot water. After coming home from the restaurant, there was a silent yet collective yearning to test out the hot tub-sized bath in the master bedroom, hoping it would melt away the stress of the day. But of course, the combined need to relieve some stress and the sight of Patty and Megan's wet, naked bodies glistening under the lights had me craving something else warm and wet. Just hold out for 10 more minutes, Patty murmured drowsily as she slipped further into the tub. I just need 10 minutes. Kommt? He's being all slow and gentle. It's not fair. Megan protested as she tried to move at her usual quick pace, but my arms wrapped around her waist kept her held close, forcing Megan to endure the slow and steady motion that drove her crazy. Lifting my head from her chest for the first time, I pressed my lips against Megan's neck, leaving behind a slew of hickeys. Tell me to stop and I will, but we both know you won't. My hand reached down and grabbed Megan's ass, gripping and squeezing her soft, milky flesh until it spilled out in between my fingers. But we both know you won't, because you love being this close to me. Megan's only response was a soft sigh as she leaned against my shoulder, her body relaxing into the moment. Holding her against me, I held her close as she murmured, "You're an evil man," before slowly working her way up my neck and ending at my lips where we shared a deep kiss. After a long moment, Megan pulled away and rolled off to the side, leaning back against the wall of the tub. I did the best I could, Patty. It's all up to you now. Huh? Patty's eyes slowly opened, but before she could fully register was what happening. My hands were already around her waist and flipping her over. Eep! Patty ended up turned around, hanging over the side of the tub with her backside above the water as I knelt down behind her while shifting into my demon form. What are you doing back there? Oh God. Patty's entire body melted into a puddle as my hands gently touched her lower back, drawing her closer to me. Leaning in, I pressed my lips against Patty's, humming softly as I became intimate with her. Wow, that looks like fun, Megan commented, shamelessly watching as I was with her best friend. How does it feel, Patty? Fantastic. Patty gasped as she bit her lip and gripped the edge of the bathtub so hard that her knuckles turned white. Ramon W, ever you do, don't stop. I hummed in acknowledgement, making Patty moan in pleasure, MNGH. So good. I enjoyed every moment with Patty, attentively engaging with her as I skillfully used my nimble and flexible approach to focus on what she enjoyed most. In only a matter of minutes, Patty had turned into a nonverbal mess, letting out soft sounds as I held her close. When she had relaxed completely, I gently leaned forward and Patty gasped softly, her back arching as she reached up toward me. So close. With both hands around her waist, I held Patty up as I moved with her in a close embrace, our connection growing deeper with each passing moment. I started off with an eager rhythm from the very beginning, knowing that I wouldn't be able to hold back much longer after being with Megan without finding my own release. Barely a minute had passed before I suddenly picked Patty up by the waist until she was standing upright and leaning against me. My hands held her close while my tail wrapped around her to steady her. You ready? Yes, Patty hissed as she looked up at me with wide, unfocused eyes. Give it to me. Hearing the magic words, my heart raced as I pulled her close, holding her tight. That was nice, Patty muttered as she slowly relaxed against my body, her eyes already drifting off as her eyelids drooped. Don't fall asleep just yet. Megan suddenly spoke up as she stood up and walked over, her eyes fixated on the spilled dessert dripping down Patty's thigh. After all, I still haven't gotten a bite tonight. Home invasion. Day 25 report. Sim Life revenue. 211,893 cost. 145,005 profit. 66,888.15 modifiers. Fortune 315. Satisfaction -6 income. 72,306 total. 81,363 date life energy spent. 0 energy gained. 2 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 5 total. 45,100. This is almost better than sex. I'm mused with a grin as I stared at the 5-digit number listed after income. They'll probably have to wait a few more days and save up before reinvesting back in the restaurant, though it's not much to really complain about when you're pulling in close to 100,000 daily. My success was made even sweeter as I closed the screen and sank underneath the sheets, where I was almost immediately dogpiled by two incredibly soft and plump bodies. Yeah, my life is pretty good. I closed my eyes and let my thoughts drift as I entered the strange torpor state I had instead of sleep, one that allowed me to rest and lose sense of time without falling unconscious. But after some time, an increasing sense of unease made me open my eyes and sit upright in bed. Looking at the clock, I saw it was still the dead of night, and it had only been an hour or two since I closed my eyes. There was nothing evident to cause me to feel restless, but the more I sat with the feeling, the more certain I was that it wasn't just regular paranoia. "Patty, Megan," I whispered softly as I gently shook both girls awake, who groaned in protest. There's no way it's morning already," Megan complained as she slowly opened her eyes. What's going on?" Patty asked as she reached for her glasses on the bedside table. "Something's wrong," I muttered quietly, sliding out of bed and walking over to the closet to throw on a pair of pants, and going out to check, lock the door behind me. "And don't open it until I'm back. It'll knock 3 times. If I don't, do not open the door. You don't think someone broke in, do you?" Patty asked as a spark of fear ignited in her emerald eyes. "How could they get up here without a key card?" Megan questioned. "The fire escape," I answered while moving over to the door. "That's the only way, and if there's someone willing to climb up 10+ stairs on the sheer face of a building, I don't want to find what else they're willing to do." "Maybe we should call the police," Patty suggested, but I just shook my head as I slowly opened the door. "Only if I'm not back in 5 minutes." "Be careful," Megan whispered as I slipped out the door and closed it behind me. I paused, waiting until I heard the click of the deadbolt before slowly walking forward. My eyes roamed over every inch of the hallways as I walked down to the other end towards the guest rooms. My hearing had never been so sensitive as I listened for the slightest noise, the creak of a floorboard, a breath other than my own. Still, I found nothing out of place after clearing both guest rooms. Nothing was out of place, and there was no sign anyone had been in them. That's the main hallway done. Now, just the kitchen and living room. Moving into the kitchen, I looked out across the room before slowly creeping forward on the leftmost wall, before reaching the corner and peering around the edge at the window leading to the fire escape. It was closed, but as I moved closer, I felt a distinct difference in the floor temperature, as if it had been cooled by the night air. The moment I made the realization, I heard a series of footsteps behind me, and I spun around just in time to see a knife coming down to stab me in the shoulder. I barely had a moment to think, and instead moved on instinct as I thrust my hand forward and used one of the first hexes I had ever bought. There was a flash of purple light as a kinetic blast struck my attacker's center mass, sending them flying across the room with a painful grunt. Ignoring the terror that had gripped my heart, I quickly found the light switch and, with a slam of my fist, flooded the apartment with light. Despite the sudden flashbang, I forced my eyes to stay open as I looked over to find the intruder slowly getting back to their feet after I had sent them tumbling into one of the heavy chairs in front of the window. The intruder was dressed in all black, wearing a ski mask to hide their identity. I watched as they stood up with a groan of pain before looking over to stare directly at me. Gauging their reaction, I expected some fear and confusion, but instead all I saw was a cold, calculating gaze as they hefted their knife again, which had remained firmly in their grasp despite the impromptu flight. The intruder's actions confirmed one of my leading theories about why the break-in was happening. I wasn't dealing with some opportunistic burglar looking to make a quick buck. No, I was dealing with a methodical home invader who came here with one task in mind. So, he actually went ahead and did it, I muttered with a feral grin, feeling the little fear I had slip away. "Tell me what's Northwest paying you to get rid of me?" The killer said nothing, staying absolutely silent. But their eyes told me everything I needed to know. "Fine, don't tell me, but it'll tell you that whatever the price tag, it wasn't worth it. Because this is about to be the worst day of your life." I took a step forward, ready to engage the would-be killer, but the moment I moved, their hand dropped down to their waist, and I noticed the unmistakable imprint of a gun sitting in its holster. Without a second thought, I threw myself back and managed to get most of my body behind the kitchen island just before I heard the soft pop of a suppressed gun and watched as a bullet hole appeared on the wall where I had been standing just a moment before. Damn it. The killer cursed, and in an instant, I recognized his voice. I didn't know you could be so emotional, Samson. But I know it must be hard after being around that asshole all day. Samson didn't respond, but I heard his footsteps as he slowly crept forward, looking to get a better angle to shoot at me from. Tell me, how did you find out where I live? Don't tell me you waited outside the restaurant for the whole day just to tell me home? If that's the case, you could have at least come in to try my food. Maybe if you had, we could have avoided this whole situation. You're going to die tonight. I hope you know that. Samson grunted, his voice much closer than even I had expected. You and both of those little sluts hiding in your bedroom. Maybe you'll break both your legs and arms and let you live a bit longer so you can watch as The asshole didn't get to finish his threat as I popped up from the other side of the counter. Samson pivoted, but before he could bring the barrel of his gun around, I thrust out both of my hands, sending my puppeteer's hand flying forward. From Samson's perspective, he felt two invisible hands grab hold of his arms before lifting him from the ground and pinning him against the wall. What the hell? Samson grunted as he tried to fight the invisible force holding his arms out to either side of him. But unless he could generate more than 400 kilograms of force, my puppet hands wouldn't move an inch. I was hoping you would somehow find your way into my crosshairs, but this takes the cake. Fuck you. Samson swore before spitting at my feet. I clicked my tongue in disappointment as I walked up to Samson and slammed my fist against the side of his torso with enough force that I was confident that I cracked at least a couple of ribs. You're not a very smart man, are you, Samson? A smart man would have realized it's not good to antagonize the guy with magical powers. Samson let out a stifled gasp as he tried to breathe through his broken ribs. G gonna kill you. As much as I would love to see how you would accomplish such a feat, I need to fabricate a more believable story for when the police get here. I responded before grabbing the gun from Samson's head and giving him a firm tap on the temple, creating a narrative third person. Samson opened his eyes with a groan and found himself face down on the floor. What the hell? Rise and shine, Sleeping Beauty. Ramon stepped into Samson's field of view, crouching and staring down at his would-be killer. Did you enjoy your little nap? Samson's body surged with adrenaline, and he rushed to push himself upright, only to find that his hands were tied behind his back with a thick length of rope. There was also another piece of rope around his ankles, up to his mid-calf. Careful now, struggle too much, and you might chafe, Ramon cautioned in a casual tone, though with how badly things are going for you. A bit of rope burn will be the least of your concerns. Why haven't you killed me yet? Samson asked through clenched teeth while glaring at Ramon with a venom-filled eyes. And let you get off easy? Ramon replied, his eyes gleaming with evil as he pulled on a pair of plastic gloves. Why would I ever do that? Samson grunted, unimpressed by the vague threat. What are you going to do? Torture me? No, I'm not that sadistic, Ramon tooted, slowly shaking his head as he moved over to Samson's hands and tore off the gloves he was wearing, but I'm a spiteful son of a bitch who can hold a grudge. So I'm going to make sure that you regret the very moment you decided to interfere with my life. Taking Samon's hand, Ramon then carefully wrapped his fingers around the handle of his knife and then the grip of his suppressed pistol. The hell are you doing? Samson grunted as he tried to hold onto the gun, but Ramon tore it from his grasp like Samson was a badly behaved child holding onto a toy. Making sure you go down for attempted murder, Ramon replied as he stood up. Now, while I would love to stay around and chat some more, I need to make sure this looks like the real deal. Samson opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Ramon walked away and moved to stand over by the wall while the gun and knife levitated into the air and trailed after him. Staring at the spectacle with wide eyes, Samson realized in that moment that he hadn't been imagining it when he felt an invisible force pick him up during their fight. How are you doing that? Shoo, try to remember, Ramon chastised as he moved over to face the window. Now, I was facing the window when I heard you run at me from behind, making me turn around. Will you try to stab me? As he narrated the order of events, Ramon acted them out as well. And when he reached the end, he nodded to himself as the knife floated over. A shallow wound should do it. Samson then watched wide-eyed as the knife suddenly lashed out, cutting into Ramon's skin and leaving a red line across his shoulder. I then threw you across the room before running over to the lights. Again, Ramon acted out the situation, this time leaving a smear of blood along the wall as he did. And then when I turned the lights on, you shot at me once, but I think a bullet wound will really sell the story, don't you think? Ramon's question was answered by the soft pop of the gun as it went off, with the bullet grazing his shoulder, adding another injury to give his story credit. "What the hell are you doing?" Samson asked with wide, fearful eyes as he looked between the madman injuring himself and the floating weapons being puppeted by an unseen force. "Making sure you go down for attempted murder," Ramon replied as he walked back over to Samson, while making sure his blood dripped on the floor. "You see, if I just called the cops right off the bat, there was a chance that with a good enough lawyer and a dumb enough jury, you could argue your plea down to breaking and entering, home invasion, an unlawful use of a firearm, since you only shot once and missed. But now I have 2 wounds, both of which could have been fatal if I hadn't been so lucky. Especially the knife, since you attacked me from behind when I didn't know you were in the room." Ramon waved his hands, making the bloody knife drop to the floor next to the chair, while the gun floated over into Ramon's hand. "But you underestimated my strength and got your ass thrown against the wall, where I then wrestled the gun from your hand and used it to knock you out before tying you up and calling the police. You did all of that just to make sure a murder charge would stick?" Samson scoffed. "You could have just killed me and saved yourself some stitches and a hospital bill, and deprived myself of the chance to randomly remember one day that you're rotting in a cell somewhere for the rest of your miserable life." Ramon smirked and shook his head. "Yeah, I don't think so. Hey, with any luck, you'll get to share a cell with your boss. Maybe you'll end up as a prison couple. Wouldn't that be fun?" I was pretty certain that I had enough on him, but now with you, his personal bodyguard, breaking into my apartment and trying to kill me, well, that is the final nail in the coffin. Samson fell silent, which made Ramon smile all the more as he put down the gun on the counter, his blood slowly drying in the textured grip. "And now the regret starts to sink in. They'll let you get a moment to think alone. I got to go make a quick phone call and go check on my girls." "Ramon," I picked my head up as I heard the elevator door slide open. "Hello, is anyone home? This is the local police. We got a call about a home invasion with someone in need of medical attention." "Over here," I called out as I stood up from the chair with a towel over each of my wounds. "Also, watch out in the kitchen. There's a guy on the floor." I looked over and saw 2 cops staring back at me, each with a very different expression. One was a purely analytical gaze, calmly assessing the situation, while the other stared at me with narrowed eyes. Staring down at the cop who was sizing me up, I found myself frowning as well. Why the hell does he look familiar? You think I would recognize a cop in a wheelchair? "Sir, are you all right?" The other cop caught my attention, and I flashed her a grin, with the worst-case scenario being me never waking up ever again. "Yeah, I do say I'm all right." "I suppose that's one way to look at it," the officer muttered as she walked over to me. "But let's have you take a seat until the paramedics get here and check you out. Joe, can you get the suspect in custody?" "Already on it, Jenny," Joe muttered as he moved behind the counter with one final look my way, "though I don't think there's much more we can do. This guy is trussed up better than a pig. But he'll slap a pair of handcuffs on him, just to be safe. Just be careful when you do. He's a lot meaner than he looks," I warned as Jenny guided me back down in the chair. "Yet he's the one on the floor, and you're still standing. Mind telling me how that happened?" Jenny asked as she reached into her utility belt and pulled out a pen and notepad. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure," I replied with a furrowed brow. "Okay, that's normal. I'll help you walk through it. Was there any sound or something in particular that made you wake up in the middle of the night? Or were you already up?" Jenny prompted, trying to trigger my foggy memory. "I just remember waking up and feeling that something was wrong," I explained while slowly nodding, "and then I woke up my girlfriends." "Girlfriends?" Jenny stammered and looked around. "Where are they? In bed sleeping? Or at least try to get some sleep? Both of them are pretty shaken up from the whole thing. But if you want to question them as well," Jenny nodded immediately, "that would be for the best. Though it can always wait until they're in a more stable place." "No, it should be fine, Megan. Patty, could you come out for a moment? The police want to talk to you about the break-in. We'll be out in a second. I heard the bedroom door open, followed by their footsteps, but as they came around the corner, Megan and Patty stopped and stared, not at me, but at the wheel-bound cop in the kitchen. Mr. Swanson? Cleaning house, how you girls know him? I asked, looking between Joe, Patty, and Megan. Yeah, you actually know him as well. He's a friend of my dad's. Remember that one night? Megan muttered as she glared at Joe and crossed her arms. I frowned for a split second before the memory jumped to the forefront of my mind. Oh, that night. Yeah, Megan repeated, her frown deepening as Patty and she walked over to stand next to me. I feel like I'm missing some context. Officer Jenny noted as the general mood quickly soured and tensions rose. The context isn't important. However, I want Officer Swanson out. I'm afraid he's not welcome in my home. I stated coldly while taking my arm and wrapping it around Megan's waist. You bastard, if I'd known you'd be here. I would have brought a second pair of handcuffs. Joe snarled as he glared back at me. Joe, what the hell has gotten into you? Jenny exclaimed, half warning, half shocked that her partner would threaten someone out of nowhere. Trust me, Jenny, this guy is scum. Joe brushed off Jenny's concern while not taking his eyes off me. I don't know how you sleep at night. You destroyed an entire family. As a member of that family, I can tell you it was falling apart long before Ramon ever came along. And he sleeps just fine, we make sure of that. Megan replied slyly as she reached down and placed a hand on my shoulder. Joe turned to look at Megan, his gaze softening slightly. Look, Meg, you should give your father a call. He's in a bad place. I think if you talk to him, you'll see that he's sorry. And maybe then you could convince your mother. I'm going to stop you right there. Megan spoke up, interrupting Joe. My father has been sorry plenty of times, and someone always comes back to forgive him, but he never learns his lesson. So this time he's going to live with his mistakes. And if you think I'm going to help him get back with my mother, you're dead wrong. Joe opened his mouth to say something, but I wasn't going to argue with a stranger in my own home. I think that's quite enough. I stood up and glared at Joe. We've been shaken enough as it is tonight. And clearly your presence isn't helping. Leave now. Like hell I am. We're still investigating a crime. Joe roared back. Joe, get a hold of yourself. Jenny snapped her eyes wide in disbelief. Clearly you're too close to this. Go take the suspect down to the car, and he'll finish up here. Joe stared at Jenny for a long second before letting out a disgruntled sigh. Fine. We all watched as Joe got Samson up on his feet and started walking him back towards the elevator. I'm sorry about him. He's usually more professional. Jenny apologized somewhat awkwardly as she put away her notepad and pen. I think it's better if I get your account later. Maybe if you come down to the station in the next couple of days. I think that's more than reasonable. Thank you, Officer Jenny. I replied with a faint smile before extending my hand, which she quickly shook. They'll see you in a few days then. Yes, but I do want something on the record, I said without letting go of Jenny's hand. This wasn't a random break-in. I think that man was here to kill me. Jenny blinked, shocked by my sudden reveal. What would make you say that? I grimaced because I know him. He's the personal bodyguard of Preston Northwest. Him and I have had more than a few less than pleasant encounters over the past month. I was getting ready to take him to court with some damning evidence, and it seems like Northwest didn't like his odds. This changes everything, Jenny stammered, hearing such a prominent name. Why would you not divulge this sooner? I was going to, but your partner was rather disruptive. I answered, placing the blame solely on Joe's shoulders, which seemed to work as Jenny scowled again. I'm truly sorry about that, but we'll talk at the station, Detective. But I'm afraid that I need to get the little rest I can before work tomorrow. I cut Jenny off with an apologetic smile, and after a second, Jenny nodded and let go of my hand. I understand, but I'll be forced to report this to my superiors, and they might not be as understanding as I am. Everyone has a job to do, and I'm sure your only goal is to do yours well, I said understandingly, which made Jenny smile thankfully before she turned towards the elevator. Well, that was a lot all at once, Patty muttered after we heard the elevator start to descend. It's going to be hard waking up in the morning, especially if we have another shift like yesterday. I hate to say it, but I think morning is already here, Megan muttered as she looked out the window into the horizon that was beginning to glow, hinting at a sunrise. You two should sleep in. They'll come by to pick you up later, I responded. In the meantime, I need to get down to the restaurant and see if Northwest tried anything there. As for your shift load, you'll see what I can do. I gave Patty and Megan a kiss on the cheek before rushing off to get dressed. Less than 10 minutes later, I was pulling out of the garage and making a call on my phone. It rang once, then twice before connecting. Ashilo? I grinned as I heard Summer's groggy voice come through. Morning, beautiful. Summer paused before letting out a stress sigh. You know, I usually complain about you ghosting me, but this time I would have preferred if you hadn't called. I glanced at the time and winced. I know, and I wouldn't be calling unless it was an emergency. I swear if the emergency is related to your junk, I will cut it off and feed it to Snowball, Summer muttered, her voice still half asleep. I'm going to assume Snowball is your dog, who is unfortunately going to have to go hungry, I replied. All right, what do you need? Summer asked as I heard her sit up in bed. How would you and, preferably, a friend of yours like to work a shift at my restaurant? You're joking, right? Summer nearly growled, clearly not amused. I've already got a job which I'm supposed to be in for. They'll give you $5,000 for the day, and if you lose your current job, they'll offer you a permanent position and pay you at least twice what you're currently making. I cut Summer off with an offer I knew she couldn't refuse. That goes for your friend, as well if you manage to bring one in. Hope you got a favorite. Summer was silent for a long second before she answered. What are the hours like? Regular hours are from 4 to 10, but today I'm going to need you to get to the restaurant an hour earlier today, so I can give you the rundown. What do you need us to do? Mostly wait tables and run orders. So are you in or out? I asked while tapping the steering wheel. I'm in. As for my friend, let me make a call. Third POV. Something had gone wrong. Preston could feel it. You should have been back by now. It's almost daylight out. Preston was, of course, referring to Samson, whom he had sent to finally dispose of the thorn in his side. But as the minutes trickled by with no notification or update from his dutiful bodyguard, the more paranoid Preston became, and before long, Avery's words were echoing in the back of his mind. Why couldn't he run a background check on him? What the hell is that cook hiding? Is he even a cook? Or is that just a front? No cook could accomplish half the shit he managed. He has to be some secret agent or something. What else could he be? Slamming back the glass of whiskey, Preston stifled a hiccup, trying not to aggravate his already pounding head. I should have listened to Avery's advice. You really should have. Preston's eyes shot open as a mocking voice responded. Looking around wildly, Preston turned in his chair and looked for where the voice had come from. Who's there? That's the wrong question, Preston. The same voice replied, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The question you should be asking is why I'm here. Gritting his teeth, Preston stood up, throwing his chair back. That damn cook sent you. Didn't he? Well, tell that ass. The air behind Preston shimmered with a purple glint as a slender, gloved hand landed on his shoulders. Preston flinched, but before he could turn around, he felt a sharp prick in his neck. Wrong yet again. Money bags. Preston felt his entire body lock up, leaving him paralyzed as he collapsed to the floor. I would like to say this is strictly business, Sombra muttered as she stared down at Preston, but honestly, if it were up to me, I'd gut you like a fish. Cleaning house too. Third POV. Samson jolted awake as he heard the cell door bang open, and he opened his eyes just in time to watch two men in black and white suits step into his cell. What the hell is going on? The two men said nothing as they walked towards Samson, who quickly stood up and tried to put as much distance between them as possible. I know you guys aren't cops. So what the hell do you want with me? Again, there was no reply, making Samson clench his jaw like a vice before throwing himself at the two men, fists raised, ready to fight. But before he could even close the distance, one of the men reached into his jacket and pulled out a small cylindrical device, pointing one end at Samson as it let out a small hiss. In the next instant, Samson felt a sharp prick in his neck, and then nothing at all. His entire body locked up, but momentum carried him forward, making Samson fall face first onto the ground. Assets secured, initiating clean slate protocol. Samson heard one of the men speak before he was flipped over onto his back. Samson tried as hard as he could to fight whatever they had injected him with, but his body might as well have been frozen solid. Meaning all Samson could do was watch as the men put on a pair of pitch-black glasses before one holding up the same cylindrical device in front of his eyes. "Hold still, Mr. Samson." MG and NGH. Samson snarled through clenched teeth as he felt the paralytic agent start to wear off. But it still wasn't enough as the end of the device popped up, revealing a strobing light that grew increasingly brighter until Samson felt his eyes roll into the back of his head as he started to pass out. But before he did, Samson heard one of the men mutter one last sentence. "Clean slate protocol complete. Beginning transcription sequence." "I can't believe you, Summer. Why the hell are you complaining?" Summer muttered, raising an eyebrow at Trisha. "Do you not want $5,000? Trisha scoffed. "Of course I want $5,000, but I also want a piece of the action. That hot chef action." Summer rolled her eyes. "God, would you just keep it in your pants for just a day? In these things?" Trisha asked dubiously while sticking out her ass, which was squeezed into a pair of tight Daisy Duke bottoms that were showing almost the complete bottom half of her behind. "I can't even fit my phone into these things." "Ugh, I can already tell that this was a mistake." Summer groaned. "Just please don't cause a scene during service at the very least." Trisha clicked her tongue and sighed. "Oh, Summer, you know I can't promise that. If you didn't want this to happen, you shouldn't have invited me or told me about how the two of you spent the night together. Bitch, please, if I didn't tell you, you would have waterboarded me just to get the details." Summer grunted, shooting Trisha an unimpressed look. "Damn right I would have. Your whole vibe changed after the two of you hooked up. Seriously. I thought you were on ecstasy or something," Trisha stressed, making Summer roll her eyes. "Wasn't that obvious?" Yeah. It was. Trisha insisted, and Summer was about to tell her friend to go jump off a cliff when she caught sight of Ramon's restaurant. What the hell happened to it? The entire restaurant had gotten a facelift, though Summer didn't have the slightest clue when or how it happened. "I'm not in the restaurant business, but I'm pretty sure this place is at least a 9. "You can't sleep with a building, Trisha," Summer pointed out. "Maybe not, but I can sure as hell fuck the guy who owns it," Trisha replied with a seductive smirk. Right on cue, the front door of the restaurant opened, and Summer watched as Ramon stepped out already in uniform, with his sleeves rolled up, the white fabric stretching noticeably around his thick forearms and across his wide chest. His curly hair was tied back, leaving his stupidly handsome face and dark blue eyes fully exposed. The moment Ramon stepped out of the restaurant, Trisha let out an audible gasp as her eyes zeroed in on him. "Summer. What the fuck?" There was no joking tone in Trisha's voice as she turned to stare at Summer with a dead serious gaze. "What is it now?" "Him, that's what it is," Trisha hissed as she stared Ramon down like a hawk. "You didn't mention how fucking hot he is." "I'm pretty sure I did," Summer groaned, feeling a headache already coming on. Trisha quickly shook her head. "No, you said he was handsome and good-looking, not drop-dead fuck gorgeous. Built like a Greek statue with hair almost as long as mine and eyes as blue as the fucking ocean." Summer let out a frustrated sigh. "Ugh. What difference does that make? If I had known, I wouldn't be wearing this basic shit." Trisha snapped as she gestured to her outfit consisting of a cropped t-shirt and the already mentioned Daisy Dukes. "I would have at least added a thong and worn a push-up bra." Summer glanced at Trisha's chest, and, as always, felt a small pang of jealousy, seeing how the two milky orbs were already practically spilling out of her top. "I hate to boost your ego even more, but I really don't think you need any help in that department." "I know, but still. What if he likes them really big?" Trisha muttered nervously as she continued sneaking glances across the street. "Maybe I should go back and change real quick." "Real quick?" "It's a 20-minute walk, and we're supposed to be walking through that door in a couple of minutes." "I'm afraid that Summer's right this time around." Both of the girls jumped in surprise before turning to stare at Ramon, who was walking across the street towards them. "Normally, I'd be more lenient, but I intend to get my money's worth out of you girls." Summer scowled at Ramon, while Trisha was all smiles as she stared up at him with her pupils practically forming hearts. Noticing Trisha's attentive gaze, Ramon flashed her a smile and offered his hand. "You must be Trisha. It seems like Summer does have a favorite after all." Trisha grinned and quickly shook Ramon's hand while fluttering her eyelashes at him. like she could have invited anyone else. I could have invited Nancy, Summer muttered under her breath as she watched Trisha and Ramon strip each other with their eyes. She wouldn't have been this much trouble. And since when did you stop liking trouble? Trisha pouted at Summer, who scoffed, since I was offered $5,000. I'm sure you girls won't give me any reason to consider going back on my word. Ramon replied with a reassuring grin. Who knows? Maybe if you two are on your best behavior and make the extra effort, I might hand out a bonus. Just what type of extra effort are we talking about? Trisha asked suggestively as she pushed her arms together in a way that squeezed her chest, making her breasts pop up even more than they already did. Ramon shamelessly stared at Trisha's tits, making no effort to hide where his gaze was directed. I'm sure we can figure something out, but why don't you go ahead and take a tour of the restaurant, Trisha? I need to talk to Summer for a second. Ramon punctuated his order by reaching around and slapping Trisha on the ass, making her yelp and jump. Though Summer could tell by the way Trisha stared at Ramon afterwards that she was anything but offended. Okay, just don't keep me waiting long. I wouldn't dream of it, Ramon replied as he watched Trisha walk across the street, her hips swaying side to side in a very deliberate effort. God, seeing the two of you together is even worse than I thought it would be. Summer growled at Ramon as he turned back to face her. You're practically fucking her with your eyes. Yes, but you do realize I'm doing it for your sake, right? Ramon asked as a sly smile spread across his lips. How does it feel knowing that by the end of the night, you'll have your best friend wrapped around my finger? Summer's jaw clenched as her body started to react in ways that she most certainly wasn't in favor of. I thought you needed us to wait tables? Oh, I do. But it would just be rude of me to ignore Trisha when she's clearly needing some attention, Ramon replied brutishly before he reached around and took hold of Summer, making her stifle a sound. And don't act you aren't as well. Though please, by all means, hold off for as long as you can. It just makes it that much sweeter when you finally crack. Confession, Ramon, and then when you come back with the ticket, you pin it right here, make sure that you call it out and hear either Tiana or me responds. And that's about everything you two need to know for the upcoming shift. Any questions? I turned around to face Summer and Trisha, and while the first shook her head, Trisha raised her hand. Who's Tiana? Oh, she's my sous chef. He'll introduce you when she gets here, which should be any minute now. Of course. Your other chef is a woman. Don't tell me that going after her too, Summer muttered under her breath and crossed her arms. Summer, Trisha hissed, shooting her friend a warning glare. There's no need to be rude. Summer smirked and shrugged her shoulders. It's more likely than not. Both of the other waitresses are already his girlfriends. Wait, what? Trisha asked with wide eyes as she looked from Summer back to me. Why, you're in a relationship with two other girls? And they work here? I nodded. Yep, they're back in my penthouse resting a bit. They didn't get much sleep last night. I didn't realize how that sounded until I watched Trisha's eyes widen before a knowing smile spread across her lips. Are you guys in an open relationship? And if so, do you think there's room for one more? All right, that's enough. Summer spoke up, cutting off the conversation before I could even respond. Come on, Trisha, we have tables to go set up. W8, I didn't even get to ask him what his girlfriends are into. Trisha protested, even as Summer dragged her out of the kitchen. She and Megan will get along well. And at least Patty will have someone else who's a bit more reserved and rational to talk to. I nodded after thinking about what it would be like to have both of the girls join the coven. Trisha would join a heartbeat, but Summer still needs a bit more convincing. Putting those thoughts on the back burner, I switched my focus to the restaurant and opened up the appliance store. I had already done some browsing before Summer and Trisica showed up and had pre-selected a few pieces of kitchen machinery. Appliance. Commercial vortex boiler cost, $16,500 maintenance, $3,580 slot kitchen, 3.5 effects, 20 cooking speed appliance, planetary floor mixer cost, $10,286 maintenance, 2, 426 slot kitchen, 4.5 effects, 15 cooking speed appliance, vacuum sealer cost, $9,328 maintenance, 1,310 slot kitchen, 5.5 effects. Meats can now be sous vide, food can now be preserved overnight. Would you like to buy commercial vortex boiler, planetary floor mixer, and a vacuum sealer for $36? 114YN. I selected yes, and then spent a few minutes rearranging the kitchen to make space for the new equipment. But I wasn't done with my shopping spree. With my cooking speed now sitting in 85, I could add more seats without incurring a negative satisfaction rating, which is exactly what I did. Furniture. Dark oak lawn table cost, 10,550 maximum number, 2 seating, 10 traits. None furniture. Dark oak round table X5 cost, 2,950 maximum number, 10 seating, 4 traits. None furniture. Dark oak booth X1 cost, 5,750 maximum number, 1 seating, 5 traits. None would you like to purchase. Dark oak round table X5. And dark oak lawn table X1 and dark oak boot X1 for a total cost of 31,050 YN. I confirmed my purchase and then went about placing the new piece of furniture, bringing my capacity up to 86. And here comes the money. That's a rather large grin on your face. I looked up as Tiana walked into the kitchen with a smirk, having caught me off guard. Don't tell me it's because of those 2 girls working up front? I recovered after a second with a small chuckle. No, it's not. I was just thinking about how tonight is going to go. Hopefully you mean that in a good way? Tiana asked hopefully, and she sighed when I nodded. Good, because I don't think I could have handled another day like that. I doubt that, but I get your point. Now let me walk you through all the changes I made so we don't work ourselves to death tonight. I prefaced before pointing at the industrial boiler. First change, we could do up to 50 lobsters at a time in that industrial boiler, which is also where we'll survive the steaks after they're sealed up in this vacuum sealer and finish them on the grill. The vacuum can also be used to preserve pastry dough, which we can now make in bulk thanks to that mixer over there in the corner. Tiana's, I bounced between the 3 machines as I pointed them out, and I could see the gears turn over in her head. If we limit the number of lobsters, we could also boil the potatoes as well. I totally overlooked that. You're absolutely right. I nodded in agreement. We'll have to fine-tune the ratio as the night progresses, but this is a good place to start. All right then, let's get started on prep, Tiana said enthusiastically as she walked over to the row of hooks along the wall and grabbed an apron. I like the attitude, but just a heads up, you'll have to step out for a quick second to pick up Megan and Patty, I warned while putting on an apron myself. I was wondering about that. Don't tell me you're replacing them? Tiana asked, though I can tell she didn't believe for a second that I'd fired them. I shook my head, no. Summer and Trisha are just temps for today, but I did offer them jobs here if they want them. More thralls for your coven? Tiana asked with a raised brow. If they want to join, though, just to be clear, they just know me as a ridiculously handsome chef, not a sex demon, or at least not in the literal sense. If you start making jokes like that on the regular, I'm going to open my own restaurant next door just to steal your customers, Tiana threatened. All right. Message received or restrain my tongue. I surrendered with a short laugh. Third person. I'm telling you, Jenny, there's more to this than just a simple break-in. Joe insisted as he followed behind Jenny as they walked through the precinct towards the holding cells. You're right, Joe. It's not a break-in at all, just after you were kicked out of Mr. Young's home. He told me that he believed the intruder was sent there to kill him. Jenny retorted in a clipped tone, clearly upset. What? No. That's not what I'm talking about. Joe shook his head, but that's absolutely ridiculous. Besides, didn't you realize that the perp didn't have any wounds on him? Not a cut, a lesion, or even a bruise. Jenny paused for a second. That is somewhat irregular. Somewhat? We're supposed to believe that this guy managed to subdue his killer after being ambushed in the middle of the night. Joe insisted, but his words only made Jenny angrier. Well, I don't know what to believe. We have no idea what happened because I couldn't get Mr. Young's statement. Now it was Joe's turn to fall silent before he let out a sigh. You're right. I let my personal emotions get the best of me, but that guy is a real piece of work. Seemed nice enough to me. But being nice doesn't inherently make you a good person, Jenny replied, smiling at Joe. Now let's get this interrogation over with so we can start putting together a timeline. A minute later, the 2 police officers reached the holding cell and saw their suspect curled up on the metal cot. Taking out his baton, Joe banged on the cell bars. Rise and shine, buddy. It's time to take a walk. A soft groan escaped the cell, and a second later Samson sat up, rubbing the side of his neck and blinking rapidly. What? Where the hell am I? The police station. You got arrested last night. Remember? Jenny muttered as she unlocked a small window in the cell. Now turn around and stick your hands through here so we can cuff you. We're here to take you to interrogation. Interrogation? Samson muttered before a glazed look passed over his eyes, and he started talking in a monotone. You don't need to interrogate me. I did it. I broke into Ramon's house to kill him because he has evidence on my employer, Press Northwest. Joe and Jenny fell into a stunned silence as they shared a look, not sure if their investigation had become 1,000 times simpler or far more complex than they could have ever anticipated. Work for it, third POV. So you two are dating the sexy cook, right? Trisha asked, glancing at Megan and Patty as they cleaned up the restaurant. I don't mean to pry, but I'm really curious about how it all works between the three of you. Why do you want to know? Interested in joining? Megan asked as she stopped sweeping for a second and sent Trisha an appraising look. Maybe, if it's as fun as I heard it was, Trisha replied with a smile as she glanced over at Summer, who glared back at her. Don't bring me into this conversation. I want no part of it. Now we know that's not true. Ramon told me the last time the two of you got together, you were begging for a very specific part. Megan corrected with a mischievous grin that made Summer nearly trip over her feet. Don't feel bad about it, though. No one stand a chance against him. It's really just unfair. God, you're making me feel some major FOMO right now, Trisha muttered, biting her lip. And he can handle both of you? Megan grinned before she glanced at Patty. What do you think? Patty? Does Ramon take care of both of us? Patty's cheeks flushed. Ramon is very skilled when it comes to those kind of activities. That's her special way of saying, hell, have you completely worn out by the time he's finished, and then taking you for another ride around the world when you wake up. Megan laughed, which only made Patty blush more, but she didn't deny it. Okay, now I feel like you guys are stringing me on or something, Trisha muttered with a suspicious glance. Summer scoffed. They don't need to string you on. You would have said yes right there on the street if he asked you to. What? A little exhibitionism never hurt anyone, Trisha responded with a smile. Besides, the thrill of getting caught makes it worth the risk. You should know that better than anyone, Summer. Summer shot Trisha a threatening glare. Don't you dare bring that up. It wasn't fun, it was terrifying. Ugh. Why can't you just admit that you enjoyed it? No one here is going to judge. This is a shame-free zone, Trisha said, her voice overflowing with acceptance and positivity. She won't ever admit it. Megan answered on Summer's behalf, but that's why Ramon has a soft spot for her. You got a thing for breaking the stubborn ones. Really? Trisha exclaimed as a look of sudden concern flashed across her face. Maybe I should be playing harder to get then? Oh no, don't worry, he loves the submissive ones as well. Just ask Patty. Megan reassured Trisha while embarrassing Patty at the same time. Meg, Patty hissed as she turned bright red. I mean, everyone ends up submitting eventually after the first couple of rounds, but in the beginning, he talks you through it, and you can feel his rough hands grab and squeeze your body like a stress toy. It just makes you want to meld into a puddle. He's also really good with his words. Patty chimed in, surprising everyone with her bold confession. Noted, Trisha replied with a giddy energy. Now what do I have to do to ensure that your man joins me tonight? With all the flirting you've done, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't drag you down to the kitchen floor, Summer retorted dryly. Who am I dragging down to the floor? All the girls turned to stare at Ramon as he walked up the stairs, his apron exchanged for a jacket. In nothing, Summer stammered quickly, diverting her eyes even as Ramon walked up to her. Are you sure? Ramon asked in a teasing voice as he stood less than an inch away from Summer, who visibly stiffened. Yes, I'm sure now. Would you move back a little? You're almost standing on top of me. Fine, but first I need to give you this. Ramon reached into his jacket and pulled out an envelope, which he handed to Summer. $5,000, the amount we agreed on. Summer blinked and, after a second, accepted the envelope. Oh, thanks. No problem, Ramon replied before promptly turning around to face Trisha. I owe you $5,000 as well, don't I? Well, I would like to get paid for all my hard work, Trisha replied coyly as she watched Ramon slowly walk up to her. See, that's just the thing, Ramon muttered as he stopped in front of Trisha, forcing her to stare up at him. I feel like you didn't pull your weight as much as Summer did. What? Trisha stuttered, her eyes searching Ramon's face for some sign that he was joking, but all she found was a dead serious look. Don't worry, I'm sure that there's something else you could do for me to make up the difference. Ramon continued as his hand reached up and cupped the side of Trisha's face, running his thumb across her glossy, plump lips. A look of realization flashed across Trisha's face. If I have to, I really need the money after all. Trisha stared Ramon directly in the eyes as she took his thumb in between her lips and sucked so hard that her cheeks hollowed. I figured you would say yes. Ramon replied with a grin as his other hand came around to rest on Trisha's waist, where his fingers dug into her skin, not hard enough to hurt, but enough that Trisha could tell his possessive tendency. Now why don't you come back to my place, and we can discuss just exactly how you'll be making things up to me. I don't see a problem with that. Trisha muttered after letting go of Ramon's thumb while leaning into his hand. Perfect. Ramon grinned at Trisha before glancing over at Summer. You can walk home by yourself, right? Home. Summer blinked, thrown off by the question. Yeah, where else would you go? You can't stay here. Ramon replied with a shrug of his shoulders, even as his hand on Trisha's hip snuck around, finding its way to the curve of her shapely ass. I just thought. Summer muttered under her breath as her gaze switched between Ramon's impassive gaze and the pleasurable look on Trisha's face as Ramon openly fondled her without a care in the world. Oh, did you want to come back to my house as well? Ramon asked curiously. Summer flinched as she found herself at an impossible crossroads, which was only made worse because she knew Ramon was getting off seeing her squirm. You see Trisha here, Ramon spoke up after Summer fell quiet for a few seconds. She's made her needs clear as day, so I know exactly what to give her. Ramon punctuated his sentence by suddenly leaning down and aggressively claiming Trisha's lips, taking her by surprise. But not even a second passed before Trisha's eyes drifted closed and she melted into the embrace, pressing and grinding herself against Ramon's body. A pang of jealousy battered Summer's heart, followed by a searing heat of desire as she remembered the intensity of Ramon's passionate kiss. When the two finally broke apart, Trisha was left breathless and completely red in the face. The flush had even spread down to her prominent chest, making the massive mounds practically glow as they pressed against Ramon. Looking back over at Summer, Ramon grinned like a wolf who had just found its next meal. So what will it be, Summer? A single glance into Ramon's eyes was all it took to make Summer's entire body tremble, and after a long second, she muttered out from under her breath, "Take me with you, please." See, was that so hard? Ramon grinned before letting go of Trisha with one final squeeze. Now we can all get in the car together. I call shotgun. Trisha called out, though her mischievous eyes were fixated on Ramon when she said it, clearly thinking of something in particular. Everyone then made their way out of the restaurant and started piling into Ramon's car, with Trisha eagerly taking her spot in the front with Megan and Patty piling into the back. But when Summer moved to join them, Ramon caught her wrist and stopped her. Where do you think you're going? To sit in the back, Summer replied somewhat hesitantly. No, I don't think so, Ramon practically growled as he pulled her over to the driver's side and pointed down to the space between the steering wheel and the pedals. You're going to fit right down in there. Summer started to ask if Ramon was serious, but one look at his face, and she had her answer. So with little other choice, Summer climbed in, squeezing herself into the crawl space, and just barely had time to get adjusted before Ramon slid into his seat and unzipped his pants. Work for it too, Summer's body flushed with heat as she stared at Ramon, standing less than an inch in front of her face. And with Ramon's legs on either side of her, there was nowhere for Summer to go. She was caged in, forced to breathe in the scent of him. Holy shit, Trisha muttered as she stared down at Ramon's lap and the obvious bulge beneath his jeans. How the hell do you walk around all day with that? I'll make it work, Ramon muttered as his hand drifted over and rested casually on Trisha's knee. Now why don't you help you out of those shorts? MHH, I was hoping ID get to drive us there, but I guess this works too, Trisha muttered as she slipped off her cut-off shorts, revealing the layer underneath. If you want someone to blame, you can thank Summer for that. She needs some readjustment because of her attitude, Ramon said with a grin as he glanced down at Summer, who was entirely transfixed, staring at him with heavy, Intent breaths. Summer, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Summer glanced up at Ramon and quickly diverted her eyes as the shame and frustration made her body burn up. But after a second, Ramon watched as her lips slowly parted and she leaned forward toward him. That's a good girl, Ramon murmured with a satisfied sigh as Summer leaned closer. Get us back to the penthouse quickly, and he'll give you something special. Take too long, and there will be consequences. W, what about me? Ramon, is there any way that I can earn a reward? Trisha muttered as she grabbed onto his arm, pressing it against her chest. Instead of responding, Ramon's hand rested at Trisha's waist. I'm afraid you still owe me, Trisha, so don't get greedy. Imesuria. Trisha's body trembled as Ramon's fingers brushed gently against her inner thigh through the fabric, adding an entirely new level of sensation. It's a good thing to know your place, Ramon muttered as he started the car, one hand resting on her leg. And Summer leaned in close. We'll make sure that both of you know exactly where you belong by the end of the night. Summer POV. My heart hadn't stopped racing since I had wedged myself between the car floor and the steering column. It was humiliating being forced down in such a tight space like some lapdog. Even worse, I could just imagine Ramon's ego swelling as he pressed himself against my lips. I should have told him no and gone home. I finally could have shut him up. My shame burned even hotter as I lamented myself for caving so easily. But I couldn't help myself. Once Ramon started kissing and fondling Trisha, my willpower crumbled into dust. Less than 10 minutes, Summer, we're almost to the penthouse, Ramon's voice echoed out, making me freeze, and an involuntary shiver passed through my body, imagining what kind of punishment the sick bastard would come up with. So with no other option, I did as Ramon commanded, forcing myself to take him into my mouth and down my throat. Even though this wasn't the first time I tried this challenge, I couldn't help but struggle as I pushed myself past my limits. Ramon, that's more like it. I cheered with a pleased grunt as I watched Summer try her best, clearly trying to win the little game I had put. You might actually have a chance now. Summer let out an angry groan of protest, which only made me react strongly. Careful, now. I don't want you passing out on me. And Mechechin I looked over as Trisha let out a soft, whimpering moan as her hands grabbed hold of my arm. Is someone enjoying themselves? Yes, Trisha sighed as her hips began to sway gently against my touch. I'm so close. You like how that feels? I asked with a teasing grin as I moved my fingers in a slow, deliberate circle. Trisha exclaimed as her hips lifted from the seat and her back arched like a bow. I love it. I love it. Well then, I should probably stop, I muttered as my hand suddenly stilled just before Trisha could reach the finish, ruining her moment. W what? Trisha muttered, her eyes snapping back open. I glanced over at Trisha and grinned at the look of disbelief and confusion on her face. I can't go rewarding you when you still owe me. No, tonight you'll work for your pleasure. But, Trisha stuttered, her mind still clouded with pleasure. W work for it? You'll find out soon enough. I replied with a grin before putting both of my hands on the steering wheel as I turned into the parking garage. All right, we're here. I'm afraid that you failed, Summer. Summer pulled her head back with one final gag, and I quickly moved to adjust my clothing. Didani? That wasn't 10 minutes. And you know it. Well, I actually said less than 10 minutes, but I guess you were a little preoccupied, I replied with a shrug as I pulled into my parking spot and turned off the car, but don't worry, they'll teach you how to pay attention. I opened up the car door and stepped out and waited until Summer climbed out to close the door. This is just stupid. I don't know why I agreed. I cut Summer off as I suddenly grabbed her with one hand, coming around to hold her by the throat, while the other pinned her wrists behind her back. I then spun her around so she was facing away from me and pinned against the car. Hey, W, what do you do? Summer started to protest, but I cut her off by gently but firmly squeezing her jaw while pressing against her. My patience is wearing thin, Summer. I leaned in to whisper in Summer's ear. Feeling the heat radiating off of her on my lips, I tried slowly easing you in, but now I see that you need to be broken. Tamed like the wild mare you are. Summer's only response was a series of heavy, panting breaths as her pupils dilated and her pulse raced beneath my fingers. This is your final chance to turn and walk away. If you don't take it, I will make it my mission to claim your body, your mind, and your heart by the end of tonight." I could feel Summer swallow hard, and she was silent for a long moment before her eyes dipped and her lips moved as she muttered an almost silent admission. "I don't want to leave." "Good, because I don't want you to leave either," I replied before leaning in and kissing Summer on the nape of her neck, aiming for the sensitive skin right in the crook of her shoulder. A soft, breathy sigh escaped Summer's lips as I felt her body melt as I suckled and tasted her skin while making sure to leave a mark that would stay with her for a few days at the very least. When my lips and teeth left her skin, Summer was a panting mess, her legs trembling and eyes fluttering. Stepping back, I let go of her hands and jaw. "Now, why don't we take this upstairs?" Summer nodded and moved to stand by my side while I glanced over at Trisha and beckoned her with a glance. "Megan, Patty, I'm going to rely on you tonight as the experts to help these newcomers." "Sounds like fun," Megan muttered as she and Patty slid past me towards the elevator, but not before placing a kiss on my cheek. "I assume I'm going to be helping Trisha out?" While Patty shows Summer how to be a nice little helper. "Have I ever mentioned I love the way your mind works?" I muttered, following after them with my hands on their waists. "No, you're usually complimenting my other amazing features, but this is a nice change." Megan shot me a wink as she slid into the elevator and held open the door for everyone else to pile in. The ride up to the penthouse was charged with so much anticipation that I could practically feel it in the air, and when the doors opened again, I couldn't wait to get started. "All right, let's get this night of passion started. Work for it 3. Ramon, Megan, take Trisha to the bedroom and get dressed in that outfit I bought you. There should be an extra one, and Trisha looks to be about your size." "Oh, that outfit," Megan replied with a twinkle in her eye as she took Trisha's and started pulling her towards the bedroom. "What outfit?" Trisha questioned, though she didn't fight Megan, who only shot her a knowing grin. "Trust me, you're going to love it." "What about us, Ramon?" Patty asked, speaking up as she glanced at me nervously, but her eyes were full of excitement. "You heard what Megan said," I replied as I moved my hand behind my back before pulling out 2 heavy padded leather cuffs. "You're going to show Summer here how it feels to finally try something new." She nodded quietly. A shaky breath escaped Patty's lips as she stared at the collar with wide eyes. "Show her. Like she'll be watching me?" I nodded while carefully watching Patty's reaction. "Yes? Is that going to be a problem?" After a second, Patty shook her head and turned around, presenting her neck to me as she pulled up her hair. "And no." I grinned and moved behind Patty before fastening the collar around her neck. "Good. Now it's your turn, Summer." I turned to face the other redhead who stared at the collar like it was some sort of death trap, and for a moment, Summer looked like she was going to refuse. But then she looked into my eyes for a long second before quietly turning around and lifting her head as well. "Very good." I moved over and placed the collar on Summer as well, who was trembling with a mixture of fear and endorphins as she rode the emotional roller coaster I was taking her on. "Now both of you follow me." I made my way over to the living room and sat down in one of the chairs by the window. "Here." I spoke a simple command, pointing at the floor a few feet in front of me. And while Summer looked a bit confused, Patty quickly walked over to stand exactly where I had pointed, a healthy flush of excitement already on her face. After a second, Summer moved to join Patty, and together they stood in front of me. "Take your clothes off." "W what?" Summer stammered, taken off guard. Patty didn't even flinch as she grabbed the hem of her shirt and pulled it over her head, exposing her milky, freckled chest before reaching down and sliding her tights off over the curve of her ass and the swell of her thick thighs and hips. In the blink of an eye, Patty was standing in front of me in only her bra and panties, a matching set of lillet-colored silk that complemented her pale skin. "Absolutely gorgeous," I muttered under my breath before I glanced over at Summer. "Were you waiting for a personalized invitation?" Summer's jaw clenched, but she didn't say a word. Instead, she followed my instructions, and soon her clothes joined Patty's on the floor. I sank back in my chair and stared at Summer's body, her curves clad in a lacy black satin that clashed with her fire-red hair. "That's a rather fancy set you have on." almost as if you were expecting to be seen in it. Of course, I was expecting to be seen in it, Summer hissed, as she glared at me for a second before quickly looking away. There hasn't been a single time when you haven't dragged me into some type of wild scheme. True, but don't forget who started this whole thing, I replied with a small smile. Remember which one of us dragged the other into a storage closet. Summer blushed furiously. I didn't think it would lead to all this, but it has, and deep down, you love that it turned out this way. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given me your number, or come to my restaurant when I invited you, or gotten into my car. It's honestly embarrassing that you keep denying that you enjoy our games. Summer scowled. Maybe if you just kept it as our games, but I didn't agree to showing out in front of all your girlfriends. Why, what are you afraid of? Summer? I questioned before glancing at Patty and beckoning her with my fingers. Patty used to be so shy as well, and she still is. But she's come to learn one important thing. She learned to trust me. Patty turned around and sat in my lap, leaning back against me and slowly swaying her hips in a teasing rhythm. Summer's eyes were dragged down by the hypnotic and sensual movements of Patty's hips as we both watched the shy, quiet bookworm slowly shed her shell as her movements became more pronounced, more suggestive. Reaching out my hands, cupped Patty's breasts and squeezed, drawing out a loud, unmuffled moan from her lips like a siren's call. Why don't you tell Summer why you trust me, Patty? Summer. I couldn't look away as I stared at the vixen in Ramon's lap, deep dancing like a professional seductress. I couldn't claim to know Patty, having barely exchanged more than a few words with her, but I thought I had guessed well, judging her as a quiet girl who would rather read a book than go to a party. But now, watching her dance and grind on Ramon's lap, I couldn't picture her doing anything else. The way her eyes lit up and her body shivered as Ramon touched her, it was clear that Patty didn't want to be anywhere else in the world. I know how you feel, Summer. Patty's voice suddenly broke me out of my thoughts, and I looked up to catch her eyes that stared back at me with a mix of sympathy and pity. I was trapped by my own inhibitions, afraid that giving into my wants and desires would only hurt me. But every day as I watched Ramon and Megan live such carefree lives full of bliss, my desires only grew stronger. As Patty spoke, Ramon's hand drifted down along the curve of her waist to the flare of her hip, digging into the bounty of flesh and fat. Patty's breath then hitched, and for a moment her movements paused as Ramon's hands pulled her close. But I eventually gave in. Patty continued after a shuddering breath. I put my trust in Ramon, that he would ensure I could live out all my wildest fantasies and desires without having to worry about the consequences. He gave me a paradise, so now I can live as the freest version of myself. Summer was half listening to Patty's words, as her eyes were fixated on the intimate moment unfolding between Ramon and Patty, clearly getting more and more intense with the growing sounds. And the freest version of you is doing whatever he says? I questioned critically, only for Patty to smile, though I couldn't tell if it was because of Ramon's reaction or my sarcasm. I don't need to lecture you on how convincing he can be, Patty replied, her voice wavering as she struggled to compose herself. But I will say that once you agree, it feels better than you could ever possibly imagine. Patty let out a gasp as her back arched and her eyes widened, as her entire body trembled with waves of relief. The sight made my own body ache with envy, and I pressed my legs together. But it was no use. Ramon stepped back from Patty, and though the moment still lingered between them, Patty managed a small smile at his words. Very well said, Patty. Are you ready for your reward? Ramon muttered as he leaned down close to Patty, who quickly nodded her head in eager anticipation. Yes, Patty whispered as she shifted closer to him, pressing close against Ramon. Turn around. I want to look into you, Ramon growled, and Patty quickly followed his directions, turning to face him and throwing her hand around his neck. I then watched with transfixed eyes as Patty and Ramon moved closer together in an intimate moment. MHHN. A long, satisfied moan trembled out of Patty's throat as she went to sit down, bracing herself for what came next. The sight looked almost painful as she settled into place. But all I felt was a burning jealousy and desire. one that overpowered my will. Work for it for. Third POV. Patty let out a loud, breathy sound as she felt an overwhelming wave of emotion while she was with Ramon. Ramon's sheer size made every moment together feel intense and overwhelming, and Patty found herself swept away by waves of sensation as she grew more comfortable with their closeness. Tightening her hold around his neck, Patty held onto Ramon to avoid being swept away by the surge of euphoria, trusting in him to keep her grounded. "I love watching you let yourself go like this, Patty," Ramon muttered softly as he leaned down and started to kiss along her neck while his hands held her close. "You like being mine more than anything." Patty sighed as she started to move her hips, swaying them around in a circular motion. Pressing herself closely against Ramon without him having to move back and forth. "I love feeling you so close to me. Just the thought of it is enough to make my heart race." Ramon let out an almost bestial growl as his fingers pressed firmly into Patty. And I love being close to you, feeling you near me. Of course, that only makes me want to see how much you can handle." Patty leaned in even more, pressing her chest against Ramon, and he grunted, feeling her warmth against his body. Smiling, Patty moved her mouth to whisper into Ramon's ear, "I guess, if you were the one responsible, I wouldn't mind being broken." Patty punctuated her sultry words by running her tongue from the lobe of Ramon's ear down along his jaw before slipping the pink muscle between his lips and following with her own. Ramon's heart hammered in his chest, and he felt his entire body react to Patty's arousing efforts with an animalistic urgency. A low, dangerous growl rumbled from Ramon's chest as his grip on Patty's ass tightened even more, his finger digging in like he was trying to reach the underlying bone. Patty let out a small whimper of pain, but it was quickly forgotten as Ramon suddenly stood up, carrying her with him before walking over to the lounging area with the couch sat in front of the wall-mounted TV. A couch that Patty suddenly found herself lying down on as Ramon loomed above her, planting his feet on the cushion as well, positioning his hips directly above Patty's, who suddenly realized just how vulnerable her position was. With a shaky breath, Patty looked down just in time to see Ramon pull back, the sudden shift making Patty's vision light up with sparks and her body quiver. Ramon pulled back until just the very tip remained, and Patty stared down in shock, her thoughts trailing off as, without any warning, Ramon suddenly pressed down toward her. He pulled Patty into a sudden, fierce embrace, stopping only when their bodies collided with a sharp thud. A startled cry tore free of Patty's lips, her back arching off the couch even as her arms wrapped around Ramon's shoulders. Ramon didn't say anything. Instead, he only paused for a second before he moved, pulling back his hips, leaving Patty breathless and overwhelmed as she was still recovering from the initial impact. "Ramon, I don't." Another sharp smack interrupted Patty's words as she choked on her breath, her entire body locking up as another intense wave crashed down on her like a waterfall. NHGN. Patty didn't try to speak again and instead gritted her teeth, realizing that there was nothing that could stop Ramon as he continued his relentless assault. Over and over again, Ramon's body pressed hard against Patty's, sending a powerful jolt through her that made her whole frame tremble. With each rhythmic impact, she let out a breathless moan as the intensity overwhelmed her, leaving them both drenched in sweat. The moment was overwhelming, and Patty felt herself drifting in and out of focus, her senses so flooded with sensation that everything had gone quiet, or at least until she felt something entirely new. Patty could immediately tell the difference as Ramon pressed down with the steady weight of his body, nearly threatening to overwhelm her. But then she felt him tense up, and Patty's lips morphed into a broken smile as she braced herself for one last moment. Summer. I couldn't look away as I watched Ramon move with intensity. Watching them had been like observing a pair of wild animals in a heated encounter, with Patty crying out over and over again, her voice bouncing off the walls and filling my head with a heavy haze. And while she still wasn't silent, her intense reactions had gradually softened into quiet, contented sighs as I watched her body shift beneath the monstrous weight of the creature on top of her. Nearly a minute passed before Ramon finally pulled himself away from Patty, revealing the aftermath of their encounter. A small flood of liquid spilled from Patty's body, though I could tell there was plenty more remaining. Ramon sat on the edge of the couch with a grunt before his eyes glanced over at me, pinning me in place with their piercing depths and the hunger that lurked within. I found myself moving before I even realized it, walking across the room on trembling legs, having indulged in my own private thoughts. "Did you enjoy the demonstration?" Ramon asked, his voice a low tenor that made my entire body vibrate as I slowly sank to my knees in front of him, meeting his gaze. "Igrejas." Ramon stared down at me for a moment before nodding, satisfied, seemingly content that I was telling the truth. "Good's finally starting to get through that thick skull of yours. As a reward, I'll let you clean me up." Ramon made a crude, demeaning gesture in front of my eyes, and despite his aloof attitude, all I could feel was an excited thrill as my breath quickened and my heartbeat pounded in my ears. I reached up and carefully placed my hands on Ramon's legs for support before leaning in closer. My nostrils flared as I smelled the strong, heavy scent pouring off Ramon, a mix of his own body odor and the dampness covering him. But the smell didn't discourage me in the slightest. I found my lips parting. She parted her lips and tasted the bittersweet flavor on her tongue. The warm liquid slid down her throat, and as it settled inside her, a wave of heat spread through her body, awakening a fierce craving for more. My tongue darted out, scooping up great globs, and when that wasn't enough to satiate my hunger, I leaned in close to Ramon and focused intently on the task at hand, working carefully and thoroughly until I had finished every last bit. At some point, Ramon's hand tangled in my hair, and his fingers stroked my scalp encouragingly, and feeling his approval was deeply satisfying. Between the two sensations, I lost myself in the task, not caring about anything else but staying focused on what I was doing. "See, what did I tell you? He's already turned into an obedient little spit shinner." I glanced over at the new voice and saw that Megan and Trisha had finally finished getting ready, though why it had taken them so long, I didn't know why, seeing as they were hardly wearing anything. Though Ramon clearly enjoyed the sight, I felt something press against my throat, making me gag. "Whoa, is that all of it?" Trisha muttered in disbelief as she stared at Patty, who had still yet to recover. "Yep, and he's probably got a couple more rounds of that size waiting for us." Megan grinned with a knowing smile as she reached into her bag and pulled out a long roll of supplies. "Looks like it's time to get started." Milking time, third POV. Ramon stared, and he stared hard, his eyes wholly fixated on the glorious sight in front of him. Of course, he had imagined this exact scenario when he had sent Megan and Trisha off, but it didn't come close to the real thing. "God, if you keep staring at us like that, I might worry that you plan to eat us up, and not in the fun way," Megan teased as she slowly walked towards Ramon, swinging her hips and flaunting her thick curves that spilled out of the low-riding panties printed to resemble a cow's hide with black and white splotches. The same went for Megan's massive tits that gleamed with a tasteful amount of body oil, left completely exposed besides the two square patches of fabric that covered her nipples. The outfit was completed by a pair of horns sticking out from Megan's hair, a cowbell choker around her neck, garters stretched around her thick thighs, and, peeking out from between her cheeks, a cow's tail. "You know, I always wanted to do something like this," Trisha muttered right behind Megan, her gaze locked intently on Ramon as she stepped between him and the others. "Excuse us, Summer, but I think you and Patty have had your allotment of fun for the night." Summer's eyes turned indignant, and she opened her mouth to say something, but Ramon interrupted her. "Behave, and you might get a turn to yourself." Summer's jaw quickly snapped shut, and a second later she moved out of the way, going to the far side of the couch, with a burning gaze as she watched Trisha and Megan slowly close in on Ramon. Though he clearly wasn't in a patient mood, the moment Trisha drew too close, Ramon's hand shot out, grabbing Trisha's wrist and pulling her off her feet. Trisha let out a short yelp of surprise as she felt the world around her blur. And though her short flight only lasted for a second, it still took Trisha a moment to figure out what had happened. Ramon clued her in by reaching up with his massive hands and grabbing Trisha, catching her and holding her firmly in place. "Ashi!" Trisha exclaimed as she squirmed in Ramon's lap, only to freeze when she felt something press firmly against her back. With wide eyes, Trisha looked over her shoulder and stared at Ramon, her eyes wide in surprise as something wet splashed against her skin. Oh my God, did it get even be bigger?" Trisha asked out loud in disbelief while stuttering in between her words as Ramon's hands moved toward her chest, gripping firmly in a way that made Trisha realize that intensity and sensation had far more in common than she first thought. "I told you he wasn't finished," Megan replied with a smile as she slid onto the couch next to Ramon and Trisha. "Now lean forward a bit. I need get this one all warped up." Trisha followed Megan's instructions, though that only put more pressure on her chest as Ramon squeezed her like a stressed toy, making Trisha squirm and groan. Meanwhile, Megan unwrapped a condom she had armed herself with and held it between her lips before leaning down. But as Megan's head went down, her backside rose into the air, and the sight of her figure, so proudly displayed, hooked Ramon's attention hook, line, and sinker. "Ashi!" Trisha suddenly shouted an objection as one of Ramon's hands reached over to Megan, pulling her close and gripping her firmly against him. Megan let out an eager hum of encouragement as she leaned down. Then, with a final exhale through her nose, Megan lowered her head. Ramon's hips twitched as the intensity of the moment was enough to drive him over the edge. Feeling his reaction, Megan let out a soft laugh, and Ramon stepped back, clearly flustered. Instead of teasing him further, she quickly turned away, raising an eyebrow at him. "Sorry, baby, but Trisha and I have something we want to try, and we need your full cooperation first." Megan sat up and gently pushed on Ramon's chest, who took the hint and laid back on the couch, though he was disgruntled to let go of his new stress toy. Trisha let out a shuddering breath as she felt Ramon's hand slip away from her chest, though she could still feel the tender spots that he had formed with his brutish assault. "All right, Trisha, you get to go fist," Megan prompted with a firm smack across Trisha's ass, making the girl yelp, "Gee God, all right, no need to get so physical." Megan only laughed as she watched Trisha position herself between Ramon's legs. "Don't pretend you don't enjoy a little intensity. You practically lost it when I pushed the toy in. You only had to push so hard because you didn't use enough preparation," Trisha muttered as she reached up and pulled down the shoulder straps of her bra. "Now enough talking, I gotta get to work handling this fucking monsters." Trisha cupped her massive breast that nearly put Megan's to shame and pressed it firmly against Ramon's arm, and despite seeing the challenge up close, Trisha was still surprised to see how much rose above her creamy mounts. "Why do I feel like there's a competitive nature to all of this?" Ramon questioned as he stared up at Megan, who moved to straddle his chest before leaning over and dangling her own massive pear over Ramon's face. "I guess I can clue you in," Megan muttered as she bit her lip flirtatiously. "Trisha and I have a bet going on to see who could get the most out of you." Ramon raised an eyebrow. "You plan to push me to my limit?" Megan giggled as she leaned down, pulling Ramon close. "Now we both know that's impossible. But just keep that between us. I want to see the look on her face when she realizes that you never go soft." "Oh yeah, and what happens when you win?" Ramon asked, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "The loser has to do something really embarrassing. Doesn't that sound like fun?" Ramon's only reply was to grin before leaning in close to Megan, pressing his lips gently against her shoulder. That feels nice," Megan said softly as she leaned into him, her hands coming down to rest on his head warmly. "Suck hard enough, and some actual milk might come out." "Hey, he's supposed to be focusing on me," Trisha complained, staring up at Megan with a frown, who only looked back at her with a smirk. "Well, put those fun bags to work and win his attention back." Trisha scowled but had no choice but to listen to Megan's advice. "Fine, just be careful that he doesn't get too rough." Trisha then leaned over and let out a tongue hang out her mouth, letting a decent glob of her spit land between her breast, adding to her already well-lubricated chest. "That should do it," Trisha muttered under her breath before she started to move up and down, pressing her chest forward along the length of Ramon's arm while pressing her shoulders together to increase the friction. You, like that? Trisha asked, her voice rising as a flirtatious grin spread across her face. You like feeling this close? Instead of responding verbally, Ramon pulled her in tighter, and she watched his expression change. Catching the fluid that shot out, that's right, give it all to me. Give me all of that. You really going in on the dirty talk, aren't you? Megan chastised as she glanced back at Trisha, who grinned victoriously as she felt Ramon pressed against her chest. Hot and hard like a piece of iron taken out of the forge. Well, it's working like a charm, because I think he's about to— Trisha was interrupted as Ramon suddenly shuddered and groaned, his eyes closing as the moment overtook him. Trisha's jaw dropped as she watched everything unfold in stunned silence, stretching and draping over with the sheer weight of Ramon's contribution. Milking time 2, third POV. Holy shit. Trisha stared in disbelief at the swollen condom resting on her chest, and her face flushed a dark red as she felt the warm substance shift around inside the condom. With the weight and consistency of thick oatmeal, why is there so much? Now you see why it takes two of us, Megan mused with a knowing smile as she stared at the container. That's a decent amount you got there. Impressive for just using your hands. This is just decent? Trisha muttered as she gingerly removed the condom and tied it off. It's the size of a freaking tennis ball. Talk to me when it starts looking like a softball. Megan smirked as she sat up, pulling away from Ramon's face, revealing the marks he had left behind. You're joking, right? Trisha asked as she stood up and quickly gathered her things, letting them drape over the edge of the bed. Let's just say I know how to get my man going, Megan said confidently as she turned around and leaned in close. Hey, big boy, ready for some fun? Ramon responded enthusiastically, and the two of them shared a passionate moment together. Megan sighed contentedly as she relaxed. "And that's the spot," she said softly. After a quiet moment, she smiled and added, "Now let me return the favor." Megan then took out another condom and repeated her earlier action, carefully putting it on as she had before. But instead of popping right back up, she started to move her head up and down as she took him in deeply, pressing her lips against his skin in an intimate moment. Trisha fell into a trance as she watched the scene unfold, though the details were soon lost to her, her attention drifting in and out. "How the hell are you doing that?" Trisha muttered in amazement. With a wet sound, Ramon pulled back from Megan as she sat up with a broad grin across her heavily flushed face. Daily practice with proper motivation and good breath control. Come by more often, and I can teach you some. Megan's words fell off as her jaw suddenly clenched and her back arched. Shit. Trisha watched as Megan's eyes turned into saucers and her legs trembled like she was on a roller coaster. Trisha then glanced over and stared at Ramon's hidden face and saw that the man hadn't stopped even as Megan moved against him. Wow. I guess he really likes doing that. C'est fantastique. Megan took a deep breath before composing herself. But I'm afraid you won't be having all the fun tonight. Not after I win this little bet of ours. Megan turned her attention back to Ramon as she wrapped both her hands around him and started to work her way along his length. Come on, let's finish this. Leaning down, Megan leaned in close to Ramon, her hand moving steadily along his arm as she spoke softly to him. She kept her movements slow and deliberate, watching his expression shift. Barely a minute passed before Megan noticed Ramon tense up and heard a deep sound from his chest. A second later, Megan felt the condom begin to fill in her mouth with a warm liquid she had been eager to taste and swallow. But Megan's desire to win was stronger than her hunger. Even as Ramon's movements pulsed with each rush of fluid filling up the condom, Megan's hands and mouth never stilled, continuing to tend to Ramon as he finished. Megan only stopped when the condom became too large to fit in her mouth, though by then it was already bigger than the one Trisha had tied on her panties, and Ramon was still trembling. When he finally stilled, Megan had a proud smile across her face as she raised her hand in victory. "I think we know who the winner is." "Goddamn," Trisha scoffed in disbelief. "Just what the hell do you feed him?" "I don't know why you're asking that. You just saw him eat." Megan smirked as she stood up from the couch. Thanks for the treat, baby. Ramon sat up and grinned at Megan. After all the work you put in, you deserve it. Megan winked at him before turning back to Trisha, who was staring nervously at Ramon. Oh God, this is too much. Maybe, but trust me when I say you'll enjoy every second of it, Megan said encouragingly as she adjusted her outfit. Besides, you should be feeling a little sore after having that device in for so long. A little soreness isn't going to cut it, Trisha muttered even as she turned her around, facing her backside towards Ramon before pulling at the fabric. There's no way I'm going to be walking tomorrow. Also, can you help me out here? Shouldn't have written a check your ass could cash. Megan teased with a triumphant grin, even as she walked over and grabbed the cowtail tucked into the back of Trisha's costume. All right, on 3, 1. Megan tugged on the tail hard, pulling it loose with a quick tug, which was drowned out shortly after by Trisha's sharp gasp as her legs buckled, nearly giving out from under her as an intense sensation shot up her spine. Wow, Megan, you really weren't kidding, Ramon mused as he stared at Trisha's trembling body. I think it's more than just pain. I think our friend here has a bit of a secret. W, what are you talking about? I was just surprised. That's all. Trisha insisted as she tried to still her shaking legs, though she wasn't successful in the slightest. We'll see about that, Ramon muttered as he walked up behind Trisha, his hands coming around to encircle her waist, holding her in place and keeping her standing up. Here, allow me, Megan offered as she reached out to steady Trisha, whose hands had dropped after the rough treatment. Trisha looked back at Ramon, slowly winking as it tried to shrink back to its previous size. But Ramon wasn't going to let it. Using his hand, Ramon pressed forward against Trisha and slowly moved his hips. Oh gosh, Trisha swore and bit her lip as she felt herself being opened up. Steady now, Megan said soothingly, moving to stand in front of Trisha and taking her hands. Trisha's eyes widened and she let out a nervous breath. Megan gave her a reassuring smile and helped her take a few deep breaths until Trisha began to relax, letting Ramon hold her close. NGHH, Trisha let out a throaty moan as she felt Ramon's touch, the sensation overwhelming her senses. The pleasure was indescribable, and Trisha felt her body go limp, with Ramon's hands being the only thing stopping her from falling right to the floor. Whoa, you're almost there, Megan cheered as Trisha collapsed against her, leaning on Megan for support. Just a little bit more to go. Oh, really? Trisha whimpered before biting down on her lip hard as Ramon pressed onward with determination, moving slowly to let Trisha adjust before coming closer. But no matter how gentle he was, Trisha's reactions were one and the same, as she gasped and trembled as if she was barely holding on. But judging by the joyful tears rolling down her cheeks, Trisha was clearly moved by the experience. And so was Ramon as the intensity of the moment quickly overwhelmed him. Get ready, Trisha. I'm about to finish. Give it to me. Trisha screamed through labored breaths, giving Ramon the green light as his grip tightened around her waist, holding her steady. Trisha's back arched like a bow as she reached the peak of the moment. An overwhelming sensation that was immediately followed by a powerful wave of emotion that came rushing in and swirled around inside of her. Between the two, Trisha didn't stand a chance, and with one final ear-splitting moan and a sudden release of tension throughout her body, Trisha went completely limp as she passed out in Ramon's hands. Do not disturb. Third POV. Trisha groaned as she felt herself wake up. Did I pass out? Sure did, Megan answered as she walked over with a glass of water, which Trisha graciously accepted. I'm honestly surprised you lasted that long. Trisha tried to sit up, but immediately abandoned the idea as she felt the consequences of losing her bet with Megan. Ow, and my backside feels like it's on fire. Ugh, did you really go through with it? Well, we couldn't have you making a mess all over the place, Megan explained as she knelt down next to Trisha and held up the glass to her lips, helping Trisha take a sip. Nearly half the glass was empty when Trisha finally signaled that she had enough, and Megan quickly pulled the cup away. Now that you mentioned it, I do feel kind of bloated and really fucking sore. Megan smiled sympathetically. Don't worry, if there's a next time, ITL'll be much easier. Trisha was about to reply when she finally noticed the scene behind Megan, and her thoughts flatlined. Jesus. Megan glanced over as well and smirked. Yeah, it looks like Ramon decided that Summer deserved a reward. They've been going at it for a while now. Summer was currently on her back, her head hanging over the edge of the couch, held up by Ramon's hand in a rough and aggressive manner, the tension building between them with each intense movement. Even worse, Trisha could see the aftermath of what had been done to Summer. Summer had been turned into a plaything for Ramon's pleasure, objectified and reduced to something less than a person. Though Trisha could tell by the look on her face that Summer wouldn't have wanted it any other way. I don't think I could survive that, Trisha muttered, equal parts terrified and awed as she watched the violent scene. I don't know if she's going to survive that. Megan grinned. Oh, she will, and after she recovers, she'll come crawling right back. Yeah, you're probably right about that, Trisha muttered, and to be completely honest, so will I. I don't think I can go back to the way things were after tonight. Now you see why Patty and I agreed to be his girlfriends, Megan replied. Between that, the money, and how much Ramon genuinely looks after and cares for us, there really isn't anyone who can compete. I get it, he's awesome, and I would be stupid not to join the harem, Trisha replied with a faint smile. Well, you know my opinion about it, but I will say the lifestyle certainly isn't for everyone. Megan shrugged before standing up. Now, come on, let's get cleaned up, and then we can join Patty in the tub to soak. Ugh, I'm tempted to just fall asleep right here, Trisha protested slightly, only for Megan to quickly shake her head. Trust me, that is the last thing you want to do, fall asleep here. And you really want to be able to move. Finny, Trisha droned before sticking out her arms, but you're going to have to help me walk, and we're going to have to take it really slow because I feel really uncomfortable and really have to go. All right, I got it here, come on. Up we go. Ramon, well, that was fun, I thought with a pleased grin while lounging comfortably in bed, a couple of friends on either side of me. I haven't felt that content in a while. And now for the second best part of my day. Day 26 report. Sim Life revenue, $297,974 cost, $203,916 profit, 94. 058 modifiers. Fortune 315, satisfaction 0 income. 108,167 total. 112,366 date life energy spent. 0 energy gained. 2 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 5 total. 5,100 the perfect way to end a long day. I sighed as he let my eyes close, slipping into a peaceful torpor. A sharp electronic buzz from the hallway made my eyes snap open after what felt like only a few moments, but what was most likely a few hours, judging from the sun slipping out from around the curtain's edges. The buzz played once more, and I heard and felt the girls start to wake up, much to their displeasure, which they made abundantly clear. Who the hell set an alarm? What does it matter? Just turn it off. What time is it? Too early, that's what it is. All of you hush, I muttered as I extracted myself from the tangle of limbs. It's the intercom. Someone is ringing us. Summer groaned. Well, that someone better not be here when I find the strength to get up. I rolled my eyes, but the last thing I wanted on my plate was 4 cranky girls early in the morning. So I quickly made my way out of the bedroom into the hall, walking down until I reached the intercom right by the elevator and pressed the button, opening the line. Hello? Who is this? I was stunned for a moment, not only because of the attitude coming from the voice, but also because it sounded familiar in the guy who lives here. Is there something I can help you with? Well, guy who lives here. You wouldn't happen to have a redhead teenage girl over now, would you? My mouth made an O shape as realization struck me, and I let out a light chuckle. Hey, Beth. W what? How did you? This is Ramon, Summer's friend. We ran into each other at the convenience store once. I guess she really is bad at communicating her whereabouts. Huh. Oh, Ramon. I remember now. So, Summer is with you? I nodded even though Beth couldn't see me. Yes, she's sleeping now, but it'll send the elevator down so you can come on up. And in the meantime, it'll wake Summer up. All right then. I'm sure this is about to go over well. I let go of the button and sent the elevator down before returning to the bedroom with a shit-eating grin on my face. Summer, your mom is in the elevator on her way up. Haha, very funny. Summer muttered as she rolled back over in bed, burying her face into the large pillow she was sharing with Trisha. Yeah, I'm not joking, you got about a minute. Summer sat up and looked into my eyes only to see that I wasn't lying. Shit, 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 shit. A long-winded stream of curses flew from Summer's mouth as she quickly scrambled out of bed. God damn it. Why is she here? Because you like to be independent and forget that there are actually people who give a shit about you and your well-being, Trisha muttered, her face still in the pillow. I'm surprised that she hasn't embedded a tracker under your skin. Well, that would explain how the hell she was able to find me. Summer muttered as she looked around the room. God, where are my clothes? Where are they? We put everything through the wash. Remember, Megan replied with a yawn and a stretch, sitting up in bed to reveal that she was completely topless. I turn on the dryer before going to bed, though, so your clothes should be good if a bit wrinkled. Summer let out a strangled sigh. All right, I just need to get dressed before what? A new voice rose above the chaos, and everyone turned to look as I stepped aside in the doorway, revealing Beth staring at the scene with a surprisingly impassive gaze. Wow, 4 of you, that's impressive. Hey, Mrs. Smith, Trisha waved with a shameless smile, making Beth sigh. Hello, Trisha. Good to see that you're in high spirits. Oh my God, someone please put a bullet in the back of my head. Summer groaned as she buried her face in her hands, trying to drown out all the noise with her own internal screaming. Nope, if I gotta live with this memory. So do you, Beth replied in a flat voice before she glanced at me. Just a friend. Huh? I shrugged. You know how it is. One thing led to another. Beth rolled her eyes and promptly turned around. I'm raiding your kitchen for some wine. Stop me, and I'll pepper spray you in front of all your little girlfriends. Check the fridge. There's a dedicated shelf at the very bottom. I called out as Beth disappeared around the corner and walked into the kitchen. I watched her go before turning back to face the girls, who were all staring at me with varying levels of blame. So, who wants breakfast? More troubles? Third POV. I can't believe this is fucking happening, Summer groaned, her face buried in the countertop as everyone else ate the breakfast Ramon had prepared. You've said that already, Beth muttered as she sipped from her glass of wine. Maybe next time you'll tell me when you plan to stay the night after such a wild party. It wasn't a wild party, Summer insisted, glaring at her mother. It kinda was, hun, Trisha corrected softly as she placed a supportive hand on Summer's shoulder. No, that would have meant everyone was involved with everyone else. What happened here was just one person at a time with him, Summer shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Ramon, who was standing over the stove cooking up another batch of pancakes, wearing nothing but pajama pants and an apron. Beth's eyebrow rose as she glanced at Ramon. Really? He did all of you. What is he, breeding stock? Mom, Summer screeched, her eyes going wide with a mixture of disbelief and fear. Trisha and Megan laughed out loud at Summer's plight, and even Patty giggled quietly. Well, we do call him stud from time to time. I can see why, Beth muttered as she stared at Ramon's broad naked back. Well done, girls. Ugh, hi. Summer let out an anguished cry and collapsed with a groan. I regret everything. Well, you have no one to blame but yourself. Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't get in touch with you all day? Beth muttered, her voice a mix of anger, concern, and disappointment. A universal blend of parenthood. You can't just disappear off the face of the earth. I get it. Now would you please just take me home? Summer pleaded as she looked up at her mom with regretful eyes. Nope, Beth replied with a pop of her lips, and go to enjoy the rest of this glass and an amazing breakfast cooked by the sexy half-naked chef. Thank you for the compliment, Beth. Ramon replied as he placed a plate piled with pancakes on the counter, which was immediately emptied in a wild barrage of fork stabs and swift fingers. Summer glared at Ramon. Hey, stop hitting on my mom, and put a shirt on for fuck's sake. Boo. Trisha frowned at Summer and gave her a thumbs down. Don't ruin this for the rest of us just because you got caught. I bet if your mother wasn't here, Ramon wouldn't be wearing any clothes at all. Is that an option? Beth perked up her lips, pausing less than an inch away from her wine glass as she glanced at Ramon's backside. No, it is not, Summer shouted, her face red as she slammed her fist down on the counter. Really? Trisha replied with an evil smile. You know, if we don't get some entertainment, I might just start to reminisce about how amazing last night was and the role we all played to make it so memorable. Summer's face paled. You wouldn't? Trisha smirked. Try me. Please do. Beth chimed in with an eager light in her eyes, making Summer's jaw clench. Do I get saying this? Ramon asked somewhat sheepishly as he glanced over from Grill. No. The rebuttal was a resounding negative as all the girls shouted at him in unison. All right then, Ramon hastily muttered as he turned back around and went back to flipping pancakes. Trisha, if you do this, I will make you pay. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I will get you one day, Summer threatened, but Trisha's gaze didn't waver for a second. Oh, I'm not doing anything. It's you that needs to make up her mind. Or you can call my bluff, Trisha grinned. I know you don't bluff. You have no shame, Summer pointed out, and Trisha shrugged helplessly. You're right, I don't. So make a choice, Summer. Nude chef. Or does your mother get even more ammunition to use against you for the rest of your life? Summer glared at Trisha for a second longer before letting out a long sigh. Ramon, loose the boxers. Fine, let me just finish up this batch, Ramon grumbled. Beth let out a small laugh and shook her head. Honestly, Summer, I don't know why you fought so hard. It's just his butt. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a really nice, but I don't know if... Beth's voice suddenly died off as Ramon finally complied with their request and took off his boxers, revealing not only his posterior, but his exposed lower body visible between his legs. All right, who wants seconds? Ramon asked as he turned around, and Beth's jaw dropped further as she stared at him. That's why, Mom, Summer deadpanned. Having reached the height of her embarrassment, no longer capable of reacting with the proper energy the ridiculous situation required. Now please pick your jaw off the floor and stop staring. How am I supposed to stop staring? He's very well endowed, and I should know. Beth replied before looking at all of the girls. I'm a veterinary surgeon specializing in horses, by the way, but back to the point at hand, all of you handled that. Some of us more than once, Trisha muttered as she glanced pointedly at Summer, who made a slow, ringing motion with her hands while glaring back at Trisha. No wonder you girls were so slow coming out of the bedroom, Betty said sympathetically, though her eyes kept glancing down at Ramon's crotch. I'm surprised you can walk at all. We took the necessary precautions, Megan informed with a smile. And after a while, you get used to it and even look forward to it like being sore after a good workout. Yeah, if the workout includes 15 sets of pushing hard and 5 minutes of trying to keep up, Trisha said with a massive grin across her face, making Summer groan loudly. But she said nothing instead, deciding to drown her sorrows in pancakes and syrup. I hope I never see any of you ever again. So, what was that about never seeing any of us again? Megan commented slyly as she looked over at Summer, who was busy making place settings. I can't believe that asshole fired me. Summer muttered angrily under her breath. Well, you'd just leave your shift without trying to find anyone to cover for you. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, it was almost like you wanted to get fired. Trisha replied conspiratorially, which earned her a middle finger from Summer. Look on the bright side, the hours are better, and you'll be making a lot more with the base salary and tips on top of that, Patty added helpfully while smiling at Summer, who didn't have the heart or willpower to stay mad in the face of such overwhelming positivity. Yeah, you're right, Summer admitted with a sigh. I guess I got pretty lucky. Careful now. If Ramon hears you say that he's going to have you on your knees in the middle of service, Trisha teased, making everyone laugh. And Summer even joined them after a second with a reluctant chuckle. Their laughter was then interrupted by the sound of the front door opening, and the girls looked over to see 2 cops enter the restaurant. Megan and Patty's faces immediately fell as they stared at Joe, who stared right back at them. Hello, girls. Where's Ramon? We need to speak with him. Without a word, Patty spun around and made her way towards the back of the restaurant while Megan stepped forward, her face a mask of displeasure. You got some nerve, you know that? Joe opened his mouth to respond, but Jenny stepped up before he could get a word out. Please, it's very important that we talk to Ramon. Talk to me about what? Ramon spoke up as he walked up, wiping his hand on a towel. If it's about my account of the break-in, I was planning on stopping by the station later today. Well, your account is more of a formality now more than anything, Jenny replied with a shake of her head. Samson admitted to everything, the break-in, the attempted murder, the blackmail, everything. Ramon paused. All right then, why do you need to talk to me? Jenny chewed her lip nervously, because when we went to arrest Preston Northwest, we found his house empty of all its belongings, and we have a motive to believe he was taken by force. We need to take you in for questioning to eliminate you from a pool of potential suspects. Questioning? Ramon, hold on, what do you mean? Eliminate from a pool of suspects? Megan suddenly interjected as she stepped in front of me and stared Jenny down. You're not about to treat him like some criminal after someone tried to kill him. That's exactly why we're treating him this way. Joe spoke up, ignoring Jenny's warning glare as he stared at Ramon. Samson told us about the history between you and Northwest. You threatened him in his home. I crossed my arms and nodded. I did, after he had a metric fuck ton of salt dumped onto some farmland of a good friend of mine, who I was investing in. Did Samson mention that little fact in his confession? Yes, in fact. He did, Jenny replied before Joe could speak up again. And before that, he threw a brick through your front window, also on the orders of Northwest. It's very clear to us who the antagonist in the situation is. You coming down to the station is more of a formality than anything. We can't arrest you without proof. But submitting yourself willingly shows that you have nothing to hide and helps us narrow down our list of actual suspects. Now, that sounds far more reasonable, I replied with a small smile. And of course I would be willing to cooperate, but I'll say this now, you're only going to get an hour of my time. There's a little to my cooperativeness. I've still got a business to run. Of course, we understand completely. Isn't that right, Joe? Jenny quickly agreed and prompted her partner, but the miserable cop only let out a gruff grunt as he continued to give me the stink eye. Then he'll meet both of you down at the station, I replied as I took off my apron and put in Megan's eyes, who regarded me with a concerned look. I don't like this. I know, but something is happening, and I can't just ignore it. I muttered before leaning in for a quick kiss that I planted on her cheek before standing back up. Great. Now that you've said your goodbyes, let's get going. The squad car is out front. Joe grunted with an unimpressed facade. Glad you know where your car is, Joe. Mine is parked on the other side. So let me just pull around, and then I can follow you to the station, I replied and watched Joe frown. ITLL be faster if you ride with us in the squadron. Yeah, but I assume if I do, that'll be sitting in the back behind bulletproof glass and bars looking like I'm actually getting arrested. And I can tell you right now with certainty that's not going to happen, I replied, sternly making it clear where I stood. Now are you going to continue your little power trip or move this shit along? Because my hours started the moment I agreed to go with you. Joe opened his mouth to say something, but Jenny quickly put a hand on his shoulder. Please just stop. Fine, let's just get this whole ordeal over with, Joe muttered angrily. Could you please tell us about your whereabouts since the home invasion? Jenny prompted as she sat across from me, a notepad in hand. I stared at the pen and paper. A little surprised, that's a rather old-fashioned way of doing things. Don't you have computers or cameras that can record everything? Jenny nodded. Yes, but I prefer to take notes by hand. Something about it helps the details of case stick in my head. Very thorough of you, Office Jenny. You smiled here. And she smiled back. Just answer the question, Joe interjected, sitting next to Jenny with his arms crossed, making his displeasure clear. All right then, let's see. After the break-in, I've been going about my normal routine. I get to the restaurant around 9 in the morning, and am there until 11 when we close after the dinner service. I summarized with a shrug, and that's about it. Really, that's it? Joe asked suspiciously. Yeah. It's been a busy week. We just got the restaurant renovated, more than tripled our seating, I explained with a proud smile. You two should join us for a night, my treat. While that is a very nice offer, I'm afraid we'll be busy with our own work. Not every day that a multi-millionaire goes missing, Jenny answered with an apologetic smile. Now back to the issue at hand. Is there any way you can confirm your whereabouts? Confirm my whereabouts? I repeated, raising a brow. This is feeling a lot more than just a courtesy all of a sudden. Well, obviously, we need to make sure you're not lying, Joe said gruffly as he narrowed his eyes at me. That isn't going to be a problem, is it? I mean, a little. I don't know how I could give you hard proof. I mean, maybe the complex I live in has some cameras in the garage where I park that should show you when I leave and get back every day. I offer with a shrug, not sure of what else I could do. That still leaves the entire day where you're unaccounted for. Joe pointed out. Look, if there was something I could do just to bury this whole issue, I could, but I didn't plan my routine around its ability to be confirmed by the police. I got a life that I should be living and a dinner service I should be preparing for. I stressed with a frustrated sigh. Now, if we keep going in circles, I'm just going to claim the rest of my time and leave. Please stay. We'll do our own work in confirming your whereabouts. But we do have some other questions for you. If that's all right, Jenny jumped in once more, trying to mediate the situation. After a second, I let out a sigh and gestured for Jenny to continue. Now we know about your history with Mr. Northwest, but what about your interactions with Mrs. Northwest? Samson suggested that the two of you had spent some time alone together. Jenny asked pointedly. Yes, that was when I told Preston that I would release the dirt I had on him unless he gave me $15 million or agreed to my demands. I answered plainly. Though the reactions my admission garnered were anything but. Is breaking up marriages some kind of sick thrill for you? Joe muttered with a disapproving, venomous glare. Not by itself, but certainly when someone decides to mess with my life. I replied with a small smile before glancing at Joe's wedding ring. But don't worry, Officer Swanson. I know you're just doing your job. You son of a bitch. Joe leaned forward in his wheelchair, looking like he was ready to leap across the table and strangle me. You think this is funny? Enough. Joe out. Jenny commanded her voice, bearing no room for argument. Joe glared at me for a second longer before rolling away from the table and out the door, slamming it behind him. You shouldn't have antagonized him, Jenny muttered disapprovingly. He's the professional in the situation. I'm just some random guy. I countered without a hint of guilt in my voice. Besides, there's very little I could do to change how he sees me, nor do I want to invest the time and effort it would take to do so. Jenny sighed. Fair enough, but back to the question. You blackmailed Northwest over his wife. That's what I told him. In reality, I didn't plan on going through with it. I clarified, I just wanted her to see that her husband would rather use her as a bargaining chip than give up $15 million. I then told her about my plan to expose Preston's dirty laundry and informed her that it would be best to get out before it was too late. Jenny looked at me wearily. You managed to convince her to leave Preston, her husband and father of their child, within hours of meeting her? People aren't as complex as you would think. If you know what they desire and what they despise, you can give them a glimpse of paradise. And who would be foolish enough to refuse such an offer? A peek behind the curtain, Ramon, Jenny let out a tired sigh. I think we're done here. While the morality of your actions is suspect, the likelihood that you had the ability or the opportunity to vanish Preston without a trace is little to none. He probably just went underground after finding out his little hit on you fell through. Well then, I wish you luck, officer, I replied with a small smile as I stood up. Also, I was being serious about my offer. Stop by any time. It'll treat you to some of the best food in town. After a second, a small smile spread across Jenny's lips. I think after the week waiting for me, I'll have to take you up on that offer, but let me walk you outside first. With one final goodbye, I slid into my car and closed the door behind me, putting the keys in the ignition and starting the engine as I reached for my seatbelt. Dans crime. My entire body lurched as my head whipped over to stare at my passenger seat, which was suddenly occupied despite being empty only seconds earlier. Where the fuck did you come from? Well, at least you didn't scream, Sombra muttered as she leaned back in the seat, getting comfortable. You should start driving now. The last thing we want is eyes on this conversation. I stared at Sombra for a long second before putting the car in drive and pulling out of the police station as if everything was completely fine. Not a word was exchanged between the two of us before I turned the corner, and the police department was out of sight. But the moment I straightened the car after turning, the questions came flying out of my mouth. All right, just how the hell did you end up in my car without me noticing? I asked, demanding an answer as I glanced at Sombra, who looked completely at ease. I can turn invisible. Bullshit. I want a reel. Before I could finish my sentence, Sombra disappeared with the only warning being a quick purple flash, like a computer glitch playing over her body before she was completely concealed. I stared as hard as I could, trying to pick out some type of outline or distortion. But there was nothing. How the fuck is that possible? Sombra reappeared with another flash and a broad grin. What did you think you were, the only one with magic? I froze, staring into Sombra's eyes, and knowing in an instant that she knew everything about me. Shit. Yeah. But don't worry, this isn't magic. Just a highly advanced intradermal cloaking device that I developed, Sombra replied, as if it were no big deal while holding up her arm and moving around, allowing me to see the faint, almost invisible hexagonal tattoos covering her skin. That sounds like sci-fi bullshit, if I've ever heard it. What are you? Some international super spy? I muttered, my voice coming out angry and gruff as I tried to figure out what the hell was going on and if my supposed paradise was about to crumble into pieces. Sombra grinned. As a matter of fact, I am. Going on nearly 5 years now. This doesn't make a damn bit of sense. I shook my head and gripped the steering wheel like it would keep me grounded. And you're enjoying this way too much. I know, but it's not often I get to flex and show off like this, and watching you freak out is a nice little bonus, Sombra admitted plainly. So, just let me indulge for a moment. Would you? That depends. You here to kill me? I asked. We both know that if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have shown myself, Sombra answered with a roll of her eyes. But I guess I should tell you what this is all about. God, where to start? I scoffed. How about admitting that you had something to do with Northwest disappearing and Samson suddenly growing a consciousness and admitting everything to the police? Yeah, that was all us. I kidnapped Northwest myself, though got the bastard right in the neck with a tranquilizer. Samson was given the slate treatment, knocked unconscious, and implanted with a set of directives he's compelled to follow to completion. We also wiped his memory while we were at it, so he won't recall the magic you used on him. You're welcome, by the way. I'm really not sure how to respond to that. With everything you just said, it sounds more and more likely like you belong to some type of secret shadow government. I grunted while pulling up to the traffic light. You're more right than you are wrong, Sombra answered with a shit-eating grin, but I can't get into the specifics right now. Still haven't gotten to go ahead to give you full clearance from the higher-ups. Yet, defiantly not a shadow government, I muttered sarcastically, making Sombra laugh. Man, I wish I could do this more often. Usually it's up to the ties to make first contact. The ties? It's what we call uniformed agents in the org. They all wear black ties, Sombra replied with a dismissive wave of her hand. They're in charge of the everyday-to-day stuff, surveillance, and stuff like that. Is that how you know about me, what I am? How long have you had people watching me? I asked, hoping to get some kind of concrete answer. Sombra shook her. No, you actually managed to fly underneath our radar for a pretty long time. Usually with you demons, a month doesn't pass without some blood cult popping up and abducting people. I was the one who sent in a report after watching you pull ingredients out of thin air. My face darkened. So you caught on to that, huh? Yep, I was looking out for possible poisoning attempts, but I got a lot more than I was bargaining for. I almost couldn't believe it. Thought you were trying to curse me or something. Luckily, for both of us, you only made a very delicious soup. I opened my mouth to say something, but Sombra beat me to the punch. No, Ash is not involved in any of this whatsoever, and it's in mine, yours, and her best interest would like to keep it that way. I think we can both agree that she's got enough problems on her plate as it is. All right, but what happens from here? What's the point of you showing up at all? I questioned. Are you trying to spook me by showing how much you know and what you're capable of? Sombra sighed, her jovial attitude fading for a second. Making you scared isn't the goal, or should I say, isn't the main goal. The reason I'm here is to make contact and let you know that, even when you didn't ask for it, we had your back. Think of it as an olive branch. If I had to bet, the higher-ups are looking to make you an asset rather than a liability. Which, let me tell you, is the best outcome of this whole predicament. What the hell does becoming an asset mean? Sombra shrugged. That I can't tell you. Not because I'm not allowed to, but because I don't know. It could be as simple as being another pair of eyes on the ground, or something far more involved. Or this could be the last you hear from us. It's not likely, but who knows what the higher-ups have planned. All right, so what now? I'm just supposed to wait around and hope that you don't just appear out of nowhere again and tell me that I need to do X, Y, and Z at the drop of a hat. I doubt they'll be that heavy-handed, Sombra admitted, trying to put me at ease, though it didn't work. Just try not to think about it. I'm not going to even dignify that bullshit with an answer, I muttered with a shake of my head. Yeah, they'll just try and not think about the shadow government that may or may not be spying on me. Yep. Just slide right back into that nice place of blissful ignorance, Sombra replied with a wink. Piece of cake, right? Before I could give a sarcastic response, Sombra glanced at the clock on the dashboard. Looks like my time is up. Now, if you wouldn't mind letting me out, that would be greatly appreciated. Hit and run, Sombra didn't need to tell me twice as I violently turned out of my lane and pulled up to the curb, almost forgetting to use my turn signal while I was at it. Appreciate it, Sombra replied cheerfully as she opened the door and hopped out of my car. This was a good talk. We should do it again sometime. I feel like I don't really have a choice whether we meet or not, I replied, surlily, my hands still white-knuckling the steering wheel. Sombra paused and quickly glanced back at me over her shoulder. Look, I'm not trying to antagonize you. I get why you're angry, and you're right to feel that way. But trust me when I say you're going to need a level head to deal with all of this. The more reasonable you are, the better this all turns out. And I know my word may not mean a lot to you right now, but I give it to you, we're not going after you or anyone you care about. I glare back at Sombra. Then what the hell was all of this for? It was just a precaution, a test, if that makes any sense. Sombra replied vaguely as she pulled up the hood of her jacket and turned back around. I'm glad to say that you passed. Then, without another word, Sombra walked away down the street, and I watched her go until she dipped around a corner, slipping into an alley, but just before she broke line of sight, I caught a brief flare of purple light. I waited for a moment, then shook my head with a loud, angry sigh and pulled back into the road. For a moment, my mind was blissfully empty, but then it started to process everything that had just happened. What the fuck was any of that? I didn't know that my paradise included the possibility of being stalked and monitored by a secret spy agency. I paused for a moment, expecting my system to chime in, but for the first time, my sarcastic remark went unanswered. Just great in flying solo this time, I guess. Another sigh escaped my lips as I considered what I should do. Realistically, what can I do? If Sombra wasn't bullshitting me every step of the way, I'm dealing with people who can implant memories and make anyone they want disappear off the face of the earth. I should probably take it as a good sign that they haven't already done the same to me. But like hell, I'll trust them not to change their minds. Seeing the traffic light turn red up ahead of me, I eased off the gas and pressed the brakes, bringing the car to a controlled stop. So I need to start preparing in every way I can. They know I have magic, but I doubt they understand how it works or about the system. That's the one thing they can't track or hack into. I need to start using the system to its full potential, which is probably exactly why I am in this scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. I rolled my eyes as the system's voice played in my head along with applause and cheers. Ignoring its antics, I instead pulled up my status page and scrolled to the very bottom, where I found my unfinished quests. SimQuest, Ode Farm 2 objectives. You've managed to convince Ash that not all hope is lost, but things aren't as simple as they once seemed. A Mr. Northwest is gunning for the farm and wants to see you fail. Time to prove him wrong. 1. Clear 1 acre of farmland. 112. Make 50,000 in profit off of grown produce. 0. 50,000. 3. Convince Ash to make you a co-owner of the farm. Completed rewards. 1. 4 perk points. 2. 5 skill points. 3. 1 development point. 4. Item. Grimoire of 9 Circles Dating Sim Quest. This house is still not a home objectives. While a cushy apartment might have been enough in the short term, it's been made abundantly clear that settling isn't an option. 1. Buy a residential property worth at least 10 million. 1 rewards. 1. 10 perk points. 2. 25 skill points. 3. 10 hex points. 4. 5 development points. 5. Item. Torn Grimoire, page 6. Item. Blood of the First Incubus, $10 million is still a bit of a way off for me. So I should focus on getting the farm up and running to complete the quest and progress towards making that $10 million nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Just as I finished my thought, the light turned green, and I quickly closed out of the system windows as I put my foot on the gas. But before I could cross the intersection, a blur shot out from the right ahead of me, coming off the sidewalk and flying into the road. Without thinking, I slammed on the brakes, bringing my car to a sudden stop before throwing it in park and opening my door to investigate what the hell I had almost hit. Ow! Shit! I muttered under my breath as I heard the very human moan of pain from the ground dangerously close to the front of my car. With haste, I moved around the bumper and finally laid eyes on the unfortunate victim. She had short blonde hair with bangs across her forehead and a single dyed aquamarine streak that matched her green eyes. As for the rest of her appearance, the jean shorts, jacket wrapped around her waist, and light-colored tank top gave off a very specific vibe that made her seem like she belonged on a boardwalk or a beach. Combined with the broken piece of wood that I assumed had been a skateboard at one point, the description of Skater Girl was very fitting. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked, grabbing her attention as I moved closer. "Why, yeah, you didn't hit me. Don't worry. Just banged up from that wicked tumble," the girl muttered with another hiss of pain as she tried to get up, only for her elbow to buckle underneath her weight. "Whoa, the last thing you should be doing is trying to move right now," I chastised, moving closer and slowly reaching out with my hands. "I may not have hit you with my car, but you still took a pretty nasty fall. Just how fast were you going?" "Ugh." The Skater Girl let out a disgruntled groan, but she thankfully took my advice and slowly lay back down, fast enough to lose a wheel. Then the next thing I know, I'm flying through the air. "All right, well, just sit tight, and I'm going to call an ambulance real quick," I responded while reaching for my phone in my pocket. "Wait, no ambulance," the girl insisted, nearly jerking straight up again. "I can't afford it." I dropped my hand. "All right then, but you need to go to the hospital, and I'm not just going to leave you here in the middle of the street." "Want me to drive you there?" "Yes, please," the Skater Girl replied before closing her eyes with a grimace. Definitely in worse shape than she's letting on, I thought to myself as I moved over and gently picked her up into a princess carry before moving over to the passenger side of my car. A couple of careful maneuvers later, and I managed to buckle her into the seat. "Okay, just a few minutes, and we'll be at the hospital," I informed after sliding into the driver's seat and taking off down the road, having already put the directions into my phone. The Skater Girl groaned, and I watched as her eyes started to drift closed. Sounds good. "Hey, I need you to stay with me right now. You might have a concussion," I warned and reached over to gently shake her leg. "How about you talk to me instead? My name's Ramon. What's yours?" "Nice to meet you, Ramon." "I'm Jackie," Jackie replied, her eyes opening once more as she looked at me. "Thanks for not driving away back there and taking me to the hospital." "It is the very least I can do," I answered honestly as I took a turn. "Where were you headed to in such a rush, Jackie?" Jackie let out a sigh. "To my job, which I'm probably going to get fired from now that I've shown up late." "I'm sure that's not going to happen after you explain the reason why," I quickly assured her as I reached for my phone. "But speaking of jobs, I got to call mine as well to tell my staff I'm going to be running a bit behind schedule. Visitation, so let me get this right. You ran someone over on your way back from the police station, and now you're checking that someone into the hospital." Tiana's voice was thick with disbelief through the phone, and I couldn't help but feel a bit guilty leaving her with a majority of the prep work, even though the situation was completely out of my control. Well, technically, I didn't hit her with my car. She kind of flew off her skateboard and landed in the road in front of me. If I had actually hit her with my car, I wouldn't be this calm right now. "All right, I get it. I'm glad everyone is all right. Do you know how long you're going to be?" Tiana asked after letting out a quick sigh. "Well, they took her into the urgent care as soon as we got here, so I'm just waiting for someone to come out and tell me that she's going OTB all right. I don't see any reason Thad'll keep me here for more than half an hour. He'll get back in time to help you finish up prep." "They'll see you soon then," Tiana replied before hanging up, though instead of putting my phone away, I started looking at different real estate listings in the area. I might have been far off from the $10 million, but doing some research ahead of time was never a bad choice. "Excuse me, sir, are you the one who brought in that young woman?" A soft, polite voice caught my attention, though I nearly forgot the question that had been asked of me when I looked up and saw who had spoken. If the term blonde bombshell ever had a textbook example, it would have been the woman in front of me. She somehow made her nurse uniform fit like a glove, showing off her hourglass figure, long shapely legs, and large perky breasts. "Yes, I am. Is she all right?" I asked while standing up, forcing a nurse to take a few steps back, a bit banged up, but nothing serious or life-threatening. "She's awake and called her parents, but she wants to thank you in person." I let out a small sigh of relief before nodding. "Sure, I'd be happy to see her, but do you think you could show me the way, nurse?" A small smile split the nurse's plump lips. Oh, you could just call me Heloise. Heloise, what an interesting name. It sounds French? I asked curiously. It is actually, both of my parents were born in France and moved here a couple of years before I was born, Heloise replied, her grin widening. I'm surprised you figured that out. Is someone you know French, mister? I grinned as Heloise repeated my own strategy, Mr. Young, but please call me Ramon. And no, but for a while I did business with some French-based companies. Maybe I can tell you about them while we walk to Jackie? Heloise blinked, clearly having forgotten why we were originally talking. Of course, sorry about that. I shouldn't get distracted so easily. Please follow me. Heloise turned around, and my eyes couldn't help but dip down, definitely not as big as Megan or Summer, but I've never seen such perky bubble, but still prefer size over shape, though. I managed to drag my eyes away from the enticing sight as we rounded the corner and walked to the end of that hallway. She's right in here. Heloise stopped outside the room and turned back around to flash me a smile. I'm afraid that I can't stay around longer, chat. They have you all on a tight shift, do they? I asked with a grin. Never enough hands, Heloise replied as a way of explanation. Well, if you ever catch a break, maybe find your way over to my restaurant, Ramon's Grill House. They'll treat you to a meal. I offered with an expectant look. Absolutely. That sounds amazing, Heloise replied with an excited smile. They'll look you guys up online and see when I can make it. Excellent. Then I can't wait to see you there. I gave Heloise a final smile before knocking on the door, and after a second, stepping inside, heard you wanted to see me? I flashed Jackie a small smile as I watched her sit up in the hospital bed, wearing a gown and connected up to and for. Well, I think it would be pretty rude not to thank you for driving me here, Jackie replied with a sarcastic grin. They might want to get out of here before my parents pull up. You'll be forced into like an hour-long, unskypable cutscene. Not entirely sure what that means, but I get the gist. Were you able to talk to your boss? I asked as I moved to stand by the foot of the bed. Yeah, she didn't fire me, thank God. Jackie muttered as she leaned her head back. I probably shouldn't have been worried. Wendy is strict, but she's a nice person. I don't see her doing anyone wrong. Huh, what do you work? The community pool. I'm a lifeguard, Jackie answered with a sigh as she glanced down at her wrist that was already in a brace. Though it looks like I'm going to be on snack stand duty for the next couple of weeks. I gave her a reassuring grin. Well, sprained is better than broken. I would still consider yourself lucky given everything that's happened. I was lucky that you were the one behind that wheel. You'd be surprised how many assholes would have just left me in the road, Jackie replied with a grin. Seriously, I owe you big time. If you ever come by the pool, snow cones are on me. I let out a genuine laugh at that. I just might have to take you up on that offer. With all the shit I've been dealing with. Well, if you really want to blow off some steam, you should come to the employee swim. It's a few weeks from now after the pool closes, so there won't be any kids running around. Jackie suddenly sat up with a grin. If you're interested, let's exchange numbers. I can't give an absolute that I will make it, but if I do, would it be all right if I bring a few friends? I asked while handing Jackie my phone. Sure, if they're friends of yours, I bet they're good people, Jackie answered with a thumbs up before quickly typing in her information and handing back my phone. Hopefully you can make it out. We always have a blast. Hopefully you'll be able to find out, I replied before glancing at the time. Gotta get running? Jackie guessed, and I smiled apologetically. Yeah, I need to get back before my sous chef is buried in lobsters. But it was nice meeting you, Jackie, even if it was under less than favorable circumstances. Same here, man, and thanks for not running me over with your car. Jackie shot me one last grateful look before I left her room and quickly made my way out of the hospital. This has been a long day, and I haven't even started dinner prep yet. Finally, you're back, Tiana exclaimed, glancing over as I walked through the kitchen door. Miss me much? I asked with a cocky grin as I took off my coat and threw on an apron. Where are you at right now? I finished cutting up the fennel and got the pastry dough we saved from last night cut up, Tiana answered. Switching from humorous to all business in the blink of an eye, I did a test bake, and you were right, that vacuum sealer is magic. Tastes exactly the same. Great then, they'll get started prepping the lobster for boiling. Well, you should start bagging the steaks so they can go in as well. Got it. Are we still going with 50 bags at a time? Tiana asked as she moved over to the fridge and started pulling out steaks. Or do we want to change things up? I feel like we had to do more steaks mid-service than we did lobster. I trust your gut. Go up to 60 bags, and we'll go smaller on the lobster. I replied, even as I grabbed one of the crew stations and quickly put a knife between its eyes. Now, enough talking. We got a lot to get through. No more room for distractions. Hey, excuse me, you can't go in there. My knife paused as I heard Patty's voice call out, and I looked over just in time to watch a woman I did not recognize kick in my kitchen door, glaring at me and Tiana like we owed her money. Which one of you is the head chef? A challenger approaches. I was caught off guard for multiple reasons. Primarily because my kitchen door had been kicked in by a complete stranger, and also because of the thick accent accompanying the demanding voice and the fact that the owner of said voice happened to be a rather stunning woman. There was a fire in her stark blue eyes, set on either side of a pronounced nose, suiting her angular face and sharp bob that just barely passed the lobes of her ears. I stepped forward after putting down my knife and immediately found myself the target of her fierce look. I'm the chef and owner of this fine establishment that you've so rudely barraged into. How can I help you? The woman lifted her nose into the air and spoke in her thick French accent. I am Colette Tattoo. I have worked at some of the finest restaurants in Paris, and now I'm here to challenge you to a duel. A duel? I repeated dubiously as I grabbed a towel from the pocket of my apron to wipe off my hands. You want to fight me? Colette scoffed. Of course not. I mean to test your cooking, not your fists. Are American men always so eager to beat up on women? Do French women always go around kicking in doors and demanding things of people? I countered with a small smirk, making Colette narrow her eyes at me. You mock me. I nodded shamelessly, yes, because this is my kitchen and my restaurant. I could call the police on you right now. Bah, a true chef would be more concerned about defending their skills. Unless you were afraid of losing, Colette goaded me with a cocky smirk. All right, that's enough out of you. Tiana spoke up, stepping forward with a disapproving glare. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but we got a dinner to get ready for. So if you would please march your arrogant ass back out the door, that would be greatly appreciated. I don't remember anyone talking to you, Chef Hand. The professionals are talking, Colette snapped, and I watched as Tiana's face flushed with rage. Rightfully so. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? She took a step forward, but I held out a hand, stopping her. Please don't talk to my staff that way. Being prideful is one thing, but if you continue to be disrespectful and rude, I will throw your ass out myself. Despite the threat, Colette grinned as if she was happy. Good, you do have some spine in you after all. This might be a worthy challenge yet. Except for the fact that I haven't agreed to your challenge, nor do I have any reason to, I replied, stating the obvious. Well, if you accept my challenge and win, I will agree to work in your kitchen for free, an offer you would be stupid to refuse, Colette replied confidently as she crossed her arms. You really think you're hot shit, don't you? Tiana snapped, still glaring at Colette from behind her arm. Not that I could blame her. I'm just confident in my skills, as any chef should be. Make sure to take notes. Colette shot back, and I let out a sigh. Last warning about the manners. Well, if you would just give me an answer, I wouldn't have to stand around trading insults with your sous chef. Colette replied with a frivolous wave of her hand. He doesn't owe you anything, besides a firm kick in the fine. He'll do it, interrupted Tiana while meeting Colette's gaze, who grinned from ear to ear. Excellent, the challenge will be next weekend. Each of us will serve 3 dishes to a panel of randomly selected judges using whatever ingredients we wish. Sounds straightforward enough. Now leave my restaurant, and next time knock before you come in, kicking stuff down. I waved Colette off with my hand, and the French chef finally turned around to leave, but not before sending a final smirk in Tiana's direction, who now looked just as angry with me as she did Colette. Why the hell did you accept her offer? She's nothing but a distraction, Tiana questioned as I moved back over to my station. Well, for all her arrogance and pride, she was right about one thing. I muttered while picking up my knife. As a chef, you should take pride in your cooking. Besides, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of competition, I answered with a grin. Tiana huffed and crossed her arms. Well, I still think you should have let me kick her ass. Yeah, but I want the satisfaction of beating her at her own game. I looked over my shoulder and shot Tiana a smile that made her angry facade break. Oh, so you were just being selfish. Ichim-chan, I hummed in the confirmative. Now enough talk about her. We are now officially behind schedule. So it's time to get some shit done. I turned back around to focus on my work, though not before taking a final glance at the screen that had popped up when Colette had come bursting into the kitchen. Sim Quest. One chef to rule them all objectives. You have been challenged to a cook-off by the Colette tattoo. Defend the quality of your cooking and prove you deserve to call yourself a chef. Beat Colette at her own game and win the cooking competition rewards. 2 per points, 5 skill points. Colette tattoo will join your cooking staff. Nice. A quest I can actually complete in the short term. I know exactly where those skill points are going as well. With a thought, I dismissed the screen and turned my full attention back to the nearly 200 pounds of lobster that I needed to butcher and boil within a few hours. Just another task in my perfect paradise. Day 27 to 29 report. Sim Life revenue. 934,873 cost. 639,983 profit. 294,890 modifiers. Fortune 315. Satisfaction 0 income. 339,123 total. 451,489 date life energy spent. 0 energy gained. 9 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 15 total. 65,100 surprisingly looking at the 6-digit figure under my revenue of the last 3 days of hard work did not help my mood. Well, nothing to do but rip the Band-Aid off. I let out a final sigh before getting out of my car and walking up the dirt driveway to Ash's house. Before I could even reach the porch, the front door swung open and Ash stepped out staring at me with a mixture of hope and trepidation. You hesitating isn't giving me a whole lot of confidence. Come to break some bad news? Ash called out, her jaw working as she chewed over something aggressively. I've been thinking about this damn proposal of yours all week. No, not bad news. I'm just not sure how you're going to react once we get this stuff started. I warned while stepping up onto the porch, very aware of the look Ash was sending my way. Ash frowned, and I could see the muscles of her jaw feather. Just what the hell do you have in store for me, Ramon? All this skirting around the topic isn't helping my fucking nerves. Well, that's because there's not a way to explain it without me sounding batshit crazy. So I'm waiting until I show you some physical proof to go into detail. I explained, meeting Ash's gaze with what I hoped was an honest look. And to do that, you need a legal stake in the farm? Ash clarified, and after a nodded, she let out a grunt. All right then, let's get this shit over with. Either you save my ass or plant a dagger in it, and either way it's better than me walking around on fucking eggshells. I couldn't help but shake my head at Ash's attitude as she turned around and walked back inside, where I followed her into the kitchen and saw a very extensive-looking legal document on the table with a pen already waiting nearby. There you go. That'll grant you a 50% share in Ode Farm. Ash gestured with her chin as she leaned against the wall. I promise you won't regret this, Ash, I muttered before I walked over and picked up the pen. I know I won't, but damn if it isn't hard for me to admit that. Ash muttered, her voice cracking a bit, and I looked over to see that her eyes were tinged red. I'm so fucking scared, Ramon. Feels like I've been hanging on by a thread, and now here you're offering to pull me up, but I'm so damn stillborn and afraid of trusting anyone that my first thought is just to let go. I sat with Ash's words for a moment before putting down the pen and walking over to her. The moment I was close enough, I reached out my hand, cupping Ash's face and tilting her head up as I leaned in and pressed my lips against hers. I felt the farm girl tense, but only for a split second, before her hands reached out as well, grabbing onto my shirt and pulling me against her in a hungry and demanding embrace. Joyride, I could feel the hunger in Ash's lips as we kissed, and the desperation in her grip as her hands balled around my shirt, holding on as if to stop me from pulling away. Though that was the last thought on my mind as I tilted my head to the side so our lips could lock. For all her gruffness and hardened personality, Ash's lips were damn near the softest things I had ever felt, and so warm that I imagined chocolate would melt at the slightest touch. The kiss was near perfect, but after a few seconds passed, I felt Ash move against me, and for a moment, I thought that was my signal to step back. However, I was quickly proven wrong as Ash stepped in and closed the distance between us, pulling me in even closer so that there was very little space left between our bodies. And it seemed that was exactly what Ash wanted as her hips started to move, though I quickly forgot about the pleasurable friction when I felt Ash's lips part. Before I knew what was happening, her tongue was wrapped around mine, as Ash took the initiative, acting on her desires after denying them for so long. Of course, I was more than happy to oblige as my hands slipped away from Ash's face and settled on her broad hips while sliding my tongue against hers and tasting her essence. There wasn't a distinct flavor that I could name, but Ash's energy was rich and smoky, an almost overpowering aroma that sank into my bones and set down roots, determined never to fade away. It was powerful and addictive. With little other choice, I forced myself to pull away, leaving Ash glaring up at me as she dug her heel into my back. I didn't say to stop. "Don't tell me you're getting cold feet now." "No, quite the opposite, in fact," I muttered as I held Ash closer, feeling the firm muscles built over years of farm work beneath my hands. "If we keep going, I won't be able to stop. I might just bend you over that kitchen counter and not stop until nightfall." Ash grinned with a fire in her eyes. "Till night? Huh? You really think you got that much in you, big boy?" Before I could respond, Ash leaned in, resting her head on my shoulder as her hand slipped down the front of my torso before settling on my lap. "Goddamn, you just might. Heat pouring off you like a damn furnace. Did I really get you all worked up?" A low, guttural growl echoed from my throat as Ash started pressing closer. "You know damn well you did, and your hand isn't making it any easier." "Oh, do you like when I do this?" Ash asked, her voice a sultry whisper in her ear as her grip changed, so big and hard. "I'm tempted to take you on a little joyride." "Ash," I tried to warn, but the farm girl wasn't having any of it. "Oh no, you're mine now," Ash growled as she pulled on my shirt while wrapping her other leg around my waist, clinging to me tight as a vice. "Did you really think a little kiss was going to be enough to put me at ease?" Before I could respond, Ash pushed off the wall behind her without any warning while leaning all her weight against me. The sudden shift caught me completely off guard, and I was sent toppling over onto the floor with a thud. I let out a grunt, but quickly forgot about my discomfort as I looked up to find Ash peering down at me while straddling my waist. "Ash, what are you doing?" "I thought I already told you," Ash muttered with a smirk before she suddenly spun around, facing away from me. "I'm taking a little joyride. And I suggest you buckle up. It's been almost 3 years since I've had any company, so I'm going to need to make up for a lot of lost time. Now sit still, or he'll go get my daddy's lasso and hogtie you." "All right, I get it." I put my hands up in surrender, even as I stared at Ash's behind that was less than 2 feet away from my face, squeezed into a pair of jeans that seemed to be holding on for dear life. "Good. Now let's see what we're working with." Ash muttered mostly to herself before I felt her hand start to work at my belt with almost frightening dexterity. "I hope you don't," Ash's words cut off just as she leaned in close with a teasing grin. "Well, what do we have here?" Ash pulled, and then something unexpected happened, and she said, "Seems like quite a handful. Maybe we should be more careful." "Don't worry," he replied. I came prepared. I muttered and produced a small novelty item wrapped in dark pink plastic with a pair of devil horns embossed on the front. Ash glanced over my shoulder and, after flashing me a knowing smile, snatched it from my fingers. If I didn't know any better, I would think you expected this to happen. I could only shrug and watch as Ash tore off the wrap with her teeth, spitting the extra plastic to the side before facing forward once more. Looks like you still need a bit of encouragement. I want you at peak performance levels." Ash then promptly stood up and began to fiddle with her own pants, which she promptly pulled over the curve of her toned ass, revealing the 2 shapely moons that eclipsed the thin white G-string saddle between the twin peaks. Ash then bent over to peel off the rest of her jeans before kicking them aside, exposing her long legs, similarly toned with a perfect balance of fat and muscle, a sight I imagine a lesser man would be terrified of. But not me. Staring up at Ash sent a rush of blood away from my brain and quickly worked me towards peak performance, as Ash would put it. Seeing my reaction, Ash let out a sardonic chuckle. "Nice to see that you appreciate the view, but you're still not where I want you." Ash looked back at me and smiled. "Here, Let me give you a close-up. Before I knew what was happening, she had pulled me in close, straddling me, without even thinking about it. My hands came up and held Ash close as I leaned in and nuzzled against her. Not wasting any time, are ya? Ash let out a pleased sigh as she sat up, not sparing me the slightest concern, feeling bold tonight. Huh? HMMA-chan. I let out a hum of agreement and grinned when I felt Ash flinch. Son of bitch, quit that. I didn't listen to Ash in the slightest, instead leaning in closer and pressing my lips gently against her before pulling back. This is incredible. Ash let out a sharp hiss, and I felt her hands come down to rest against my stomach for support. I'm more sensitive than I thought. Slow down a bit, would you? Again, I ignored Ash's request and instead leaned in closer. Reaching up and pulling aside her underwear, I brought my mouth close to her, enjoying the soft sounds that came from Ash. I lost myself in the moment and the warmth of her response, letting time pass without noticing. But just as I felt that Ash was nearing her climax, she suddenly pulled away. All right, you've had your fun, Ash muttered as she glanced back at me. But now it's my turn. Looks like you're all rearing to go. Ash brushed her hand against me before taking the item and sliding it into place. Time to get started and take you for a ride. Joy Ride 2, third POV. Ash couldn't still her racing heart as she stared at Ramon standing before her. I haven't been this damn nervous since my first time. Ash took a slow breath and let it out, trying to steady her nerves as she looked ahead, the tremor of anticipation running through her almost harder to contain than the moment itself. Why does he have to be so damn big? Ash swore, even as she mustered up her courage. Well, no backing down now, after all the game I've talked up. Reaching Ramon's side, Ash took a deep breath as she knelt beside him, steadying her resolve. Bracing herself, Ash couldn't help but shiver when she felt the tension rise and was grateful Ramon couldn't see her face. Her cheeks were flushed, and Ash couldn't help but bite her lip as the overwhelming emotion sent her body into a tremble, so wound up and shaking like a newborn calf. Gritting her teeth, Ash pushed down her nerves before sinking back down on her knees. Ramon pressed against her intimately, his body brushing against her most sensitive places before sliding back along her until he found where he wanted to be. A quiet gasp escaped Ash's lips as she adjusted to the overwhelming sensation, still trying to catch her breath. Ash hesitated for just a second, steadying herself before she slowly lowered her hips, feeling the descent inch by inch. Then, suddenly, something gave way, and she lowered herself slowly toward Ramon, letting out a shaky breath as her back arched. "Oh God," Ash whispered as her legs trembled and her eyelids fluttered. "Easy now," Ramon said from behind Ash. "Don't want to hurt yourself right up the bat." Hearing Ramon's mocking words, a different kind of fever ignited inside of Ash. Ramon had an ego about him, and part of it was deserved, but that didn't mean Ash wouldn't try her damn hardest to break the wild stallion beneath her. I suggest you start worrying about yourself. Sweet thing. Just remember to tap if things get too intense. With those final words, Ash began to move, keeping a slow and steady rhythm as she adjusted to the moment. There wasn't anything Ash could do to be completely comfortable in that moment, but once she felt steady enough, she pressed down, letting herself adjust bit by bit. It was in that moment that Ramon knew that Ash wasn't like any of the other girls he had slept with so far. No, there was a practiced skill in the way she rolled her hips, moving with a steady rhythm that never let him lose the connection. And in addition to the movement, Ramon could feel Ash's muscles tense and tighten with each subtle roll of her hips, as though she were gripping him with all her strength. It's like she's trying to tear my skin off. But despite the incredible intensity, Ramon's body couldn't help but respond to the moment, sending more blood flooding through his body, his pulse quickening. "Gone awfully quiet, haven't you?" Ash teased as her rocking hips started to speed up, leaning down closer to Ramon. "You're strong. I'll give you that. But if all you got is size, then I'll have you begging for mercy in no time at all. Careful now. Keep talking like that, and you might just make me do something reckless," Ramon muttered in response, not willing to give in to Ash so easily, no matter how good she felt wrapped around him. I'm up for the challenge. Let's see what you got. Just try and buck me off. Ash hooped as she reached over and slapped her own ass, drawing Ramon's eyes like a magnet. All right then, here comes the first buck, Ramon warned before his hand shot out, grabbing onto Ash's hips as his hips lifted off the ground and moved upward, deepening their intimate embrace. Ash froze, feeling her eyes go wide as her entire lower half went numb from pleasure. Son of a bitch. Ash nearly folded over as she struggled to adjust and breathe with the newfound pressure deep inside her. But as she looked down, she saw that Ramon wasn't fully positioned yet. There was still a way to go. Fine, you want to play rough. I guess that means I just need to ride harder. Ash looked over her shoulder and made eye contact with Ramon, drinking in the cocky look on his face. Just remember to tap. That was the only warning Ramon got before Ash dropped all of her weight, pulling her close as they moved together in rhythm. Fuck! Ash and Ramon called out in tandem as they both tried to ground themselves in the wave of emotion that rippled through them. With Ash holding on tightly as Ramon pressed against her, the two pressed close together. Ha! Ash let out a small chuckle followed by a long exhale as she managed to hold on. You doing all right back there? I didn't crush you, did I? Nope, Ramon replied through gritted teeth. I'm still kicking despite your little stunt. Oh, honey, that was nothing, Ash muttered as she leaned closer to Ramon, shifting her weight against him. That was just me getting comfortable. Now it's time for the real ride. Ramon didn't have time to respond as Ash leaned forward and adjusted her position before pulling him close again. Their sudden movement knocked a dish from the counter, which clattered loudly against the kitchen floor. But it barely had time to stop ringing before another clap sounded out as Ash started to move. In a mesmerizing display of lower body strength, Ash bounced up and down over Ramon, working with steady rhythm and confidence, while the moment built between them with a rush of energy neither could ignore. For a whole minute, it took every last bit of Ramon's willpower to withstand the powerful and relentless movement and the sight of Ash in motion with every single bounce. Noticing his struggle, Ash reached over and ran her hands down Ramon's stomach, enjoying the firm feeling of his abs. Don't tell me you're all tapped out already. I know I was talking a big game, but I wanted a bit more of a challenge. Well, I would hate to disappoint, Ramon muttered as he managed to catch his breath and adjust his grip on the dip of Ash's hips. Just know that you asked for this. Ash grinned as she matched Ramon's rhythm. That's more like it. Ash turned around and leaned forward once more as she moved with him, their motions falling into sync so that every upward push was met by her pressing down. In a matter of moments, they fell into a furious rhythm punctuated by the powerful claps of their well-toned bodies that soon turned wet with their sweat. Time became a blur for both of them, each equally determined not to give in, even as their excitement continued to build. With Ash feeling Ramon's intensity building steadily, and Ramon sensing Ash's body beginning to tremble with overwhelming emotion. Both could feel that the other was reaching a peak moment, but still, they didn't stop. No words were exchanged, and their connection was raw and primal. A need for relief after the frustrations and hardships of life. Didum, Ash hissed, her voice shooting up an octave as she pressed forward with sudden intensity, and her vision erupted with stars. Fool. I'm done. Ash's announcement was the final straw that broke Ramon's back as he gritted his teeth and pushed upward with all of his might and finally let out a heavy breath. When a plan comes together, Ash's vision exploded with flashing lights and strobing stars as pure pleasure shot up her spine and radiated through every pore of her body that trembled and shook. Ash couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Her only concern was enjoying the moment of catharsis after years of denial. So focused on pulling together the scraps that were her life. Ash couldn't tell what felt better, the physical pleasure or the mental relief, as she finally allowed herself to let go. Slumping forward, Ash barely managed to catch herself as there wasn't an ounce of strength left inside of her. Careful now, Ramon chided as he reached up on Ash's waist and gently pulled her back. The last thing I need is you passing out on top of me. Ash slowly let Ramon guide her back, lying on his chest as his arms wrapped around her. Maybe I should am already dreading having to walk upstairs to hose off. You have no one to blame but yourself for that, Ramon muttered, making Ash raise an eyebrow at him. Says the man currently trying to turn my oven into a bakery. Ash reached down and ran a hand over the visible bulge in her stomach. Is there a shut-off valve for this thing? If it doesn't stop soon, I might pop like a balloon. Ramon let out a dry laugh. Well, next time you know not to get me all excited. I would wager it doesn't take much to do that. Ash muttered with a frustrated sigh and blush as she shifted uncomfortably, trying to ignore the awkward sensation. Also, if this thing breaks, you're driving back into town and getting me the pull. Don't worry. I use extra strength ones, and the last thing we need is a kid on the way when we got a whole farm to build back up, Ramon muttered, making Ash pause as she remembered why Ramon had come here in the first place. I guess we should get on with that. Shouldn't we? Ash asked rhetorically as she slowly sat back up with a hiss, feeling a mixture of exhaustion and reluctant pleasure. Oh God, this is going to kill me. With a small grunt, Ash stood up, suppressing a small sound as she pulled away from Ramon, followed by the loud pop, damn. Staggering over to the countertop, Ash caught herself before her feet could give out beneath her. Next time you're more careful. That nearly took me out. Well, maybe next time we can take it a bit slower, Ramon muttered as he stood up as well. Also about that shower, can I join you? I don't mind a little mess, but this is a bit much even for me. Ash glanced over at Ramon and paused. If we get in that shower together, it's not going to be a quick one. Ramon grinat. I don't have an issue with that, do you? Ash grinned as well. Depends on if you're willing to carry me up those stairs or not. Ramon didn't say a word, instead moving behind Ash and kissing her neck before sweeping her off her feet into a bridal carry. Well, I guess that answers my question. Nearly 2 hours later, Ramon and Ash were back in the kitchen, having showered and wearing clean clothes. Now that they both had gotten a certain need out of their systems, Ramon and Ash were able to focus on the task at hand. Picking up the pen, Ramon placed the tip on the dotted line before quickly signing his signature. The moment the pen stopped moving, Ramon felt a ripple pass through the air as the document started to glow. What the hell? Ash muttered as she took a hesitant step back, watching the scene unfolding right before her eyes. Watching the scene with an impassive face, Ramon was only kept waiting for a moment before the notification he had been waiting for popped up. Congratulations, you have gained a new property. Oat Farm has been added to your manageable properties. Ramon dismissed the screen with a thought, and soon after, the light show died down, and the contract went back to being a regular piece of paper. Though that didn't mean Ash was any less spooked. You got 1 minute to give me an explanation, and you better not be lying, Ash muttered as she looked from the contract back to Ramon, who turned to face her with hands up. All right, there's the truth, I'm a demon. An incubus to be exact, and just to skip that back and forth, no, I cannot drain your life force through sex, am not after your soul. And I don't know if there's a hell or not, because I wasn't born as a demon. I died and was reborn as one. I don't know why or how, but it is what it is now. I'm just trying to make a run of it. That's the story you're going with? Ash asked, and Ramon was ready to jump in to defend himself, but she stopped him with a nod. All right then, that would explain why you come on so strong, and the multiple girlfriends. Ramon blinked as he suddenly became the one questioning the whole scenario. Just like that? You're not going to call me a liar or demand that I give you some proof. Ash shrugged. Honestly, at this point, it doesn't matter if you're telling the truth or not. But you being a sex demon fits every peculiarity you've demonstrated so far. Ramon scoffed in disbelief before laughing and shaking his head. All right then, that makes my job infinitely easier. Good. Now that we got that nonsense out of the way, you can tell me how we're going to save our damn farm. Ash muttered as she stepped back up and stared Ramon in the eyes. Well, if you give me a second, Ramon muttered as he was about to pull up his system before pausing. System? Is there any way I can share the window with Ash? Sure, why not? The screen opened in front of Ramon, but he was too busy watching Ash's reaction as she flinched and swore. Son of a bitch, little warning would be nice. Ramon chuckled before turning his attention back to the screen, checking out what he could do with his newfound property. Property, Oat Farm type, Commercial Farm Tier 1, upgrade cost $5,500, 000 maintenance, 2,500,000 acreage, 250 staff, farm hands, 0, 45,000 equipment, treatments, buildings, crops. What the hell am I looking at? Ash muttered, her eyes looking to be focused on something off in the distance. But Ramon knew she was staring at the same screen as him. This is the property screen. Using this, I can spend my money to buy things to run the farm. Just mentally click one of the plus icons, and it should bring up a catalog listing what we can buy. How about we start with crops? All right, Ash muttered somewhat hesitantly before following Ramon's instructions, only to be stunned into silence as a second later, as a seemingly endless list unfurled in front of her very eyes. Oh my lord, this is almost too much. Ramon couldn't help but agree with Ash as he stared at the countless seeds they could buy, broken down by different species, variants, and hybrids. Am I in my depth here? Got any suggestions? Ash could only shake her head slowly. I'm going to need a couple of hours at least to look through all of this. I don't even want to imagine what all the other tabs have in stock. Fair, but I think it's in our best interest to stick with our original plan, Ramon suggested, but this time instead of doing all the work ourselves, we use the system as a proxy, kind of like a tutorial to familiarize ourselves with the ins and outs. I'm more than okay with that. Ash muttered, we already got the seed, and I flooded the field a few days ago, so it should be good for planting. What we need to address is the lack of nutrients in the soil and the fact that we need to germinate several thousand seeds. If I were a betting man, I would guess that treatments might have something to fix our fertilizer issue. As for germination, a greenhouse would be best, so that way we can maintain ideal conditions for seedlings. You start browsing in the building tab, then, while I look up what treatment has to offer, Ash delegated their responsibilities as she started navigating the system as if she had been using it all her life. Watching her fixation, Ramon couldn't help but grin. Sounds like a plan. Blueprint, Ramon, building, greenhouse cost, 100,000, maintenance, 75,000 workers, 05 brief. A heated glass structure capable of germinating approximately 45,000 plants a week at full operational capacity upgrade size I. 125,000 climate control, 150,000 automation. 1 million reading over the description, I couldn't help but think that I wasn't nearly as rich as I thought I was just moments before. I'm lucky that the maintenance isn't applied retroactively. Otherwise, I would be going to red tomorrow after buying into the farm. It looks like the farm is going to cost us 100,000, add an additional 75,000 to our maintenance fee, and needs at least 5 farmhands to run at peak efficiency. I listed out before glancing at Ash, who was still staring at the screen with a focused gaze. Anything promising on your end? More than promising. It's fucking unbelievable, Ash muttered. I don't know what kind of sorcery you got going on, but there's something in here called Miragrow, which will just instantly mature an entire acre's worth of crops to harvest age. And there's another for trees that will advance their growth by a decade per treatment. I mean, don't get me wrong, they cost an arm and a leg, but if we find the right balance and profit margins. Ash trailed off, leaving my imagination to fill in the image she had outlined. Yeah, I can see what you're getting at. We'll definitely have to do some projections in the near future to see where the most money is to be made. But I still think short term, it's in our best interest to get what we have in the ground as soon as possible. All right then, if we buy the greenhouse, how much will you have left over to put towards hiring some farmhands? Ash questioned as she glanced over at me. You'll need to pay maintenance, so I can't pay for anything, I replied after checking my current balance and seeing I would only have 12,000 left. We'll need to wait at least until Monday for the restaurant to open. Just how much do you make in a day? Ash pondered, looking at me sideways. A bit over 100,000, I said with a shrug, fighting to keep the smile off my face as I watched Ash's eyes grow wide. 100,000 a day. No wonder you're so damn optimistic all the time. That'll look like pennies after what we stand to make with your farm. I pointed out with a grin. I'd be nice to see who you are without all the hard ass covering it up. Sorry to say, but I'm always going to be a hard ass. Ash muttered before moving closer and leaning against me, but maybe not as hard. I leaned over and kissed the top of Ash's head. I think I can live with that. You better, Ash muttered as she stood back up. Now, how do we go about buying this damn greenhouse? Do we need to clear an area? Hire a construction team? Well, Normally for my restaurant, I get an option to place it wherever I want, but I wonder how it will work when we're dealing with over 100 acres, I said out loud as I selected the greenhouse and tried to purchase it. In response, the system generated a map of the entire property and a translucent overlay of the greenhouse. Reaching out with my hand, I treated the map like a touch screen, dragging my fingers across it and using a pinch motion to zoom in and out. Are you seeing this? I sure am, Ash muttered with an impressed whistle. Are you telling me all we have to do is point where we want this son of a bitch to go, and ITLL just appear out of thin air? Would you rather have us try and build it by hand or hire a construction company? I raised an eyebrow at Ash, who rolled her eyes, but I watched as the corners of her mouth twitched in the barest hint of a smile. All right, now where do you want this greenhouse to go? Ash sucked her teeth in thought. Can you show me the screen you're looking at? I nodded and, with a thought, shared a copy of the building description and gave Ash a moment to look it over. 45,000 plants a week. That's enough for an entire acre for most leafy vegetables. And I bet at least one of these upgrades will increase that estimate. If we assume that most crops we plan to grow will require germination, we should make the production chain as simple as possible. Any greenhouse we have should be in a centralized location. Ash reached out and started to manipulate the map as well. You may have all these demon magic cheat codes, but I'm still going to manage this farm like any other. The less movement required to finish a task, the more efficient we'll be, which means transporting tens of thousands of seeds daily. In the best-case scenario, the greenhouse would be right in front of the field, but we're also going to need a warehouse nearby, garages to work on and maintain farm equipment, access roads for said farm equipment to drive on. You've thought a lot about this, haven't you? I commented with an impressed smile. Honey, I've been preparing for this moment since I was a little girl. My whole life, I wanted to run this farm just like my daddy and his daddy did. Ash paused for a moment. For the longest time, I thought I lost that possibility, but now I got it back with more options than I could have ever imagined. All thanks to you. I glanced back over at Ash as our eyes locked for what seemed like an eternity. If you keep looking at me like that, we're going to need to take another shower. Ash frowned, but looked away after a second. I'll keep on task, but I hope you know you're staying tonight. I gave out a helpless sigh, if I must. Day 30 report. Sim life revenue. 0 cost. 0 profit. 0 modifiers. Fortune 315. Satisfaction 0 income. 56,276 maintenance total. 56. 090 date life energy spent. 0 energy gained. 0 tantric reserves. 55 lust. 15 total. 8100 MHHH. Now, this is a sight I can get used to. I glanced over my shoulder as Ash catcalled me while walking down the stairs, wearing nothing but a button-up shirt that barely covered her bottom half. And I was certain that if she turned around, I would see more than what was hidden. Good morning to you as well. I'm surprised you're up this early. I haven't even started to make the corn cakes yet. Trust me, this is sleeping in for me. Normally I'd be up right at sunrise. But someone made sure that my body needed a lot of rest and recovery. Ash muttered as she walked up behind me and gave me a playful pat, but now I'm back to 100%. You are insatiable, woman, I muttered as I let Ash keep her hands on me over the sweatpants I had borrowed. Unfortunately, I love cooking for the people I love just as much as I love sharing those tender moments with them. So I'm afraid you're just going to have to take those wandering hands of yours and find something else to do with them. Before Ash could undoubtedly reject my refusal, a muffled ringing came from upstairs, and I clicked my tongue in disappointment. That's my phone. I should probably go answer that. Can I trust you to take over here? I may not be a professional chef, but I think I can manage a few scrambled eggs. Ash muttered as she moved to the side and hip-checked me out of the way. Go on. Shoo! I shook my head with a smirk before stepping away from the stove and moving back upstairs into the bedroom, where I found my phone still ringing face down on the bedside table. Flipping it over, I checked the caller ID only to see that it was an unknown number. Who the hell could be calling me on a Sunday morning? Raising the phone to my ear, I answered the call. Hello? Hello. Is that Wiley Ramon? I blanked for a moment as a familiar voice came through the phone, but one I couldn't put a face to. Sorry. Who is this? It's me, Priscilla. I know this is odd, and you probably never expected to hear from me again, but I didn't know who else to call, and I need your help. Paperwork, you need my help? I repeated, confused as I sat down on the edge of the bed. Out of all the people you could have called, why did you choose me? Because you owe me, Priscilla stressed, her voice coming out high-strung and tense. You said that if I helped you destroy Preston, that I wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. I assume this has something to do with the fact that your husband vanished in the wind. I replied calmly. H, how did you know? Priscilla stammered. Because the police came to my restaurant and demanded that I go down to the station and answer their questions. I answered dismissively. They thought I might have something to do with his disappearance. But if you want my 2 cents on, he probably saw the shitstorm coming after him once his little assassination attempt on me failed and his lackey Samson grew conscious and decided to confess to everything. Priscilla let out a frustrated groan that sounded just as spoiled as she was, well, thanks to that idiot. The police have frozen all of Preston's accounts and are looking to seize all of his assets for fraud and damages. Do you know what that means? That all of the people and businesses he's wronged will finally get some modicum of justice. I replied in a deadpan as Priscilla continued to whine. Well, yes. B, but I meant what happens to me. Priscilla stressed. I might end up with nothing, completely broke, destitute. I suppressed a sigh. I highly doubt that. Surely you have something in your own name, some inheritance from your parents if they're dead? I do, but it's all these trusts and stocks and bonds. And I don't know the first thing about how to handle all of that stuff. Priscilla sobbed on the verge of tears. So let me get this straight. I muttered with a sigh and a pinch of my brow. You're not really broke. It's just the fact that you don't want to go through all the hassle of managing the millions of dollars worth of assets you inherited and just have lying around? Yes, Priscilla exclaimed. I'm so glad you understand. When do you think you could come over and do all the files and paperwork? You must be good with all of that stuff if you were able to find out everything Preston was doing with the scholarship fund. For a moment, I was in stunned disbelief, not only at Priscilla's spoiled attitude, but the jump in logic she made to assume I would be able to handle something as complex as a multi-million-dollar will and trust. However, her assumption just happened to pay off, and I just happened to have a bit of a conscience despite her horrendous personality. Fine, I'm free in the afternoon. I can take a look at what you have and see if there's anything I can do. I heard Priscilla let out a relieved sigh. Oh, what a relief. Tell me when you're ready to come over. Priscilla then hung up on me without so much as a thank you, leaving me with the dial tone ringing in my ear and a serious regret about agreeing to help her. She is lucky that the system is seemingly on her side. SimQuest, paperwork objectives. Help Priscilla Northwest get her affairs in order and prevent her from having to worry about the consequences of her actions for the first time in her life. Rewards: 1. 2 skill points. 2. 25 relationship with Priscilla Northwest. I dismissed the screen with a shake of my head, wondering what the hell I had agreed to. The skill points may not even be worth it. Refusing to think about the situation any further, I stood up and walked back downstairs and saw that Ash was by the sink furiously whisking a bowl. Waka making. Nothing, Ash muttered after a quick pause. I sniffed the air and noted the distinct smell of char. Are you sure you're not trying to make another batch of eggs after you managed to burn the ones I trusted you to finish cooking? No, Ash quickly replied, though she still didn't turn around. I let out a small chuckle and walked over. Come on, give me the bowl. Ash sighed but handed over the eggs. You had the heat so low, so I thought I'd turn it up a little. Low heat is the trick to good scrambled eggs. I corrected softly, that way they don't come out like hard, dried-out curds. But I do appreciate you trying to fix your mistake. Ash rubbed her arm, clearly not knowing what to do with a genuine compliment. So, who was the call from? Priscilla Northwest, I replied, letting Ash switch topics. As in Preston's wife? Ash asked in disbelief, sounding like she wanted to spit at the sound of his name. Why the hell is she calling you? Because I convinced her to divorce Preston before the son of a bitch decided to drop off the face of the earth. She made it sound like she was about to go broke, but it turns out she just didn't want to deal with the process of having to liquidate some of her assets. So you agreed to help her out? Ash asked incredulously, raising a brow. And just how exactly did you convince her to divorce her husband? May or may not have gotten involved with her, I admitted, but I did kind of say that she wouldn't be caught in the crossfire if she helped me mess with her husband. So I kind of owe it to her. One of these days, you'll learn not to chase after every pretty face that catches your eye, Ash muttered with an unimpressed grunt. But look where it's gotten me so far. I replied with a sly smile and a wink, making Ash roll her eyes. All I know is that these better be the best damn eggs in town. I wouldn't be nearly this confident if they weren't. Ah, good you're here. Priscilla cheered as she stepped back and fully opened the door, letting me step inside. I was wondering if you were going to keep me waiting. No, I would never do that. I muttered insincerely underneath my breath, though you could have told me I wouldn't be going to your house in advance. I had to stop for gas while driving across town. Well, after those police tore up the mansion, it wasn't suitable for us to live in, so we've been staying here. Quaint, isn't it? Priscilla asked as she turned around and started to walk further into the house, and I inevitably followed her. Quaint isn't the word I would use, I replied as I looked around the luxurious interior of the beachfront property. Also, who is us? My daughter and I. Priscilla answered with an exasperated sigh. That girl has been absolutely impossible to deal with ever since Preston disappeared. All she does is mope and complain about having her credit card canceled. Mind you, she refuses to get a job. So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I thought while fighting the urge to voice my inner monologue. Well, that's somewhat understandable, but I can't help with anything that isn't food or paperwork. Speaking of which, where's all your paperwork? We've walked past like 6 rooms at this point. Oh, they're right in here. Priscilla said as we reached a pair of double doors that she flung open to reveal a scene straight out of every accountant's worst nightmare. Now I can't remember what ended up where, but I'm pretty sure that these are all the documents I was given after my parents passed away. I stared dumbfounded at the several stacks of thick, heavy organizers sitting atop the large oak table that took up the room. Are any of these labeled? Priscilla laughed a bit nervously. I don't think so, but it shouldn't take you too long to sort through, Mom. The pool heater's on the fritz again. The water is ice cold. A bratty and unfortunately familiar voice called out, and Priscilla and I looked over as Pacifica stepped into the main hallway, wearing a neon pink bikini top and a sheer towel warped around her waist. This is why I said we should have gone to stay at the Four Seasons. Pacifica stopped mid-whine as she realized that her mother wasn't the only one in the house, and after a second, I watched her eyes go from confusion to clarity to spite in a matter of seconds. What the hell is he doing here? Definitely not worth the 2 skill points. Discipline, Pacifica, Priscilla snapped as she took a threatening step forward and planted her hands on her hip. I don't know what's gotten into you. Apologize this instant to Mr. Young. Pacifica reacted as if her mother had smacked her across the face. Apologize to him? You should be the one apologizing after he embarrassed me in front of all my friends and everyone in that stupid restaurant. What are you talking about? Priscilla muttered as she looked between her daughter and me. The 2 of you have met before? Pacifica opened her mouth to respond, but I beat her to the punch. A couple of weeks ago, your daughter and 2 of her friends verbally berated one of my staff members who told them they would have to wait like everyone else. When they refused to calm down and act like civilized people, I told them to leave, and then your daughter attempted to use her family name to threaten me. At that point, I had no other option but to turn them away. That's not, Pacifica started, but Priscilla fixed her with a venomous glare, not another word. Young lady, or I'm canceling your unlimited cell plan and not getting the pool heater fixed. Pacifica looked like she wanted to cuss her mother out, but she managed to restrain herself under the threat of having her luxurious lifestyle threatened. Fine. Good, Priscilla muttered before crossing her arms. You're also going to help Mr. Young sort through all these files for causing him so much trouble. What? That's not fair. Pacifica immediately objected, throwing her hands down and stomping her foot against the floor like a child. It is perfectly fair, young lady. Priscilla countered as she lifted her chin. You've been spoiled far too much. I wanted to correct your attitude for quite some time, but your father was always so soft on you. But not anymore. I watched as Priscilla walked over and grabbed Pacifica roughly by the wrist, dragging her back over to the room and shoving her inside. Now you're going to help Mr. Young with anything, and I mean anything he needs. And if by the end of the day he isn't completely satisfied with your help, then I'm taking away your phone, your computer, and all your designer clothes. B, but what would I wear? Pacifica panicked as she stared at her mother with pleading eyes. You can't expect me to go out to town dressed like a vagrant. Like I said, that depends on how helpful you are to Mr. Young. Now, for the first time in your life, you'll need to work for what you want. Priscilla huffed before letting out a frustrated sigh. Now, I'm going to reset the pool heater and go for a dip myself. God knows I need it after all the headache you give me. Priscilla then glanced at me. My daughter is yours to do with as you please. Make sure not to go easy on her. Mom, Pacifica cried in outrage, but Priscilla pretended not to hear her as she turned around and walked away. When Priscilla turned the corner, Pacifica spun to face me with a baleful glare. I hope you happy now, asshole. Not really, I muttered as I moved away from Pacifica and turned my attention to the stacks of files on the table. Now I have to deal with your bratty bullshit while doing all this work. Who are you calling bratty? Pacifica scoffed as she continued to glare at me while I unstacked the boxes and peeked inside at their contents. And what do you mean all the work? Didn't you hear my mother? I'm supposed to be helping you. Now is my turn to scoff. Like hell I'm letting you help. You'd probably just mess everything up and make my job 100 times harder than it has to be. W, what's that supposed to mean? Pacifica asked, offended as she crossed her arms. I took out a manila folder and peered inside. It means that I think you're incapable of anything that requires a modicum of common sense, effort, and/or intelligence. Pacifica's jaw dropped. Are you calling me stupid? If it took you that long to put that together, then you're worse off than I thought. I muttered in a flat tone as I put the folder over to the side and grabbed another out of the box. Pacifica turned a bright shade of red as her jaw clenched and her hands balled into fists. Fine, then I'll just stay out of your way. And you can tell my mother that you didn't need my help after all, so there's no need to punish me. Yeah, I don't think so, I replied with a slow shake of my head. I'm going to tell your mother that you weren't any help whatsoever. W, what if you say it like that? She'll think it's all my fault. Pacifica stressed, and my only response was to give her a look that said, no duh. Realizing what my intentions were, Pacifica let out a frustrated scream and actually charged me. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. With very little urgency, I turned to face Pacifica and easily caught her fist as she tried to wail on me like a little kid. Oh, let me go, you brute. Letting out a sigh, I pulled Pacifica over to the table, holding out her arms with one hand until she was bent over, her torso resting against the tabletop with her behind sticking up in the air. Hey, what are you? I interrupted Pacifica with a swat across the bottom of her ass, catching the back of her thighs as well. Oh, wow. Stop that, it hurts. That's the point, I muttered while pulling back my hand for another swat that reverberated off of the walls, followed by Pacifica's cry of pain. I bet this is the first time in your life that you've ever been punished for your rancid behavior. I don't deserve this. Pacifica insisted, and I smacked her again, watching her smooth skin start to redden. Just wait until I tell my mother. Another spank cut Pacifica off. But this time, instead of crying out in pain, Pacifica bit her lip and let out a muffled squeak, and that's when I noticed that her backside wasn't the only part of her body that was flushed. Don't tell me, she's. Raising my hand again, I hit Pacifica extra hard across the top of her ass and watched as her entire body flinched and her eyes rolled back with another muffled squeak. Well, this suddenly became a lot more interesting. I paused and waited for Pacifica to relax, and after a second, she looked back at me. W, why did you stop? Because normally people don't enjoy getting spanked, I muttered with a small smirk. Who would have thought that the spoiled princess would be such a troublemaker? I am in. I spanked Pacifica again, catching her off guard and giving her no time to muffle her excited gasp, which was deafening in the room. I laughed as Pacifica turned a bright shade of pink. Still going to deny it? Eulun. Pacifica stammered, trying to come up with some excuse, but all she could do was blush furiously and avert her gaze. Please just let me go. That's the first time you've actually shown some manners, I muttered, but satisfied Pacifica's request as I let go of her wrists and stepped back. See, you don't always have to be a bitch to get things you want. You can thank your parents for teaching you that screaming and throwing a fit is the only way. I still hate you, Pacifica muttered as she glared at me. I let out an unimpressed grunt, but instead of replying, I grabbed a box and placed it in front of Pacifica. Look through this box. and pull out anything that seems like it has to do with money. Anything else put into a separate pile. Pacifica stared at me with a blank look on her face. You're letting me help you? I think that it's in both of our best interests that we get this done as quickly as possible. I replied matter-of-factly as I picked up another file. You don't want to be stuck in here with me any more than I do with you. Pacifica paused, and I could feel her eyes on me. Why, yeah, you're right. Of course I am. Not stop stalling and get to work. BTA. Third person. Here, I looked through that second box you gave me, and these are all the files detailing the various stocks and bonds my mother inherited from Grandma and Grandpa. Pacifica detailed as she placed the stack of folders in front of Ramon, who looked up from his own pile of documents to glance at Pacifica. Is that so? Picking up Pacifica's stack, Ramon quickly rifled through the individual papers, checking some at random to make sure she hadn't gotten something wrong. When the fifth one turned up right, Ramon nodded once and put the folder into its designated box. Good. Now go, I need you to find anything that mentions any kind of IRA or an account along those lines. I bet that's where a majority of your grandparents' funds are tied up. What's an IRA? Pacifica asked, her voice noticeably absent of her usual demanding tone. It's an individual retirement account, Ramon answered, glancing back down at his paperwork. It's one of the most popular long-term investment tools. Your parents most likely have a Roth IRA to avoid taking out any RMDs when they were older, allowing your mother's family wealth to accumulate over generations. Pacifica blinked. What's an RMD? Do you normally ask this many questions? Ramon muttered without looking up at Pacifica, who turned bright red with embarrassment before letting out an angry huff and crossing her arms. Fuck you. Careful now. Keep that attitude up and you can kiss all your Gucci and Louboutin goodbye, Ramon warned with a disapproving tisk of his tongue, though there was no heat behind his voice. Ugh. You're the worst, Pacifica grumbled before she spun around and walked away from Ramon, while subtly glancing over her shoulder to see if Ramon's eyes lifted up from the tabletop to stare at her swaying hips and ass clad in the sheer beach sarong tied around her waist. But yet again, his gaze didn't move in the slightest, acting as if Pacifica didn't even exist. Damn it. Pacifica swore as she reached the other side of the table and sat down across from Ramon. Why the hell isn't he looking? You should be drooling over me. Pacifica prided herself on her looks and appearance, something she worked tirelessly to maintain. But it was more than worth it when she caught the glazed looks and enraptured stares as she walked around town with her perfect hair and skin, in her clothes that had no right being worth more than their weight in gold. Pacifica had never met any man who could resist gawking at her. Until him, Pacifica glared at Ramon from across the table. Not only does he treat me like I'm some servant, but he actually had the audacity to put his hands on me. His large, rough hands. Pacifica felt her body flushed as she remembered how her heart had jumped when Ramon had bent her over the table and spanked her ass like she was a poorly behaved child. Not even father would dare treat me like that. Gritting her teeth, Pacifica continued to glare daggers at Ramon, who remained oblivious to her turmoil. This can't stand. He needs to be punished. Chewing on her lip in thought, an idea slowly came together in Pacifica's mind. And the more she mulled it over, the more confident she grew. Let's see if you can keep ignoring me after this. Grabbing a folder, Pacifica dropped it on the ground where it landed with an audible slap. Oh no, I dropped it. Ramon let out an unimpressed grunt. Well, no need to make a big deal of it. Just pick it up. An evil smirk spread across Pacifica's lips as she pushed back her chair and slipped underneath the table. I can't find it. Where did it go? What are you talking about? Ramon muttered as he lifted his gaze, only to find the table across from him empty. Where the hell did she? Ramon's question was answered when he felt something brush against his leg. Are you under the table? Well, you said to pick it up, Pacifica replied, struggling to keep the grin out of her voice as she turned around and pretended to search for the file. But it's so dark under here. I'm having trouble finding it. What are you talking about? Ramon grumbled with a tired sigh. There's not a single shadow in this room. Just how incompetent can you? There it is. Before Ramon could finish his insult, he was interrupted as Pacifica suddenly came up out from underneath the table, ass first, and promptly sat down in his lap, holding the folder she had lost. Wow. I just can't believe it slid all the way over here. Pacifica let out an exaggerated sigh as she made sure to arch her back, pressing her ass into Ramon. It's a good thing I'm so flexible, otherwise I would have had to crawl all the way back to my side across that dirt floor. Smirking to herself, Pacifica pictured the look on Ramon's face. I knew this would work out. Now he's going to have to spend the rest of the day stuck in here with me. Try not to get distracted by how close we're sitting. He's probably so annoyed right now. He can barely focus on anything. Celebrating her victory, Pacifica couldn't resist the temptation and glanced over her shoulder, expecting to find Ramon staring at her ass, swallowing up the bright neon G-string she had worn. But instead, Pacifica found Ramon staring at her with a stern, disapproving gaze that froze her on the spot. "And here I thought you were actually doing a decent job," Ramon muttered as he pinned Pacifica in place with his dark blue eyes, but should have known that someone who's been spoiled their whole life wouldn't just suddenly grow a work ethic in the span of a couple hours. What? Pacifica explained in a mixture of shock and outrage, and she went to stand up, but Ramon's hands suddenly clamped down around her waist, holding her still. "What are you doing? Now let me go. I'm going to teach you some manners," Ramon muttered as he stood up, forcing Pacifica to move with him. And before Pacifica knew what was happening, she found herself pushed down against the table once more. Immediately, Pacifica's heart started racing as she felt Ramon's hand against her back, holding her in place while he stood over her, large and intimidating. Even worse, Pacifica felt her body start to heat up as it remembered the exhilarating rush that had followed. "You unhand me this instant," Pacifica demanded as she glared at Ramon. "How dare you throw me around like this?" Raymond didn't respond, at least not verbally. Instead, he grabbed the hem of Pacifica's sarong and tore it off her with a single pull, causing some of the fabric to tear as it pulled away from Pacifica's body. "Hey, what are you doing?" Pacifica exclaimed, a bit of real worry creeping into her voice as Ramon tossed the fabric aside. "You calmed down for a bit after I disciplined you, but clearly it didn't take," Ramon replied calmly as he set his belt aside and straightened up. "Now, you're going to count each one out loud," Ramon instructed calmly as he held the belt in his hand. "Miss one, and you start from the beginning." "This is ridiculous. Let go of me right now, or I'll tell my mother." The loud smack of Ramon's belt would have drowned out Pacifica's whining if she had somehow been able to keep talking through the flare of pain that shot up her backside. "Oh, wow, that hurts," Pacifica exclaimed, glaring back at Ramon with tears in her eyes. "I'm afraid that's the whole point," Ramon muttered before swinging his belt again, making Pacifica yelp and flinch. "Now I suggest you get to counting, otherwise we're going to be here for a while." Fuck you," Pacifica spat, glaring at Ramo, and who simply shrugged and spanked her again with his belt. "I wonder what will give out first." "Your ass on my belt." "Condona." Pacifica let out a yelp of pain as she felt the leather kiss her sensitive skin once more, no doubt leaving behind a stinging red welt. Stop. You're gonna leave a bruise." Shaking his head at Pacifica's plea, Ramon sighed loudly. "Believe me, if I were hitting you hard enough to bruise, you would already be in tears. Though maybe I should. You're probably enjoying this too much." Pacifica's cheeks. What are you talking about? "There's no way I would enjoy being humiliated like this." "Really? Well, maybe you just pissed yourself a little bit. Because right now your swimsuit is looking a little out of place," Ramon muttered as he hooked Pacifica's bikini bottom and pulled, causing the fabric to tug at her skin. "Eep." Pacifica squeaked as she felt a sudden sharp sensation followed by an unexpected rush of feeling as the fabric pressed against her. Oh, God, is he doing?" Ramon watched as Pacifica buried her face in the desk, her posture shifting as she tried to steady herself, trying to rub against the wedgie he was giving her, like a bitch in heat. "You can't even help it, can you? You poor thing." Gritting her teeth, Pacifica managed to lift her head from the table and glare at Ramon. "I'm going to destroy you. Once my mother sees what you've done to me, she'll have you arrested and thrown in jail." "Arrested for what?" "Disciplining her child. I thought that's what she wanted me to do," Ramon asked innocently. How was I supposed to know that the prim and proper Pacifica Northwest would turn out to enjoy being disciplined and spoken to firmly? Pacifica's eyes widened as she realized what Ramon was insinuating. Why, you don't seriously think my mother would believe such a ridiculous story? I think anyone would after seeing the state you're in, Ramon replied confidently as he brushed his belt against Pacifica's ass, making her flinch and her toes curl. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your mother certainly would be. Ramon's words hit Pacifica like a punch, and her gut twisted up into a nervous knot as she imagined the disapproving way her mother would look at her. As she wouldn't. Yes, she would, Ramon insisted calmly, because people always have expectations of others, and when you go against what they expect, they can't help but get angry. So what? She's always angry at me, Pacifica muttered. Everyone always is, no matter what I do. Surely not everyone. What about those two girls who were with you in my restaurant? Ramon asked slowly, adopting a more considerate tone. You mean Bonnie and Heather? Pacifica scoffed. Those miserable bitches. Sometimes I wonder if I would be better off cutting them out of my life. But who are you to talk? You've been judging me since the moment we met. Judging, yes, Ramon admitted, but I've at least given you a chance to prove yourself. What are you talking about? Pacifica hissed, but her voice faltered halfway through her sentence. Why you have me bent over table with my ass out? Because you misbehaved, Ramon answered calmly, but before you started to act up, I was actually complimenting you. Pacifica paused as she remembered the backhanded compliment Ramon had sent her way. I thought he was being sarcastic. He actually meant it? You really thought I was doing a good job? Pacifica asked hesitantly. A very good job, Ramon replied, and Pacifica felt a strange flush of heat spread through her chest. Why does it feel so good when he tells me I've been doing a good job? Now that I understand what you're dealing with, I can see why you acted out. Ramon spoke, his voice dropping into a deeper octave that sent chills up Pacifica's spine. But I can't take back your punishment. Otherwise, I can't help you. Pacifica let out a shuddering breath. Help me? You care too much what other people think. It must be exhausting to be carrying that weight around with you all the time. Ramon explained softly as he let go of Pacifica's bikini and ran his hand up her spine, tracing the curvature. I can help you let go of that. I can teach her how to live a stress-free life. But in return, you need to learn that my word is absolute. You need to learn how to obey. Pacifica felt her heart skip a beat. What is he doing to me? Now, are you ready to take your punishment? Ramon asked. Why, yes, Pacifica replied after a brief pause, her voice shaking with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Good. Now count them out. Nice and loud, Ramon instructed, and after Pacifica nodded, his belt sliced through the air and landed against Pacifica's rounded peach, making it jiggle and recoil like pudding. A 1. Pacifica gasped. Ramon struck again, this time bringing the belt down across her left cheek. T2. Struggling to project her voice, Pacifica clenched her jaw in an effort to ground herself amidst the pleasure and pain, making her feel lightheaded. My heart feels like it's about to explode. Are you all right? Ramon suddenly asked, and Pacifica gasped as she felt his hand gently brush past her. Should I stop? It seems like this is too much for you. And no, Pacifica immediately exclaimed without even truly knowing why, as she looked back at Ramon. Don't stop. I can take it. Ramon stared at Pacifica for a long moment before a small smile graced his lips. You're stronger than I initially gave you credit for. I'm almost proud to see you so determined. Again, Pacifica's heart skipped a beat as Ramon praised her, and she couldn't help but think about the last time someone had been so supportive of her. But after a second, Pacifica realized that she couldn't. Are you ready for the next one? Ramon asked, interrupting Pacifica's thoughts before they could drift any further. Yes, Pacifica answered as her hands balled into fists. Then, face forward, Ramon instructed calmly, and Pacifica was quick to obey, looking forward to feeling the sharp sting of pain followed by the persistent burning pleasure. T3. FOR. 5 S6. SSE even. 8. Enine. 10. Pacifica belted out the final count, tears in her eyes and her entire body shaking from the overwhelming cathartic euphoria rushing through her. Very well done, Pacifica, Ramon praised as he stepped back. I'll admit I underestimated you. I wasn't going easy on the last 3 strikes. Pacifica sniffed and tried to stand up, only for her legs to fail her. I can't move. Here, can you at least turn around? Ramon asked as he put his belt down on the table. Pacifica nodded, and after a second, she turned around to face Ramon as he reached out and picked her up by the waist. Here, wrap your arms around my neck. Oh, okay, Pacifica muttered and did as Ramon directed, wrapping her arms around her neck, bringing their bodies even closer together, causing her breast to squish against this hard and broad chest. So hard. Holding her weight effortlessly, Ramon moved over to his chair and sat down, ending up with Pacifica's legs straddling his waist and her head resting on his shoulder. Did I do well? Pacifica asked as she felt her breathing slowly even out as she melted into Ramon, and noticed the intoxicating scent that lingered around him. Very well, Ramon answered as his hands came down and started to massage Pacifica's abused bottom, making her wince and flinch. Oh, ow. If I don't do this, no, it's only going to hurt more later on. Ramon explained as he continued to rub Pacifica's back. It should start feeling better in a couple of seconds. Pacifica opened her mouth, ready to complain even more, when she felt the stinging pain turn into a warm relief that spread throughout her body like the relaxing heat of a hot spring. Vuvof. Pacifica's body relaxed even more as she completely surrendered herself to Ramon's fingers, quickly drifting into a pleasurable lull, losing track of time and the world around her. We should probably get back to work, Ramon suddenly spoke up sometime later, rousing Pacifica from her trance. Already? Pacifica asked, unable to hide the disappointment in her voice as she sat up and stared into Ramon's eyes. Don't worry, I'm still here, Ramon reassured her. That is if you want to keep talking. Pacifica nodded as she reached out and touched Ramon's arm, feeling the firmness of his build. I don't know why, but it feels like for the first time in my life, I feel like I'm alive. Like mother, like daughter, Priscilla couldn't help but wonder what scene would be awaiting her as she walked back from her soak in the pool. Priscilla knew firsthand how difficult it was to corral and keep her daughter on task. He probably ended up restraining her and tossing her in the corner. God knows I nearly did the same a few times. Reaching the twin doors, Priscilla let out a sigh, preparing herself for the chaos. I don't hear any screaming. Maybe he kept her quiet somehow. Priscilla knocked once before opening the door and stepping inside. Oh, you're back already. Ramon greeted her as he glanced over his shoulder. We've made far more progress than I initially expected. Priscilla hardly processed Ramon's words as she stared at the sight across from him. Her daughter, sitting among a pile of thick papers, while dutifully flipping through a file, searching for something. She actually looks like she's working, Priscilla thought in disbelief as she stared at Pacifica, who, after a second, looked up and stared back at her with a frown. What is it now? You're working, Priscilla muttered as if that was explanation enough, though it only served to piss Pacifica off more as she glared back at her mother. Well, it was either this or have all my stuff taken away, so what choice did I really have? Pacifica, Ramon muttered in a warning tone as he looked up from his own work and sent her a cautionary look. Again, Priscilla was left in shock as she watched all traces of attitude disappear from Pacifica's face as she adopted an apologetic stance. What the hell is happening? Priscilla looked back at Ramon in bewilderment. How did you do that? Ramon stared at her, oblivious. Do what? Get her to stop being a brat. Priscilla stressed as she waved her hands in the air, feeling like she was losing her mind. I've been trying for the past 2 decades with no success. Well, it might help to not insult her in front of others. Ramon answered simply. Did she pay you? Priscilla continued to ask, making Ramon let out an exasperated sigh. No, she did not pay me. Not even you have enough to bribe me at the moment. A problem you daughter has done more to fix than you have. So you would do well to follow her example and perhaps even compliment her for her hard work and dedication. Priscilla blinked, but after a second turned back to face Pacifica. You've done a good job, Pacifica. I should have said that earlier instead of questioning you. Thanks, I guess. Pacifica replied as she looked away and shifted restlessly in her chair, clearly not accustomed to receiving praise, much less from her mother. So you said that you've made a good amount of progress, Priscilla said with a cough, clearly looking to move past the awkward moment. Yes. Ramon replied as he began pointing to different stacks of paper. I've organized your assets into ones that need restructuring, ones that should be liquidated, and ones that should be actively invested in. Excellent. Priscilla grinned and clapped her hand in excitement. Now, how long will it take you to do all of that? No time at all, because I won't be doing it, Ramon answered, his tone leaving no room for argument. That is the job of a full-time accountant. You need to hire someone to manage your assets and expenses more reasonably. That's what you should have done instead of reaching out to me, but we can talk about why you really call me in private. Priscilla stiffened for a second before forcing a smile across her face. Oh, of course, Pacifica, would you mind giving the two of us the room? The pool is all nice and warm now. Why don't you go take a dip? Pacifica looked between her mother and Ramon, but after a second, stood up with a roll of her eyes. About time. Hopefully it's still bright enough for me to tan a little. Priscilla suppressed her instinct to scold her daughter's snarky tone and instead let Pacifica leave the room with the last word. Once the door closed behind Pacifica, Priscilla turned to face Ramon, her face unreadable. Why was my daughter looking at you like that? Like what? Ramon asked as he sank back into his chair, looking perfectly at ease. She was looking at you for direction, waiting to see if you would tell her to do something or, more importantly, if you contradicted what I told her to do. Priscilla answered in a clipped tone. Now, why would you think I have that kind of power? Ramon asked innocently. Priscilla crossed her arms. Because I know how damn convincing you can be. That's the reason why I am in this situation to begin with. Yes, you poor unfortunate soul. You lost a husband who was willing to pimp you out and his money, leaving you with only mere millions left in the bank and an inheritance you now have to manage and be financially responsible for. Ramon whined in a mocking tone, which only made Priscilla's mood sour. And yet, even with all that said, you still call me here? Priscilla bit her lip and averted her gaze. As I said, you owed me. Yes, but if you're so convinced that I'm such a danger, why would you invite me into your home? Ramon pressed with a confident grin. And how much longer are you going to ignore what happened the last time we were alone together? Did your husband enjoy the film? A furious blush spread across Priscilla's cheeks, and Ramon watched as her breathing started to pick up and her eyes grew unfocused. My life has been pure chaos ever since I met you. Ramon's grin turned devilish as he leaned in closer. I know, but you can't get enough of it, can you? Priscilla's gaze locked onto his, and she swallowed hard. I don't think I ever will. I really shouldn't be doing this. Pacifica thought as she slowly crept back down the hallway, unable to get her mind off of what her mother and Ramon could be talking about. I can't get got. Otherwise, he's probably going to punish me again. Thinking about Ramon's stern eyes looking at her with disapproval, Pacifica couldn't help but feel anxious. Something she had never experienced before. I actually don't want to disappoint him. What the hell is happening to me? Shaking her head, Pacifica forced those thoughts aside as she reached the twin doors after hugging the near wall. Crouching down low, Pacifica grabbed the handle and slowly turned it before opening the door just wide for her to peer through. That's it, all the way to the base. Pacifica's eyes widened in pure disbelief as she watched her mother engaged in an intimate act that she had never witnessed before. But more shocking than that was the pure look of astonishment in her mother's eyes as she struggled to swallow the enormous portion of food in front of her. Her mother's eyes were wide, and they were barely visible as she worked frantically to finish the challenge before her. Have you been practicing? You're doing much better than last time, or maybe you're just more eager for your reward. Is that what it is? An involuntary shiver passed up Pacifica's spine as she heard Ramon's commanding voice. Do you want your reward? Yes. Pacifica couldn't help but think as she stared at her mother and imagined herself in her place. Priscilla let out a muffled, eager sound as she leaned in closer to Ramon, and Pacifica watched the moment pass between them with quiet intensity. Then work for it. You got on my nerves enough as it is already. Now it's time for you to stop getting on my nerves. Ramon grunted as his voice took on a far rougher tone, and his hand reached out, grabbing Priscilla by her hair and pulling her aside. The resulting sounds and imagery were rough and aggressive. But Pacifica couldn't take her eyes off him, as her gaze traced over the lines of Ramon's body and the controlled but visible signs of pleasure across his face. Before Pacifica realized her lips were turning over into a frown, her gaze filled with hatred and jealousy. She doesn't deserve his praise. She didn't work for it all. I should be the one making him happy and getting a reward. I bet I could do it better than her. I would be the perfect match for him. I would be there for him whenever and wherever he needed. Then I bet he would appreciate me all the time. In her jealous fury, Pacifica didn't realize how loud her breathing had become, loud enough for Ramon to hear and glimpse over to catch Pacifica's blue eyes staring through the gap in the door. Tutor Pacifica froze as she met Ramon's gaze and realized she had been discovered. Oh shit. Expecting some type of outburst, Pacifica tensed, squeezing her eyes shut and bracing herself for the fallout. But after a second, when nothing happened, Pacifica slowly opened her eyes. Ramon was still looking at her, but the look in his eyes had changed, a look that sent shivers up her spine, one that said, "I'll deal with you later." Ramon then turned his attention back to her mother, his hand caressing Priscilla's head like a pet as she struggled to take him deeper. That's it, just a little further. Here, let me help you. MG Chechen. Priscilla let out a panicked moan as Ramon held her head in place. Pacifica watched in growing alarm as her mother struggled against Ramon's grip. Priscilla knelt before Ramon, her face streaked with tears that flowed freely down her cheeks. She looked up at him with pleading eyes, clearly struggling, but Ramon's gaze was merciless. "You know what you have to do?" he said coldly. "I won't be handing it over to you, just like everyone and everything else in your life." Priscilla choked hard, her whole body jerking with uncontrollable spasms, and after a second, Priscilla started to tap on Ramon's thigh. Ramon sighed before reluctantly letting go of Priscilla's shoulders, and she immediately pulled back, coughing and spluttering as the motion broke the contact with Ramon's body in her mouth. A second later, she pulled away, and Priscilla sucked in a desperate breath followed by another coughing fit as her body desperately fought to pull in air after being deprived of it for so long. "I'm disappointed in you, Priscilla," Ramon muttered with a long sigh. "Maybe it was a mistake to leave you to your own devices, instead of ensuring that you would develop your skills correctly." Priscilla coughed one last time before glaring at Ramon. "Well, I wasn't really concerned about handling a tough situation before you showed up." Ramon's face fell, and Priscilla seemed to recognize that she had messed up. "I didn't mean, it looks like offering you a reward was the wrong decision," Ramon muttered as he stood up, looming over Priscilla. "Stand up." "What are you going to do to me?" Priscilla asked, her voice trembling even as she obeyed Ramon's orders and stood. Ramon stared at her coldly, gesturing for her to move closer. Too frightened to resist, Priscilla hesitantly complied, unsure of what was about to happen next, exposing the white bikini bottoms she had on underneath before bending over, resting her elbows on the table. Pacifica watched as Ramon stepped up behind her mother, who was visibly shaking. Is he going to spank her? But instead of raising his hand to unbuckle his belt, Ramon reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a set of items. One was a small bottle of dark pink gel, and the other was a series of metal balls attached to a hoop ring. Ramon then adjusted Priscilla's bikini. Flicking open the bottle cap, Ramon applied a generous amount onto the area, making her flinch as she felt the gel drip down. What is that?" "Lubricant. I want to handle this carefully," Ramon muttered as he coated the small spheres before pressing the device against her, making her let out a surprised gasp. Wait, I've never done that before." Priscilla protested as her face contorted with discomfort as she felt the cold metal slowly press inside her. "Well, how else are you supposed to learn?" Ramon replied coldly as he continued the lesson, watching as Priscilla struggled with the unfamiliar exercise. "Chin, this doesn't feel right," Priscilla cried out as her face flushed and she tensed up. "And normal people don't do this." Ramon grunted as he pressed another small object against her. "I don't care about what normal people do, and neither should you. The only thing you should care about is what I tell you. The sooner you learn that lesson, the sooner you'll start to enjoy our little sessions together. NNH, there's not going to be another round after this." Priscilla insisted, catching her breath. Sure, Ramon said with a confident grin as he paused and gently tugged on the hoop ring, making Priscilla inhale sharply and bury her face into the desk. Whatever you say. With one last gentle push, the last object was in place, leaving only the metal hoop outside of her body. She was visibly flustered, struggling to steady herself. Take it out. If I do that now, you're likely to pass out, Ramon informed with almost clinical detachment as he stepped back. Now that's going to have to stay where it is for the rest of the day. Tonight, you're going to call me, and I'm going to walk you through removing it on your own. Priscilla let out a choked sob. I can't do that. Well then, it stays with you, Ramon replied with a shrug. This way you'll learn that the only way to do things is my way. I hate you, Priscilla hissed through clenched teeth, but Ramon silenced her with a sharp swat, causing her to yelp. Stay in here and think about your choices. I'm going to clean myself up. Ramon quickly fixed his appearance before making his way towards the door, sending Pacifica scrambling back until her back was pressed against the far wall. Stepping into the hallway, Ramon closed the door behind him before glancing at Pacifica and speaking at a low volume. Would you mind showing me the bathroom? Pacifica huffed and crossed her arms, but moved further into the house, eventually reached a door that she threw open, with Ramon quick to enter after her. Locking the door behind him, Ramon then turned on the sink and began washing his hands. Did you enjoy the show? Pacifica let out a dry, humorless laugh. Yeah, it was real fun watching my mother perform degrading acts with you before you humiliated her in front of everyone. Your sarcasm doesn't hide as nearly as much as you think it does, Ramon muttered as he turned off the sink and grabbed a nearby towel to dry his hands. Oh, really? What'd I have to hide? Pacifica scoffed and turned up her nose. Ramon only shook his head, the fact that, rather than being disgusted or upset about seeing your mother in such a compromising scenario, you mostly feel jealous. I could tell from the moment I looked into your eyes. Pacifica froze, her confidence fading in an instant. Why you think I wanted to be in her place? I never asked for any of that. Thing between your legs. Because the reality is you're a prideful person, Pacifica, and you thought that we had something special. So when you realized that your mother was receiving something similar from me, you couldn't help but compare yourself. Ramon turned to face Pacifica, who was looking away from him. Unable to meet his gaze, truthfully, it's endearing that you're so keen to win my attention and approval. Like hell I am, Pacifica denied as she looked back up, only to find Ramon standing inches away from her as he leaned in close. Well, that's disappointing, because I was looking forward to getting closer to you and spending more time together, and seeing you there with me. Pacifica's face flushed as she felt the heat and scent pour off of Ramon's body. I don't do those kinds of things. But would you be willing to try? Ramon asked as he reached up and cupped Pacifica's chin, making her heart nearly jump out of her chest. For me? Oh, okay. The answer left Pacifica's lips before she could really think it through, and Ramon grinned like a fox. Good girl. Pacifica's breath hitched as those two words sent her body into a fever, distracting her so much that she nearly missed when Ramon reached into his pocket and pulled out a thick roll of bills. Here, take this. Pacifica stared at the cash in shock, but didn't hesitate to grab the thick roll. What is this for? For you to buy some nice clothes, Ramon replied. I want you to take some pictures and then send them to me. This is a lot just for some outfits, Pacifica muttered as she peered at the hundreds and twenties. This must be a couple thousand at least. Consider it a reward then. And a little test, Ramon replied as he turned around and walked towards the door. I can't wait to see what you pick out. Diplomacy, Ramon. Sim quest completed. Paperwork, you have gained the following rewards. 1. 2 skill points. 2. 25 relationship with Priscilla Northwest. I dismissed the notification as I pulled out of the driveway and hit the road, desperate to head back to my apartment, not only to rest for the last bit of the remaining weekend, but to decompress after the disappointing encounter with Priscilla and her lackluster performance. My lust is damn near maxed out. I only have a couple of days before I turn into some type of sex-crazed beast. It had taken all of my restraint and self-control not to pounce on top of Pacifica in the bathroom, but I had managed to lay the groundwork, and with her personality, It was only a matter of time before I could ask her to join, which goes for Priscilla as well. The apple fell right down with those two. Not that either of them would ever admit to that. I was 90% sure that Pacifica had picked up her unique personality from watching her mother and father interact, which most likely functioned more as a transaction than any sort of genuine relationship built on mutual dependence and support. The fact that they spoiled her rotten certainly doesn't help her either. But I should be able to help both of them with the proper motivation. Shaking my head, I try to collect my thoughts. I caught myself imagining Pacifica in a changing room, posing in a matching set of lingerie. Once again, I forcefully banished those thoughts from my mind. I need to get a handle on this lust thing sooner rather than later. I'll probably need to pop the question with Ash tomorrow night when I head over to handle the greenhouse business and finalize our plans for the farm. Without even realizing it, a small smile spread across my lips as I thought of the farm girl. It took a while to chisel away at her heart, but I got there eventually. Thinking about the other women in my life, a surge of pure dopamine rushed through my body. I should probably plan something special sometime soon. The girls have been working hard in the restaurant, and I don't want Lois thinking I've forgotten about her when she's carrying my child. Before I realized it, I started thinking about logistics and activities that would appeal to such a wide group, and my musing didn't end until I put the car in park after pulling into the garage of my complex. That should be a fun day out. Now I just need to organize it in secret without anyone finding out, I thought with a grin as I stepped into the elevator and swiped my card. I'm back, I called out as the elevator closed behind me, and I reached down to kick off my shoes. I heard the pitter-patter of bare feet against the floor, and I barely stood up in time to catch Megan as she threw herself at me. Yay, hubby's back. Megan's arms locked around my neck while her legs glued themselves to my waist. So how was your night at the farm? Did Ash take you bareback horse riding? Reaching down, I grabbed Megan's thick ass for support as I hefted her up to look her in the eye. It wasn't bareback, nor were horses involved, but she certainly took me for a ride. Megan's cheeks flushed as she stared at me. Good, I want to hear all about it. Logzilla? I muttered in confusion, even as Megan smiled mischievously. She's talking about your thing, Patty informed helpfully as she walked into view. Also barefoot, she and Trisha started using in the group chat, though I had hoped it would never be verbally spoken. You all have a group chat? I asked, and Megan quickly nodded, confirming, yep, just a way for us girls to communicate. I plan on adding every girl you get to join our coven. That way, we have a space to talk and discuss any issue that arises without having to bother you. I scoffed. You girls aren't a bother. Megan smiled and placed a quick kiss on my lips, and that's why we all love you, but seriously, if you try to intervene on every single issue when you have like 10 or more girls in your bed, all vying for your attention, it's only going to create more issues than it solves. Someone will eventually end up feeling like you're playing favorites. Even if they never voice it, that resentment will only grow, even with your special sex magic. It's better that most issues be solved internally amongst us thralls. But don't worry, if the problem is big enough, we'll come to you to settle the issue, and we'll always keep you in the loop of what's going on. You girls have put a lot of thought into this, I noted with a proud smile. Well, it's mostly Patty who's been thinking about all the logistics, but she's not confident enough to take the position of head thrall herself, so we decided to kind of tag team it. Megan explained as she idly drew circles on my chest with her finger, prompting me to squeeze her plump bottom, something she clearly enjoyed, judging by the look she gave me. It works better this way. Now, there's no single authority besides Ramon keeping the power structure intact, Patty said matter-of-factly as she pushed up her glasses with a finger. With a grin, I shifted Megan over to my right hip and arm, leaving my left hand free as I reached out and grabbed Patty by the waist and hoisted her into the air. Wait, Patty gasped as she was swept off her feet and pulled to my side. What was that for? Because I love it when you show off your intelligence, I replied as I leaned over and gave Patty a deep kiss that left her gasping for breath. Hey, no fair, Megan started to complain, but, predicting her behavior, I quickly sealed her lips and embraced her. Megan reciprocated by pressing her chest against me and sliding her tongue along my bottom lip. When I eventually pulled away, Megan's cheeks were bright red, and she was staring at me with a look that was halfway between lust and hunger. I glanced over and saw that Patty was reacting similarly in her own way, with her hands slowly creeping down my front towards the waist of my pants. Is it just me? Or are the two of you needier than usual? I asked jokingly, even as Megan smashed her chest against me, and Patty's hand slipped underneath my shirt and started caressing my abs. I was only gone for a night. Well, you're not the only one with needs, Megan muttered as she started to bite and kiss my neck. Now you have about 5 seconds to find your way to the couch or the bed before I come over there. That's a little unreasonable, don't you think, Patty? I asked, hoping to find a more sensible ally, but I had clearly underestimated her impatience. 3 seconds left. Quit talking and get moving. Patty barked with a forcefulness I didn't expect from her, but I received the message well enough and quickly moved my way over to the bedroom. And now, see, that's what I'm talking about, Megan said with a pleased but exhausted sigh as she lay in the bed on the back with her hair splayed out around her. Won't have any trouble falling asleep now. NGHNN, Patty let out a muffled hum of agreement with her face buried in a pillow and her ass still up in the air with my handprint visible. Are you too satisfied now? I asked somewhat pointlessly as I sat on the edge of the bed. Yes, Megan and Patty cried out in tandem, making me smirk, but before I could comment further, my phone rang, dragging my eyes over to the bedside table. Walking over, I checked the caller ID and grinned when I saw that it was Priscilla. Who's calling? Megan asked as she propped herself up on one arm. Just a toy for now, but we'll see how quickly she develops, I replied with a mischievous grin as I moved towards the door. Oh, we don't get to watch? Megan pouted. Not yet. A lot of work needs to be done with this one, I replied coyishly as I opened the door. It probably won't be long, though, so feel free to draw the bath and get it nice and warm for me. Pain in the ass. 3RD POV. Priscilla didn't have to call Ramon. There was nothing compelling her to do so. She could have also removed the heavy metal beads he had inserted into her body the moment he walked out the door. But Priscilla hadn't. Instead, she walked around all day at half her normal pace, trying to ignore the small bursts of sensation that made her breath hitch as the device pressed and rubbed against her in ways she wasn't used to. It was a tormenting experience that left Priscilla weak in the knees and constantly flushed with embarrassment, questioning how she had ended up partaking in such an unusual act. In letting this man treat me so shamefully, I just pray he has enough sense to keep his mouth shut. I'll never be able to show my face in town if people were to learn about this. Yes, I have to do what he asks, otherwise Ramon might threaten to expose me. And I can't have that happen. Our family is under enough scrutiny as it is with Preston's disappearance. Unable to reconcile with her own depraved desires and wants, Priscilla managed to convince herself that she had no option but to obey Ramon for the sake of her safety and her daughter's. There's simply no other way. With her guilty conscience soothed, Priscilla waited until Pacifica had gone off to her room before retreating to her own bedroom and locking the door behind her. Climbing onto her bed, Priscilla turned on her phone and called the number Ramon had given her while trying to ignore how quickly her heart was beating. The call rang 3 times before Ramon picked up, and the first thing Priscilla heard was his laugh, a deep mocking tenor that infuriated and excited her in equal measure. You know, I was starting to doubt whether you were going to call or not, but I should have known you wouldn't be able to resist. Priscilla bristled as she felt her cheeks burn. Could you at least try and not be so insufferable? Am I so hostile? What's up your ass? Ramon joked, and even though Priscilla couldn't see his face, she knew he was smiling. I absolutely despise you right now. The joke was in poor taste, I know. So how about we go ahead and turn our cameras on so we can deal with your little issue? Ramon suggested in a tone that made Priscilla bite her lip before somewhat reluctantly giving in to Ramon's demand. With a click of the button, the class went from purely audio to a combination of sound and video as Priscilla and Ramon stared at each other through the screen. And now what? Priscilla asked, suddenly far more timid as she found Ramon's ocean blue eyes staring at her so intensely. Turn around and face the camera. Ramon grunted, I want to see how well you've adjusted to my little gift. Hearing Ramon's crude and vulgar language, Priscilla's cheeks turned bright red, and her jaw clenched in frustration, but she didn't talk back. Ramon watched as Priscilla set the phone at the foot of her bed, so her full body was in frame. "I hope you're pleased with yourself," Priscilla muttered as she turned away from him in frustration, "subjecting me to such vulgarity." "Very pleased," Ramon admitted shamelessly as Priscilla turned around and faced the wall. "But I guess that makes two of us. Tell me, how did it feel wearing that dreadful corset all day?" "Absolutely terrible," Priscilla muttered as she glanced over her shoulder. "It's impractical and unbecoming for someone of my standing." "Well, isn't someone getting high and mighty?" Ramon commented with a grin, "but I'm afraid enjoyment doesn't care about your tax bracket. That's something you need to come to terms with, but don't worry, that's why I'm here. Don't act like this is anything other than you forcing your unwanted demands upon me." Priscilla snapped back in a scathing tone. "Right, I'm the only one perverted here," Ramon pointed out with a mocking laugh. "Now lean forward. You're in the way." Priscilla's face was burning with humiliation, but she did as Ramon asked, lowering herself carefully to the bed, settling into a stretching pose. Ramon paused to admire the moment, despite feeling worn out from his earlier activities with Patty and Megan. "Absolutely beautiful. Have you tried playing with it?" Playing with it?" Priscilla spluttered in outrage. "Of course not. It feels awful enough as it is already. Why would I make it worse?" "Well, why don't you give it a try?" Ramon suggested helpfully, as if he was giving sage advice. "It's going to have to come out one way or another." Gritting her teeth, Priscilla wanted to scream at Ramon, but realized it was a pointless endeavor. Reaching back with her hand, Priscilla slid her fingers down the crack of her ass until she felt them graze against the metal hoop. Just the slight touch was enough to send a jolt up Priscilla's spine. NHMH. Watching through her phone, Ramon could hear and see everything. So sensitive already, normally most girls take a bit of development to become this reactive. "Cue quiet," Priscilla hissed, her face flushed with lingering embarrassment. "I need to focus." Ramon said nothing, giving Priscilla a rare moment to gather her thoughts. "I can do this. I can get through this hell." Priscilla let out a loud exhale as she wrapped her trembling fingers around the hoop and pulled only to immediately regret the idea. Oh, God. The moment she had tried pulling, Priscilla had felt a sharp, shocking pain shoot through her lower body, making her entire frame spasm. Why does it feel like that? It shouldn't feel so intense. Is that all?" Ramon asked in a mocking tone. "Come on, I was expecting a bit more of a show. At this rate, I'm never going to break you." What?" Priscilla stammered as she looked back at Ramon in a slight panic. "Did you think I wasn't going to freshen up after your terrible performance earlier?" Ramon muttered as he flipped his camera around. "Now I want to see you pull out that first bead." "Why should I give a fuck about what you want?" Priscilla muttered even as she absently started to tap the metal hoop, secretly enjoying the vibrations it produced. "Because if you make me happy, I can make you happy," Ramon replied confidently. "And believe me when I say, I can make you very happy." Despite knowing better, Priscilla couldn't help but bite her lip as she stared at Ramon, whose impressive build still made her pulse quicken. Damn it! Gritting her teeth, Priscilla pulled on the hoop. She shivered, gasping as a sensation overwhelmed her. "Oh God, oh God, oh God." She tensed at a sudden pop. "Oh yeah, just like that. Now let me see the next one." With lidded eyes and flushed features, Priscilla looked over as she watched Ramon's arousal grow, and against her better judgment, a strange sense of pride swelled within her chest. "You want me that badly, don't you?" Priscilla asked the rhetorical question as she pulled out the next bead with another pleasurable gasp. "You want to just take me hard and push me over the edge until I completely lose it?" As she lost herself in the fantasy, Priscilla's hand started to move on its own, pulling and pushing the toy in a steady rhythm. Before long, her eyes rolled up into the back of her head, and she let out a shaky breath. Oh, F-fork!" Priscilla exclaimed with increasing urgency as her breath hitched uncontrollably. Oh, my G-God. She gasped as a wave of intense sensation washed over her, her body trembling hard, pushing through the final moment that made Priscilla gasp despite the lack of air entering her lungs. Only when her vision stopped flashing with stars did Priscilla regain control of her body, desperately sucking in a shuddering breath. What just happened? I think we just discovered that a certain someone is a bit of a bossy perfectionist. Dumpling, don't you dare call me that. Priscilla snapped between shuddering breaths as she tried to push herself upright, but failed as her arms refused to hold her weight. I can't believe I allowed you to manipulate me into doing something so shameful. Judging by how much you were shaking less than a minute ago, I imagine you couldn't have been too ashamed. Ramon muttered, I certainly enjoyed myself. Gritting her teeth, Priscilla managed to sit back up and close her legs that were still tingling. Of course you did. You pig of a. Priscilla's words failed her as she glanced over at her phone and stared in shock at what was on the screen. An involuntary blush spread across Priscilla's cheeks as she stared at the previously empty condom still hanging from Ramon. Priscilla swallowed hard as she stared at the contents inside. How is there so much? Preston would only let out a few tiny ropes, and he still kept going. See something interesting? Ramon's mocking voice snapped Priscilla out of her stupor. Oh, of course not. Don't be absurd. Ramon laughed, a deep reverberating sound that made Priscilla's heart jump. Don't worry. It'll be some time before you're ready, but we'll prepare you in no time. Priscilla paled as she realized what Ramon was inferring, and she started shaking her head. Absolutely not. There's no way Yes, you will. Ramon interrupted her with a commanding tone that bore no room for argument. I'm already working hard to break another stubborn mule, and I don't need another source of headaches from the constant back and forth. And what makes you think I care about your headaches? Priscilla asked, her voice dripping with scorn as she turned around to face her phone. I have no reason to give in to your orders or degrade myself further. No, you don't have a reason, and that eats you up inside. Because you know that despite your proper upbringing and massive fortune, you completely lost your dignity in a moment of weakness, like someone who sold themselves for fame. Priscilla stammered out in a panic as she tried to ignore the impact Ramon's words had on her. Well, I don't know what you're... I know exactly what I'm talking about, which is why I'm going to hang up now and wait for you to call me once you give in. Ramon interrupted as he flipped his camera back around one final time so Priscilla could see his cocky grin before abruptly hanging up. Staring at the blank screen, Priscilla didn't know what to feel. It should have been relief, thankful that she was finally done with the terrible ordeal. Instead, Priscilla felt the exact opposite of relief. She felt dread because, deep down, Priscilla couldn't help but question whether she would be able to keep her composure. Biting her lip, Priscilla glanced down at the unfamiliar object on the table. He wouldn't have any way of knowing, and no one would. However, that couldn't be further from the truth as Priscilla reached down and picked up the beads once more, much to the shock of her daughter, who had once again taken post by the door, peering through the gap. Pacifica witnessed everything and couldn't help but seethe with indignant fury. The woman who always preached to her about modesty and appearances was acting like a whore. Not only could Pacifica not ignore the pang of jealousy she felt seeing her mother receive so much attention from Ramon, all while talking down to him. He shouldn't even be looking at her when he has me. Gritting her teeth, Pacifica carefully snuck away from her mother's bedroom, while thinking about the roll of money Ramon had given her. After tomorrow, he won't be able to get me off his mind. Then we'll see who he calls in the middle of the night. Ramon, morning. Morning tea. I replied without looking as I heard Tiana call out as she walked into the kitchen. How was your weekend? Blissfully uneventful. Tiana answered with a satisfied tone. What about you? Find any pure shelter maidens to lure into your deviant harem of thralls? I roll my eyes. You know that's not how it works. I actually spent most of my weekend working out a deal with a nearby farm that should be able to provide us with some real quality produce. What's the point of that when you can just conjure any ingredient out of thin air? Tiana was understandably confused as she put on her apron and moved over to her station. Because I can use my magic on the farm to grow food, meaning it will probably be cheaper overall and give us higher quality ingredients that we can charge more for, I replied succinctly as I worked at my own station, trimming some of the excess fat off of the steaks before putting them into the vacuum-sealed bags for their sous vide. An extra bit of insight I had gleaned after using the 2 skill points I had earned over the weekend to level up my butcher skill. Skill: Butcher 3 upgrade cost, 0-1 effects. 15 to the final quality of all recipes that contain a protein. You doing something different with the steaks? Tiana asked as she peered over at my station. Yep, I realized not all of the fat will render out during cooking, so I'm giving each a small trim, which will hopefully result in a more even sear and allow the natural flavor of the beef to shine through. I explained as I finished the steak I was working on and dropped the trimmings into the metal bowl I had been collecting them in. Tiana nodded. Makes sense, but what are you planning to do with those trimmings? Hopefully, make a new dish that will ensure I win the competition this weekend, I muttered as I grabbed the bowl of trimmings and moved over to the stove, where I had already set a pot of water to boil. Oh my God, how could I forget about that? Tiana muttered with a shake of her head. Phew, that damn French woman got on my nerves. I hope you beat her, just so I can see the look on her arrogant face. You do realize that if I beat her, she'll end up working with us in the kitchen, I pointed out as I set the metal bowl over the boiling pot of water, creating a double boiler where the rising steam would warm the thin metal of the bowl. Once you take her down a peg, I'm sure she'll be easier to deal with, Tiana replied confidently, and in the worst-case scenario, it'll have seniority over her. I cracked a smile at that as I grabbed a wooden spoon to stir the trimmings as they started to melt like wax, since tallow had a surprisingly low melting point. You can definitely handle yourself, that's for sure. Why, thank you. Now let me hear about this dish you're thinking about, Tiana prompted with a smile. Well, I was thinking about something I could enrich with all this extra fat content, and I decided that beef tallow would naturally go best with more beef, but I can't just inject a steak with tallow and expect it to work, so I needed something with a braising liquid. After a bit of thinking, I realized an enriched ragu would be really nice with some type of pasta or carb to soak up all that extra fat. I talked through my process as the last bit of the fat finished rendering down. Grabbing the bowl, I ignored the scalding metal that only licked at my skin and set the bowl aside. Grabbing a strainer, I poured out the tallow into a separate jar, leaving behind all the gristle and other solids that wouldn't render out. Tiana cleared her throat. Well, what type of pasta did you land on? Well, technically it's not a pasta, I replied as I grabbed the boiling pot and moved it over to the sink, carefully pouring out the water that was noticeably cloudy. While I had gotten out all the water I could, I dumped the rest into a separate bowl. What came out were small, uniformly shaped nuggets of dough. Gnocchi are actually dumplings. Simplicity gnocchi and beef ragu, huh? Tiana muttered, though I detected something in her voice. Spit it out, T. I don't need the only other pair of hands in here afraid to speak up, I encouraged, while dropping the gnocchi into an ice bath to stop them from overcooking. Well, I was just wondering, Tiana started a bit hesitantly, if something so simple is good enough to win the competition. I mean, not to say that your cooking is bad. It's amazing, but the judges might be looking for something more advanced. I paused and realized that Tiana had a point. What gives you that impression? Colette's whole personality, Tiana muttered with a twinge of resentment, very bold and proud. She'll want to show off just how advanced her skills are. I just know her 3 dishes are going to be very over-the-top and unnecessarily complex. Probably with all types of vegetable broth pearls, caviar, and foam reductions. Stuff that barely looks like food. So you think I should try and match her? I asked with a joking attitude. I may be good, but I think learning molecular gastronomy in a week is a bit beyond my scope. Tiana smirked. Far from it. If you show up to this competition trying to copy her, then you won't really be cooking your food, will you? I nodded in appreciation of Tiana's wisdom. Couldn't have said it better myself. It's something my grandma OD would have said, Tiana replied with a melancholic smile. God rest her soul. Did you lose her recently? I asked sensitively, hearing the hint of rawness in Tiana's voice. Recent enough, Tiana replied with a soft sigh. She was part of the reason that I moved up here. Wait, I thought you said that it was malicious spirits that chased you out of New Orleans? Tiana hesitated for a moment before clarifying. They did, but it was Grandma OD who stopped them from chasing after me. She was a witch, a powerful one at that, but old. Fending them off took the last of her strength. I was quiet for a second before speaking up. I'm sorry that you had to experience something like that, T. I can tell that she meant a lot to you. Tiana sniffed once before clearing her throat. She did, but I know she wouldn't want me crying over her anymore. And nothing would make her happier than seeing me live out my dream. So how about we get back to cooking? Fine by me, I agreed as I turned back to my gnocchi. After all, I gotta figure out how I'm going to make something good enough to beat out caviar. Is it really that good? Tiana asked, making me pause and remember the one time I'd tried it when taking a high-end client out to an expensive dinner. No, it really isn't. Huh. What did it taste like? Exactly what you expect fish eggs to taste like, I muttered with a disapproving shake of my head. There's a reason they had to make up a new name to sell it to people. Third person. There was a purpose in Pacifica's stride as she marched through the mall dressed in a bedazzled satin tracksuit with rhinestone lettering across her breasts and ass. Ignoring all the stares and prolonged glances sent her way. Pacifica didn't even feel the usual surge of joy she normally felt when being the center of attention. There was only one person Pacifica wanted to impress right now, and she was determined to make an impression. After the pictures I'm going to send him, he won't be able to look at anyone else. Making her way over to Victoria's Secret, Pacifica walked through the doors and right up to the nearest clerk she could find. You there, I'm going to need your nicest changing room, and everything from the new catalog, but nothing under $100. I'm sorry. I don't think. The clerk started to respond before Pacifica reached into her handbag and pulled out a stack of hundreds. There's another tip waiting for you, if I leave this pleased with my experience here. The money was gone from Pacifica's hands before she could blink. Please, right this way to the changing rooms, miss. And if you give me a minute, they'll have our best pieces brought to you. That's more like it, Pacifica muttered as she walked towards the back of the store. Everyone has an attitude until you throw a couple of bucks their way. Less than 10 minutes later, Pacifica was alone in a spacious changing room, large enough to hold several racks of skimpy nightwear that came in every color and fabric imaginable. Scanning over the metal racks, Pacifica smiled. It's been a while since I went on a shopping spree this big. So many things to try on. But first, Pacifica undressed and then made her way over to her handbag, where she pulled out a small personal item with a bright pink heart on the bottom and a small bottle. Pacifica's cheeks flushed as she stared at the object. Had better appreciate that I'm doing this for him. Walking over to the floor-length mirror, Pacifica turned around and looked back over her shoulder, staring at her ass in the reflection. Realizing that her ass was in the way, Pacifica reached around with her left hand and pulled her cheek to the side. With a nervous flutter of her heart, Pacifica took a deep breath and prepared herself. Here goes nothing. Pacifica let out a nervous sigh as she pressed the tip of the plug to her body, only to flinch and clench when the cold, lubricated metal touched her sensitive skin. Letting out a forceful exhale, Pacifica relaxed her body and loosened before trying once more. At first, nothing happened, but then slowly, Pacifica felt a sharp, searing pain shoot through her lower half and gasped silently, her eyes fluttering wide. Holy shit, she managed through clenched teeth. Bracing herself against the uncomfortable sensation, Pacifica pushed forward, forcing herself to keep going even as the metal flared outward, growing wider and wider. The pain intensified, but Pacifica found her tolerance growing even more, and before she realized it, a pleasurable heat had joined the burning pain. And no wonder a mother reacted so strongly, Pacifica thought as she felt her legs trembled and her breath grow hot and heavy. I didn't think it would feel this good. Pushing a bit harder, Pacifica suddenly let out an audible gasp as a moment of intense, unexpected sensation washed over her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Looking back in the mirror, Pacifica stared at the small decorative item. Oh my God, it's in. And I don't actually hate how it looks. It's kind of cute in a really naughty way. A smile spread across Pacifica's lips as she grabbed her phone and took a picture, already imagining how Ramon would react to her little surprise. He's probably going to have to take a break from whatever he's doing just to focus on me. Pacifica's cheeks then turned bright red as she thought about what Ramon might be planning to do with the photos he sent her. Why do I want to watch him do it so badly? Shaking her head, Pacifica forcefully cleared her mind and focused on what mattered. Turning around, Pacifica stared at the racks of lingerie. So many options, Where do I even start? Thanks for the cream, Trisha muttered as she stood back up while licking her lips and staring at Ramon with hooded eyes. I don't think I really had a choice. Seeing as you dragged me into the bathroom, Ramon muttered as he finished putting on his belt. Well, maybe you should invite Summer and me back to your place sometime soon. You can't expect me to just forget about such a wonderful experience, Trisha argued as she pressed herself against my chest. Don't worry, I have something in the works. I just need you to wait until this, before I could finish. My phone suddenly buzzed several times in a row, catching my attention. Expecting someone? Trisha asked with a raised brow, but before I could answer, there was a loud knock on the door. I know you're in there, Trisha. I need you to come help me finish prep. We open in an hour. Trisha rolled her eyes as Summer's voice came through the door, but after a second, she just sighed, Fine, I'm coming. See you later, handsome. Trisha kissed me on the cheek before slipping out of the bathroom, leaving me alone to check who was texting me, though I already had a sneaking suspicion who it was. Private showing sure enough, it was Pacifica's number on the notification, and when I clicked on the message, there was an image waiting for me. Pacifica was posed in front of a mirror, dressed in a black lace bodysuit that was adorned with embroidered roses. The partially transparent mesh was practically painted on, clinging to Pacifica's body like a second skin, highlighting her every curve and strongly hinting at what was barely hidden. The sight was made all the more provocative with Pacifica's choice of posing, with her leaning forward, bringing even more attention to her milky breasts, even though they were already impossible to ignore. Seeing that I had opened the message, Pacifica was quick to send a follow-up text. Do you like what you see? I could practically hear the smugness in Pacifica's voice, but I decided not to comment on it as I replied, I love it. If this is what you started with, I can't wait to see what else you have in store for me. Wait before I move on to the next one. There's one more thing I want to show you, winky face. The next message that popped up was actually a video, and I couldn't help but grin when I clicked on it. Still in the black rose bodysuit, Pacifica slowly rose from her original pose, while deliberately arching her back to accentuate the movement. When she stood upright, Pacifica smirked at the camera before turning around and stepping out with her right foot, slamming it down with enough force to make her outfit shift. But Pacifica wasn't done yet. She then reached down with her free hand and held onto her side as she leaned forward with a confident grin, revealing the pink gem-shaped heart she was wearing. Needless to say, I was caught by surprise, and all I could do was eagerly watch as Pacifica ran her fingers over the gem before pressing down on it. The video ended there, but Pacifica was already typing away. I bought a little something extra with the money you gave me. If you get tired of putting up with my hag of a mother, my tight, fat ass will be waiting for you. Winky face. A grin spread across my face. Careful now, don't get ahead of yourself. You're going to need a lot more training before you're ready to handle what I have to give you. I'm sure that'll be ready before my mom, Pacifica quickly replied. It'll probably feel better too. Wouldn't you rather have someone who isn't going to need her hip replaced in 5 years? She sure does have a superiority complex, I thought to myself even as I texted my reply. So eager, I'm tempted to believe you right off the bat, but I'm going to need to see just how much you really want this. What did you have in mind? I'll tell you later, but first let me see what else you tried on. Fine, but you better not keep me waiting for long. The next few messages Pacifica sent were pictures of her in more lingerie, ranging from classic sets of white corsets and garters to more brazen pieces like a leopard print one-piece with fur along the cuffs and a heavy leather choker. Each set of lingerie was shown off with a unique pose, with Pacifica switching between standing, sitting, and how much she revealed, sometimes being more suggestive and other times outright flaunting her impressive assets. When I was done viewing them all, I sent Pacifica a message, and I'm more than impressed. You really exceeded my expectations. Go ahead and buy all of them. I can't wait to have you model for me in person someday. Well, don't keep me waiting too long. You'll wait for as long as I tell you to. After all, I think I like the look in your eyes when you're begging me for attention. Third POV, staring at Ramon's text. Pacifica's heart skipped a beat as she imagined his almost cruel eyes staring down at her with a hardened gaze. I should feel pissed that he's ordering me around like this, but it only makes me want to prove myself to him more. I don't know about begging. I'm not that easy, Pacifica replied, hoping her message sounded more confident than she felt. I bet you wouldn't be so sure of yourself after a while. Ramon's message argued, "You be begging for some of this." The sentence was finished by a picture Ramon sent, and for a long moment, Pacifica just stared. That's way more than I expected. Is he even serious yet? After overcoming her shock, Pacifica suddenly remembered just how bold she had been a few minutes ago. There's no way I could handle it. I'd be overwhelmed. Biting her lip, Pacifica couldn't help but imagine what it would feel like, the pressure of his hands pinning her down as she struggled to hold her ground. Pressing close against her back, Ramon held her tight. Squeezing her legs together, Pacifica tried to ignore the racing heartbeat that suddenly sapped away at her strength. With trembling fingers, Pacifica typed out a response. "I don't know if I can handle something like that." "Ramon Smirka." "You mean not yet?" "Don't worry. You won't be the first person I've had to bring in a line. Though I won't lie, I'm tempted to be a bit rougher this time around, so try not to give me a reason to work out some of my frustration." Pacifica let out a long sigh as she tried to control the warmth spreading across her face. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Hearing the crunch of gravel from outside, Ash quickly stood up from her seat and rushed over to the door, arriving just as there was a familiar-sounding knock. "Ash, you in?" Before Ramon could finish his sentence, Ash threw open the door. "I'm right here, Tiger." "No need to shout." Ramon grinned and opened his mouth to say something when Ash watched his eyes dip down and freeze in place. "Ash, W were supposed to be planning out the farm and by the first buildings from the system." "I know that," Ash muttered as she took a step towards Ramon while reaching out to run her fingers across his chest. "Then I have to ask, if that's the plan, why are you wearing something like that?" Ramon questioned as he stared down at Ash and struggled to keep his eyes from wandering. Ash had ditched her usual work shirt and broken in jeans for an outfit that complemented her figure, consisting of a pair of jean shorts that looked 2 sizes too small and a plaid shirt she had tied to look like a bra. "Why is something distracting you?" Ash asked in a husky voice as her arms reached up and wrapped around Ramon's neck, pulling his head down so she could feel his breath roll across her lips. Almost at the same time, Ramon's hands snuck down Ash's hips. Ramon stepped closer, resting his hand on Ash's hip. "Isn't there a saying about mixing business and pleasure?" Ash smiled wryly as she looked up at him, tilting her head. "Are you saying no to this?" Ramon smirked. "I assure you am not." "Good, because if you were that stupid to turn me down after I went through all the effort to get dressed up, I'd have to rethink our current arrangement," Ash muttered as she started to kiss along Ramon's jaw. "And just what is our current arrangement?" Ramon suddenly asked, and the gravity in his voice made Ash pause. Pulling back, she looked into Ramon's eyes and found something that both scared and excited her. "What are you doing, Tiger?" "I want something with you, Ash," Ramon replied, as he leaned in and started kissing her neck, "something more than just fooling around and running this farm together. I want you to be mine. I want, with you, what I have with Patty and Megan." "Our Ramon," Ash's voice came out as a whine as she held on to him with a possessiveness. "If you want me, you know what you have to do." With a sudden surge of strength, Ash pounced, throwing herself at Ramon with her legs shooting up to wrap around his waist. "I still got a bit of wildness left in me. You got to break me in, Tiger. Tame me, and I'm all yours." Wild West, I hearing the green flag from Ash. Ramon let his lust flow freely, causing him to naturally shift into his demon form. Held against his body, Ash witnessed the transformation from less than an inch away as Ramon's body bulged, growing taller and more muscular, with his clothes disappearing, showing off his gray slate skin covered in faint markings. Tilting her head back, Ash stared up at Ramon's visage that was undeniably his, but now with far more angular features, much longer hair, and a pair of horns sprouting from his temples. "You really weren't kidding about the demon part," Ash muttered as she tried to overcome her shock. "Did you think I was lying?" Ramon asked, his voice coming out in a deep, otherworldly octave that made Ash's entire body tingle and flush with an arousing heat. Ash shrugged, trying to keep her cool, even while her entire body turned into a furnace. "I don't know. Maybe you meant metaphorically. But clearly you meant it in the most literal way possible. Is that a bad thing?" Ramon asked teasingly as he leaned in and licked Ash's neck, revealing his long, serpentine tongue that lapped at Ash's skin and left behind a thick trail of saliva that made Ash's core temperature skyrocket. God, what's happening to me? I'm like a heifer around her first breeding bull. Ash bemoaned, even as she huffed the thick, pungent scent pouring off of Ramon. Feels like my heart's about to implode, but for the life of me, I can't stop. However, Ash wasn't the only one infatuated. Even though Ramon was better at hiding it, his body was going wild as well as he breathed in Ash's skin and the warmth of her presence. It smelled sweet and slightly musky, like freshly picked apples mixed with the smell of hay and hints of wood. So unique, but I can't imagine her smelling like anything else. Ramon's grip reflexively tightened on Ash's body, his tail wrapping around Ash's leg before slipping beneath the hem of her shorts. Ash flinched before she looked down and saw the scaled appendage resting against her. Huh. Any more surprises I should know about? Ramon grinned before he stepped into the house and shut the door behind him. Walking over to the kitchen counter, Ramon sat Ash down on the wood before reaching between his legs and pulling aside his loincloth. He leaned in close to Ash, pressing against the bottom of her chest. Staring down at her stomach, Ash's eyes went wide. Christ, you got even bigger. And what the hell is with these bumps? Reaching out, Ash rested her hand on Ramon's arm, feeling the warmth coming from his body. How is any woman supposed to handle something like this? Ramon smirked as he reached down, placing his hands on Ash's hips and guiding her back onto the counter. Regret telling me to tame you? Ash grinned up at Ramon as she locked her ankles together behind his neck. Not in the slightest. I want to see what that monster can do. Give it to me, tiger. Ramon pulled back his hips, and Ash's breath hitched as she felt him drag down her stomach and across the front of her pants. Reaching down, Ash shifted her position on the table, her excitement evident. At the same time, Ramon conjured a condom from his belongings, trusting the enchanted latex to be up to the task. I swear to God if that breaks inside of me. You're putting a ring on my finger, Ash muttered in between her heavy breaths as she pushed up her chest. Am not bringing a bastard into this world. Am about to eternally bind our souls together. And you think I'm not ready to put a metal band with a couple of shiny stones around your finger? Ramon asked cheekily as he pulled Ash close and held her tenderly. Well, when you put it that way, Ash muttered as she reached up and pressed her hands against Ramon's abs. Feel free to go wild. You just love a challenge, don't you? Ramon asked with a sly smile as he leaned in closer. Ash gasped and her back arched, her legs pulling Ramon nearer. That's so intense. Should I? Don't you dare stop. Ash cut Ramon off as her chest started to heave with excitement and her body temperature skyrocketed. Just go slow. Would it help if I kissed you as well? Ramon asked as he leaned in closer, enjoying the soft gasp that would escape Ash's lips with each subtle movement. Igriagis. Kiss me now, Ash demanded, and Ramon was quick to comply, leaning over and kissing her softly. Ash sighed, feeling the warmth of the moment as their lips met in a tender embrace. The sensation was almost enough to distract her, and she pressed closer to Ramon, heat building between them. Oh God, so intense, so good. Deepening the kiss, Ash moved in tandem with Ramon's steady rhythm, letting the pain drift to a distant part of her mind while focusing on the pleasure. Feeling Ash start to move, Ramon broke away from his kiss and moved over to whisper in her ear. Nothing can keep you down, can it? Damn right. Ash hissed to cover up another moan. Now, why don't you kick it up a notch? Otherwise, I might fall asleep over here. You know, I'm starting to wonder if you like a little pain, Ramon muttered as his hips started to move back and forth, driving deeper into Ash. Of course I like pain. Pain is what tells you that you're alive. Ash murmured as she relaxed against Ramon. Now stop worrying and just hold me. I've got you, Ramon said softly as he gently gathered Ash closer, resting her against his chest. He then shifted his weight to steady them both, moving so he was thrusting down at an angle. Feeling Ramon move, Ash suddenly felt the pressure she was feeling skyrocket as Ramon pushed deep inside her. That's it, I want to be walking sideways for at least 2 days after this. Careful what you wish for, Ramon whispered huskily as he leaned closer to Ash, the moment growing more intense between them. Ash's breath caught as their bodies moved together, her legs drawn up close. Each movement sent a shiver up Ash's spine, and she let her head loll back against the counter as she felt her body pressed against Ramon. "That's it, Tiger, right there. Tell me how you want it." Ramon grunted as she felt Ash move against him. "You want to go fast and hard?" "Igriegajis," Ash called out as she stared up at Ramon, her breath coming out in quick, eager gasps. "Stop treating me like I'm made of glass, and just do it already." Seeing the fire in Ash's eyes, Ramon realized that if he didn't, Ash was likely to knock him back to the floor again and take what she wanted. "All right then, let's do this the right way," Ramon muttered as he firmly guided Ash to face the other direction, leaning her forward against the countertop. "Oh, this angle feels even more intense." Ash gasped as she leaned back and shifted her weight. "I figured you would be a fan." Ramon smirked as his hands gripped Ash's waist, and he moved suddenly with a loud sound. Jerking forward, Ash was breathless for a split second as the impact drove the air from her lungs. But instead of trying to catch her breath, Ash forced out her next words. "H harder. You really wanted to break you, huh?" Ramon questioned, driving into her once more as she clung to him, making her whole body shake. "No, I want you to show me how you feel," Ash cried out as she stared back at Ramon. "So stop all this teasing and hold me already." Wild West 2 Ramon was stunned for a second by the sharp crack of Ash's voice before he smiled. "You're right. I shouldn't be fooling around with a woman like you." Ash opened her mouth to reply when all the air was suddenly driven from her lungs as Ramon pulled her close against him, holding her firmly. Gripping the countertop, Ash bit her lip hard as she tried to breathe, pressing her hands against her stomach. It was uncomfortable, but discomfort had never discouraged Ash before, and she definitely wouldn't let it ruin her night with Ramon. After what felt like a whole minute, Ash managed to let out a strangled exhale as she felt her body slowly adjust to Ramon's embrace. "Damn, Tiger. A bit of a heads up would be nice. I'm not delicate, but I'm still a lady." "Wrong. You're a woman, my woman," Ramon grunted as he pulled her close, making Ash stiffen up again as she felt his movements make her vision go spotty at the edges. "And you've already told me what you want." Ash let out a soft sigh, followed by a laugh as she felt Ramon pause. "Now, that's what I like to hear. Tiger." Ash then pushed herself up, lifting her chest off the countertop and giving her the leverage she needed to slam her hips back against Ramon's body. The sound was loud and intense, with naked flesh meeting, slick with sweat, as Ramon and Ash shared twin cries of excitement. Ramon let out a grunt of surprise, not expecting Ash to suddenly press herself back against him and pull him close into a warm, tight embrace. At the same time, Ash let out she let out a soft sigh as the former pain gave way to a powerful wave of relief that swept through her. Despite the intensity of the moment, neither of them stopped. Ramon shifted back while Ash moved forward, and another shared breath escaped them from the closeness between them. Forcing her eyes to stay open, Ash could feel the sweat beating up on her brow and rolling down her face as her neck refused to hold the weight of her head. The sensations were simply too much. When he pulls away, I feel like I might collapse with him. But despite her struggle, Ash didn't hesitate to throw herself back against Ramon as he surged forward. The impact was even louder when they moved in tandem, accompanied by their raw, passionate sounds. That was all the communication Ramon and Ash needed as they gave in completely to the moment, only caring about the flare of pleasure they would feel with each movement of their hips. Before long, the steady rhythm between Ash and Ramon had turned into a frantic pace syncopated with their gasps and moans. Ramon's hands had a death grip around Ash's waist, keeping her anchored while Ash arched her back, letting Ramon hold her close. And over again, Ramon pleased her with an intensity that made her toes curl and her legs tremble uncontrollably. But soon Ash found the experience, the very end of the roller coaster that would snatch that last bit of strength holding her mind and body together. "I'm almost there, Tiger. I can feel it. I'm right there." Ash gasped as she looked back at Ramon with lidded eyes. "How do you want to end?" Ramon asked between heavy breaths as he held Ash close. "Do you want to finish together?" Ash cried out with another moan before she managed to answer. I want to finish with you. I want to feel why you with me. Well, now that you're saying that, I almost wish I hadn't done that, Ramon muttered as he leaned down, pressing Ash against the countertop with his body. Ash gasped. I ain't all ready for that just yet, but damn if that doesn't give me some ideas. Ramon didn't reply. He couldn't, as all of his attention went to moving his hips as fast as he could while trying to hold back the overwhelming pressure building inside him. Shit, I'm close. You don't hold out. Give it to me. Give it to me. Ash's pleading cries were the final push Ramon needed, who pulled Ash against him in a fierce embrace as the moment reached its peak. Not even a second passed before Ramon tensed, his body locking up as a low groan escaped his lips. Ooh, fuck, Ash cried out as she felt him shudder, followed by the warm rush of his release. The sensation overwhelmed Ash, and her whole body trembled as she gasped and breathed deeply. It wasn't just the physical sensation either, but Ash could feel something deeper, a profound emotional wave rising within her, desperate to be acknowledged. And embraced, it was as Ramon's own soul reached and wrapped around hers. A link formed, and Ash felt a wave of soothing warmth flow through her body, then focused on her navel, forming a very specific pattern. Ash knew she had been branded with Ramon's symbol, a mark that she was now part of his coven. Feeling the bond solidify, Ramon couldn't help but smile and feel genuine joy as he pressed his lips against Ash's neck. Your soul is just as beautiful as you are. Usually I hear a line like that before things get a lot more interesting between us. Ramon chuckled, and after a second, stood back up. Ash let out a sharp gasp and smiled widely, leaning back against Ramon with a twinkle in her eyes. Definitely going to be feeling that tomorrow. Well, you asked, and I delivered, Ramon replied with a smirk, holding her close as they shared a comfortable, easy silence. Damn right you did, Tiger, and I expect you to deliver for the rest of eternity. I value my mortal soul quite a lot, you know. Ramon grinned as he leaned down to kiss Ash on the lips. I think I'm more than okay with that. Now, should we clean up and try to get some work done for once? We should, Ash replied hesitantly, but we could always work in the morning and spend the night doing other things. I like the sound of that, Ramon said with a grin as he swept Ash up her feet and carried her towards the stairs. You have claimed Elizabeth Ash Caledonia as your third thrall and have earned the following rewards. 1. 4 perk points. 2. 5 hex points. 3. 8 skill points. Ramon, so did you go over there expecting a bond with her, or did you get distracted? A bit of B, I admitted guiltily, though I will say I did not plan to stay the night. Of course you didn't, because if you had, you would have told me, and I would have made sure that I got my fill before you left, Megan replied devishly. But now Patty and I are left here alone another night in this apartment. And that is a true crime. But it'll make it up to the two of you this weekend after the cooking competition. I promised. I've got a fun day out planned, a way to celebrate and let loose after all our hard work. Ooh, should I be preparing for something special? Megan asked with an eager voice. Just have a bikini ready and some tanning lotion. They'll take care of the rest, Ramon advised cryptically, though his words didn't leave much to the imagination. Baby, you don't have a beach day planned, do you? I can neither confirm nor deny that we might possibly be in close proximity to the water or sand. Ramon answered, making Megan pout and let out a frustrated sigh. Fine, keep your secrets. I know ITL'll be worth it in the end. Setting things in motion. Day 32 report. Sim Life revenue. 315,700 cost. 210,400 profit. 105,300 modifiers. Fortune 315. Satisfaction 0 income. 121,095 total. 177. 185 date life energy spent. 1 energy gained. 1 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 0 total. 8,100 so. This is the blueprint I drew up for the farm. Ash opened the conversation as she rolled out a paper map of the farm. For the first stage of the farm, we'll want to have 4 greenhouses dedicated to germination. They should be staggered a week apart, so that only one greenhouse needs to be transplanted at a time. That way, when it comes time to put crops in the field, we can divert all of our manpower to that job site. Then what timeline are we looking at? It takes 100,000 to buy a greenhouse, and then an additional 225,000 to fully staff the building with 5 workers and maximize the output. I quickly calculated. If we say my daily income is about 120,000, that means it will take me 11 days to raise the money we need. Split over a 5-day work week, that roughly 2 weeks to buy the 4 greenhouses and all the staff. Ash smirked at me. You say that like it's a bad thing. Normally, we measure projects in years on a farm. 2 weeks is more than acceptable. I held up my hands in surrender. All right, then maybe we should look at what it takes to prepare a field for planting. Already ahead of you. Ash replied as she made a gesture in the air like flicking something at me, and a window opened in the corner of my vision. Field management area, 1 acre capacity, 180,000 crops crop. Not selected harvest time. Error. Select crop quality. 10 growth rate. 0 workers. 20 treatments pest management. 10 GR 7,500 fertilizer. 35 GR 10,250 irrigation. 55 GR 15,500 upgrades integrated pest management. 5 GR 15,000 drip irrigation. 10 GR 75,000 soil amendment. 35 GR 100,000 mind, giving me a rundown of what I'm looking at. I asked, not bothering to hide the fact that I was looking at a whole bunch of numbers and words that I could assign a vague meaning to, but had absolutely no idea what they did in practice. I mean, the first few things seemed pretty straightforward, but what's the deal with the treatments and upgrades? Well, from what I could piece together, the big difference is that treatments need to be bought with each crop, while upgrades are one-time purchases for permanent benefits. Ash explained they determine how fast the crops will grow, so we'll at least need to buy 1 treatment. But not buying all 3 is really not acceptable. Farming is all about being efficient with your time, because time is money. I nodded in agreement, sage advice, but expenditures are only one half of the picture. Do we have any idea what our profits might look like? Well, normally I would do some research. See what buyers are in the area, whether it's worth it to do retail or wholesale, but I found something that might be a bit more convenient and profitable. Ash prompted as she sent another screen my way. Building. Farm stand cost. 12,000 maintenance. 3,600 workers. 02 brief. A collection of wooden stands and display tables that allows the direct-to-consumer sale of produce at a 25 markup, while attracting up to 100 customers a day when fully staffed. Upgrades capacity. 5,000 XXX reading over the window. I couldn't help but purse my lips in thought. 100 customers a day. Is that enough of a market to sustain us? Ash grinned. Definitely not. But it would allow us to get the biggest bang for our buck when we start growing high-value specialty crops that would benefit a lot from 25 bonus. Then, for our more standard goods, we can sell them with this. Building. Shipping warehouse cost. 250,000 maintenance. 160,000 workers. 012 brief. An industrial structure dedicated to the packaging and shipping of produce over long distances, capable of fulfilling 120 bulk orders a day when full staffed, with a -15 penalty to price. Upgrades processing efficiency, 75,000 standard of quality. 100,000 okay. I see what you're getting at, I muttered while slowly nodding my head. It's a big investment, but it will give us a market that will grow with us reliably. This is going much better than I thought it would. Ash muttered contentedly as she walked over to place a kiss on my cheek. What did you think we wouldn't work well together? I asked suspiciously, even as I wrapped my hand around Ash's waist. Ash let out a short sigh, though there was a smile on her lips. No, it's just my old pessimism refusing to trust that my life is actually going this well, and I don't have to be looking out for the other shoe waiting to stomp down on my head. You don't know how happy I am to hear that. I replied with a broad grin, and don't worry, I'm sure you'll shed your old habits in time. Especially after this weekend. Is that what you were talking about with Meg last night, when I was in the shower? Ash asked with a smirk. I smiled back at her. Yes, and if you were listening closely, you'd know that I'm not going to tell you anything about it. Just for the record, I hate being kept in the dark. Ash muttered, but I let it go this time. Glad to know you have a soft spot for me. I grumbled back with mock insult that made Ash slap my arm playfully before pushing away. All right, enough banter. Let's buy this greenhouse and at least one worker to see how this stuff actually works in practice. Going ahead with Ash's instructions, I bought the greenhouse along with a worker and watched as my money drained away, with seemingly little effect until we heard a knock on the door. I was the first to answer, and I found an almost painfully plain man standing in the doorway dressed in work overalls. A loose cotton shirt, heavy boots, and a baseball covering the top of his head. Where should I work? The man asked as I glanced into his eyes and found them to be rather flat, as if there wasn't any real intelligence behind them. The greenhouse, I answered somewhat hesitantly, wondering what kind of systemagic was taking place. Where should I get the seeds from? The man asked again, his tone coming out flat without the slightest hint of intonation. I paused, not knowing the answer, but luckily Ash quickly stepped in around back. There should be more than enough to get you started. The man nodded once before turning around and walking away without another word, presumably to start his assigned task. What the hell was that? Ash muttered as she looked from the man to me. It's like he was barely a person. Just think of him like a mindless drone, I advised, even though I wasn't 100% sure about how the workers functioned. Either way, he should do what we need him to do. Guess I can't complain too much about that, Ash muttered before glancing back in the house. It's almost 10. How much longer do you plan on staying? Not long at all, I'm afraid. I need to get to the restaurant and start working. But believe me, I wish I could stay longer, I answered, but softened the blow with a quick kiss. Also, I don't think I'll have much time to come back to the farm this week. You're just going to bind our souls together and then not see me for a whole week. Ash glared at me with narrowed eyes. Well, if it's such a problem, you could always come and visit my penthouse, I suggested selflessly. Ash pursed her lips. You don't know how tempting that offer is, Tiger, but that's Megan and Patty's territory. And we don't know each other well enough for me to just pop in and intrude. We need some time to get to know each other better and feel out the dynamic. That's probably for the best. After a few more kisses and close embraces, I was on the road back into town. Before I spaced out while driving on the empty road, I put in a call. My phone rang several times in a row before it was answered with a snide, spoiled reply. HMMPH, and here I was just hoping that you had somehow lost my number. Now we both know that would be your worst nightmare. Priscilla, I replied with a small shake of my head. Now, be quiet and listen for once. I need to ask you for a favor. Cook-Off cumulative report day 33 to 36. Sim Life revenue. 1,252,395 cost. 837,866 profit. 414,529 modifiers. Fortune 315. Satisfaction 0 income. 476,708 total. 328,893 date life energy spent. 0 energy gained. 0 tantric reserves. 5 lust. 0 total. 8,100 the week passed in a blur as I became increasingly aware of the weekend drawing closer. Surprisingly enough, it wasn't the competition with a world-renowned chef that had me on edge the most, but rather the surprise getaway I had hinted at and hyped up. The thought of disappointing any of the girls who looked to and relied on me made me obsessive over planning out every single last detail. But after several days of planning and coordinating, I was confident that the day would meet every single expectation, in addition to preparing for the celebration afterwards. I had also been coordinating with Ash every day to hire more workers, eventually fully staffing the greenhouse. Luckily, it didn't make sense to purchase the next greenhouse and batch of workers until next week, since their growing cycles needed to be staggered regardless of when they were bought. It was nice to cross something off my to-do list when everything else was still up in the air with no guaranteed level of success, which was especially true for my cook-off with Colette. I had done some research into Colette's past, and needless to say, Tiana had been right on the mark regarding what type of food the chef would be cooking. Colette had attended a top culinary school in Paris, becoming classically trained before working at a slew of fine dining restaurants, many of which held Michelin stars. But despite her obvious talent and skill, Colette had never received the recognition she deserved, something she blamed on her being a woman in a male-dominated field. So instead of trying to earn the approval of those who looked down on her, Colette decided to challenge the head chef of the restaurant where she worked. It was a risky move that would get her blacklisted from the culinary industry if she failed. But long story short, Colette hadn't failed. She had handily beaten her boss and gained a reputation of somewhat of a boogeyman, showing up at various restaurants and challenging the head chef. So far, she had an undefeated record against restaurants that were far more accomplished and renowned than my humble grill house. Honestly, it was a bit unfair to put me up against someone of her caliber, but I hadn't let that thought discourage me from trying. After every service, I would spend time in the system's cooking mode, testing various recipes and ingredients to push my skills to the limit. And when I felt that wasn't enough, I turned to the system to spend the various skill and perk points I had been accumulating over the past couple of weeks. You have upgraded the Skill Butcher to level 4. By spending 3 SP, you have purchased the Skill Baking. By spending 1 SP, you have upgraded the Skill Baking to level 3 by spending 3 SP. You have purchased the Skill Gastronomy by spending 1 SP skill. Butcher 4 upgrade cost, 0 4 effects, 20 to the final quality of all recipes that contain a protein skill. Baking 3 upgrade cost, 0 3 effects, 15 to the final quality of all baked recipes skill. Gastronomy upgrade cost, 0 1 effects. 10 chance to create an inspired recipe. When cooking, you have purchased the perk practice makes perfect by spending 1 PP. You have upgraded the perk practice makes perfect to tier 3 by spending 3 PP perk. Practice makes perfect 3 upgrade cost, 0 3 effects. Add 3 quality to a recipe for every 10 hours spent cooking said recipe. Unfortunately, my newly purchased perk did not account for my time spent in the system, meaning I couldn't cheat by spending hundreds of hours in the simulation to artificially raise the quality of the dishes I plan to cook. But between prep time in the morning and closing at night, I managed to rack up enough hours to activate the perk twice. It wasn't a lot, but I needed every last advantage I could scrape together. Even though there was nothing at stake with the competition, I wanted to win. Not because I needed or even wanted Colette to work in my restaurant, but because a large part of me took pride in the food I made, and I wanted to see how I stacked up against a real professional. And of course, completing the quest and getting all the rewards would be nice as well. All said, the pressure was on, which is why I found myself in the kitchen the night before, reviewing every step and procedure, looking for any last-minute improvements. I would have stayed up all night had I been left to my own devices. "Why are you still up?" Megan muttered as she walked into the kitchen, wearing nothing but one of my shirts, which cut off at her mid-thigh. "Think it's pretty obvious," I muttered with a smirk as Megan moved behind me and snuck her arms around my chest. "The competition is tomorrow." "Yes, tomorrow. Not tonight. You need to sleep," Megan muttered as she squeezed my chest and pumped her head against my back. "And don't you say that you're a demon that technically doesn't sleep. I don't care. Get your ass in that bed. You just want to use me as a body pillow," I muttered even as I turned off the stove. I felt Megan stiffen behind me before she muttered under her breath, "I can neither confirm nor deny that. But regardless of that possibility, you just need to relax. The chance that a few hours of last-minute practice will be the difference between you winning and losing is slim. You'd be better off taking a rest to mentally recharge in bed with your 2 incredibly hot thralls, who will be cuddling you while naked." "Fine. Fine, you've twisted my arm," I sighed dramatically as I turned around and swept Megan off her feet. "So impertinent." Megan smirked before kissing me on the cheek. "Thank you." "Of course. What type of host would I be if I turned down such an offer?" I replied cheekily before walking into the spare room and shutting the door behind me. It was morning in the blink of an eye, and I was on my way to the restaurant as the sun was rising. I expected to get there and have at least an hour to myself to set up, but what I found was very different. What the hell? I was forced to stop at the end of the road when I reached a barricade with wooden posts indicating the street was closed. Additionally, I could spot several news vans and what appeared to be a film crew set in the middle of being put together. Stepping out of my car, I walked over to the wooden barricades. I was wondering how I could catch someone's attention and ask them what the hell was going on when someone called out to me first. "Ah, you're finally here." I glanced over and saw a woman dressed in a pantsuit and high heels striding towards me with purpose. I'm sorry. Who are you? And what's happening here? I need to get into my restaurant. The woman stared at me for the longest moment before letting out a long sigh. No one told you. Did they? I guess not, judging by how confused I am. I muttered while trying to piece together an explanation with the bits of information I could gather. I suppose to be a part of this? Seeing as you're the only other participant in the cook-off besides Colette. Yes, you are a part of this. The woman replied with an exaggerated sigh, then reached in her pocket and pulled out her phone. Yeah, really quick. Tell me who is in charge of outreach, because I need them fired immediately. Why? Oh, no reason. Just that I ran into the only other chef in this damn cooking competition. And he's looking at me like he has no idea what's going on, and that I'm some crazy woman screaming into her phone. She then abruptly ended the call before looking back at me. All right, I just got one question now. Are you in or are you out? I glanced around once more at all the cameras and personnel before letting out a sigh and a shrug. As long as I'm cooking at the end of the day, I guess the rest doesn't matter. Great. Turns out I didn't waste all this money and time after all. The woman muttered before clapping her hands together. Now let's get you a media release contract and up to speed. Cook off too, come on, pick up the pace, or do all those muscles really slow you down? Any faster and I would have to start running. I objected to the sarcastic remark, but lengthened my stride nonetheless to keep up with the impatient woman as we wove in between the busy production. Also, just who exactly are you? I'm the person who was put in charge of this shit show and is supposed to make miracles happen, the woman muttered with a deep scorn, though it seems like I'm eternally cursed to fail at everything I try. I clicked my tongue. I didn't catch a name in all of that. The woman sent a sideways glance back at me before responding. You can call me Lois. You're Ramon Young, right? I nodded. Yes, that's me. Should I ask why you know my name and why it seems like I should have known whatever is going on was going to happen? Yes, you should ask, because any minute now I'm going to need you to sign a contract saying that you're willing to be recorded and have your image released. Lois detailed as stress bled from her voice. Well then, I'm all ears, I replied light-heartedly, which I could tell Lois did not appreciate. But at that point, I couldn't be bothered to work around her mood when I was caught so off guard. Long story short, Lois started with a sigh. My boss caught wind of Colette being in town and did some snooping, eventually finding out where she was staying, and told me to make a story out of it. I interviewed her and found out about your little personal arrangement. That was supposed to be the extent of everything. But then my boss wanted to make a whole thing out of it. And I went along with it because I wanted to advance my career, but I apparently work with idiots who can't do something as simple as make a phone call or send an email. And now you need me to agree to this whole thing at the last possible minute, or else your career is fucked, and probably your job as well. I surmised while slowly nodding my head. I can see why you're so stressed. Lois scoffed. Oh, I'm not just stressed. I'm one piece of bad news away from a full-blown meltdown that gets me admitted to the psych ward. So you really need me to say yes to this deal, don't you? I asked only to stop as Lois whirled around to face me and threw out her arms. Yes, I do, and am willing to do damn near anything. Is that what you want to hear, you sick bastard? What's next? You gonna ask me to do something filthy in exchange for signing the damn contract? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I held up my hands to stop Lois before she could say something even more insane. None of that will be necessary. You'll sign the contract. No need for any sexual harassment. Lois blinked as if she couldn't believe what I had just said. Really, just like that? It may not look like it, but I've been preparing all week to cook, and am not going to let something as little as possibly thousands of people watching deter me. I answered confidently. One thing first, though, I want to see Colette. Who is it? I said I did not wish to be disturbed. Even through the door of the camper, acting as her temporary changing room, Colette's French accent was unmistakable. It's Ramon, Colette. I think we should talk, given that I just found out a few minutes ago that our cook-off is now a public affair. I said, raising my voice so I could be heard through the door. There was a pause before Colette replied, "Come in." Pushing the door open, I stepped inside the camper and found Colette standing in the middle of the room, dressed in a freshly pressed chef's uniform, looking the part of a professional. What do you mean you just found out? Colette asked, though her tone made it sound like a demand more than a request. Exactly that. I pulled up to my restaurant to get ready and found an entire production crew waiting for me. I explained as I crossed my arms. Luckily, I ran into Lois, and she told me everything. Good, then we can start the competition as planned, Colette said resolutely, clearly not concerned with the details. Yeah, but I still have one question, I continued, making Colette narrow her gaze, one only you can answer. And that is? Colette muttered darkly. Why did you agree to do it? I said simply, what's in it for you? Isn't it obvious? Colette stated with a burning fire in her eye. My talent is finally being acknowledged. None of the other chefs I faced would risk having their defeat filmed for the entire public to see. But I knew you would be different. After today, it'll have the momentum I need to finally begin moving out of the shadows and show the world why I am one of the greatest cooks to ever live. I pursed my lips, that is, assuming you actually beat me. Colette stalled for a second before smirking. Of course I will. I've beaten chefs who've been cooking longer than either of us has been alive, who own restaurants so exclusive that it takes years to get a reservation. Your small-town comfort food is nothing compared to theirs. I can't believe you even think you stand a chance. Well, if that's the case, maybe I should just head back to my apartment and forget this whole thing. I muttered with a disappointed sigh. Why try when I'm destined to fail? Yes, leave while your pride is still in. Wait. What did you say? Colette interrupted herself as she registered my words. You're giving up? No. Sumirka. I just wanted to see the look on your face if I threatened to. Colette glared at me before I just wanted to get this done with, but now I think I'll take great pleasure in humiliating you. The feeling's mutual, I replied before turning around and walking out of the trailer. So how did it go? Lois asked as I stopped beside her. Just a bundle of joy, isn't she? That's one way to describe her, I muttered, which made Lois smirk as she held out a bundle of papers along with a pen. Still feel like going through with all of this. More than ever, I said while picking up the pen and looking for the dotted line. After signing the contract, everything became a blur as I was whisked away to get camera ready. Though that lasted only a few seconds after the hairdresser and the makeup artist realized there was nothing to improve on. After that, I managed to break away from the production team and get all the tools and ingredients I needed from the restaurant, bringing them out on a cart. After asking around a bit, I was finally shown my station for the event. The entire stage was divided into 3 parts, with one being the judges' table in the very middle, and 2 identical mock kitchens on either side. They were set up with large wooden countertops in front with 4-burner stoves along the back with ovens underneath. At the same time I was setting up, Colette made her appearance, sparing me only a single hostile glance before moving to her own station and beginning her own preparations. Third person, and we're live in 3, 2. Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Lois Lane with Channel 9 News, and today we are hosting a very special segment, a cooking competition, between Ramon Young, head chef and owner of Ramon's Grill House, a restaurant that is quickly growing to be a town staple, and Colette Tattoo, a chef of great renown who has made it her mission to prove that she stands at the top of the culinary world. Today, each chef has been given the same task. Cook 3 dishes for our panel of judges, an appetizer, an entree, and a dessert. Each course will have its own round, during which the judges will declare the better dish. For those counting, you know that means it's best out of 3, which means stick around until the very end to see who will come out on top. Cook off 3 now. For the rules of this culinary competition, our chefs will have a total of 3 hours to make their dishes. However, at each hour, they will be required to submit a dish for the judges to rate. That means they have 1 hour to prepare the appetizer, 2 hours to prepare the main entree, and 3 hours for the dessert. Our chefs have prepared their own ingredients for this competition, but they also have fully stocked pantries and fridges with any last-minute supplies they might need. Now, with introductions out of the way, let's get this show started. Chefs, light up your grills. Your time starts now. Ramon POV, your time starts now. I was already moving by the time the large digital clock hanging above the judge's table lit up and began to count down from our allotted time. The pressure was on, but I felt my hours of practice kick in, guiding my hands before my mind could interfere and mess up my tempo. Reaching under the stove, I pulled out a heavy sauté pan and a stock pot, with the former going on the center burner, which I turned to low. The stock pot stayed with me as I carried it over to the sink and began filling it with water. Knowing it would take at least a minute, I used the time to run over to the fridge and pantry to gather my ingredients. Already knowing where everything was, I stepped away a second later with garlic, shallots, a bottle of very high-quality olive oil, a bottle of similar quality balsamic vinegar, a block of Parmesan cheese, and a cluster of cherry tomatoes. I set everything down on the wooden counter before stepping back over to the sink and turning off the faucet just as the stock pot reached 3/4 full. Lifting the pot, I carried it back over to the stove and set it down before turning the burner on high. Leaving the water to boil, I returned to the countertop and began preparing my ingredients. Grabbing a head of garlic, I broke it apart with a firm press of my heel, then discarded the papery skin and collected the precious cloves, loaded with flavor. Grabbing my chef's knife, I somewhat ironically used the flat of the blade to crack open each clove, saving me precious time from having to peel each one individually. It was a crude method that left the actual garlic fractured, but that didn't matter as I began to mince all the cloves into an almost paste-like consistency. Gathering the garlic on my knife, I scraped the pungent stuff into a small ramekin that I set aside. Next came the shallots, but I took a quick second to pour a generous glug of olive oil into the sauté pan, which started to bubble after only a few seconds. But by then, I was already moving onto the shallots, which I treated with far more care than the garlic. I cut off the roots before gingerly peeling off the outer skin, exposing the light violet flesh. Gripping the shallot with my left hand, I folded over my fingertips as I lined my knife up with the back of my fingers. I let out a single breath before my right hand turned into a blur as I finally chopped the shallot, producing thin, almost see-through wafers no thicker than my fingernail. And would you just look at those knife skills? I looked up just as my knife came to rest and found Lois standing in front of me, a camera capturing both of us in the frame. Now tell us, Ramon, what do you plan to do with all those shallots? Well, let me show you, I replied, mostly as an excuse to keep myself moving. Grabbing the ramekin of minced garlic, I scooped out the paste and threw it into the pan of simmering oil, volatilizing the aromatic compounds and filling the air with the unmistakable scent. I gave the oil a quick stir before throwing in the shallots, making sure each slice landed flat against the pan. Now the garlic and shallots are going to infuse the oil with a lot of flavor, especially the shallots as the sugars break down and caramelize, which is when you start to see that nice golden brown color build up on the bottom. Very nice. But the oil isn't the final product, is it? Lois asked in her best excited reporter's voice. Nope. That honor goes to these beauties right here, I said, matching Lois' tone as I gently patted the large cluster of cherry tomatoes. After these are cleaned up and devined, they'll go right in this pan for over 30 minutes. 30 minutes won't they burn after that long? I shook my head. Not if I keep the heat nice and low. Well, it'll trust your expertise and leave you to it, Lois remarked, wrapping up her mini interview and thankfully leaving me to my work. Grabbing a paring knife, I did as I detailed to Lois, cutting the tomatoes off the vine and removing the small bit of core left behind that wouldn't cook down. The process was somewhat tedious, but something I had taken deliberate care to practice. So it wasn't long before I placed a lid on the sauté pan with the tomatoes inside. With the main component of my appetizer done, I could move on to prepare my entree. The oven was turned on to preheat while potatoes, carrots, celery, onions, and more garlic all hit the countertop with a thud, along with 3 cans of tomato puree, a tube of tomato paste, and an assortment of herbs. The potatoes were the first to feel the razor-sharp edge of my knife as I roughly chopped the russets into quarters before throwing them into the now boiling pot of water. Carrot, celery, and onions met a similar fate and were added to a separate pan with a pot of oil to cook down and sweat, forming a holy trinity used in countless cuisines across the world, and for good reason. But I added a little extra to the trio in the form of garlic to round out the sugars present in the carrots and onions. It doesn't get much better than that. When the onions turned translucent and the carrots browned, I turned down the heat and poured in my cans of tomato puree, along with the entire tube of paste. Before long, the whole pot was simmering and bubbling, but it wasn't done yet. Not until I tossed 3 pieces of a chuck roast, a sprig of rosemary, and thyme each. I then covered the pot and placed it into the oven to slow cook and render. As I stood up from closing the oven, a buzzer went off, and I looked over at the clock to see that 40 minutes had passed since the start of the competition. And that is your first warning, chefs. You have 20 minutes before your first dish is due for presentation. Switching gears with the announcement, I moved to finish my appetizer, getting out a baking sheet that I lined with paper before grabbing a cheese grater and the block of Parmesan from earlier. In quick succession, I filled the baking sheet with several piles of grated cheese, spacing them out and gingerly coaxing them into an oval shape before throwing the pan into the oven. Setting a mental timer, I moved on to the star of the show and lifted the cover on my cherry tomatoes, only to be smacked in the face by a fragrant wave of steam. Time for the big reveal. Waving aside the smoke screen, I grinned when I saw the perfectly cooked tomatoes with the skin blistered and drastically reduced in size after all the water inside had been cooked off. The shallots had crisped up as well, fully infusing the oil with their flavors. Taking a fork, I used the back of the tines to gently mash the tomatoes, revealing that the slow caramelization process had turned them into a jam-like consistency perfect for spreading on bread, specifically an Italian baguette that I sliced up and toasted. Another buzzer went off. 5 minutes remaining, down to the very last second, just like I practiced. Reaching into the oven, I pulled out the now Parmesan crisps and began assembling my first dish. With 3 judges, I made 3 plates, each one getting 2 slices of toast topped with a Parmesan crisps, slathered in the tomato jam, and then finished off with a drizzle of balsamic vinaigrette. 1 minute remaining. Picking up the plates, I walked over the judges' table with a calm but confident stride, all while internally screaming at myself not to drop the plates. Cook-off 4, third POV, and time. Lois announced as a final buzzer went off and the timer froze on the 2-hour mark. In just a minute, our chefs will now present their appetizers to the judges. But before that, let us meet our guests of honor, responsible for deciding today's victor. First and foremost, we have our wonderful mayor, Adam Wild West. "It's a pleasure to be here, Lois," Mayor West replied, his lips barely visible underneath his glorious silver mustache. "I always look forward to seeing what the people of our humble little town are capable of." Lois smiled back politely, inspiring as always, Mayor West. Moving, our next judge is none other than Chief of Police Clancy Wiggums, responsible for keeping our town safe and sound. Wiggums nodded absently with his eyes fixated on the plates of food that Ramon and Colette had set down just out of reach. "Why, yeah. How you doing? Can we get to the judging already? I'm starting over here." Lois forced out a laugh. "In just a second, right after I introduce our last judge for today's event, Brian Lewis, principal of Toon High, responsible for shaping the lives and futures of our most impressionable youth." "That's me, baby." Lewis cheered with a booming laugh before he shot Lois a look. "And you, baby, can come to me for lessons anytime you want." Physically suppressing the wave of disgust she felt from Lewis' advances, Lois quickly moved on. "Well, now that we've met our judges, chefs, you can now introduce your dishes." Colette moved first, stepping up and setting down a small plate in front of each man. On top of the porcelain sat a single scallop with a perfectly golden seat, topped with dark dried strips and surrounded by a moat of dark brown glaze. For my first dish, I present a fresh scallop poached in a yuzu and butter mixture and seared using 10-year-old kosher sake. The scallop is garnished with dried kelp strips and paired with a savory miso reduction to balance the mollusk's natural sweetness. "Please enjoy." Colette stepped back as the judges dug in with knives and forks, cutting into the scallops that gave way like butter after the crisp crunch of the seared crust. "Don't think I've ever had something like this before." "MHHHM, ooh yeah, that's the shit right there." Piercing the soft white flesh with their forks, the judges eagerly dragged their bites through the miso reduction, slathering and smearing the scallop until it was drenched. But there were only so many bites a single scallop could offer, and in the blink of an eye, the judges' plates were clean. Luckily for the judges, A second set of plates was quickly set in front of them as Ramon presented his appetizer. Today, I have my personal take on a classic bruschetta. While the dish is normally served chilled to bring out the freshness of the tomatoes and other herbs, I decided to aim for a warmer, sweeter flavor profile. I accomplished this by slowly caramelizing my tomatoes in herb-infused oil, using the naturally present sugars to create a thick, spreadable jam. However, to balance out that sweetness, I used Parmesan crisps and a drizzle of traditional balsamic vinaigrette. With glee, the judges put down their forks and knives in favor of their fingers, gingerly lifting the first piece of toast up to their mouths and biting down in near-perfect unison. The collective crunch of perfectly golden toast was practically orgasmic, and contented hums and moans rose from the judges. Not only did the taste of the bread, cheese, and tomatoes complement each other perfectly, but so did the textures. The tomato jam was thick and heavy, almost melting on the tongue, while the Parmesan crisp shattered into fragments, and the bread provided a much-needed body to carry and preserve the flavors. Finishing their first piece of bruschetta, the judges happily moved on to the second, which they visibly savored, not wanting the experience to end. All right, now that our judges have sampled both dishes, they'll vote among themselves and then announce the winner of the first round, right after this commercial break. And we're off. Live again in 5. The camera dipped, and Lois let out a small sigh of relief as she felt a small kindling of hope flare inside her chest. I can't believe this is going so well. I might actually get something out of this crazy idea. Is it your idea of food? Some warm tomatoes on a piece of glorified toast. And I spoke too soon. Ramon POV. And what's wrong with tomatoes on toast? I challenged, staring down Colette, who glared back at me. And my idea of food is something that tastes good and gets people excited to eat. Colette scoffed and threw her hand up into the air. And you believe people are more excited over something they've tasted all their lives rather than something innovative and new? Ramon shrugged. It's possible. Maybe someone really likes tomatoes and wants to taste all the possible ways they can be cooked. Well, you should pray that one of the judges shares your fixation. Otherwise, this competition is already over. Colette replied in a scathing tone. Even for a small-town cook, this is pathetic. Where is your creativity, your style, your art? What do you want to be remembered for? This feels like it's about more than just cooking, I muttered, not knowing how to respond to Colette's intense interrogation. No, cooking is everything. Colette stressed, throwing up her hand. It should be the only lens you see the world through. I paused for a moment and scratched my chin in thought. Well then, I guess my lens is to cook a meal that I think people will enjoy, nothing more and nothing less. Colette only shook her head at my answer. You're a fool if you think that people won't grow tired of the same things day after day. Eventually, they'll want something new. People always do. They're never satisfied for long. There was a flash of something in Colette's eyes, but it vanished before I could get a good look. Live in 1. Everyone back to their marks. I hope you take my advice to heart, for your own sake. Colette muttered before she turned and walked away, leaving me to question what part of the picture I was missing. Third person. Come on, you two, you're going to miss it. Patty shouted from her spot on the couch, parked in front of the TV, just as the commercial segment ended and the cook-off came back on. All right, we're coming. Relax. Trisha shouted back as she and Megan returned from their trip to the kitchen with snacks in hand. We have to get him to make those tomato things for us. Megan insisted as she sat down next to Trisha in the middle of the coach and began passing out the snacks. I don't think I've ever wanted to eat something so badly before. Well, I can think of one thing, Summer muttered in a flat tone, but a small smirk gave away the nature of her innuendo. Megan rolled her eyes. I was only talking about food, you pervert. Oh, don't mind her. Trisha interjected as she popped a chocolate into her mouth. She's just mad that she hasn't gotten her favorite treat either. Summer let out an unimpressed grunt. No shit. You guys keep sneaking off with him at the restaurant while I'm left high and dry. Well then, we'll make sure you get first dibs during the weekend, Patty added helpfully. Speaking of this weekend, what do you guys think Ramon has planned? Megan asked as she glanced between Trisha and Summer. My bet's on the beach, Trisha answered without pause. He asked if I could sim, and if I wanted money to go shopping for a new bikini. Summer shook her head. It can't be that simple. With his dramatic flair and all this secrecy, Ramon is building up for something. I also don't love the fact that he invited my mother. Megan shrugged. You're probably right. He does have a tendency for over-the-top theatrics and showing off for us. Also, don't feel awkward about your mother. Mine is coming as well. Didn't Ramon knock up your mom? Trisha asked. Yes, she is, which is exactly what I'm afraid of. No offense, Summer stressed. My mom didn't exactly try and hide that she liked what she saw, which is concerning given the fact that she is married to my dad and that the best case scenario is that she's just blatantly cheating on him. How does it get worse than that? Trisha muttered. It's worse if he's in on it, Megan replied helpfully, making Summer groan. Can we just move on? Forget I said anything? Forget I don't know, but everyone better be quiet because I think they're about to announce who won. Patty insisted, and the conversation instantly died as the girls turned to watch the TV.